agree that this initial talking point that many of you were making, that isn't the case, was incorrect.
No, that's not true. It doesn't explain the motions. It just literally characterizes them. It doesn't explain why they move the way they do. It just characterizes the motion equivalences.
Of course, that's dynamics. So, and first of all, that doesn't even fully explain it either. There isn't even a model that exists in all of mankind's history that fully explains why they move the way they move. In your own paradigm, they say they don't even know what gravity is. So this is a fact. So we can go back to the fact that, would you guys want to admit now that you can in fact accurately describe and denote the kinematics of planetary motion with the geocentric model?
But can the kinematics explain retrograde motion, or do they just?
Yes.
How is it explained?
Oh, for God's sakes, there is there's a kinematic equivalence. Got to move on from that.
But to talk to your own side of people, because they seem to not be able to understand that.
That doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. It still doesn't justify an explanation as to why they are in this relationship.
That isn't the point. Now you're changing the subject to dynamics.
You say that's not the point. Everything's not the point to you, is it? That's the point. Everything's not the point to you.
No, you're changing the subject to dynamics.
Here's the thing, P-Mac, it is the point.
Right, okay.
This topic has been brought up many, many times. Nobody wants to concede the first step, which is why it continues back to the first step. Step one.
Correct. Right? Like, you guys don't even understand that the planetary motion can be explained on a geocentric model. That's super, that's archaic thinking.
Yeah, it's also like
the well fallacy every time you start, man. You guys don't understand this, or you don't can you stop that?
You don't even know what a poisoning the well fallacy
is. You're doing it right there, man.
You don't even know what a poisoning the well fallacy is. A poisoning the well fallacy is where you preemptively discredit your opponents to an audience. I didn't do that at all. I'm making very specific. See, you guys are all impulsive. You
guys, why don't we just take it all out of the personal? It doesn't matter. Let's not do all the personal battering. Can we just stick with the information, please?
Can I just read an excerpt here regarding Witset's Newtonian link that he sent there? That's based off Mach's principles. Can I just read an excerpt real quick? Because all of this is based off of Mach's principles, and I think that's an important fact to start with before you start putting any credibility into the information that's found in that particular paper.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, were you gonna read that?
Yeah.
I gotta turn off the push talk.
I mean, I was just going to mention too. I mean, the thing is, like, a planetarium shows that you can the geocentric equivalence, because you can be sitting on the floor of a planetarium that's not moving, and you're at the center of it, and you can map the entire star field. So you don't need heliocentrism for that at all.
That's what stellarium. Stellarium does just that. It just mathematically projects everything from one reference frame. You can get stellarium to give you a reference for everything from Pluto if you want to. It doesn't make any difference. And
can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Go ahead.
Mach's principle was never developed into a quantitative physical theory that could explain a mechanism by which stars can have such an effect. Mach himself never made his principle exactly clear. Although Einstein was intrigued and inspired by Mach's principles, Einstein's formulation of principle is not a fundamental assumption of general relativity, although principles of equivalence of gravitational and inertial mass most certainly are fundamental. So at the basis of it, that entire paper, using Mach's principles as a starting point, is a little flawed.
Incorrect.
Because Mach's principles was never actually put into a physical theory. It was never applied in a physical manner. That's what this excerpt means.
No. So you haven't read the paper, but you're pretending to tell us what the paper says. But of course, what he's saying is that he's finishing what Mach started. He said he never fully developed the physicality of it, and then he proceeds to do that very thing. That backfired.
Well, that paper
Yeah,
you
it
got,
looks like
it does
got
talk
a
about the
little short.
mass of it does talk about the mass of the Earth and the mass of Mars and the mass of Sun. And it's got big G in all the equations.
That's not
Yeah.
the point. The point is, see, you guys just like this is really, really gay.
Why is that
Like,
not a point, Whitsitt? Why? How can you say that's not a point? A relevant
well,
point of the
I'm
discussion.
explaining why it's not a point. So the entire point was not that we're claiming we believe in a neo-Tychonic system with a sphere with a certain mass. None of that. The point is that in your own paradigm, that there is a kinematic and dynamic equivalence, and you can show this using Einsteinian or Newtonian mechanics. And this all started from the conversation that they do not teach children the truth. They don't teach them that within their own belief, they have to concede there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence and that the Earth being in the center is a valid proposition. They just claim they know the only explanation is that we move around the sun. Now what you guys have done is tried to straw man us as if we're claiming we believe all of the assumptions within the theory, when the actual debate is that you guys were challenging the objective nature of the claim that the heliocentric model with its current explanations incorporates a dynamic and kinematic equivalence.
Yeah, but a dynamic and a kinematic equivalence is just down to them demonstrating a reference mechanism for just looking at things from a different perspective. It is not it is not an explanatory mechanism, Whitsitt.
You're wrong again. So kinematics is just about the observation from a reference frame. Dynamics is specifically about the causal mechanism of the motion of the bodies.
Where in this paper does it talk about the causal mechanism? Have a good look through it. I can't
Throughout the entire thing.
You can't just say that.
Explanation? Yeah, what does it say it is?
It says
If I were to,
that even applying the new... Yeah, it's like what I'm saying, like, you could read it, maybe, instead of pretending that you're going to tell us what it says.
The word causal is not in the document. The word causal is not in there.
There you go. You got it. Okay, so it explains that using Newtonian... This is unbearable.
I bet
Austin,
it is.
hang on just a
I
second.
bet it is.
So you say
Because you
that
guys are
this
ignorant but
paper
interrupting me like you're teaching.
will
That's why.
explain. I'm trying to ask you a question, Austin, and I've been trying to ask you a question. Now you say that this paper is going to explain why we have spheres within spheres with planets on them, and then those spheres have spheres within them to cause these motions to actually work.
Okay.
I can explain that in this paper.
Are you guys
No,
Yeah, you got. I don't know, guys. There's a lot of people in the room, so having an open panel like this, we can do a list, like we make a list and one person goes at a time, or just be very careful not to interrupt. So, okay, Bob asked this question, or it could always go back to a moderator in between each people speaking, so everyone knows whose turn it is. All right, go ahead, Whitsitt, if you want to respond.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I'm not trying to take over the room, but they're all like pointing their points at me and then not letting me respond. So obviously, in any situation, the most efficient way to go about it would be that you read it prior to critiquing it. But either way, it uses Newtonian mechanics. That is a causal mechanism. It doesn't matter if the word causal's in there or not. It explains the dynamics, right? The dynamic equivalence. Again, let's just cover the basics here. Kinematics is how bodies move in relation to one another. If I walk around a pole, it's I walk around a pole. Or you could say from the pole's perspective, we're moving around the person that's walking around the pole. Kinematic equivalence, how bodies move in relation to each other. Then there's dynamics, what causes those bodies to move in relation to one another. Okay, this is detailing the dynamic equivalence. So it's built upon the basic rudimentary understanding of the kinematic equivalence already being understood. It applies Newtonian mechanics and shows that with the assumption of Newtonian mechanics, you can derive a dynamic equivalence to a geocentric position. This is basic stuff.
Okay, so that means the answer is yes. It will give you the mechanism by which we have all of these spheres within spheres and then spheres within the body of another sphere. So we're going to be able to have all of these, and it will describe the motion and the forces behind it.
Yeah, it's using Newtonian mechanics.
So
Why is
that's
that
not
part
an
not being understood? You're like, oh, it's going to explain why they move. Yeah, it's the explanation it's applying is Newtonian mechanics. It shows that there would be inertial forces. So in a heliocentric model, those are fictitious forces. In a geocentric model, they're real forces. You would have centrifugal forces, Coriolis forces, and Euler forces. The Coriolis force would be twice as strong, accounting for the mass in the distant parts of the universe. With that angular momentum combined, you get a Coriolis force that's twice as strong as the centrifugal force, which means it results in a net centripetal, radially inward and accelerative force, and that this angular momentum with the real inertial forces can cause everything to move around the Earth with a center of mass at the Earth, even if the sun were a bigger mass. It's using Newtonian mechanics. I can cite Newton himself explaining this in Proposition 43, Theorem 22. At the end of his Principia, he says, if there was an equal and opposite reaction akin to the gravitational force, the Earth could be in the center of the universe.
Right. You do. So do you concede then that in this Tycho-Brahe equivalence model here, in using these Newtonian mechanics, it is using the equivalent distances as orbital radii, and the equivalent masses as used in the current model, just the other way around?
What? Yeah, yeah. It's
Right. Fine. So how do we know what the mass of Mars is then?
okay. Back to the other point I've already had to say. I didn't claim I believed in this. I don't believe in claims of masses or distances or the medium assumption. I don't believe there's a vacuum. That's not the point, though. The point is that there is no exclusive evidence, kinematically or dynamically, that shows that the Earth is heliocentric, even in your own paradigm. That's the actual point.
Well, that's not strictly speaking true, because if the masses are as they describe them, okay, yeah, the barycenter between the orbit of the sun and the Earth is not near the Earth; it's near the sun.
Okay, but I just okay. Okay. So Newton proposed an idea based upon Kepler's laws. Okay. So there's a heliocentric model, and then Newton came along and gave the dynamics. So we have Copernicus, we have Kepler, that's kinematics, heliocentric model. Then Newton comes along and gives dynamic. All of this was done with the assumption that the sun is in the center of the entire universe. Newton assumed that space was absolute and fixed, and that the sun was the center of the entire universe. So, applying Newtonian mechanics with that assumption, then yes, the Earth would move around the sun because the sun is a bigger mass. But just like Mach pointed out, if you actually apply it properly, knowing what we now know, which is that it isn't just the solar system, that there's way more outside of our local system. If you account for those masses, you then get an angular momentum and a net force that's significantly stronger than the interaction between the sun and the earth. And that would cause everything to move around the earth, and you get a dynamic equivalence if you don't make the assumption that space is absolute and fixed and that it's only the solar system.
Have you got a paper that states that? Because that's not stated in this paper.
Okay. So, first of all, there's two papers. One of them is explaining the neotychonic system with Newtonian mechanics,
You
and the
don't
other one
believe
is okay. So you're not trying to have a good faith.
He's not. Yeah, he's not looking for answers with it. He's just looking to support what he already thinks he knows. That's all.
You're trying to get
To
a
be clear,
gotcha.
you just told me you don't believe in this neotychonic system about 5 minutes ago, yeah?
Why do you keep repeating that? What did I say? My actual
So
point
how is that?
was?
How is me repeating that not good faith?
What did I say? My actual argument was in response to the first 3 times you said that.
I'm not concerned, but the point is you just made a statement that the barycentric relationship between the Earth and the Sun is radically changed because the rest of the universe is there. And it's not
that's what's explained in the paper. If you account for the masses of, for example, distant galaxies, which Newton specifically didn't know about, then if you apply Newtonian mechanics, it would show that the Earth can be in the center. Ironically, even without that, there's a dynamic equivalence. As Newton himself said, if there was an equal and opposite reaction of an additional force akin to gravity, the Earth could be in the center, just like the Tychonic system. Even Newton said that.
Whereas it specifically in his paper say the barycentric offset occurs because of the
He already fucking told
No,
me.
he hasn't. He hasn't told me
He
where it is in the
already said
paper. He hasn't stated where it is in the paper.
Page 14.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
explained
he
it.
did.
He explained it, but can you give us like a page number or something?
A page number? Okay.
He already
I told you
explained
where
all
Newton,
that.
I already told you where Newton said it. It's theorem 43. It's proposition 43, theorem 22 of his Principia. We're talking about this paper specifically. It is explaining the dynamics the entire paper. So go to around page 200 to start reading more specifics about the dynamic equivalent. The other paper's only a couple pages long. You guys should read the paper because I've sent it to PhD astronomers. They have responded and conceded that they cannot rebut it. Yeah. Just like Professor Parks, a PhD astronomer, sent it to many of his colleagues as well.
Which PhD astronomers? Have you got any names of anybody?
Professor Parks. He runs an observatory. He's a professor of astronomy.
Yeah, what was his take on that paper? Did he have any excerpts of his own to add to it? Or was he just like, nope, it's legit?
He conceded. He had one critique, which is funny. He actually didn't respond. So he said, send me the paper and I'll get back to you. And because he thought for sure there's no way there had to be something wrong with it. When I had my conversation with him, which is on YouTube, he said, like, from my understanding, there's something wrong with there are mistakes with relational mechanics. And I'm like, what are they? Yeah, he didn't know. And then he called it something else. So he didn't even know it was called relational mechanics. He was just saying, I don't want to say he was lying or anything like that, but he was suggesting that he knew it was wrong, but then didn't know what it was called. Anyway, I sent him the paper like I told him I would. He told me to respond. He didn't. But I just so happened to impromptu jump on another stream that he was on. And so it came up and he left as soon as I came there. But he did say that he had like he wanted to understand how everything would be moving, which the paper explains. So, but first he was saying retrograde or parallax, but he conceded that all of those things, there's a dynamic equivalent. So as to a very specific conversation with him, I haven't had it yet. He said he was going to respond, but he didn't. So he sent it to some of his colleagues. If he had he said he was going to let me know what was wrong with it. Then he conceded. He admitted this live on YouTube. I have to admit, it does explain and describe a dynamic equivalence. I was wrong.
There is a dynamical equivalence between the Tycho Brahe model and the geocentric one, but that in itself does not move the barycenter. I'm sorry.
Move the barycenter. Okay, so I'm about to render this video. It shows. I don't know why you keep saying move the barycenter.
I know you don't.
Using the center of mass arbitrarily. Okay, so you're placing the center of mass on the Earth in the geocentric model. Okay, the actual question is, can it explain retrograde, aberration, parallax, the orbital mechanics? And the answer is yes, it can adequately explain it dynamically and kinematically. It's even worse for you guys, though, because once we establish the dynamic and kinematic equivalence of the two models, the geocentric model is significantly more viable because it doesn't have a dark matter or dark energy problem, which means it's 96% more viable.
Which part? Hang on a second. Which part of the kinematic model does it not is made redundant?
It's the dynamic part that wouldn't require those two things.
If they're kinematically equivalent, then why can you suddenly dismiss the shortfall which the current model requires to be dark matter?
Okay, So let's start with dark energy. If there's a heliocentric model, then the universe has to be expanding. Okay, so we have the cosmological constant based on the Hubble constant. The Hubble constant is the rate at which the universe supposedly accelerates and expands. Then you have the cosmological constant, which is the energy required for said expansion. We now refer to that as dark energy. Well, on a geocentric model, the universe is not accelerating and expanding in all directions. Thus, you don't need the energy to make it accelerate and expand. So you don't even have the need for dark energy. You with me so far?
Why?
There's the mic drop anyway. It doesn't. It's over. It's over. Geocentrism is more viable.
Why wouldn't you say the universe is expanding in the geocentric model?
It doesn't need to expand. The reason that we claim that it's expanding is to explain how it looks like we're in the center even though we're not. That's why we claim that it's expanding. We
okay.
Yeah, because it's like we looked out at distant galaxies and they were moving in relation to the Earth. And they're like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. Why would the distant galaxies care about the Earth at all? Why would they be moving in relation to the Earth? In fact, they complete a circuit once a year. So it's even worse than just what they look like. But anyway, so they saw redshift and they were expecting to see redshift and blue shift scattered everywhere because everything should be moving with no regard to the Earth. But they didn't see that. So they interpreted the redshift to mean that everything was moving away from them in all directions at every point in the universe, meaning there is no center, and it's like blowing up a balloon. And if you're a little ant on a balloon, every ant is going to think they're in the center of the balloon because that balloon's expanding away from them in all directions. So they can't tell that they're not in the center. It looks like they are.
Okay. In that model, would stars actually be objects moving away from Earth at the center, though? Like, not that the universe is expanding, but the objects are actually going further away?
Well, they claim that the objects aren't the ones expanding away because that would defy the speed of light. So they claim that space itself is expanding, not the stuff in the space.
But if like redshift is legit, then are we seeing just exactly what it sounds like, that something is actually moving away from Earth?
No.
When you see redshift?
No. There's many different things that can cause redshift. Even just plasma can cause redshift. Attenuation of light can cause redshift. But the way we know it's not.
Did Fundy say that? Is that fundamental?
Yeah, man.
Hey, Fundy, Wheeler's done a few videos on this topic, right? Like, it's all explainable within magnetism, the red and blue shift.
Sure. Yeah. I kind of already knew.
Just a phase disparity between the north and south, but yeah.
Is that electromagnetic retardation? Something like that?
Yeah. Definitely what that is.
So the reason we know it's not just that the universe is expanding is because there isn't an even distribution of redshift. So if everything is expanding away from every point, it should be evenly distributed redshift all around us. It should progressively change the further out things are. But that's not what we see. We see tons of anomalies, uneven distribution, right? And then it gets even further into when you look at the cosmic microwave background, which is supposedly from the Big Bang of this expansion. There should be it should be isotropic and homogeneous, but they actually saw it was anisotropic, and the sections that were anisotropic actually intersect directly on the Earth, which makes literally no sense at all with an accelerative expansion.
So I think you answered the question about why dark energy would be unnecessary.
Yep. Yeah, and then dark matter also. Then you have to look into, well, why do they claim there's dark matter? It's stuff like the galaxies should be leaving the clusters because they don't have enough mass to keep them there. The galaxy rotational speeds are too fast. None of this is a problem with the entire cosmos moving around the Earth. You don't have a need for tons of material keeping the galaxies together. There's an angular momentum as it moves around.
I'm not convinced. I know the conversation about the kinematical equivalence. I'm not entirely convinced that by shifting the center of the universe from where it is, which is not the sun, to where the Earth is, resolves all these pan galactical kinematic equivalents, which they do have now.
Okay, so I was looking for more videos, but I'm just so tired of hearing it. I'm just going to show you what I have so far.
Yeah.
So this shows a lot of the equivalents. I'm exporting it now. And please, everyone save the "it has the Earth as a sphere" nonsense.
You just tempt us by that.
Just bad faith if you respond with that.
Yeah. That's part 2. We're still dealing with part 1.
All right. There it is.
Did I drop her out, or is everybody silent?
We were
watching the video. I showed them the kinematic. It's 2 minutes long. Watch it all before you guys comment, please.
I'm playing it on the live stream right now too.
Nice. I have more stuff, but I just have to find everything.
It's kind of annoying when you got people that aren't involved in the conversation, just in text chat, fucking, I don't know, man. Like, yeah.
There's also the link for the Tychosium 3D model thing, which someone built and coded up, which you can just like manipulate and record. I used it to make some GIFs and stuff. It's really useful.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So at some point in time, Mars is actually between the sun and the Earth.
What?
Oh boy.
The
Let
last
the dogs out.
Typically doesn't show that. So why
the last frame. The last frame shows
Then it gets
Earth,
here.
the Earth, Mars, and then Mercury a little bit adjacent to it, and then the sun. What do you mean?
No.
No, the last frame doesn't? Should I take a screenshot?
Where does Mars show? Where does it show Mars in between the Earth and the Sun?
Screenshot it, then I can put it in the text chat.
It specifically doesn't show that. I mean, like everyone can see that Mars is the really big circle right there.
I got okay. Mistake. It looked like Mars. It was Venus. Sorry.
It's Venus,
Yeah,
even
it's
though
Venus.
it is larger size
He
wise.
misdiagnosed Mars last time. I think he's talking about Venus.
I know he did that last time too. That's why.
Yeah, you're right. I did because I started watching the things orbiting around the sun, and it's
Wow, at least he
I'm not
agreed
used to
that he
that.
did it.
In my understanding of the paradigm, I don't used to seeing these things orbiting around the sun, so I got confused. Sorry.
But you guys remember that Venus is the same size as Earth in your model, right?
Well, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I can understand how it might look like Mars, but it's the same size.
Well,
as
Mars
Earth,
is pretty.
and
This
it's
kind of
right there.
scale, Mars would be very close to the size of the Earth.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
Anyway,
Mars and
it's
Mars
really a
and
simple
Mars and Earth
concept.
are very close.
You have the two internal paths of the internal planets between you and the sun, and then you have the Mars being outside of that. Just like I was describing to you guys earlier. I mean, I even have videos showing explaining the actual dynamics of it as well, with the fixed Earth, the angular momentum, the centrifugal forces. I have to find it.
Yeah, it does have one issue. The Tychonian discussion does have one issue: is that the center of gravity of the entire universe is not fixed on the Earth, is it?
Yeah, you can put the center of mass on the Earth. That's why I sent you the PDFs showing you all the math of the dynamics.
Well,
read that.
Well, I've been reading through it, but clearly, are you saying that there's something in the distant cosmos which balances the fact that all the major planets can be one side of the Earth at once, and on another side they could be distributed either side of it?
What?
Irrespective of these two models, the outer planets can be distributed to be half of them one side of us, the other side, the distant side of the sun, or on our side. In other words, they can go round us to round the back of us or around the back of the sun. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can have the center of gravity of all of those bodies in one position at one time and in a different position in another with respect to the Earth.
Okay. It's that if the center of mass of the universe is on the Earth, then that's going to cause everything to move around it. But on the more local system, these planets are going to move around the sun with a bigger mass. But since the center of mass is on the Earth, it causes that entire system with the angular momentum of all the mass in the universe to move around the Earth.
Yeah, I didn't address what I just asked, though.
It did because you... okay.
Okay, so your claim is that all of the mass of the universe is centered on the Earth.
Hey, can you admit
it would have to be
to the Earth, but the planets that are right next to the Earth have none of that mass affecting them?
I already explained that, but before you move to that, Bob, you're the reason I had to go through and get it all. You asked for this. Can you admit that this does show the internal movement of the planets and that you were wrong?
That shows that as long as the planets are revolving around the sun, you can make the sun revolve around the Earth.
And it would explain the orbital mechanics and position.
But the other around the sun. So you're looking at the solar system revolving around the sun from the standpoint of the Earth.
Can you please concede that when you said that you can't explain the observations of the planets, you were wrong?
Bob, that happens all over space, dude.
Yeah, I know. The only thing that you have demonstrated with this is if you use the solar system revolving around the sun and only look at it from the Earth, you can see this, but all the planets are still going around the sun.
Can you please just concede that when you said you can explain the observations of the movement of the planets with the geocentric position, that you were incorrect?
You cannot explain the position of the position and observations of the planets unless they are orbiting around the sun. And the Earth, or then the sun and the entire solar system is orbiting around the Earth.
Now you're just shifting your claim because
the
when I
planets
told
have
you
to
that,
orbit around the sun.
I told you that an hour ago. I literally told you that in the Neo-Tychonic system, you have the sun moving around the Earth and all of the planets moving around it. And you said that that would look different. It couldn't explain the observations of the motion of the planets, including the 2 internal planets. I told you it definitely could. All the planets moving around the sun, then all that moving around the Earth would explain it. You said it wouldn't. You said it would look different. Now you're taking what I told you and saying the only way you can do it is what you told me. Yeah, I know. I told you that. Can you please concede that you were incorrect?
Yeah, the planets have got to orbit around the sun in order for them to appear correctly. And
I'm
if you
the one
look
that
at,
said
if
that.
you said that, if you said that,
Bob, you're roboting pretty bad. You didn't come in for the last 20 seconds.
Gio,
Sounds
you
like the
remember me
ether
telling you what
is
was going to
yanking his
happen?
card.
Gio, I know you remember like me telling you this was going to happen, right?
Well, I'm waiting for Bob's concession because, yeah, you provided. He's still roboting. You've provided exactly what was being discussed earlier. So, now the honesty is on him to either step up or show his lack of integrity.
I wonder what he'll choose.
Let's see how.
Don't worry, we'll have this
Eagle-
exact same conversation in 3 weeks anyways. So
Yeah.
it'll just be repeat. Once it slides over to July, we'll have this around the end of July. Same conversation.
Yep. That's why I'm glad. That's why I did make the video.
all the
So I'm like, it's better just
planets
to go
orbiting
ahead and
around
make
the
it.
sun, you can make it look this way.
Yeah, that's what you were denying just an hour ago.
You're a robot still, Bob. Bob, you're still a robot.
Does this get rid of the retrograde orbit of Mars by doing this technique?
It's literally showing you the annual retrograde right there at the end. I have to get
does it get rid of it or does it show it?
What it shows it. Why would I have to get rid of it? It's an observation we see.
Well, if you have, pardon me.
It's an observation that we see. Thus, any model would have to explain it. This explains why it looks like that.
Where does it explain it? It looks like that.
Right there at the end is showing the annual retrograde. This is like just exhausting. I don't.
We're asking for how
Was
that
it 3
mechanism
weeks ago
works.
or like a month and a half ago?
Yeah, it's not a matter of whether
same
we see
conversation
it.
took place.
No, Napalm. It's not a matter of what we're seeing and happening. I know you can transpose emotion into this different method, this different model, but what would cause a retrograde orbit?
Okay,
Yeah,
now
Zanuck,
that's a
except
different
that that's
question.
exactly what the question was.
Well, now we're talking about the dynamics, right? But they were denying the kinematic equivalence. And they said that you can't explain the 2 planets being between us and the sun on a geocentric model. They're wrong. They said you can't explain the orbital paths of the planets, period, with a geocentric model. They're wrong. They said that it would look different. They were wrong.
Obviously,
they should just say that they were wrong, but they can't do that. They have to just skate past the concession part and start talking about how or why or dynamics or anything other than just saying, okay,
pesky little
touche,
words
I was
like
wrong.
dynamics and kinematics. Yes. So you're saying it's caused by the entire universe rotating around the Earth.
You went right back to the dynamics. And
Right. Can we just have some sort of like the globe side, the solar system model, the heliocentric model? Can you guys at least come to some sort of conclusion to like step 1 concession within this topic, which would be the kinematics of a geocentric compared to a heliocentric model, and say, yes, there's an equivalence there. There's no kinematic difference between the geocentric or the heliocentric. Like that's step 1 for people to comprehend and like admit that that's the case, and then maybe it can move to dynamics. Then maybe it can move on to something else, right? But
I'd be willing to do that if you could conclusively show which set of mathematics you're using to come up with this model.
Okay, so I've actually already shown you the mathematics, and that isn't the point. Kinematics, the only math involved in kinematics is geometry. All right, you guys keep conflating kinematics and
they're forces. No, we're not. We understand kinematics.
Kinematics isn't about forces, left lane.
Well, he was asking for the mathematics. It's simply based on observation and geometry. Would you guys then concede to that?
Well,
no, it just looks like it, and that's what it is.
Left lane said kinematics is about forces. So someone, Zanuck, will you tell left lane he's wrong and that kinematics is not about?
Yeah, I will. Let me have the floor for a second. Yeah, so we know there's math involved in both kinematics and dynamics. Kinematics does not have any regard to the forces. So that's just basically what the motion looks like. That's what he's saying, and I think everyone agrees. The dynamics of it is very what? The
dynamics doesn't agree. They've been denying it for an hour.
I don't think so.
I know so. I was here.
Well, I wasn't here, so I can't.
I'm the one that had to go take the video.
All right, so Zanuck agrees.
Am I still roboting?
So we've got Zanuck. Can we get a spreadsheet and just start marking down like Zanuck agrees to postulate 1?
Am I still roboting?
No, you're not.
Okay. All right. Well, here's my decision on this. All you're doing is you're looking at the heliocentric model from the standpoint of Earth. You have no evidence to suggest that this is a geocentric model because those bodies are not orbiting Earth, they're orbiting the sun. That's my final answer.
No, it's not your final answer. You claimed that when I said that you can explain the motion of the planets that we observe from a geocentric model, you can use one of many, and I brought up the neotectonic system. And I explained that if the sun moves around the Earth, but all the planets move around the sun while it all moves around the Earth, it explains all the observations of the planets' orbits, including the 2 interior planets. You said that that wasn't true and that it would look different. Can you please concede that you were wrong?
What you are describing is not a geocentric model. You're just looking at the heliocentric model from Earth.
It literally is a geocentric.
Those bodies are not orbiting the Earth; they're orbiting the sun.
And what is it? What are they all orbiting? What are they all orbiting?
Everything's orbiting the Earth, Bob. It shows.
Well, no, they're not. They are not orbiting the Earth. All you're doing is you're taking the Earth in orbit around the sun and focusing on the Earth, but looking at the standard heliocentric model.
Let me respond. Okay. This is like saying that since moons move around Jupiter, that actually it's a Jupiter-centric model. But no, of course, in your model, the moons move around Jupiter while it all moves around the sun, and it's a heliocentric model.
Well, the entire model is heliocentric. Moons are different than planets.
Oh. So you're not addressing the point that just because the objects move around one of the planets or something else, if it's all moving around something in the center, then that's what's in the center. This is a geocentric model. I told Geo you were going to do this. He seemed to think you weren't going to do this, but I knew you were going to do this. And can you please just stop wasting our time and concede that you were wrong when you said that you can't explain the observations with the geocentric position?
It's not a geocentric model of the universe, of the solar system. It is a heliocentric model of the solar system looked at from the Earth. That's all you're doing. You're just changing the point of reference. That's all you're doing.
Correct.
That's the difference between geocentric and helio. The word geo means Earth-centered. Helio means sun-centered.
But
by the way,
that is a sun-centered model.
I did not say that he would for sure be honest and actually concede. I just said I guess we'd give him a chance. I have seen him.
That is a sun-centered model.
I have seen him at least once in the past. He admitted he lied once and conceded. That was one time. So I thought maybe he could do it. He is twisting it at this point. Yep, it's actually documented. Yep, in this text chat, you admit you lied. In this text.
What? When did I lie?
It's not.
You're awesome.
We're gonna move on to something.
Correct.
So, Bob,
this is weird, bro. They're now denying that this is showing.
Yeah, he's shown that he has a complete lack of integrity because what you described earlier, you've now shown it. He denied it, and then now you've shown it, and then I don't even know what he's saying right now, that it's not geocentric. It is
A
geocentric.
geocentric model is one in which the bodies orbit around the Earth. That is a heliocentric model that you're looking at from the Earth. There's a difference.
No, they're all moving around the Earth. So the planet's moving around the sun, and then that entire system is moving around the Earth, which means it's Earth-centered, which means it's geocentric, which is what geocentric means. This is so desperate and slimy. We all know that shows a geocentric model.
What's that thing?
That's not true. What he's saying is very clear. He's saying you're looking, that model is showing the Earth observing a heliocentric model. That's what he's saying, and I agree with him.
I'm not surprised that you agree with him. That doesn't change the fact.
I don't have a dog in the race. I just want to be able to describe things as they are. This is not hard,
dude. It's not a heliocentric system. It's exactly what Witzit described. It's geocentric. The Earth is at the center. It's exactly what he described. The sun is orbiting around the Earth. The other planets orbiting around the sun, etc. And all of that's going around the Earth. That's not heliocentric. That's geocentric because the Earth is at the center.
That's not how you define a heliocentric model. When something is all things would be revolving around, orbiting around the center point.
Stop
there
it.
wouldn't be this
Helios, the sun, Helios, the sun god is Helios.
Wait.
Worship with the sun at the center. That's all I'm pointing out.
You interrupted me to say that, really?
No,
he just said that's not how it works. That means that everything, quote unquote, everything would be moving around the sun, okay, or the Earth. For it to be geocentric, heliocentric, he said it means, quote unquote, that everything would be moving around it. Now, even in your own heliocentric paradigm, that isn't the case. You guys have moons.
But let me say one more thing about that, because that's actually an interesting point. So where do we draw that line? Well, first of all, you've already established that the interactions between these objects, the sun and the Earth and Venus and Mars, there's some kind of force that's been attracting them, causing them to go in these orbits. You've mentioned some of these forces in your descriptions, but they don't make any sense if they're revolving around the sun and the Earth is on its own, stationary, watching all this happen. So where's the forces of the Earth on these bodies if these bodies are acting on each other?
Now we're back to you diverting away to dynamics. As soon as we get to the point that you're supposed to concede that you were wrong, you all do the same thing. You then change the subject every single time. It's called being dishonest. So you just claimed that that's not what geocentrism means. It means that everything has to move around the Earth. That's incorrect. Just like when they say heliocentric model, but there are moons moving around Jupiter. What it actually means is that it's in the center, that everything is moving around it in totality. It's the center of the rotation. This shows that the Earth is in the center and everything's moving around it. The fact that there's other rotation, like the planets moving around the sun, in no way means it's not geocentric. This is really annoying.
You know, I like your mentality with it, because there's more than one model that could explain a thing. Why listen to anything these globers say until they can agree on a model, right? I agree with that. Until you guys come up with one congruent flat Earth model, I mean, why should anyone hear anything you have to say?
That's really not
I understand Witzit's point. In fact, an analogy might be in the galaxies. We see our solar system revolving around the galaxy. So this is where he's going with it. But
what's so funny is, like, what actually happened was I pointed out that we teach children as if it's a definitive scientific fact that the heliocentric model is true, and they don't actually teach that it's a philosophical bias, that there's multiple interpretations, and in fact, that understanding has had to constantly change to absorb more and more of the geocentric model's position to be able to even claim to be viable. And that was the entire point. Now you've somehow come up with a straw man that I'm saying that since there are other explanations, therefore everything that you guys say must be wrong or whatever you're talking about. No, it's that you guys were denying the kinematic equivalence. You guys can't even get to the dynamic equivalence because you were denying the kinematic. It's just really not productive. In intellectual exchange, you just concede when you are wrong about something. You don't just consistently divert away and avoid concession like the plague. That's intellectually dishonest.
What do you think you're proving by arguing for a model you don't even agree exists in reality?
Why do I have to keep repeating it? My argument is that even within your own paradigm, you cannot claim exclusivity of a heliocentric position for the 50th time. Even in your own paradigm, there's a dynamic and kinematic equivalence of a geocentric model when you guys claim that it is exclusively explained by heliocentrism. You are incorrect. That's what I'm proving, is that you guys don't understand your own model, your own belief system. You mischaracterize it as if to possess exclusivity. That's the actual argument.
I don't know why you guys don't just concede that. I mean, you could still have your cosmology, whatever you think it may be, but I don't know why, because denying this just it really would reveal like a deep lack of integrity, and it just starts to break down your entire kind of argument. Because I mean, this has been known. I mean, I've known about this for over a decade, maybe 2 decades. So I mean, this is old. This is old news. I don't know why you guys wouldn't at least just admit to this and be like, well, but I still think it's something else. But I know why it's concerning,
right?
Because if there's another, if geocentrism explains it, then all of a sudden the heliocentrism isn't very exclusive and the position's much weaker.
Right. So, but to claim that this is the only reason, I don't think science is saying that. It's saying this is the best explanation, right? Geocentrism doesn't have explanatory power. You can't, if it did, explain how retrograde orbits work. Like you can show them mathematically, and say from this vantage point we could draw the ellipses like this. But in reality, why would that happen? Why would that orbit?
I literally gave you a PDF showing all the dynamics. I literally gave
all the
you
planets
guys,
are still just orbiting the sun.
I literally gave you guys a PDF showing all the dynamics.
People don't know how to use roundabouts.
I think somebody was hot micing.
Okay.
Yeah, this shouldn't be hard to concede though. Like, we would see the same things.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah, you guys should just concede. Just show 1 ounce of like, okay, I concede on that. Especially Bob, who specifically said it's not possible and now has been specifically refuted, and he apparently just can't do it. So,
yeah, and like, again, it does have explanatory power. In fact, it has more explanatory power than the heliocentric model because it doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problem, which admittedly is not explained at all. It has you guys have literally 0 explanatory power for dark matter and dark energy, but the geocentric model doesn't have that problem. So ironically, it has much more explanatory power, even if we grant you Newtonian mechanics just to demonstrate that.
you guys should just concede, and then you could just be like, yeah, but NASA gives me pictures. At least do that. Like, give it, just say, you can still stick with some belief based on whatever.
This is very telling. It's very telling that they won't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I talk about it specifically to put this on display. Literally. Like, if you can't concede that maybe there's an electric universe or maybe it's geocentric, like, you think you're going to get somewhere talking about the Earth being flat? Of course not. So, I mean, yeah. It's just very telling. It's like, the truth is you guys need the current model to be completely accurate, or like it makes you uncomfortable.
What? No, that's what you're arguing for. Science, there is no foundation. Like, there's no solid footing, right? It's always changing because you're always getting new information. For you to claim that, it's a straw man. There's nobody who believes that the science is accurate is like, well, I believe it because it has to be.
Yeah. You need it to be a heliocentric model using gravity in a vacuum, and you can't even like fully entertain things like the electric universe or the geocentric universe, even though it's significantly more viable. Like
Well, I've
the
definitely
electric
debated
universe.
the plasma cosmology before, so to just flat out claim I've not looked into it, I mean, that's pretty ignorant with it.
I didn't say you didn't look into it. I said you can't even accept that it's equally or more viable.
It's definitely not equally as viable, but it could be viable. I'll admit
Why is
that
it not?
much.
Can you give one piece of evidence that's exclusive?
I mean, Hubble and James Webb Space Telescope prove that. I mean, not prove, but to the best of their degree, show that there's not like a bunch of plasma stopping and redshifting the light. That it's actually, galaxies forming and stuff like that. But the plasma model claims that there is no moving things in space; it's all static. Is there any evidence for that?
First of all, there's many different electric models.
Well, maybe you guys should agree on one before you try and push one forward.
Now, see, this is what's so funny, right? It's so easy to trap you guys. It's almost like
I'm still trapped with it. You got me pinned. You got me.
No, I'm about to explain how So you just double spoke because first you were saying that no, we don't think there has to be that the model has to be completely accurate or it's a certain way, and now you've reverted back to we need to agree on a very specific definitive model first, implying that you have one, which goes back to proving my point, which is what you guys are terrified of is that
It's
you're
actually tongue in cheek. It's tongue in cheek when I said get conclusive before you push one, because I think the data for the plasma model just doesn't comport with reality. So, I mean, you can get one of those models together, but it's still going to be just as explanatory as the geocentric model.
Okay, so this is the facts, right? So there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence of a geocentric and heliocentric model within your own paradigm, applying both Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics, thus logically any other, subsequent theories. I have another visualization here showing you the entire cosmos moving around the Earth and the angular momentum of all of it. So you guys can actually kind of visualize what's going on. And again, this doesn't have a dark matter and dark energy problem. So, and this is the question I never get an answer to. If there is a dynamic and equivalent, or dynamic and kinematic equivalence in validity of the geocentric and heliocentric models, but the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter and dark energy problems, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable?
I don't know why you say it doesn't have these problems. I still don't get that.
Well, there's a paper that I read a while back that talked about the entire universe revolving around the Earth, and it gets rid of all the dark matter and some of these other inconsistencies and problems that the standard model has to be filled in with dark energy and dark matter. That's what he's talking about.
How is Xana coming out ahead in all of this? This is like
that's how it works.
Wow.
So, but can it? It's a hypothetical preface question. So, as opposed to disputing what's within it, it's a hypothetical. So, do you agree that if there is a kinematic and dynamic equivalence in validity of the geocentric and heliocentric models, and the geocentric model doesn't have the dark matter, dark energy problem, that would mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable?
If that's the proposition, and it's verifiable. But what you're effectively saying is that you're moving the heliocentric model doesn't place the sun at the center of the universe. The star does.
So that was a yes. That was a long way of saying yes.
Yeah, but I'm going, yes. But I'm now going on to elaborate what I'd like to be considered is the fact that the heliocentric model does not place the sun at the center of the universe. Okay. So clearly, wherever the center of the universe is, there's a significant shift of the center of the universe from somewhere to the Earth.
Your model claims there is no center to the universe?
Pardon?
Your model claims there is no center.
Well, there's an expansion of the universe with respect to any observed place. So clearly, there is a gravitational center to the universe.
No, your model claims that there is no actual center. It's merely perception.
Right, but there's mass moving. There's a mass of the universe. There must be a gravitational center to it.
That's not what your model claims.
What does it claim about the what? So it claims there's a. So to be clear, you're asserting that it claims there is a mass to the universe, a shape to the universe, but no central gravity to the shape of the universe.
Yeah, I agree. It's very dumb, huh?
Wow, I'll go check that.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually argued for these guys that they have to have a center. I know. I've argued exactly what this guy is arguing.
I don't have to have a center. That's the whole point. But the point, there's a hypothetical shift of ultimately what we're doing then is we're saying one or two things. We're saying there is in their model a conventional center, right, of gravity at the very least. Whether it's a physical location that we can point to, we don't know. Right? Or there isn't. If there isn't one, we've suddenly contrived one making the Earth in that position, and that's a significant parametric change in the whole kinematic model of the entire universe.
Do you guys see the video I posted?
The one you showed a minute ago.
No, it's another one. I'll drop it again. This is showing the entire universe moving around. So if you could just apply logic to the visualization, you would understand that you would have immense angular momentum moving around the Earth.
Yeah, but
conveniently, the CMB shows this very thing with anisotropic axis landing on the Earth.
Of course, I mean, and that's fair enough, but it raises other issues. In the neo-Tychonic model, which takes all the kinematics, it also takes all the distances to everything and the masses into consideration. And it doesn't allude. Tycho Brahe was conflicted about the distance to the stars, wasn't he? And the size of the stars.
What that actually proves, what you just said proves that you could change the masses and the distances and still...
No, I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all.
Well, I'm making a point, which is Tycho Brahe didn't attribute the current understanding of the universe to his model. Even the distant galaxies' existence in and of themselves, much less their masses and all this stuff. The point is that you can show, just in principle, with Newtonian mechanics, the principle of the mechanics. You can show the Earth being in the center. If you fluctuated masses and sizes and distances in the medium, you could still show it. The basic understanding of the principle. I don't even believe in Newtonian mechanics. It's not really the point, though. You could actually use like a Lorentzian magnetic force.
Yeah, and you do understand that the reason they moved away from the Brahean model was the Tychotic model is because they got a much firmer grasp on the observation of stellar aberration, and that meant that they. Oh, okay. You can say no. You can say that. I can bring up the papers if you want to read them.
Please do. Yeah, because what actually happened was Tycho Brahe, or Kepler was under Tycho Brahe. Then when Tycho Brahe died, he took all of his observational data to make his model. So you claiming that they made additional observations that showed that Tycho Brahe's model wouldn't work is patently wrong. He literally built his model of orbital mechanics based strictly on the data of Tycho Brahe.
Okay, and what about and fast forward to the 18th century, James Bradley and his observations of stellar aberration.
Okay, so now we're dismissing the reason that we went with the heliocentric model being because of observation. Because we also just skipped over Copernicus, who admits
no, I haven't skipped over Copernicus.
This is pre-telescope.
I was talking about stellar aberration a minute ago.
Well, yeah, but that depiction also shows aberration. But real fast, just to address how wrong what you said is, you then fast forward to Copernicus, and this was pre-telescope, so he had the naked eye. He wasn't even making specific observations, and he himself said, it doesn't really matter if this model is true or even probable. It's just convenient to explain certain things mathematically, and it's simpler. So that's all it was.
I think that's a swathing statement to make about Copernicus.
That's what he said.
Have you got a citation for him saying that?
Yeah, it's in the heavenly body or the heavenly movement of the spheres. What's it called? The heavenly something. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you. So anyway, and this is also another thing of misinformation that's constantly said, which is that the heliocentric model is more elegant. That is actually not true. It required more ellipses. It required 48 as opposed to 40 in the geocentric model. So it's actually less elegant. It's less adaptive.
40 ellipses.
Yeah. I forgot the actual term. There's a different term.
Not ellipses, is it? Something else.
It's about ellipses, but there's a technical term. So anyway, and of course, even if it were true, which again it's not, that the heliocentric model was simpler, like that doesn't make it true. Epicycles. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, epicycles, yeah.
Yeah, it required more epicycles. Because like people are like, well, he had to add all these, we know the geocentric model is wrong. He had to add all these epicycles to make it work. The heliocentric model had to add 8 more epicycles. So that's just, again, blatant misinformation that's spread, which is weird. It's weird that it has to constantly be misrepresented. If we're so sure it's a heliocentric model, I mean, why don't we talk about how Galileo disavowed the heliocentric model on his deathbed, or how Copernicus admitted they didn't have actual evidence for it, and it doesn't even matter if it's plausible or true. Why don't we talk about how Newton himself said the Earth could be in the center on his final proposition that was removed from the publication? Why does all this get removed from history?
How about we look at the current model, which works very, very well and is based on those?
It doesn't work very well. It has a dark matter and dark energy problem that comprises over 96% of the universe.
Okay, does it work for the solar system?
We're not talking. I thought we were talking about all the evidence we have now. I thought we weren't going back to back in the day.
Yep. But right now, does our model of the solar system work very well?
Would depend. That's a subjective question. I mean, it can't even explain the motion of the planets entirely. It can't explain.
Is it predictive? Can I tell you exactly where Venus is right now? Can I give you the?
It's not predicted. It's a cycle that's been observed for thousands of years.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. You're breaking up. So I can show you many models that could, quote unquote, predict the position of the planets, because it's not a prediction. It's a cycle. We built the models based on the reoccurring cyclical nature of the stuff in the sky. And again, I just showed you a kinematic equivalence. So it doesn't have any exclusivity. And what's funny is you said, wait, well, what about the models today? Let's talk about today, as if to say we have way more evidence now. But then you immediately, the very next comment, you diverted to just talking about the solar system, because I dunked on that claim and showed that actually your current model doesn't work and it has a 96% problem.
Right. So I think the problem is that they try to claim exclusivity to the fact that we see things in the sky in a pattern that we've documented over time, right? So we have all of this data, and if it's kinematically equivalent between the geocentric and the heliocentric models, you don't have exclusivity to say, well, if I can say where Venus is right now, then that means our model's correct and yours is incorrect. No. What you don't understand is that all of those observations translate to the geocentric model.
It comes back to the point earlier on. The kinematic. Oh, Bob.
I'm just going to repeat it now. So he was like, but what about our model today? It's worse today because now we've made further observations and the current model yields a 96, 97% discrepancy.
In what? In the solar system?
The fact you guys keep responding with, let's just talk about the solar system. The fact you guys keep responding with, let's just talk about the solar system, is laughably.
That's what we're talking about.
The problem is, Witsit, is
yeah,
the
that
paper
is the subject of conversation.
Actually,
I don't think
no, it's
that
not.
is
We're
the
talking
subject of
about the
conversation in the
universe.
solar system.
No,
the
it's
problem is,
not.
Witsit,
We're
Well, the
talking about
topic
the
of
universe.
conversation was the solar
I give up.
system, and I don't think you
No,
even understand what
it's
they mean
not.
by that 96% uncertainty.
Yes, I do. There's
What's that even
96,
refer to?
96 to 97% of the entire composition of the mass and energy composition of the universe is undefined and not understood. It's called dark matter and dark energy. 83% of all matter in the universe is supposedly dark matter. You have a 97%
83 or
discrepancy of the
96?
mass. They're two different things. Listen to what I'm saying. It's just ridiculous. Everything you're saying. So
It doesn't
listen
affect the
carefully.
solar system, though.
What do you think it
Doesn't
refers
affect the
to?
solar system, though. Like, it's like so goofy what you people do. Let's exclude 99.999999999% of what we see in the sky, and then I can claim my model works.
Well, you to be fair, Witsit, you have brought up a neo-Tychonic model using a Newtonian mechanism, okay, which is only purporting to draw an analogy between the two models with respect to the solar system.
Incorrect. So actually, the way that you explain it with Newtonian mechanics requires you acknowledge stuff outside of the solar system. I've explained that 5 times.
At no point and it does say in that paper, that short paper, that you can take anybody and you can extrapolate the same analogy between them. Okay?
Not the point. You're diverting again. Every time that you guys make a claim and I refute it, you respond with a different point.
That's not a different point. That's not a different point.
This is why you people will never come on the show and show your face or something. Like, it's just
maybe that's the problem. Is I wasn't making a different point. The paper did explicitly say that kinematic equivalence it was done with Mars and with the Sun in that paper, but it could be done for any other body in the universe. That's exactly what that paper says.
That's what the paper says, and that doesn't have anything to do with what you originally said, which is that I was talking about just the solar system. That's incorrect. To actually explain Newtonian mechanics, explaining a geocentric model, you have to invoke the entire universe. Of course, geocentric means Earth-centered. It's talking about the universe, not just the solar system. You guys have to respond with, if we ignore 99.999999999% of the universe, my model works. Think about how goofy that is.
I'm trying to make a point with it. Yeah. The point is that the paper demonstrated it mathematically for the Sun, Mars, Earth system. Okay.
That's correct.
Can I finish the point? The point it made also was that the kinematic equivalence could be done for any other body in the universe. Okay.
Okay.
Repeat.
I'm not finished. Let me get to the point I'm making. Nowhere in the paper does it state that you have to dismiss the masses or the distances to the other bodies in the universe. So clearly, if you're using equivalence, kinematic equivalence in that model that takes you outside of the solar system, you've got things at great distance and great mass.
None of this is in any way a rebuttal to what I just said. I'm the one that said that you don't have to exclude.
I'm not finished. I'm still not finished.
Okay.
So the point is
later.
So the point is, you see, let me get to the point. Let me make the point. Perhaps someone else can take it and run with it. Point is if you have such things at such great distances, such great masses, and they are rotating around the Earth at 24 hours at a time, they are traveling at speeds beyond the speed of light, which is why it is not a meaningful construct equivalence. But let's just skip over that, shall we? In that sense, it breaks down in Newtonian and Einsteinian physical in the construct, which is why it's not taken seriously. In the same way that stellar aberration, when it was finally measured, proves the Earth is in some sort of motion. It might be a heliogeocentric model, not necessarily with the sun at the center, but it clearly does demonstrate that the Earth is in some sort of motion. And furthermore, the big problem with the Tychonic system, which no one has addressed, including Witsit, is that this its basic tenet is that the Earth is the center of gravity of the universe, and it can't be if the sun and the planets can be either side of the Earth at different times. That clearly demonstrates that it's not the center of the gravity of the universe. Now, you can. I agree. There is a kinematic equivalence. You can make one. That's fine. But you've got to be intellectually honest and say that you've got to extrapolate that kinematic equivalence out to the entire universe and deal with the ramifications of that properly.
He left a while ago.
The same argument could be used to make a Mars-centric solar system.
You can make anything. You could,
and that would be equally valid. That would be equally valid as a geocentric solar system, based on the way that you're looking at the heliocentric model.
Yes, because a kinematic equivalence is like saying, "Oh, I've got a reference frame. I'm looking at it from one particular reference frame." That's what kinematic equivalence is. He still didn't address the fact that the barycenter of the the Earth-Moon system is in the sun. It's actually in the body of the sun and not in the middle or near the.
Not kinematic, right? Right.
I'm prepared to go back and forth. I'm prepared to go back and forth and discuss all these things.
That's the kinetic. That's the kinetics.
Oh, kinetics. I must have misunderstood the word then. Or are you fucking wrong?
There's kinematics, which is motion, and then kinetics, which is actually the forces.
Oh, Connecticut. Thanks, man. Really appreciate this shit.
Both are dynamics.
What the fuck, dude? Go back to Connecticut.
Just to help you out.
You ain't helping shit.
Okay, what is the kinetics then? What does that mean?
The Connecticut? Who was talking about that?
You were.
No. Dog shit face. I didn't.
You kiss your mother with that mouth?
Dude.
Don't dude me.
Your face is dog shit. Dude. Your face is dog shit. I didn't mention kinetics.
Go hump a horse, pal.
You think so?
Go back to your farm and
Betsy,
sheep.
no, hey.
Yeah, no horse humping around here, Zanny.
Come on.
Uh-huh.
All this horsing around.
Okay. So the other guy doesn't understand what he's talking about? Do we understand what kinematics is yet?
Who doesn't understand?
That the model works from any frame of reference within it.
What'd you say?
Besides,
you don't have mechanics to describe the kinematic observations. Otherwise, you'd have like complete celestial mechanics. Then this is what you would have.
That's the whole point.
And you don't.
That paper that alludes to a Newtonian Machian analysis of the neo-Tychonian model is not explanatory. It's just literally drawing an equivalence in some physical mechanism.
So, he said originally, it's just to show that the math and everything works from both positions. So he didn't even get to step 2 because you guys couldn't agree on step 1. You kept refuting him all the way through instead of disagreeing.
I didn't disagree with him.
Points within the same system. It's just different points within the same system. It's not two different systems.
The Tychonic system does have a spherical Earth in the middle of a 3-dimensional realm with all the bodies going around it.
Yeah, I understand, but that wasn't what the point he was addressing. He was literally just trying to get the first point to get to the ultimate point that he was trying to make, and he couldn't even get to the ultimate point because you couldn't agree on the first point. Like,
it wasn't me who wasn't agreeing with it, because I know that there was contention between the Tychotic model and the Copernican model for quite a while until it was later. Well, one was later taken over the other. That's in the history of astronomy. That's got nothing to do with. We haven't discovered anything new.
Well, no, that wasn't the point he was making. It wasn't even the point he was making. Yeah, he's not trying to show you that. Oh, you didn't know this. It was. He's just trying to say that it. Yeah, he wasn't even getting to his. He didn't even get to his main point. That's the whole issue.
Maybe not, but we had plenty of time to do it. And the point he was trying to make is that that paper which describes a geocentric mechanism mathematically opens the door to one being more robust and coherent to the other, and that's not the case. Not in that paper. And ultimately, what's he want to demonstrate with this paper? This paper's got everything going around a spherical Earth. What material uses that if he's got a plane of Earth with everything above it in a hemisphere? That's clearly not. There's no equivalence between any of the mathematics or any of the Newtonian-Maconian analysis of this neo-Tychonian model if it's not actually demonstrating anything to do with the plane of Earth.
Well, I'm pretty
It's
sure
just
he said that the cosmos propagates around the sun, but that the Earth is the center of it all, something along those lines.
Of course,
and
but
it's fixed.
in the model in question, it's got the universe completely in every direction around the sun. So where's the universe? There's a universe that we can see beyond the sun when we look at the sun. That means there's a universe under our feet somewhere, around the other side, so to speak. You've got to address that as well. Anybody who's studied astronomy knows that there was a period of time when there was contention between the Copernican and the Tychonian, these kind of Tychonian models. There was even who was the bloke who did the model after this one with the less ellipses?
But PMAC, would you
Capellan
agree
model.
that you can't go on to that step until you start first realizing that there is no exclusivity to the observation based on the heliocentric model? Would we agree?
Right. Like, yeah, you have to address step 1 to even start to tackle step 2. And you just want to jump to step 2 and, like, I don't know, man, prematurely.
I don't think I've jumped any steps like myself personally.
No. I'm just saying, like, in order for him to make his full point, you know what I'm saying? He was trying to take you along this pathway of conceding to such so that he could address the main point, but he never made it.
That's fair enough. But I think some of the steps he took aren't in a linear progression, are they? If you're going to start talking about these kind of papers and what these papers demonstrate and what they do not, and then don't actually discuss properly what they do not definitely demonstrate, and suggest that creates a doubt mechanism that's not there, just so you can then move on to another step in another direction. That's not going to wash with a lot of people, is it? That's the problem, really.
Well, I mean, we could assume all day, but I guess we'll have to wait to see when he comes back what the main point.
I say I'll wait for his video, like everything with the audit and NASA stuff. I'll wait for the video. I'm not, let's see what he's got. It's fascinating stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it really is. Yeah, I think we're all interested. Otherwise, I don't think we'd all be here.
Yeah.
That reminds me. Good old Wheeler was supposed to have put out a video on truth. Oh, yeah, looks like he did it. Interesting. He said he was going to tackle relative truth versus ultimate truth like none other. Let's see.
Right. So I was wrong on the assertion later on that there is a generally accepted notion of a center of gravity of the universe. That doesn't make any sense. Reading a bit more about that now, that doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm not going to necessarily.
I was trying to get at is why you talk about the barycenter stuff, which would apply to something mechanic. You're talking about the kinematics of it, which is really just its observed motions.
Yes, but that paper is littered with all of the with
I'm
the
happy that
gravitational constants, and
not
those that
jumping
pertain
in.
to.
That's good. That's good
Sorry,
background.
I'm over talking someone. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sharing a video if you want to check it out. It's about truth.
We're supposed to be watching something.
Yeah, I'm sharing something.
That's cool. Just gonna. Yeah, we don't need no more conversation.
Yeah, go ahead. Carry on, man.
One people in here, so that's my only thing.
Did I hear somebody just talk about the cosmological constant?
Not that I heard.
Well, just for the record, that's right, Gleam. 1/137, the magic number. Now that their number might not mean a lot to most people, but who was it? Feynman? He said when he died, he wants to ask the devil why 1/137. He said all physicists should stay awake at night and ponder that question. Are you guys watching something?
Yeah, I'm sharing a video. He's talking
Okay,
about.
okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh no, go ahead, dude. You're good.
No, I thought I heard the cosmological constant. Maybe I was hearing things.
Yeah, fucking hell. Excuse me. I don't know what he means.
Said you know what he means?
It's all the truth and how the dielectric drives the magnetism. I don't know.
What don't you get, Left Lane?
I don't get none of it. It's just I mean, I lock in, I'll listen to this, and he ain't saying nothing.
You're breaking up a
Nothing
bit, but so what
to
he's
me.
talking about, you're breaking up a bit. So what he's talking about is he's talking about principle versus attribute. And as far as light goes, like we don't see light. Light is not perceivable with the human eye. We only see the byproduct of light being the intrinsic attribute of light, which is illumination. That's the byproduct of light, meaning light requires a medium or an object to interact with for it to have visible illumination. So, and he's getting into principle versus attribute and relative truth versus ultimate truth. And yeah, it's more of a philosophical thing, I guess.
Go puppy.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's cool. My left lane finally gets Ken Wheeler now.
Oh, this guy's a real nut job.
I didn't hear today. Where is everyone?
I guess watching this dumbass on the stream here.
Oh, wait, let me see. Who is it?
I'm not sure. Die slow. Die slow.
Yeah, I mean, how can we know where anybody is?
Well, normally
Who is
either
this
ask
guy?
him or you can see him. So
Right.
oh my god. A few seconds or so. I don't know what he means. This guy's weird. Interconnectivity issues. Structured water. How can somebody talk so much and still say nothing? You never answer any of your own questions. Guy never answers any of his questions. What interesting variables? Transception. Jesus.
Who is this guy?
I don't know. Some kind of fucking crazy person.
Who is he though? Wait, can you scroll over it again so I can see the title? All right, thank you. Thanks.
Deeper secrets of water.
Watch that shit. Oh, I didn't know that.
Click more. Can you click more? Can I see what else it is?
I didn't realize it was Jerry's telephone. Kind of weird.
What a bunch of drivel. I think some people just like to hear themselves talk. That's what it sounds like to me. It's like freestyling.
Please, like, shut everything down.
Well, that was interesting.
What's this about? Oh, okay. I see. Do any of you guys like sunflower seeds?
41 people in the panel. Just definitely watch fucking Ken Wheeler videos. Watch this bald motherfucker talk. That sounds like a good idea. That's what I'm fucking about. You know what I mean? Right? Doesn't that make sense?
I'd rather watch
41
something else.
people. No, let's just like keep watching until there's fucking 3 people here. That's what I think is the best idea. When no one was fucking even talking about the Ken Wheeler shit, so it's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting use of the stream. Yeah.
Did you say roomy? Yeah, we did. Oh.
You need like permissions to just like stop the live stream and watch videos, or just anybody can do that? That work? Nice job, guys. Love. Pretty fucked up. Half the room. That's awesome. That's sweet. Thanks, buddy. Good job. Really. Such abuse. Platform abuse. Yes. Why you get to do this, die slow? Sucks real bad.
What's up, Snacks? What's up, Snacks?
Die slow just coming up the whole fucking thing. Ken Wheeler videos.
Yeah, I don't know. We can.
We lost half
I
the
can't
room.
talk. Yeah, I can't talk at the moment, but
All
I don't
right.
know if anybody wants to start. If anybody wants to start a conversation, they can.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Are there any flat earthers in here, or is it all globers?
Yeah, we got flat earthers.
Yeah, I can't talk, but I don't
I'm
think it's a ball.
I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not.
There's people here to talk. It's
All right. So what's as a flat earther, what's the number one thing that convinces you of the shape of the Earth?
You can't
Flat is
prove
not a.
Kev.
Well, first of all, flat is not a shape claim. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Person who asked that question. That's kind of an ill-formed question. Would you agree if flat is not a shape?
Oh, I didn't say it was, did I?
Well, that depends on how you define flat. If you want to call a plane flat, then yes, a plane is a shape. Therefore, flat would be a shape.
What
I'm
shape
not
is a
actually.
plane?
Wait.
A plane. It's a plane. That's a shape.
A plane
It's
is
a
not a
2D
shape.
shape. Is a plane.
No. Do we need to go back through shapes? Is it? Can a triangle be a plane?
Sure, it could. If you lay it
Can a,
flat.
can a
Yeah.
circle be a plane?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, what is the shape of a plane?
A plane. A plane is a shape.
All right. Like I said, I can't talk, and I certainly can't talk with ignorance. So, if anybody else wants to have at it, go for it.
You're talking about an aspect of a shape, and the shapes you're speaking of prior to that, like triangles and circles being two-dimensional objects, don't exist in the third dimension. So when we're talking about three-dimensional reality, which shape do you actually choose to put on that?
Well, if we're talking about a three-dimensional reality, then we can say that the surface that we live on is a sphere or a ellipsoid, if you want to call it that way. But if you're asking me what a shape is a plane a shape? Then yes, a plane is a shape. In the mathematical sense, a plane is a shape.
Well, in a two-dimensional sense, but again, we live in a three-dimensional world. So if you're just going to primarily talk about the surface and its totality being a plane, then I guess I can jive with that. But again, like, we got to be confounded on what it is we're
Well,
talking
I
about,
asked
right?
you why you thought the shape of the Earth was a shape, and somebody's rebuttal was that flat isn't a shape. Well, a plane, which is flat, is a shape. Therefore, you think the shape of the Earth would be a flat or a plane. That's where the question came from.
Well, I'd only be repeating myself again, so I guess okay.
So, would you rather I use wording? Why do you think the Earth is flat, or why do you think the Earth is not a globe?
Yeah, I mean that's all I asked you was to just kind of rephrase your question if you choose. Just I don't know.
Oh, okay. I mean, the first question wasn't very complex, but I've rephrased the question: is why do you think the Earth is not a globe?
Well, I mean, what evidence do you have that it is a globe?
That wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked is why do you think it is not a globe?
Well, I don't assert myself on feelings, thoughts, and beliefs rather than that of facts, logic, and wisdom.
Well, you have to
So,
believe that a fact is true. So no matter what you say, you have a form of belief in it. So you have to believe that a fact is true. So what makes you believe that that fact is true?
well, for the fact of the matter, there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe. So
that's the only reason is your claim that there's no evidence, none whatsoever at all.
no, I mean, I'm sure I have other things that lead me down that logical pathway to conclude what I've concluded, but
Okay,
point of the fact,
so what to you is acceptable evidence? What could you have presented to you that you yourself would deem as evidence? And
I mean,
you can apply this to anything, like not just the shape of the Earth, like evidence of why you would think somebody is guilty of a crime. Like what is it, the standard? What do you need to know to know that something is a fact?
I mean, I guess it would have to be like objectively demonstrable and empirically verifiable.
Okay, so if somebody can present you that, does it have to be backed by anybody? Does it have to face any kind of scrutiny? Does anybody have to, show the findings of their model to a subject of people who then will either, break it down or whatnot? Like, is there any vetting process to know that something is a fact?
Yeah, I mean, it just has to fit within, Occam's razor.
What do you think Occam's razor is?
What do you think it is?
The simplest way to explain something that is factual is the way you should do it.
Sure.
So if you have a complex algorithm that tells you that something equals 18 and you can do that same equation just shorter and it gives you 18, you would apply Occam's razor, but you still have to have the foundation of truth to what you're saying to apply Occam's razor.
Well, I don't think that was a fair comparison, being that math will never explain anything. So your complex algorithm to explain 18 or whatever your scenario was just doesn't seem logical.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, there's layers to knowledge, there's layers to math, there's layers to anything.
Well, we're talking about reality, and I asked for objective, demonstrable, empirical evidence to support your assumption of a globe with a sphere.
So what you're saying that though, so you have a fair standard of evidence. So why are you denying the empirical and mounds and oodles of of evidence that support the current model that explains pretty much everything that happens in our solar system with incredible accuracy? So if that is what you're looking for, why are you discrediting the information that is empirically backed?
And what do you mean by empirically backed when pertaining to the solar system? Because that
Well,
sounds antidotal to me.
it's somebody who's researched the subject, right, and who has presented his research to a group of people who also researched the subject, right, and those people scrutinized the evidence to make sure that there weren't glaring holes in what this person was trying to achieve with his explanation or formula, and if it passes that scrutiny, then those calculations can then be applied to a model. And if that model turns out to be accurate, then you have evidence to support whatever it is that you're looking to essentially prove.
Well, it sounds like one would be basing their reality off a fallacy, being appealing to authority.
Well, they're not appealing to authority. They're making observations. They're coming to conclusions of those observations. And then people who don't have a bias, this process is not rooted with bias, scrutinize this person's calculation. They ask them the what ifs, and then they force this person to defend whatever, they're trying to prove. Right. And if it passes that scrutiny, that level of scrutiny where people try to have you explain what you're trying to accomplish in very different ways, then that would be the best kind of evidence you can then use to create a model to support whatever it is you're trying to say.
Well, I would say observations are not explanations and can be easily misconstrued subjectively.
Yeah, you have to explain your observations. Absolutely. And you explain those observations with math and physics and these sciences that we use to sort of help us, put these things on paper, because it's hard to take something that is in real life and put it on paper and explain it on paper. And everybody's got to kind of agree to the language that is being used so that we understand properly what this person is trying to say. And I think that's the step that a lot of people miss, is that the language that is often used in the papers and the scientific papers is language, meant for people who understand the language, in the sense that they are part of this world where these words are used on a daily basis.
Yeah, well, those words have to be properly defined and work within all context of the scenario.
Yeah.
And it seems like modern science today, misconstrues things with a connotative variation far from the denotative, objective, concise one that was originally laid out. So seems to be some contradictions going on within
I
current system.
don't really see contradictions. I mean, you don't really see contradictions in the major laws that sort of govern our life. Like we have a very good understanding of Newton's law of gravitation and how it affects us every day, and we use it. We have a very good understanding of Einstein's relativity, and we can apply these and say, yeah, these things are actually true. So, like, things, these are things we use every day. These are sciences that we use every day, and we've gotten very good at it. So I just don't understand why it's such a big step to, like, sort of start understanding that basis and understanding the fact that it's such a part of our reality that we have entire studies dedicated to it, to try and explain it in a way that people can understand.
Well, I'd say that, a lot of these current schools of thought that you're coming from are based on atomistic materialism and have no part within the other, option to perceive the cosmos upon being
Listen,
either.
man, can I just say something?
Wow.
Like, I get you're trying to come off as whatever, smart or whatever, but, like, man, whatever it is you're saying, you can explain it much better without using these words that make absolutely no sense.
Such as?
Like, repeat what you just said. Like, it was like a sequence of 6 words that just, like, don't belong together, and I'm not even quite sure I'm pretty sure some of those weren't even words.
Well, let me rephrase it then. So there's only ever been 2 postulations as to what the cosmos is predicated upon, that being quantum relativity, which is what you're talking on, and the other being ether field theory, which you probably know very little to nothing about. So if you're going to perceive everything one way, then you're going to, perceive the outcome in such a way, being, comparative to, like, if you were a hammer and everything was, everything would just be a nail. So
But I have a question
not
for
my
you.
problem.
Why are you so biased in your position, though? Why aren't you objectively looking at the evidence of the other position without bias and seeing the data? Like, why are you biased towards an aether rather than the universe as we can currently explain it through relativity? Like, why are you completely throwing off relativity on the basis of aether? Why is your bias towards aether? If
That same question can be asked towards you, because can you Steelman ether field theory?
Can I
Didn't
what?
think
Sorry.
so.
Can I what? Sorry.
Can you Steelman
want me
field
to? Do you
theory.
want me to explain ether field theory? No, I can't really explain ether field theory. I'm not questioning. I'm simply. This is just an analysis here. I'm just trying to have an understanding of
It doesn't strike me as you trying to have an understanding. You're just trying to claim that he's speaking words that you don't comprehend, so you're projecting onto him that they
No,
shouldn't
it's not
go
that I don't. It's not
together,
that I don't
and that,
comprehend the words.
hey,
It's that.
I'm still talking, and that you're projecting onto Dicelo that he's come at this from some solely biased perspective, that being ether field theory, and that he has no working understanding of the other postulates, one of which being relativity or quantum relativity. So do you have the ability to steel man? Do you have the ability to steel man ether field theory, or are you the one being biased? Do you have any alternate explanation other than quantum field theory that you can put forth, or relativity? So are you the one being biased, or is he?
Well, I can look at a situation objectively without bias, and I can just by having this particular ethic approach to it, you can deduce using the evidence that is available versus the evidence that is available on the other field, and objectively look at both and come up with a positive conclusion based on the evidence that you have. You don't need to be versed in every
That's not
single
what you did,
facet
though.
of
That's not
science.
what you did, though.
Right.
You literally came here. You literally said
So
Dicelo was talking nonsense.
Hold on.
That's literally what you said. You said Dicelo was talking nonsense.
Pardon
Yeah.
me?
So
No,
what you said. Hey, hold on just a second. So what you said, that's correct. You could do that. The problem is you're not doing that. You're just stating that you could do that, and then trying to just whistle past the fact that I called you on basically projecting onto Dicelo that in which is exactly what you were doing. So
well,
do you
I
have
mean,
the ability to do you have the ability to hold on? Do you have the ability to steel man ether field theory, or can you even properly steel man quantum relativity in order to have the conversation to begin with? Because you were projecting onto Dicelo that basically he was just throwing out a word salad because you couldn't comprehend the words that he was saying. So can you steel man either side?
Well, okay, to go back, it's not that I couldn't comprehend what he was saying, it's that what he was saying was uncomprehendable because the words he was using did not make sense in that sequence. So there's a big difference. Second of all, I'm not going to steel man either or. That's not my position. With my point in saying why are you looking at this particular conversation with a bias towards aether is because that is being projected on me, and rightfully so. I do have a bias towards relativity. I have a basic understanding of it, and I am positive in the educational systems that we have and all of the economies that depend on having a concrete notion of one, how our earth is shaped and how things generally are. I'm very confident in humans' intelligence at this point to positively have a bias towards a heliocentric or a spherical earth. Yes, I definitely have a bias, but I also have I mean, I also have reality on my hand. So yes, I'll have a bias naturally towards reality.
Saying that you have a bias towards reality is implying that your biased opinion on what reality is the correct one, right? So when you're saying, yeah, I have a bias towards reality, I'm pretty sure Dicelo could say the same thing. So you're not really saying anything, is what I'm saying.
Well, just the difference is that again, my bias is towards something that has an insurmountable amount of evidence behind it. So I can confidently have that bias and objectively ask people why they have a bias towards something that is known at this point to be not accurate.
I wouldn't say that that's necessarily the case, but I can't. I'm in the middle of something, so I can't really get too deep into the conversation with it. I mean, if you want to just hold that bias and say that, what I was taught in school, that I have a rudimentary understanding of or a basic understanding of is factual. And if you speak anything against that, then you're incorrect without taking any information, or at least having maybe some inquisitive nature as to what somebody else may be putting forth. If you didn't understand the words that were coming out of their mouth, then I think you probably aren't coming at the conversation in not necessarily in good faith. I don't think. Just my opinion, though. But
well, what I'd rather somebody do is speak. How could I say it authentically? Right, like not everybody needs to be a witsit, and I find sometimes people are not have a hard time explaining sometimes complex subjects and try to overcomplicate their vocabulary. And I just prefer that people, rather than using big fancy words when they don't necessarily have to, just use standard language that everybody knows. Like, it's the easiest form of communication. It's the easiest way to get through to people and to make have people sort of get what you're saying.
yeah, but sometimes the problem in that lies that, if we just use simple language that people can understand, you get people that believe that it's factual, that mass attracts mass because we're just using easy words that are easy to understand, or that particles are somehow equated to like little tennis balls bouncing off of one another. So if we just want to simplify it and dumb it down and so that the layman can get some sort of conceptual idea that's not actually have any relation to the truth, then sure.
But it's because it has such an intrinsic relation to truth that we can simplify it, and that's why we do it. Well, we don't need to get overcomplicated about basic things that happen without our will. Like, that's it's the laws of nature, the laws of gravity. These are things we have zero control over, and we have to just have a fairly basic understanding of it so that we can get by in our life. And if you enter a career where using those dynamics of our world are intrinsically important, then you're going to understand that specific science quite a bit better than maybe other people. But at
Using
the end of the day, like,
using 9.8 meters per second squared is an understanding the essence of that in which people call gravity. But maybe you could explain it. Maybe you can explain exactly what gravity is. One up Neil deGrasse Tyson or something. What is gravity?
well, gravity to me is I mean, in relativity, it's the bending of space time around it. I mean,
How can you
it's to
bend
me.
something that has no properties? Spaces are time is a convention, and space is the absence of a thing. So how can you manipulate something that's
Space
non-material?
space isn't the absence of a thing.
It's a privation. Yeah.
No, there's things in space. Things are space is not the absence of things.
Define space.
Outer space, the cosmos. Space isn't empty. But to say that is wrong. Space is definitely not empty.
That's your ultimate definement of space. Interesting. I thought you were deeper
I
than
mean,
that.
are there? I mean, planets themselves are in space. There's stars. There's asteroids. Space isn't empty. There's a lot of space. There's every element known to man in space. So to say that space is empty is categorically wrong. It's not true.
But I'm
Space
not
isn't
talking
empty.
about. Yeah, I'm not talking about the material within space. I'm talking about space itself not being a thing rather than the absence thereof. So something that has attributes but no properties or principles isn't a thing, is it? So to invoke space being a thing that can be manipulated seems a little fallacious and illogical, doesn't it?
Well, I think Einstein would disagree with you on that.
Well, I would ask him to support that a little better then. And I think this is why we've come to this conclusion that
he has through the theory of relativity that is still today proven to be incredibly accurate.
I would say it's got more holes than Swiss cheese.
Well, unfortunately, that what you're saying is not supported, but sure.
Well, I think if you spend a little bit more time on this server, you might come to find out that you aren't as correct as you once thought you were.
So which one are you talking about that's used all the time, that we use on a daily basis? So overly supportive. Are you talking about general or special relativity? Could you break down the difference between the two for me?
No, I mean, we use gravity on a daily basis. Gravity is a function of life. It's a law that we cannot escape. It's something that happens no matter what. So we deal with gravity every single day. But we've gotten pretty good at calculating it, thankfully, after all these years.
So if I said what you're calculating is actually incoherent dielectric acceleration, could you give me a better description of what you're saying gravity is, since you couldn't give me a breakdown of the difference between general and special relativity? Since we're not talking about relativity, we're just talking about Newton, mass, traffic, mass. Is that gravity you want to talk about?
Well, the calculations for gravity that we use more frequently is Newton's calculations. They're just much simpler than using relativity. They're still incredibly accurate.
Yeah, but that just uses what, little g, right? So what is 9.8 meters per second other than just a rate of acceleration? It gives me no actual explanation as to what you think gravity is or it is not. Do you think it's just a metered acceleration? Do you
Well, no,
care
it's the
not
attraction.
for the causal nature of it?
Well, it's the attraction to a large body of mass. It's the attraction to mass. Mass attracts mass. That's the function of gravity.
Yeah, this is why I said earlier, if you just dumb things down, then people say things like mass attracts mass, but can't answer the question as to the causal nature or what actually gravity is or is not.
It's the attraction of mass. It's mass that attracts mass. That's what
What
gravity is.
is the causal nature of gravity? What is nature? What is gravity in and of itself? What
Well,
causes it?
based on relativity, a big planet with a lot of mass curves space and time around it, creating gravity.
So the curving of space and time, is that what's intrinsic to mass? Because mass attracting mass is usually meaning that there's some intrinsic property within matter that causes this attractive force that's not a force but is a force, but we can call it a force, but it's not really a force, it's fictitious force.
Well, the problem is that you're conflating the fact that Newton came up with a formula and not a theory, and Einstein came up with the theory. So Newton, all Newton did was calculate the rate at things which fall. He didn't come up with a theory as to why it happened. That was explained when Einstein came up with general relativity.
Yeah, so go back to what Daiso was talking about. Do you understand that saying that space bending is quite a contradiction? Because what is space other than a lack of things? So how can you bend a privation?
Again,
space is essentially it's essentially just the void between masses, which is falsely reified by atomists and relativity adherents. But space is the attribute of a divergent centrifugal magnetic toroidal field. And space is just a shadow of privation while having the attribute itself of privation or its quality thereof. So space itself is not anything rather than the absence of a thing, that being the ether. Conventional reification by empirical beings who exist is measured by mass and magnitude. So space exists, but ultimately space has no essence or properties, just as all mass and atoms are 99.9999% empty. Space is the measured volume between masses and magnitudes whose measure is time. So space is the incorrectly reified essence of relativity, which Tesla said was doomed to oblivion, is a false belief of cosmic mechanics and its model. I quote, I hold that space cannot be curved for the simple reason that it can have no properties, end quote. Tesla.
Was Tesla a flat earther?
It's irrelevant.
Oh, okay. I was just asking. Yeah, well,
Is he here that we could ask him that question, bro?
I was just curious. Yeah, you could for sure. I mean,
yeah, he's here. We could ask him that question. You thought that was funny, huh?
Well, no, Tesla definitely knew the Earth wasn't flat.
You talked to him about it?
Well, you can see his plans and his patents for several instruments that had to factor in the fact that the Earth was a globe. So I don't need to personally talk to him to see the plans that he laid out himself. That
hey, who gives
clearly
patents?
What?
Who gives patents?
Who cares? You still see the applications.
Who grants you the
And
patent?
nonetheless,
Who
you don't
grants
even
you
need
the
to see the
patent?
patents.
Come on, who grants you the patent? Just answer it.
It depends which country you're in.
Okay, is it the government?
Well, I'm not actually 100% sure. But I would say that yes, because it's governed by the laws of that particular country and the copyright laws of that country. So yeah, I would say it's the government. It's not the government, no, it's the judicial system actually that assigns
the judicial system's not part of the government?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was one of the three branches of government. How is it not part of the government? Weird.
Well, because
this guy knows way more than
well,
us
no,
guys.
because in most countries, let's say like the United States, that has a constitution, the courts work in line with the constitution.
Hey,
and
where
not
was
the federal
Tesla
government.
from? Hey, where was Tesla from?
I can't
wasn't
remember.
China.
I can't remember.
How about where did he submit his patents?
Tesla was from Serbia. My hero.
Yeah, but those patents that guy was just mentioning, what country was he applying for
United
those in?
States. United
Oh,
States.
in the United States? Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure the judicial part of is part of the government in the United States.
Judicial systems answer to the constitution. So if anything, the government answers to the court system.
No, you're wrong. Actually, the president appoints the supreme justice in America. You don't even know your own system.
Well, first of all, it's not my own system, and yeah, you can clearly you can say that there's definitely something inherently wrong with that, and I would completely agree with you. Head of state should not be appointing head of judicial systems. I would completely agree with you.
Hey, if I wanted to get something patented as a flat earther, would I not make it applicable to the globe, seeing that even that we live on a globe, everything, you could always just treat the earth as flat and stationary whenever you're doing anything practical?
I don't think the patent office really gives a crap whether or not you think the earth is flat or round. You're just applying for a set of plans for them the concept to belong to you. They don't give a crap. If you're going to sell your concept or have somebody, engineer your concept and try to sell it and profit from it, then you're obviously going to have to proof it for anybody to buy it. And if it doesn't work, nobody's going to buy it. So if you're making something, let's say in this case, dedicated to a flat earth, and unfortunately your readings would be completely off and nobody would buy whatever it is you're trying to sell.
Can you name something that we use that would only work on a globe and not on a flat earth?
GPS systems.
GPS systems wouldn't work on a flat earth. Taking coordinates off the sky and the government basically having a coded ground positioning system wouldn't work on a flat earth.
Well, no, and it's also the fact that we've sent satellites in space and we have satellites orbiting the planet. So,
You got any proof of that?
Yeah. What are you talking to me on?
What? on a cell phone that uses
Oh,
land-based towers, bro.
so your cell phone has a GPS chip in it, and that GPS chip is hooked to a satellite. So yeah,
Where's the satellite it's hooked to? Where's the string? I don't even see anything. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, there ain't no string, dude. But your phone is connected to a satellite orbiting the Earth.
You sure about that?
Guaranteed.
And that can't happen on a flat Earth? Why couldn't we have satellites orbiting the Earth on a flat Earth?
Well, because then you would have to agree that gravity exists, because that's how satellites work.
Well, like, we can both agree there's definitely an electrical current going upwards 100 volts per meter, causing a downward bias, right?
No, we don't agree to that at all.
Really?
That's upsetting because you're not going to really advance your beliefs or your science ever if you're just going to hang on to, bendy space-time.
Well, it's not that I'm going to hang on to bendy space-time. It's that your convoluted idea of electrostatics and magnetics just doesn't work. And we already have a better explanation for it. So
Really? I've been waiting to hear that. What's your explanation on magnetism? How do you define that?
How do I define magnetism?
Yeah.
In relation
Yeah.
to what? Into relation, and how would I define magnetism as how it could happen, how you could have magnetism with gravity? I mean, it just wouldn't work.
What is magnetism?
Oh man, I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into magnetism. It's not something I'm going to do.
Yeah, I don't blame you. That's fine. Most scientists can't. In fact, I don't think any one of them have.
Because they don't have to bother with it because it's ridiculous.
So what they'll tell you at the upper echelons of science is that magnets emission and exchange of virtual photons. You know what virtual photons are?
Again, I've told you I'm not going to go into magnetism.
No, it's fine.
So you can keep
I
explaining it.
applauded you on that.
You can keep explaining it. That's fine. But I'm not going to get into it.
Yeah. That's fine. You don't have to, and I applaud you for that. I'm just walking you down, the story that's been told, right? So that's what they say magnetism is. And then when you look into what virtual photons are, they're not actually a thing. They're just an abstraction which facilitates in mathematical calculations and helps them balance out. Never been the input or output of any experiment ever done. And yeah, it's completely illogical. And that's coming from the person that Richard Feynman, who's like one of the godhead figures of quantum mechanics. So I don't know, bro. The fact that magnetism seems to be connected with everything in the universe, there's not one thing that's not magnetoreactive, whether it be paramagnetic, diamagnetic, or ferromagnetic, but yet magnetism is not really explained logically. Seems a little suspicious. So whenever you're up for the challenge, you might want to look into that a little further. Because if it's something that's intrinsically and extrinsically connected to all phenomena, it seems pretty important to know what the hell magnetism is, doesn't it?
Listen, at the core of it, the biggest issue that I have with magnetism is it doesn't explain your downward vector properly. That's on a surface level. That's all I can say about it.
Well, I could tell you to the contrary and say that it certainly does. It's no different than gravity. In fact, it's the same exact thing.
No, because we can manipulate
incoherent.
magnets. We can manipulate magnets and its directions. We can't manipulate gravity.
Sure about that?
Yes, gravity will always be towards the center of mass. Whereas with magnetism, you can reverse polarities and change the vector based on whatever
Let me ask you this then.
electromagnetism on a basic level, and that's where to me it just fails, and I don't really need to give it too much time because at the core of it, it just doesn't work.
Let me ask you this: does gravity increase or decrease towards the center of it?
It increases towards the center.
Really?
Yes, and it decreases the further you go from it, and we can calculate that, and and that's how we keep satellites in orbit.
I mean, you realize your model says different, right?
No, it doesn't.
In fact, it certainly does. Yeah, they say it increases towards a certain point until the mass is greater or above, then it inverts and towards the center. They'll literally tell you that, things would literally float if you were far enough below the surface.
You become weightless in the center. If you come to the center, then there's no mass force of gravity being exerted on you anymore, and you become weightless. So what? What's the point?
Did you hear that, Incarnation?
Yeah, but what's the point?
So, do you agree with what he said, that you were wrong?
Well, no, I'm not inherently wrong. I mean, gravity still increases the closer you get to the middle. And if you want to talk in terms of scale, I mean, how large is the center that you're referring to compared to the rest of the planet?
I mean, did you really say anything there? All you had to do is concede that you're wrong. I mean, it wasn't
Well,
a big deal.
I'm not going to concede that I'm wrong. I can concede that I didn't know it was weightless at the core of it, but I'm still not wrong in what that I said. As the closer you get to the center, the gravity will increase.
Well, if you just conceded to the weight within the center, then you would have to concede that it doesn't increase at the center; it actually decreases.
What I said is it
No, it
increases towards the
increases all the
center.
way down to the center. When you get to the very center, you become weightless.
That's even incorrect, because I already explained that when the mass is greater above than below is when it starts to decrease.
Now, wouldn't it be? I mean, you know, the gravitational force results from the uneven distribution of mass, like the big massive planet beneath your feet, not above your head, but all beneath your feet. So it's displaced beneath your feet. So in the center of that mass, the Earth, would we say that you would be weightless due to the even distribution of mass around you?
Exactly.
Oh, it's a perfect spheroid now. I thought it was elongated or elliptical.
I never said that. I never said that. I'm just trying to come up with a concept kind of thing to describe it. I don't know.
Core is perfect. The core is perfectly round.
Oh, okay. So the core is perfectly round. It's the surface that's uneven.
Yeah.
Interesting. And you think that holds weight? That all adds up to you?
Well, it's the center of mass, so yeah.
So then what would be the explanation on the magnetic shift that took
Okay,
place?
guys, so let's do it this way. What's your explanation? You explain it to me.
Well, this is the mainstream that you're choosing to go with. I mean, I thought I figured out.
Well, you tell me if you have a
crazy guy.
Well, my whole point was that gravity is a better explanation to why we have essentially a downwards vector compared to electromagnetism, which is not, because we can manipulate electromagnetism and change the vector, whereas we cannot manipulate gravity. And that was my point. And everybody else seems to agree with me. So I stand my case.
Congratulations. Consensus is on your side. And in order for your science to advance, consensus has to be wrong. So where do you stand, actually? Is the consensus correct or is it wrong?
Wait,
Because in order to advance,
what?
the consensus has to be wrong.
No, what? That doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry you can't
No,
grasp
in
that
order for
concept.
science to advance, it has to face scrutiny. And what scrutiny means is that it has to be a better explanation. And if it cannot explain everything more accurately, then it is not a better explanation.
So gravity holds an atom together?
No.
Oh, so I thought it
That
was
would
such
be
a
the
great
weak nuclear
explanation.
force. Or sorry, the strong nuclear. Yeah, they had to break it up a bit because it wasn't fitting for everything. I don't know if
together,
but this probably be a good time for his question about the what was it, the gravitational constant, universal constant, or something? Why doesn't that seem to work? What's the explanation? Matter, dark energy. How about those things?
I think you should probably ask an astrophysicist for that. He'll probably be the kind of person you should ask for questions about these complex, concepts about our universe.
I don't think a physicist could tackle that. It'd probably be more of like a theoretical physicist.
Theoretical physics is physics.
Really?
Yes. Theoretical physics is taking the data that we acquire from physics and applying it. It's physics. It's no different.
You don't think that's why they call it dark matter and dark energy and spooky action at a distance, because it's so mysterious and doesn't fit within the conventional confines of how we physics today?
Look, the easiest way I was explained dark matter, dark energy by somebody who actually knows what they're talking about is explained like this. Go get the darkest paint known to man, known to painter, the darkest paint that we can possibly produce. Okay? Paint your wall in that. That's dark matter. It's something that light doesn't reflect on. It is the easiest way to describe it. That's all I can tell you on it. I'm not going to go down into the nitty gritty of it. I am not an expert. I am not an astrophysicist. Those are subjects that are to be handled by people who have an innate understanding of those physics and how they apply in the cosmos. And I am not that person. But that explanation of take the darkest paint known to man that we can possibly produce and light a light on it and just see that there's no light that bounces off of it, that is the easiest explanation for dark matter that I was given.
I don't even think that makes logical sense.
Well, I'm not surprised that. I mean, we're going to anything that we know. There's going to be an edge, sort of, to it, and we've got an edge at the quantum scale, and then we've got an edge at the galactic scale, the very small and the very big, and the cosmological constant problem is trying to apply that at the quantum scale to that at the galactic scale, and that's the difference. That 100 to the 120 magnitude or whatever, and I'm not surprised it's there, but it'd be nice if it would fit, but for some reason it doesn't. I don't know.
And Wieslow, the reason why he said that is because we know that light travels through space and is affected by gravity. But what we can't account for is things that light doesn't go through. And with the new imaging technology that we have in the James Webb Space Telescope, we're starting to see on a surface level things that we thought didn't exist because we can now see different lengths of light and whatnot. So what's that's why he described it as the absence of light, or something that light cannot bounce off. And we are the only way we see things is by having light reflect off of it, or having light emanating from it. So if you don't see something in space, it has to be obstructed by something. And if there's, that's what they think dark matter is, or some idea of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. They say it's onwards up to like 70% of the entire universe is comprised of dark matter.
Yeah, and we can't even see that close to our universe. We can only see, within 4 to 5% of our universe. So this is why, like, it's not because we can't explain things that the universe doesn't exist, and it's not because we don't have a full understanding of these concepts as they are currently, that the deep space doesn't exist. But what we do have is a very good understanding of our local environment in cosmic matters, and that's our solar system, and to an extension, our galaxy. Beyond that, we're still learning things, but that doesn't mean that everything we've learned before that is not real, or doesn't exist.
Yeah, I just think they have a poor explanation. That's all.
I bet you any astrophysicist worth their salt would agree with you that they don't have a good explanation for it yet.
Yeah, and it's due to the fact that they're perceiving everything as particle interactions rather than actually understanding field theory, field physics, and dynamics, and understanding that what ether is and magnetism is and dielectric field and how all that works.
Well, we know it's not ether, but we're limited by our technology to a certain extent. And there's certain, wavelengths of light that we are just not able to see yet with the technology that we have. So as technology progresses, we'll continue to gather more data and be able to iron out these theories and have a better understanding of things that are very, 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 very far away from us. So yeah, it's not the end of the world if we don't have a super, like a precise at 100% idea of what's going on in deep space. It doesn't really matter all that much.
Right. Well, I mean, they say they're working towards this grand unified theory while simultaneously subdividing all the fields against natural order, which seems counterproductive to ever get to like a concise ultimate explanation on how to perceive reality. So
Well, that's
kind of where I have an issue.
Well, that's because if you're gonna have a universal, a law that dictates what your reality is, it has to face scrutiny. And if you're gonna say that this thing is absolute, then it has to face the utmost scrutiny. And in order for that to happen, for everybody to universally agree on how our universe was created, it would be, hundreds of, if not thousands of years at this point of experiments and education and research, and like these things take time, and we're limited by our technology. So the more we advance our technology and the further we can peer into our universe, then the more we can get a better understanding of it.
Right. And it seems like technology has been very hindered through the perception of current science, rather than looking and trying to understand what 0 point energy is, and how all technology currently today is supported by that very one thing, being magnetism and lasers.
So I'm
It
going
seems like
to push back hard on that, because the James Webb Space Telescope is probably one of the biggest accomplishments and biggest feats in modern, space exploration that humans have done, and that entire thing is an absolute marvel of science. So no, we're doing pretty good compared to where we started. In the 1950s, we were trying to throw rockets into space, and now we have telescopes that are into deep space. I think we've come a long way in a pretty short period of time. And what's even
But the
more
point,
what's even more impressive is the more we learn and the more we see out of our universe, the more accurate Einstein's theory of relativity proves to be true.
I think people would argue about that, but the point I was making is that if you remove the magnets and or lasers from that device or whatever's within it or built upon it, it's not going to work. And that's my whole point, is like all of our greatest technology today, it has that within it, and that's all coming from field theory understanding. So
I mean,
just saying,
sure,
there's nothing.
sure.
There's
If you want to talk about nuclear fission and particle accelerators, yeah, of course we use electromagnetics, and that's why it's so easy to sort of handwave this electromagnetic gravity thing, because we have such a good understanding of electromagnetics and how it affects particles that we can literally create miniature suns on our planet. So I don't see why we should give any weight to electromagnetism as a form of gravity. We already understand it very well.
Yeah, I've heard you say that. I know you're confounded on that. That's fine. I'm not here to change your mind about that, and I don't think I will. But point is I think there's a lot of people in the server that have a lot of valid points as to why that doesn't, hold weight, and what are the inconsistencies within that perception that mass attracts mass, and everything that you think is supporting the model. I think if you spend enough time here, I think you'd start being challenged on that quite a bit. So I might not be the guy to do that for you today here, but I've worked a long day myself. You seem like a pretty fair guy, and yeah, hopefully you stick around a while.
Yeah, it's not a bad place. It's just
Yeah,
conversation. It's just
pretty fun
conversations,
place to hang
man.
out.
And listen,
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not an expert here. I have a basic understanding of these things. Like, I am no way, shape, or form an expert, but I put value and weight in our academic system and our vetting processes for these sort of things. And I know that the people who write these theories are, for the most part, don't necessarily have a bias in any way, particular shape or form. It's just that the experts in their fields are experts in their fields, and what they say, has definite truth to it. So, I can say with my basic understanding of it and the overwhelming evidence, that my position is solid. So I seek people to try and counter that. I think that's what it is, and I've yet to find it.
Let's see if I can give it a go. Are you okay, Dice Law? Are you okay with it? Are you pretty much? Or do you have any other points you want to go through?
Yeah. No, I'm good, man. I wasn't even trying to go there. I was just trying to test the water and see what the guy's about. That's all.
So
The server was quiet, so we started talking, and one thing led to another.
Yeah, by all means, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure we can have a good conversation. Definitely. So you're looking for a challenge, you said, right? For your model, no one has challenged it yet. Did I hear correctly?
No, it's not that at all. I just said I have a basic understanding of it, and with my basic understanding of it, I've yet to find somebody who can sort of explain away the basic things that I understand and know to be true.
Okay, fair enough. You mentioned the James Webb Space Telescope, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, you said it was a remarkable piece of machine and all that, and I'll agree with you if it actually exists, but that's another story. Are you aware of the recent findings? Well, they're not that recent, but they're pretty recent about the baby galaxies. Are you aware of that finding?
I kept up with it quite a bit in the first year. In the last year, I haven't kept up as much onto it. I follow the basic things. I know that they're finding things behind galaxies that they thought didn't, or they didn't know existed, or anything like that. So I know that every time they look at things they looked in the past, they see things they didn't see before, which is great because that's why they have that telescope.
Right, but are you familiar with this particular thing that I'm talking about? Because it's a little bit more than just finding something that they didn't find before.
Well, which one is it?
The 6 galaxies that were really young, where they're supposed to be young, but they weren't as young as they thought they would be.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
You've heard about it. Okay, so what does that tell you then?
Well, it just tells me that at a first glance, because they haven't really had a chance to dig into it too much, but at a first glance, it's something that might contradict certain parts of relativity. But in the other cases where that's happened with the James Webb Space Telescope, they were able to actually confirm what they saw and explain what they saw on a deeper level, and it really didn't shatter anything. So that's it's pretty normal with the James Webb Space Telescope.
Right. You saying that, I know you don't understand the gravity of the situation. Let me see if I can explain it to you. What they found was 6 galaxies that were at a time period and a size that is impossible for the time frame that your cosmology claims. In other words, the galaxies they found at the time that they found them, because you guys claim you can see back in time, right? So get this, they looked 13.5 billion years back, or 13.3, and they found these galaxies at that particular time, and they were fully grown. Impossible in your cosmological model. Does that make it a little bit more clear?
Yeah, and I'm going to push back and say that one, nothing is impossible, and two, um, they don't necessarily have a whole lot of information on it, and they don't have a whole lot of information on its surroundings yet. So as they get a better understanding of what they're looking at, they're going to be able to get a better idea of what's going on. So to raise concern right now over this is little too much. Like, give it time. Let them look at it some more.
It's not me that's raising concern. It's all the scientists, Brian Cox, Mitch Yakaku, all of them. They all seem to think it's a big problem, big issue. And I'm just curious. Let's just say, because they did an initial test, then they did another one, a spectroscopy. Now they want to do more, of course, but let's just say they find that this is indeed true. Are you ready to accept that your model is no longer valid?
Well, first of all, you're conflating a heliocentric model, which is a view of our solar system, with the concepts of our universe that aren't fully fleshed out yet. So what you're saying is it just doesn't really work. So does the model of our solar system work accurately? Yes, absolutely. Does our understanding of deep space change as we get more information? Absolutely.
I'm not talking about our solar system. Please don't strawman me. I'm talking about the Big Bang Theory, your cosmological model, the inception, the beginning of it.
There
Do
isn't
you
one.
understand the
There isn't.
implications?
There isn't one scientist that claims to know at 100% what's going on with the Big Bang and the inner workings of our universe. They are all getting more data. And in this case, with the James Webb Space Telescope, they've got a fresh cache of data to go through and to start understanding. But what is fully understood, and we have a model for, and a model is predictions of things. And we have a concrete model of our solar system, which is what is in direct contact with us. That is what our model is. In terms of deep space and universes and stuff, I don't claim to have any model, and I don't think anybody claims to have a model. They have a basic understanding of physics that seems to apply relatively well, but there are some anomalies, is what is the proper wording.
I don't think you comprehend what I'm trying to tell you. I don't think you comprehend it at all. Let me try
You're
again.
trying to say that the six
No, my turn
galaxies.
to talk, dude. Please, you did it
No,
once, don't do it
no,
again.
because I'm not gonna let you tell me what I understand about what you're saying. So what I understand that you're saying is that those six galaxies contradict my model. What you're conflating is that I don't have a model of the universe, and I would say, argue, we do not have a model of the universe. We have an understanding of it. What we do have a model on, and we do make predictions on, is our solar system, and that is, if you're going to call me to have a model, that's what you're going to say I have a model on. Otherwise, I do not have a model about the universe.
So you don't believe in the Big Bang model then?
I'm not saying that I don't believe in it, but I'm not going to say that it's absolute, because it's not. And what created the Big Bang? Those are still inherent questions that we do not have answers to. So I'm not going to claim to it to be the be all end all of how our universe came to be. So no, I'm not going to do
You're
that.
fighting for no reason. You're just not understanding what I'm trying to tell you, bro. But it's all right. No worries. Keep your model. I thought we can have a convo, but obviously you're not. You're not
Why are
picking
you
up what
saying
I'm
that I
putting
have a
down. You're
model?
fighting.
Like, why are you saying that I have a model? Like, I'm not saying that the Big Bang is what's actually happened. Right now, it is the most plausible thing, but I'm not saying that that is inherently how our universe is. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, you're the one that brought up the James Webb Telescope. You're the one that wanted to be challenged. And I think I've challenged you, but you're not accepting it. You don't understand the implications of, if this is wrong, then everything else is not right. The whole thing falls apart. The whole cosmological model. Now you're going to tell me about the solar system. Go ahead.
No, but what I'm saying is that those six galaxies being the way they are doesn't actually change the functions of our solar system. And what I'm saying is that we
See?
don't.
You
Yeah, it
see?
doesn't. It doesn't. But what I'm saying at a more deeper level is that we don't have a complete understanding of what's going on in deep space. We have the James Webb Space Telescope in space for 2 years now. So in 20 years from now, we might have an answer for why those six galaxies are the way they are.
So are you saying the
Appeal to the
consensus is
future
wrong right now?
fallacy. Yeah. What you're doing, sir, is called appeal to the future fallacy. Who knows what we'll figure out in 20 years? I'm telling you, as things stand right now, with these findings, it's a major blow to the Big Bang model, of which the solar system model is part of that. It's part of that. Now, I don't know if you know your model or not, or you don't want to accept it or not, but hey, cool. I'm not going to push anything on you. You asked for a challenge, and I think I gave you one.
Right, and I'm just kind of pushing back on your challenge, because calling the Big Bang a model is not correct. It's not a model. We're not making completely accurate predictions with it. It is a theory. So it's not a model. We're still learning more about it. And as we learn more about it, we get a better understanding of it. So again, the Big Bang theory is the most plausible answer. If we get information that contradicts that, and that we get a better explanation for it, then we'll stop using the Big Bang and get
Well,
that better explanation.
let me ask you this real quick. What existed before the Big Bang? You think? Like, obviously, we know.
Honestly, I don't know. Could it be could it be God? Sure, maybe it could be God. Could it be something else? Yeah, sure. I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend that I know, and I'm not going to.
Honestly,
And objectively, I'm not going to discredit any possibility, given that even the brightest minds on it do not know.
Right. Honestly, I thought you were going to say nothing, and then I was going to ask you, can nothing even exist? And to which I'm asking you now.
Again, I won't pretend to know or not know. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, does it seem logical? Like, is there anywhere you can point to where there's nothing, like just emptiness, complete emptiness?
Again, we don't have an explanation for it, so I'm certainly not going to make one
So
up.
then,
I don't know.
so then how? Well, I know, but I mean, does it sound like using logic? I mean, obviously, I already said that you don't know. I don't know. Who knows? But using logic, right, and rational thinking, like how would one explain that?
So this is me using logic and rational thinking, being that we don't have a complete explanation as to what happened before the Big Bang. I will not discredit any possibility. At this point, you could say that a God made it just as much as you could say that we're in a black hole. We don't know which one has a higher probability. Probably a black hole, given our
Oh, I
understanding
get
of the
that.
universe. But I don't
Yeah,
know,
I
so
get
I'm
that.
not going to claim to know. So that's the only
I
way I can answer it. That's how you logically answer that. You don't know.
Oh, I mean, I hate for you to waste all that breath on the straw man, because I was referring to the Big Bang, rather just the concept of nothing or emptiness. You know, like how would we make rational sense of that anywhere in a small
What do you
amount?
mean? What do you mean nothing? Like, what are you implying when you say nothing?
Just devoid of all material, all anything.
Right. So are you implying that that exists?
I'm asking, like
Right.
how would
I'm
we
telling you,
conceive
I
that
don't.
that could even logically
I'm telling
exist?
you, I don't know. If you're gonna say that there is a possibility that it could be what was before the Big Bang, nothing, then okay, sure, but maybe I don't know. That's what I'm telling
Well, I
you.
mean,
I'm
you're
not
taking
pretending to
two
know. I
steps.
don't know. Can nothing exist? Sure, maybe. I don't know. Nothing can exist just as much as a God could exist to me. I don't know.
You don't you settle down, buddy. You don't need to get all worked up. All right, it's okay. I'm not going towards the Big Bang. I don't believe in a Big Bang. I think it's ludicrous, but that's my own personal thing, right? And I agree with you. We don't know, but I think just conceiving of the possibility of there being emptiness, not bringing up the Big Bang, just focusing on emptiness or nothingness existing. Like, it existing in itself makes it illogical. So I'm just saying, like, if you were to actually apply, common sense towards what you're willing to support yourself and assert yourself on, like, you might find that holding up, man, and it's just a big story.
Again, I don't really get what you're saying, man. Like, nothing is nothing. If it exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It really.
How can it exist? That's the point. I mean, that hit my ear funny as soon as he said nothing
Exactly.
exists.
Thank you.
It's an oxymoron.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly the point. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's like it's illogical to even assert, this cosmic blip or cosmic fart that's spontaneously amounted to everything existing. Like, it falls short against natural order and logic. But aside from that, some people choose one way and some choose another. So that's choice, right? But
No, again, I get what you're saying. I completely understand what you're saying. But again, we just don't have every answer. So, like we there's things we can't explain. So maybe there
well,
is a future.
let's talk about that. What should an answer be consistent of?
In what subject?
Well, I mean, just any subject for that matter. But like a valid answer as to what the nature of like the things we're talking about here upon reality and
Well, an answer
the
what
cosmos.
to a test, or we're looking for an explanation of something.
Well, you just said it yourself in the context of what you use the word within, saying, you know, we just don't have an answer. So how do we know we have an answer if we can't define an answer? So we have to define an answer to know that we got an answer to begin with. So how would you define an answer?
Well, if we're going to define an answer in a scientific setting, we would have to do it with where there is an experiment that can be repeated, and then a calculation can be made that properly explains the physics of what's going on, and then you would
Okay.
have an answer to a question you may have. So,
Well, you have an observation, you have an experiment, you have a net outcome, but we still have to contrive an answer. And in order to contrive an answer that's valid, it has to be consistent of some things. What do you think those key components are in order to have a valid, substantial answer? The
well,
net outcome
again,
of the
I
experiment.
already told you. In short, you need consistency. You need to be able to replicate your whatever it is you're trying to demonstrate, and that's you should be able to replicate it. Like, it's really that simple.
Okay, but replication isn't an answer. Like an answer is consistent of either verbally explaining or through
Yeah, but that's the problem.
some
That's what I'm trying to
mechanism
say. Like,
of.
are you answering a quiz? Like, is that an answer to a quiz that has a pre-established knowledge base already assessed to it, or are you trying to get an answer to something that you do not have an answer to? Like, what are you trying? What are
Well,
you trying to say here?
data is just data until it's interpreted, right? And through that interpretation is where we contrive an explanation or an answer as to the
Right.
the
So an
mechanism
explanation.
or the causation of something. So
Yes. So an explanation isn't an answer. It's an explanation.
well, they should be right within the same ballpark. You know, an answer, an explanation. Yeah, it should be what it is we're verbalizing. We don't communicate in numbers.
Well,
So
no,
we're
because
trying to
it
talk about the nature of
we're
reality with an
yeah.
answer.
So no, it's not an answer. It's an explanation. You're explaining what reality is. You're not answering what reality is. You're explaining what reality is. This is like a sort of a scientific line of thinking. So it's you're explaining things. You're not answering things. Answering is when you answer a question on a test. Explaining
Okay.
things is how you explain things in reality.
Well, when I asked you a question, and I mean, I wasn't necessarily giving you a test, was I? Like, we're communicating to try to see what's logically consistent with how you perceive reality versus how I perceive. So, an answer, explanation, I feel are fairly synonymous. If you say they're not, that's fine.
Well,
If you want to move
you
towards an
can't
explanation,
you
my point
can't do.
was, yeah, before we spend 20 minutes on trying to get to the point, I'm just trying to say, like, you have to have some sort of rational, logical conclusion within your explanation or answer. Like, you can't just say a bunch of gibberish and feel that's a fair explanation or anything. Like, it has to be consistent with logic and rationale, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, sure. And at what
So,
level
okay.
what level are you applying this logic to? Are you applying this logic to what's going on currently on the surface of the planet? Are you applying this logic to what's going on in the solar system? Are you applying this logic as to what's going on in the deep space? Are you applying this logic as to what's going on, with the Big Bang? Like, where exactly are you looking in, in your scope here? Because these things matter. Because when you're talking about subjects that we do not have all of the explanations for, you therefore wouldn't get an answer. But when you're talking about things we do have a very good explanation for, you can get an answer. So, like, where are you applying your logic?
It should be applied at all times, every day, as a grown man, an adult, in my opinion, right? But I think for the standard of science, it's should go likewise. But so to say the least here, when we can conceive that emptiness or nothingness is an oxymoron in reality, then to, you know, postulate a Big Bang just seems like counterproductive for humanity when we've already agreed that emptiness and nothingness falls short in reality.
Okay, so hypothetically speaking, what if we, you know, in 100 years from now, come up with a word to explain what nothing is?
That will be nice because I've been waiting for the last couple days for y'all to tell me what it is.
I mean, we've had this conversation for some
Right,
years,
but is that
but
not a possibility that, you know, maybe 100 years from now,
well,
as we get more advanced and get a better understanding of things, that maybe we'll come up with a concept of nothing and how it can exist? So
No,
can you?
definitely not.
Well,
I'm optimistic. But I'm also pretty realistic, and I think unless something drastically changes with our nature of reality, I don't think that would make any sense to say that in the future we're going to have some new found understanding as to what emptiness is, unless you're talking about counter space, but that's already been part of ether field theory. So
Can I just say real quick,
anyhow,
the reason why this is such an issue with the whole expanding into nothingness is because they were not able to anticipate the level of technological advance we were going to have when they decided to make the globe lie, and they decided to start talking about galaxies and nebulas, because they didn't know we were going to get to the point where science was going to start claiming that you could measure redshift and you could see galaxies, you could prove the universe is expanding. They didn't understand that. And this is where your model just completely falls apart and it becomes nonsensical. So no, I don't even think in 100 years they're going to come up with a definition for nothingness, because I think people before that are going to realize the jig is up.
well, unfortunately, you have, you know, absolutely nothing to support any of what you just said. So humans are so far beyond the shape of the Earth that they're now peering, you know, hundreds of millions of light years into the universe. So you're right. Nobody gives a crap about the shape of the Earth anymore. We've figured this out 2,500 years ago, and we all agreed on it over 600 years ago. We've moved on.
I've been looking for several years, sir, for
consensus, like you just
validation
said,
of this
agreement.
globe. You know, I'm looking myself, and I've not seen it. I've not seen it myself. So, if you've got something,
Well, no, he just
particularly,
said they figured it out 600 years ago. Hear what he said? Remember what I said? Remember what I said? When they decided that they were going to do this ball lie, they didn't realize that technology was going to get to the point where everybody could fucking talk to each other on their phones, that everyone was going to have a phone, that we were all going to be able to understand the ability to manipulate pictures in CGI. We can do fucking Photoshop on our phones now. Dude, the jig is up, my guy. You even used the word nothing. You said I have nothing to support. Dude, you can't even define nothing. You think that the entire world, your entire world, is expanding into nothing. You can't even explain that, dude.
I really don't need to explain it. Like I really don't need
You
to.
do if you want people to believe the same thing as you.
I don't need you to believe it. If you want me to
Here's
believe
the
whatever nonsense you're talking about, then explain it in a better fashion than what is currently explained, and maybe you'll have some weight. Otherwise, you're just talking absolute gibberish. And you just
So,
like,
all right, there's no need to get all hostile, guys. Chill out. Just gonna say this, man, because you've committed a few fallacies already, like appeal to consensus, appeal to the future, appeal to authority. You got to understand what fallacies are to really contrive an ultimate understanding that you're willing to assert yourself on and be confounded on. Because you're just regurgitating what you think you know, which is hubrism, and never really seeking the answers to the answers you think you already have, and that's not a good characteristic. So I'm just saying, like, if you're going to be an honest person, you got to be willing to realize where you went wrong or made a mistake, or something does, and double back and correct that. Like, we're not going to sit here
So
tout it over your head.
what I am is a person with integrity and a person who has an understanding of scrutiny, and that in order to have these ideas that we have in what you'll call the mainstream is because, for the most part, especially as it comes to the shape of our planet, it has faced the utmost scrutiny. And I have
we've got to prove it's a planet first, dude.
I have full confidence. I have full confidence in the billions of dollars that are spent annually.
Okay, appeal to consensus. How many
Stop.
fallacies, bro?
I am absolutely confident in the billions of dollars in the private industry that are spent on various devices that are intricately dependent upon the things and the concepts that we have already fully explained. So,
All right, bro. Do you
you
think
know
Mars
what?
is you think Mars is similar to Earth?
In what way? Is it a planet? Sure. Is it similar to Earth?
All
No,
right.
not even
All
close.
right.
There's
So
no
what
life on it.
defines
Why?
it?
What
What
kind of
does it
question
define
is
as a
that?
planet? Because I see trees, I see water, and I see people here. What about Mars is like that?
Sorry, just give me a quick second there. There's a huge lightning blast, and my kid woke up. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Yeah, dude, go feed your dog.
No,
No worries, bro.
Let's be respectful, guys. I only got a little heated earlier just because this dude was in the text chat telling me that, trying to explain nothing to me, and I'm just trying to get it to be explained scientifically to me. And I just woke up from a nap. I'm a little cranky.
Why do you need nothing explained? What's wrong with nothing?
Can you define nothing for me scientifically if you're going to claim that our entire universe is expanding into it, please?
And nothing, I mean, it doesn't require scientific. I mean, everybody knows what nothing means.
Okay, I didn't
Well,
ask you what everybody else knows. I asked you to define it if you are going to claim that the universe is expanding into nothing. That's very
I
specific.
will say I didn't do that. I didn't claim that the universe is expanding into nothing. I didn't do
Okay,
that.
so then you shouldn't even really care about the definition then, as it pertains to what I'm asking.
I was just curious, and I asked, then you answered.
Well, the thing is, I actually don't know the answer. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to get you guys to explain to me. If you guys want me to get on board with this ball, this heliocentric whatever, which I don't think you do. I think you just want to disprove flat Earth. I don't really think you care about having other people think like you. I mean, just explain your ideas to me. Shit.
I mean, that idea about the universe expanding into nothing really doesn't have anything to do with the solar system.
Actually, it has everything to do with the solar system. That's the funniest thing.
It does, bro.
This is the thing. It's like, what happens if I take a spaceship and I get to the edge of your universe? Am I just going to fall off into nothingness? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds?
You could go and see. I don't have any idea what you'd come across out there.
I actually have a feeling I don't think I can go and see. I don't think we can go very high at all. I don't think anyone's getting past the firmament.
But that's the whole point, Left Lane, is like we can conceive of, just like we can conceive of a unicorn or a leprechaun, but does it actually exist? No, like it logically falls short under small scrutiny, dude. Like it's illogical. It's an oxymoron to assert nothingness could ever exist anywhere. So that's the point we're making. Like, and then you guys want to implement that into your model to the outies to explain away what you can't explain, and it's like it's just at this point.
But defining the word nothing doesn't do anything for either side.
Well, you guys have nothing in your model, though. You have an area. You have an area that the universe is expanding into. I mean, is something there or is nothing there? The area that it's expanding into.
Yeah, and
it's a good question.
Here's another layer to it. Here's another layer. You've inadvertently just touched on in what you've been saying, Jeremy and Dysel. I think, how can nothing exist anywhere? The point is, what would be the location of the nothing? Because it would have to be somewhere for the nothing to exist, which means it wouldn't be nothing because it would be somewhere. So there's so many flaws in the whole concept of nothing that it almost doesn't even warrant talking about. And when would the nothing be as well? Yeah, good. What are you?
Yeah.
But yeah, what's the location of nothing? We're expanding into nothing. Well,
what is the location of that thing that we're expanding into if it doesn't exist? Like, you see, there is literally no logic to it at all.
Yeah, it's beyond what we know.
And that's totally fair. That's like literally the only example. Like, as long as if you want to stick to that, to the heliocentric model, and say, yeah, it explains a lot of things that make sense to me, but we don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's
beyond that.
letting them off.
Well, hold
that's
on.
letting them off the hook, bro. Because that's no different than a flat earther saying we don't know what's at the edge. You just have to accept it.
But that's the truth, isn't it? We don't know what's at the edge.
That is the truth.
Yeah, but
No,
that's only because of physical limitations due to the government. All right, you're
Yes,
not allowed to go there.
The
You're not allowed to
point is you
explore.
don't know.
Totally.
The point is we don't know. That's the truth. Surely, all that any of us should be interested in is the truth, not opinions, not here's what I think, here's what suits how I want to view the world. The truth is we don't know, and we don't know what nothing is. We don't know where it could.
The very thing holding your model in its entirety, and I'm not saying you directly, but just to the Globers out there, is nothingness, which we can already conceive is illogical and reality. And then just to throw your hands up and say, I don't know, but it's supporting our whole thing, and then point the finger and call the kettle black. I mean, come on, man.
And it's unfalsifiable. Like, no one can go to the edge of the universe. How many years would it take Left Lane to get to the edge of the universe?
It would at the speed of light, more than 13 billion years.
Yeah, at least
Negative.
we could actually.
You could never get there.
That's more. That's older than you and me. Henry.
It would not take.
Yeah,
it would not take 13 billion years. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
It would not take 13 billion years at the speed of light. At the speed of light, you would never reach it because the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light. So literally never.
Yeah, it's weird to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd never get there. You can never get there unless you could travel faster than the speed of light. But other than that, you couldn't even get there.
So if you're traveling through space that's actually expanding at an increasing rate, would that counteract that effect?
The farthest stuff we could see right now is moving away from us at faster than double the speed of light. So, or that's the ratio. It could be one. That's how fast it's getting away from us, is double the speed of light. The farthest object we can see, faster than double. So if you leave now and you're going at the speed of light, you're not going to make it. Plus, that's only increasing because every megaparsec that increases in that gets added to that space over time makes it go even faster. It's an acceleration. That's why it's an acceleration, because it's happening faster and it's getting faster. Like right now, it's going at, I don't know, arbitrarily double the speed, X. And then tomorrow it'll go X plus whatever. And then the next day it's X plus. It's going into nothing, your nothingness that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are
I'm not sure where that nothing is because it doesn't exist because there's nothing.
Yeah, it's beyond comprehension for me.
For you, but your model says it's nothing.
It's a fucking belief, dude. It's a fairy tale that you have to accept in order to willingly accept the model in its entirety. That's the problem, bro. Like you're in the realm of unicorns and leprechauns.
Yeah,
you're in the room of fairy tale.
But I differentiate that galactic shit from the solar system. I don't think it has anything to do with our solar system.
How?
Bro. It makes no sense, dude.
No,
you're denying your model outright and saying that.
So
It's like a game of Jenga,
apply
though,
this
Howard.
expansion.
If you pull one block out, the whole thing falls to pieces. Everything rests on everything in your model, as I understand it. So you pull one of those Jenga blocks out, you pull the wrong one out, everything just falls to pieces.
But see, there's still a base of what we call knowns, or we call it settled science, or to the best of our knowledge stuff that actually works within the heliocentric model. That not knowing what we're expanding into has no effect on.
Can you name one thing, one of these so-called settled sciences that works, that verifies your model, that is reproducible here on Earth?
Yeah. Yeah, we can still engineer things and build planes and rockets and do things like that, just regardless of the unknown of the edge of the universe.
How do any
Or-
of those things that you just named verify your heliocentric model?
Well, those things are engineered based on the principles of physics, just classical physics, the way we know them.
But that's me. That's like me saying I drew a unicorn and dressed up like one, applying, my understanding of physics, and therefore it is like.
I don't see that.
Well, okay, so
Well, unicorns would have to exist in order for you to make calculations based on unicorns. So we make calculations based off things that are in reality, and we apply them, fairly accurately in our solar system and fairly accurately in most of our known universe. And we still have some work to
No.
do in the deeper space parts of our universe.
all right, hold up.
No. They're
They're
mutually they're mutually the same, being that they're unfalsifiable. Just like gravity. When I ask you what gravity is, you don't have a particle associated with it that you guys quote unquote know of yet, but somehow it exists. And when we ask you what it is, there's no answer. It's the bending of some other fucking fairy tale story.
Well, no, it's the attraction of mass, which, I mean, I guess at the core of it is an accumulation of particles. So take quintuple, whatever millions of particles you need to create mass, and you'll have gravity.
I don't want to get too far away from the original question that I asked Left Lane, which was, name some things that prove the heliocentric model that we have here on Earth. He said train or planes and rockets and just engineering in general. I'm just curious how those things are exclusive to a heliocentric model. Was there an observation that we made in the solar system that led us to creating a car or an airplane? I didn't fully understand the answer. Maybe you could give it again.
No, that was just within relation. Even though there are these unknown things at the edge of the universe, life still goes on. We're still making progress down here, and as far as our heliocentric model, we apply the same Newtonian physics to predict and calculate our solar system that we use right here in everyday engineering.
The thing is, we had rockets, cars, and planes way before we went to space. That would just be my only thing. So I don't think that any of those things that you named gives any support to the heliocentric model. I think they were all created before you guys had any.
Before you had any, we had gravity, though, right? But before we had any of that, we had gravity. So everything that you just named are tools that fight gravity. So that's their sole purpose.
And okay, so Isaac Newton saw an apple fall from a tree and he came up with the idea for gravity. I'm assuming you're talking
He didn't come up with the idea. He came up with the formula that explains it. Einstein came up with the idea of gravity. Newton didn't come up with the idea of gravity. He didn't come up with a theory. He came up with a formula.
Einstein came up with Einsteinian gravity, which has to do with like space-time and relativity. Newtonian came up with Newtonian gravity. It's a little different.
Newton came up with a formula. He didn't come up with any theory. His formula, his abstract was that the apple fell. He calculated the rate at which the apple fell. He never once explained why the apple fell. Einstein explained why. That's the biggest difference.
Yeah, but we still had cars and planes and rockets before Einstein. So
and all those cars are based off the formula, not the theory, formula that Newton came up that explains the forces that we must beat in order to have any kind of movement on this planet. But Newton didn't come up with a theory. He just came up with a formula.
Okay, regardless,
Newton
dude,
knew it was retarded, dude. That's why he wrote a letter saying, "Don't describe this to me." He knew it was fucking stupid.
No, he was saying, I do not feign a hypothesis, and I'm not claiming a cause of this thing. Do not attribute the cause of this 9.8 meters per second squared to me. But,
yeah, that's
still,
the peg.
he
We all
did
agree
produce a
on
formula that you can still use today.
Yeah. We all agree there's an effect. It's the cause we're not sure of. That's the point, isn't it?
Yeah. Still not sure
I'm
of it.
curious how you guys feel about Einstein's bendy spacetime gravity model debunking Newtonian mechanics.
It doesn't debunk
I
it.
don't
It
think it
explains it.
debunked it.
Oh, okay.
It explains the cause
Oh, and
of Newton's formula. Again, Newton didn't come up with any model. He didn't come up with anything. He just explained and put a formula to the rate at which things fall. That's all he did.
yeah, I'm talking about the laws of motion. How Einstein's spacetime debunks the laws of motion.
Einstein's relativity explains why the laws of motions are.
Oh, so you don't know? Okay, when something falls, when something's accelerating downwards, is there a force there in Einsteinian mechanics?
Einstein
And
doesn't
sorry,
call
in
it a force,
space-time
but you
bending,
can call it a force.
relativity.
That argument is a little fallacious. It's Einstein is describing acceleration, and acceleration equals gravity. So if you want to call gravity a force, go ahead. If you want to call acceleration a force, go ahead. But at the end of the day, gravity is acceleration. That's what it
In
is.
physics, is there a force there when something's accelerating downwards? Due to gravity?
You can call it a force if you want. It is not I would say a
I
detailed
don't want to.
explanation of
Do
what
you
it
want
is, but
to?
it is an accurate description for what is keeping us to the ground. So yes, you can use force, and force is the proper term to use when we deal with it on an everyday basis. We don't use general relativity in engineering every day. We use Newtonian. So yes, in everyday life, you can say it's a force. If you really want to dig down into it and you really want to get a nuanced explanation of it, then no, gravity is not a force, it is acceleration.
I know it's not a force because in relativity it specifically says it's not a force, and we also can't measure a force.
But it doesn't
So there's
change the
no force
mechanics.
there.
It doesn't change the mechanics of what happens. So call it whatever you want. Call
I
it
know
a
it
farting
doesn't. It
unicorn.
doesn't change the mechanics.
Call it whatever name you want. It doesn't change what is being explained.
You got to come down a bit,
I know
buddy.
it
Calm
doesn't
down.
change it,
Let
but
him
there's no
respond.
force. Hold on, man. Yo, I know it doesn't change it, but there's no force there nonetheless. So now that we know there's no force there, right? Do we both agree on that? There's no force?
Again, I disagree because it depends which formula you're using. So if you're using Newton's formula, which most engineering does, most of what we do on the planet uses Newton's formulas, then yes, you can call it a force. But if you're using the math related to relativity, then no, you wouldn't call it a force. You would call it an acceleration. So the
Okay.
word is based off of the math that you're applying.
Okay, this isn't about that. This is about in space time and relativity. There's no force. That's your current. I'm trying to show how relativity and Newtonian mechanics, specifically Newton's second law, cannot be work in conjunction with each other, because when something's falling in relativity, there is no force, but yet we have a mass accelerating, and in Newton's second law, it specifically says that if you have if you have mass accelerating, you have a force. F equals ma, right?
But again, Newton just used a word to describe what like what's falling. He didn't come up with a cause. He's just describing. So he used the word to describe that particular phenomenon, and the word he used is force. And that word works when you're applying Newtonian mathematics. So it's not wrong. They're not contradicting each other. Just the Newton came up with a formula for gravity, and Einstein explained it. Their maths are different, but their conclusion is very, very similar.
You might be slightly confused, because I'm not talking about Newtonian's gravity. I'm talking about Newton's second law that says F equals ma, because in there it specifically denotes that you need a force if you have mass accelerating. And in Einsteinian's gravity, relativity, you don't have a force there, yet you have mass accelerating. So they don't work in conjunction with each other. It's two different, totally different things happening. You feel me?
Yeah. Just 1 second.
Like, I don't know what to tell you, bud. Einstein says no force. Newton says force. Those things, there can't be a force and not a force at the same time. Would you agree? There either is a force or there's not a force.
A force of what? By what and to what? A force is not a thing, rather just an action done.
I mean, I can't stop thinking of Dell's thing, from Beyond the Imaginary Curve. It's just like, if this thing's accelerating, as this guy says, doesn't acceleration create displacement? There's no displacement when something's falling. Buoyancy and density just stop. So, does he want to address that?
An accelerometer reads 0 when
Yeah.
something's falling.
Yep. Cash, you got something?
You just did.
Yeah, I just
The accelerometer won't read a certain amount.
I'm on cash cab. I'm on cash cab, Brian. Yeah, give me a second, dude. I'm on cash cab. Can you guys tell me what's a noun? Like,
what is a noun? That's a person, place, or
thing.
Person, place, or thing. Got you. Okay. And would you claim an event? An event? What type of speech is this? An event? Is that a verb? Is that an adjective?
The word event.
Yeah.
Use it how it's being used in the sentence.
That event was awesome.
That's a noun.
It's going to be. It's a noun, right? So an event is a noun. Okay.
That's a
Is a
noun.
noun a person, a place, or a thing? Is an event a person, a place, or a thing? It's a thing.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
So a force is an event. A force is a thing, not an action. It's not a verb. It's a thing. A force is a thing. Yes, energy is a thing.
You're talking. Okay,
define energy.
You're asking questions about parts of speech, bro. We're not like. We don't define what is a thing and what isn't a thing based on parts of speech. Like, for instance, Narnia. Narnia is a noun. Is Narnia real? Jesus, guys.
The way he's doing it, he can describe everything as a thing. Like
Disneyland. Disneyland is a noun. Mickey Mouse is a noun. These things are not like real, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but they are nouns. The point is, what type of nouns are they? One of them's a place. One of them's a person.
One of them's a proper noun.
Is a thing. In this case, an event is a thing. If we've defined an event to be a thing, then if somebody like Daiso says events are not things, they're actions, we know that's not true because an event is an action. I mean, an event is a thing. An event is a thing. So these things, these forces are things.
Yeah, an event in the terms that you're putting it has a Cartesian location, right? It's a gathering, right? Which has a physical presence. A force has no physical presence because it's not a thing. It's an action done.
It's around this forever. We can just accept it. I mean, there's no way out of it, dude. That's what a force is a thing. Things are an umbrella that encompasses also forces.
Would you agree I could describe everything as a thing? Every word I can technically describe as a thing.
No, you can't.
Running is a thing.
Yeah, running. Running is not a noun.
It's a thing. It's somebody running. It's a thing.
That's a verb.
Well, you guys are conflating like scientific definitions and just like parts of speech. If I was to tell you in the English language, I'm going to go for a run, the run would be the action. It would be the thing that I am doing, but I wouldn't be using it as a verb. You guys are. I'm actually. You're right
about that.
No, you know what?
Right. In that case, run is a noun, and running is always a verb.
Right.
But yeah, run is a noun. Run can be a noun, just like drive. Drive can be a noun or a verb.
Okay. You guys, never mind.
Force can be a noun or a verb. You can force someone to do something, or a force could cause, could have caused you and somebody to do something.
Define
The
force.
force is a noun. Forcing it to force someone is a verb. So the way we're using force, when we say that's a force, this is a force, things that are can only be can only be a noun. Can only be a person, place, or thing. You can't describe a action as a. You can't say a. You can say I'm going for a run, but that makes it a noun. Running is a verb.
Right. So that's why we just take what we're using and use the definition for it, as long as it ain't some crazy long definition. But most words are pretty short. So let's use the definition of the word in place of the word. Like, for example, like for run, like a stride, a fast-paced stride. So he went out for a fast-paced strides. He went out for fast-paced strides or something. It should make sense. So define force and then use it in context and see if the definition, the way you defined it, matches the context. Like with energy, force, mass, all that. You'll find that it makes sense in most of the English dictionary, but when you start talking mass, energy, all these reified things that you just take measurements and make them actual things that they you can't do that. You can't.
Yeah, they've never defined energy.
No,
they've never defined energy. He's just using one word to chase another word that's never been defined.
No, you can say I forced the nail out of the hole with a magnet. That's a verb. I forced the nail out of the hole with a magnet. You could say I used a magnetic force to obtain the nail from the hole. That's a noun. The magnetic force is a noun. Forcing something is a verb. Just like running is a verb, and to run, and a run is a noun. This shouldn't be like I don't know. I shouldn't spend any more time on this.
So
basically, it's pretty clear.
So I'll give it to you with the energy thing. Like that was fairly on par, but you got it backwards. I can tell you that, because you're thinking energy is the input instead of the release of the energy, and that's where you go wrong.
Right.
Energy is just something reified. Like I said, I want you to just use the definition in your sentence.
All right. What define energy, Kosho?
You already know how to define energy.
It's the ability to do work. You say I use so much ability to work out there on the job. Like, dude,
the capacity to do work is how I say it.
Okay. So
how much say the ability?
Capacity to do work is it going to take? What?
Go ahead.
The math, bro. Like capacity to work equals. How do you even define mass? So capacity to do work equals mass, so we'll say capacity to do work equals
what?
Mass times the acceleration squared. Or mass times the speed of light squared.
You could barely make sense of it even in the math.
No, you can. That's an equation. That's an equation. You can actually rewrite the momentum equation using that equation.
Fair enough. Define mass real quick, so I know how you're defining that.
The measure of an object's inertia. That's one way to define it. You could describe it as, a combination of all the energy in a material, all innate energy in a material.
So resistance to acceleration, or the measurement of the material. Which one?
Yeah, but no, I didn't say the second thing. I said a measurement. So the first one is it's resistance to acceleration. So it's measure of inertia. Another way to define it would be the measure of all of its intrinsic energy. So all the energy that makes it up.
Very good. So you define, like say with the Cavendish, gravity, or just in Newtonian, you say Gravity is mass attracting mass. So if resistance to acceleration, then resistance to acceleration attracts resistance to acceleration.
Right. So if you try to do what you just did with other things in any sort of conversation or any sort of like you can't just replace what a word is defined as for what's happening. So when you're talking about mass attracting mass, you're talking about the
What do you mean
property.
I can't?
Hold on, Brian. In mass attracting mass, in gravitational universal gravitation, the equation for that's telling you that the force that is going to be attracting these two things are going to be a measure of its mass of one object, a measure of the mass of the other object, you know, and a ratio between that and the distance between them squared. Right. That's how you would define that. You wouldn't just saying, okay, well, what's the mass? The mass is the measure of inertia. So let's say the measure of inertia times the measure of inertia. Well, actually, it makes sense then, doesn't it? The measure of its inertia times the measure of the other thing's inertia times some ratio divided by the distance between them squared.
So now it's a measure. Now it's the measure of something. So now
that's what I said.
It's a descriptor. So we've just took you off noun, and you say that I can't use that, bro. I can use that in any properly defined word. I can use the word instead of I can use the definition instead of the word, bro. You said I can't. Literally, there's only a few instances where you can't. So you're opposite. You're exactly backwards, bro. You can use the definition of a word instead of the word, and it makes sense with any word just about.
Dude, if you ask somebody what color,
it's not defined properly.
If you ask somebody what color is your face, like what's the color of your face, right? The color is a noun. Okay,
no,
the actual color, the actual color is an adjective. Color is a noun.
An adjective. If you ask
red
color,
is an adjective. Color is a noun. Red is an adjective.
Guys, what are we in 4th grade here? What are we doing?
Yeah, that's what we're going back to. Maybe somebody else, because then no one's going to listen to me. But this is common sense.
Talk about pedantic semantic shit here. Holy shit!
It's all good, guys. We're gonna be just fine.
Did this all stem off of? Did this all stem off of the question of what a force is in Newtonian physics? Like, is that where this all came from?
No, it came from the question of define nothing like an hour and a half ago.
No, this came from force.
Yeah, and relativity. You have I know. How do we go to relativity? You guys doing 4th grade language arts? In relativity, you have no force. You have a mass accelerating, no force. In Newtonian mechanics, laws of motion, the second law, if you have mass accelerating, you need a force. They can't both be happening at the same time. You got a serious issue here.
There's no serious issues.
Serious issue. Don't try to change all the mass and the energy.
Inertial forces.
They got all these pseudo forces. You guys got like a billion, infinite. Zanuck told me there's infinite amount in your guys' model.
Infinity.
So in geometry, we have something called Euclidean geometry. Then we have things that it doesn't apply to, and we call that non-Euclidean geometry. Euclidean geometry is valid. When we're not using that, we got to use non-Euclidean geometry. So we have Newtonian physics, okay? It encompasses a lot of stuff. And then we got wiser, and we learned that there's actually non-Newtonian physics. And things like inertial forces apply to non-Newtonian physics. And things like gravity and relativity are non-Newtonian physics. So just think of it like that. It doesn't make that Newtonian physics invalid. It just means there's Euclidean geometry, then there's non-Euclidean geometry. There's Newtonian physics, and there's non-Newtonian physics.
You just said that, but look, non-Euclidean geometry is a figment of imagination. You can't prove it. You can't prove anything about it.
Right. That's why I said you have to have falsifiability behind what it is you're substantiating. Otherwise, I can just draw my unicorns on paper and get it fucking peer-reviewed.
I can prove probably 500 things using Euclidean geometry. There's actually proofs in Euclidean geometry. So what you're thinking of is science. In science, you can't prove anything. In Euclidean, using Euclidean geometry, you can prove things.
Just the Pythagorean theorem has got like 60, 70, maybe more by now, real world proofs.
Exactly.
That's Euclidean. You can't prove pseudo-Ramonian. That's all in the imagination. You can't prove it in real life.
Yeah, you're fucked.
How am I fucked? You can, dude. Non-Euclidean geometry. There's millions of proofs in non-Euclidean geometry. I'm saying silly
Give
stuff
me
to you
one.
guys because you're saying silly
Give me
things
one.
to
Yeah,
me.
give one. Give Jeremy one.
You want me to give you a proof for the fact that geodesics will intersect on a curve? I mean, on a
No, even
sphere?
I got one even easier than that, man. I got one even easier than that.
What's a good one?
Can you hold a sphere? Like can you have a sphere in your hands?
Yes.
Basically, yeah.
Okay,
I
so
would
you can have
say yeah to
you can
that.
have a sphere in your hand. Great. So if you wanted to calculate things on the surface of that sphere in your hands, you would use non-Euclidean geometry. So that is a real-world application of non-Euclidean geometry. It
No, it's not.
That's
exists.
dope. That's dope.
Euclidean.
Let's say we're doing that.
I like this
Now
guy.
you're holding this sphere in your hand, and I put longitude and latitude lines on that sphere you're holding, right? Just
We're
like
not
the
talking
globe.
about Cartesian. We're talking about geometry. And in geometry, if you wanted to calculate the anything on the surface of a curved object, you would use non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, I
The
want to use
3D
it.
object is well defined in Euclidean geometry. Yes, it is. A sphere is Euclidean. I don't disagree. But the math to calculate things on the surface of that sphere is non-Euclidean. So
Okay,
there
we're
you
gonna
have
do
an
some.
application of non-Euclidean geometry on a Euclidean object. They both work.
Okay, we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna do some
That's not
non-Euclidean
ridiculous.
geometry. We're gonna do some non-Euclidean geometry real quick. We're gonna put latitude and longitude lines on the surface of your sphere. You with me?
Why are we talking? Why are we talking about Cartesians here? Why are we talking about this? We're not. This is
We're about
not.
to do some sphere. We're about to do some spherical geometry, bro. You ready to roll with this or what?
How about her, Hoss?
Okay, so we're gonna put longitude and latitude lines on the sphere you got in your hand, just like the globe, right?
Sure. Where are all those lines joining?
What do you mean, where are all they joining?
Where
This
are
is
all
my
those
scenario.
where are all those longitude lines meeting?
On the top and bottom.
On the top and the bottom. So at a center point.
2 points.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we got all these longitude and latitude lines, just like the globe. Now my question is, are the latitude lines perpendicular with the longitude lines?
Well, no, technically not, and they don't need to be because we're talking about the surface of a sphere. So they can be at a greater than 180 degrees. So no, they're technically not.
Okay. What about at the equator? Is the equator
Your longitude,
perpendicular with the?
your longitude line, your equator is just a straight line around the circumference of the planet. That's really all it
Now,
is.
is the equator perpendicular to all the longitude lines?
Well, in order for something to be perpendicular, it would have had to be set by a vertical, and a vertical is dependent on gravity. So once you establish a plumb bob, you'll establish your vertical, and you can then set a perpendicular or a horizontal from that.
Bro, you don't need a fucking. You don't need a vertical. I can do perpendicular on a piece of paper. No verticals needed.
Well, we're not talking about a piece of paper here. We're
I
talking
can do it on a wall.
the surface of a sphere. We're not talking about a piece of paper. We're talking about the surface of a continuously curved surface is what we're talking about.
So on the surface of a sphere, you have to make a vertical on it in order to know what's perpendicular.
Well, again, to be perpendicular is to be horizontal to a vertical. So if you're going to be perpendicular to a vertical, then your vertical is going to be pointing downwards towards the center, and your horizontal will be perpendicular to that.
Well,
So
there are no
that's
horizontals.
your
We're doing
problem, is that
spherical.
you're trying to
Hold on,
conflate
bro.
two different geometries here. Okay, you're trying to conflate two different geometries. You're using orientation on a curved surface, and you're conflating it with a math that doesn't really apply.
So you're saying in spherical geometry, there's no perpendiculars?
Well, you can. A perpendicular is one point. Only at one point you'll have a perpendicular. Yeah.
Perpendicular at a point? Don't you need lines? Don't you have to like extend lines out to know if they're perpendicular or not?
Lines are just nothing, really. I mean, lines aren't real. Like, what are you using lines for?
Longitude and latitude lines. We got lines.
Okay, but again, what does perpendicular longitude and latitude lines have anything to do with like the
Spherical
reality?
geometry. We're trying to do some spherical geometry here. That's my question. What does this have to do with reality exactly? But you wanted to do it, so we're doing it. I don't know, but do you not want to do it anymore? We don't have to.
Well, again, like you're talking about Cartesian coordinates. We're not talking about geometry here. Oh, why are we talking about longitude and latitude, and why do we care if they're perpendicular? Like, what does it matter in the context of a conversation about geometry?
We're talking about geometry. I'm trying to do some sphere. You said you wanted to do non-Euclidean geometry. I'm trying to do some on the surface of a sphere, and I don't know. You're having some kind of weird issue with it. It's fine. We don't have to do it.
Let me read this real quick. For 2,000 years, or if y'all want, I'll make it quick if you want. This is about non-Euclidean geometry. For 2,000 years following Euclid, mathematicians attempted to either prove the postulate as a theorem or to modify it in various ways. Okay, these attempts culminated when the Russian blah blah blah, that's his name, and the Hungarian János Bolyai independently published a description of geometry that, except for the parallel postulate, satisfied all of Euclid's postulates and common notations. It is this geometry that is called hyperbolic geometry. So in other words, with your spherical and hyperbolic geometry, except for the parallel postulate, in other words, you can use the Euclidean geometry for all the stuff you're describing, except for the parallel postulate. So it only differs when you say that up is facing in different directions. That's everything else, all which your Google Earth, all this stuff is all basically Euclidean geometry, except you're redefining up. You're redefining vertical. That's it. You're just changing the parallel postulate, which has been proven a gajillion times.
So that's like getting a Lamborghini, right? You buy a Lamborghini, you take off the Lamborghini emblem, you put a Fiat there, and it becomes a Fiat. You get it? This is their non-Euclidean. They took everything in Euclidean, they changed one thing, like Brian said, and they call we call it the triangle postulate. You guys actually think that you're going to get away with something like that in here?
Yeah, you're not. You guys aren't going to get away with
it. You've got to be kidding, man. Give us some of your non-Euclidean axioms. Go ahead. Start with axiom 1 and non-Euclidean. Go ahead.
Worse than that, prove it.
What's the first axiom? What's the first postulate or axiom or whatever?
Go ahead.
Where's the list of these rules of spherical or non-Euclidean geometry or whatever?
Yeah. Please give us some of them. Go on. We're waiting.
I already told you one of them, dude.
None of it matters.
Parallel lines will converge on, or lines that start off parallel will converge. So you can't have parallel lines in.
Even that you stole from Euclid, dude.
Surface.
Even that was stolen.
That's not stolen from Euclid, dude.
Yeah, you just changed the postulate. Was it
that's
the
not
12s?
Stolen from Euclid, Etsy. That's a different. That's an opposite. That's an opposing postulate. And it's
but you've got to use parallel lines to defy that. You've got to literally use parallel lines to disprove that, bro. So you're really not thinking, dude.
What's the first axiom or postulate or something? Where's the list? Where can I see the list? I know you told us one, but where's like the official list of these axioms and postulates and shit for your spherical or non-Euclidean geometry? Do you have it or?
Yeah, if you buy a Honda and you change the Honda emblem and you put a Ferrari there, does it make it a Ferrari?
That's a perfect example.
That's
a perfect example.
About Ferrari.
Listen, you guys, I don't have the patience, man. And if I try to explain anything to you guys, I'm gonna be accused of explaining something to 2-year-olds because that's what it feels like is happening here. Like,
okay, don't explain it.
This is like,
you call it a 2-year-old?
Okay, don't explain it. Just send us to the list. Don't explain it. Just send us the list of the postulates. We'll go over it, all the axioms and postulates, and we'll just go over it.
Dude, I just gave you one example. The whole thing with non-Euclidean geometry. The whole thing with non-Euclidean geometry is it changes a couple of the axioms. Okay, and then there's a couple different rules.
What's the other?
You're going to use the same set of rules, except for the ones that you've changed.
So you take a Volkswagen, you take off the emblem, you put a Ferrari, and you're gonna try to pass it as a Ferrari. Ain't gonna work, bro.
Hey, I see. Is a Volkswagen a Porsche or a Porsche a Volkswagen?
Negative.
Oh, really? Because they're really both the same thing. They're made by the same person. So really, at the core of it, they're the same thing, are they not? So why are you using cars? It's a horrible analogy.
No, it's perfect. Right on the spot, bro. Because you're using the whole thing except one little postulate, and you take it and you even use that one and you change it. In other words, you got nothing. Nothing. It's all Euclidean.
Here's the problem. When you try to disprove Euclidean, the only thing they could do is go long distances with observations and try like the freaking differential leveling. Oh, I forgot what they call the differential leveling over long distances. They try to use that and as spherical excess, and that disproves the rest of Euclidean, which they actually do use. So if they're throwing out the baby with the bathwater, saying that that the angles, that the non-parallel postulate. So what do you call that? The reciprocal zenith angles. Okay, so if you're going to say the reciprocal zenith angles are more than 180, you're basically using parallel lines to disprove Euclidean, which is the. I mean, it's a paradox, man.
Nobody's trying to disprove Euclidean geometry. That's the most ridiculous thing ever. Nobody's trying to disprove it. There's just limitations to it. That's all it is. There's just limitations to it in our reality. That's all it is. Nobody's denying anything about Euclidean geometry, its functions, and how great it is. Spherical geometry doesn't deny Euclidean geometry. It's just a different math to be applied in a different scenario. At the core of it, that's all it is.
Right, but
That's
Euclid
fine.
defines
That's
the
fine. But
sphere.
do you have a? That's fine. But do you have a list of the postulates and axioms for the non-Euclidean geometry, or no?
Yes, please. We'd like to see that.
That's all. That's not too much to ask. I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's very fair because then we could come up with proofs.
Ah, Jesus Christ, man!
Is everyone
I'm
okay?
doing a walk around. Scared the shit out of me.
Oh, I thought that's what somebody in the chat here was gonna say. You okay, dude?
Oh, Jeremy Gass is reasonable because if he
I'm
could
good. I'm good. I'm hot, Mike.
Okay. Yeah, nice. Just real quick, if anybody wants to have more of like a chill discussion and doesn't want to like argue about stuff, maybe just like make crack jokes, I'm down to like go into the other chat. Not that what you guys are talking about isn't interesting. I've just been arguing for like 3 days.
Okay, there's a
Bro,
guy.
Jeremy's
He's married to his. There's a guy. He's married. Do you want to do a joke, or you want to do we have this? This non-Euclidean postulates and shit, like a list of them, or where's the book, or what are we doing here? I could tell a joke if we need to.
We might
He
need
wants
it.
to
Maybe
do
lighten the
Dude,
mood.
crack
honestly,
and then
I feel.
joke.
Yeah. There you go.
Whoever wants to go to another room, feel free. There's another room
Yeah,
there.
exactly. That's why I said that.
So the
So how
Pythagorean
about
Maybe
it?
theorem
Are we
could
gonna
not
have
work
some
on the
Snacks.
surface of the
postulates? What?
Maybe
sphere.
Snacks might want to go. He was complaining earlier.
Any glober would have to agree that the Pythagorean could not work on the two-dimensional surface of a globe. So Euclidean perfectly defines spherical, how the math works on a sphere. It's just when you start changing verticals and make the surface of the sphere two-dimensional. That's not reality. The surface of a sphere is not two-dimensional in reality, but then that would mean the Pythagorean theorem is wrong. And so that means you would have plenty of tests we could do since there's so many real-life proofs of the Pythagorean theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. So let's just have one. Jeremy's asking for one. Just give us the axiom, give us the definition so we can test it.
I want the list. I want the list, bro. I want the first axiom, the second all the postulates and axioms in a row with they're numbered. They must be numbered, right?
Funny, they're exactly the same as Euclid. You, or they don't. Maybe they don't have any. I don't know. Not any of their own, that's for sure. But I think I know what axiom 1 is. I think it's tis globe. That's axiom 1 in spherical geometry. Axiom 2, if you don't understand axiom 1, well, it means tis globe. That's axiom 2.
Here's the fifth postulate. The fifth postulate is if a straight line falling on two lines makes the interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than two right angles, then the two straight lines, if produced indefinitely, meet on that side on which the sum of the angles is less than two right angles. So that's funny because the globe, when they try to prove things, they have to go these absurd distances with all this refraction, and that's another thing why we skip all over the math rhetoric and ask for real world. You know, if we can come up with a test that's not visible in just using optics, because that's the whole argument. It boils down to this postulate. You know, and
is there a diagram with that, Brian?
Yeah. I'll post it.
Post the diagram so people could see the diagram.
So are we implying that we don't compensate for the fact that we live on a continuously curved surface in everyday engineering on large scale projects? Is that completely hand waved away here in this rhetoric, or what?
That only happens in your mind.
No, it happens in real life.
Take
Look at what Brian just posted. What does that look like to you guys? Like, have a look. Just have a look at that. You tell me, what does that look like to you? To me, it looks like a triangle.
Yeah, anybody could take an elevation profile and make it flat, and then draw, like, say for LIGO, draw a freaking straight line and say, well, no, that flat elevation profile is actually curving. That's a curved level line, and then curve the other one up. Well, how come in that distance we couldn't see the curve of the flat elevation profile that you say is curving? See the fact that it's off of level, so we can see within the elevation diagram that it's moving up on either side, but the elevation just still appears flat. It's just imaginary. It's not reality. Like yes, he's saying it's all in your mind.
The fifth clearly, if you look at it and if you read what it says, it clearly explains a triangle. Now, if anybody sees anything parallel there, I don't know, man, you got issues.
Yeah, you want
And
to
if
take
you've
away a
been
dimension.
convinced of that, I don't know what to tell you.
This is what they do, SC. They take away the third dimension as far as elevation goes and make the surface of the sphere two-dimensional, but then assume it in everything they try and tell us with the reciprocal zeniths, with LIGO, elevation profiles. They assume that it is curving, but hold on, you took away that, and you've literally flattened the circle. You flattened the great circle or whatever in your imagination, and then try and prove it in reality. It's, dude, how do they not even see this? It's baffling.
Yeah, this non-Euclidean stuff is just sheer nonsense.
Shout out to Bev, like he points out that he literally said that the level line is 3 coplanar points, and then calls it curving at the same time and measurably. In other words, you can measure this drop in the horizontal, but the irony is that's how we measure elevation changes, is from the drop of the horizontal. So you can't have both, and that's why it's so funny when it finally sinks in. They're gonna do a forehead slap, like they want both.
I've been telling them for years there's no way around it. To them, they can have both a straight line and a curve at a distance, no problem whatsoever. A straight line could become a circle. That ain't no problem for them.
And do you think?
Well,
Do you
the
think when
straight
all that
line is
happens?
curved. The straight line is curved at a short distance. You just don't see it because the planet is very big. So a straight line is a straight line, whether or not it's curved or on a flat surface. It's a straight line.
Or a straight path at least. I'm making a
Yeah,
distinction.
straight.
Call it a path.
Got
Call it a
it.
path because, like I made a picture. Hopefully this explains. Because Jeremy asked
Dude,
you about the
knock it off
perpendicular.
with your path.
So Jeremy said earlier about the longitude lines versus the
The
latitude
line
lines,
is
and
the
if they're
path.
perpendicular. Yeah, I know. I don't need your assistance, yes, dude. But I appreciate it. But I made this picture for you, dude. It's a picture of showing
No,
the
you're my
Earth.
assistant.
Okay, well that's fine. I made this for you because I'm your assistant. Yeah,
I'm like
you
Mike
confused?
Epps and How High. You'll always be an assistant pimp.
That's fine. I drew a line representing the what do you call that? Just like incarnation is saying, the geodesic. That's a straight line. So we'll call the longitude line or the meridian. That's the straight line, and the latitude, not the equator, is going to be a curved line. And so I drew them over to the right of the globe. I drew a circle, the line through it. And if you were to compare those lines, I would say that that doesn't sound correct to be able to compare a curved line and a straight line and
Example,
say
right?
that they're parallel. I mean, say that they're
This is
parallel or perpendicular. Hold on, Brian, it's not yet. To say that it's parallel or perpendicular. However, if you have a curve, you can take a tangent on the curve, and that can represent many things, like a direction, for example. So at any given position, you can describe a tangent on the surface of a sphere and give that a direction. It's not a line yet, because those lines wouldn't stay on the surface of the sphere, but those do represent directions. And at any given
No, real
point on the
quick.
Earth, at any given point in the Earth, like in the picture, the directions that are perpendicular from north to south are the directions that are east to west, which represent a latitude. So it's not the lines that are perpendicular, but the direction that those lines are going at that point, those are perpendicular.
No, latitude lines don't go east and west, bro. Go to Google Earth, draw a west line or east line from anywhere, save for the poles, and you're gonna end up at the equator.
I just addressed that. I addressed it to you
That's a
8 times this
consequence.
morning.
Parallel. This is a perfect
Yeah,
example.
that's
So, are two lines parallel, or are they not? Are they parallel
Okay,
lines?
every longitude and latitude line, a straight line from that point is going to do what Jeremy just said. It's going to cross the equator. It's not going to stay in the latitude. Okay, that's fair. That same latitude line, though, every point on that latitude line, the direction that east and west are at that point, those are perpendicular to north and south. So that would represent a tangent that we're talking about at a single point, the direction that the curve is going, which is tangent to the curve, those are going to be perpendicular to the
We get it.
north to south line. Well, I don't think
So
you
no
do get it because
parallel lines.
you're about to contradict it.
No, I'm not. I'm asking a question. So we can't have parallel straight lines in reality, right?
What are you talking about?
Technically,
Parallel lines that are straight.
no, you cannot. Technically, on a sphere or a continuously curved surface, technically, no, you cannot. Can you create two parallel lines? Sure, you can. Draw two lines on a piece of paper, and you'll create yourself two parallel lines. But in the grand scheme of things, no, there are no two parallel longitude lines.
So we can't have squares in reality.
How big is your square?
Well, they
Shouldn't
build
matter,
them
right?
parallel and
Well,
construction.
it does matter. And are you laying
10,000
your
square
square
feet.
flat on the surface, or are you standing your square up? All these
How many
details matter.
10,000 square feet squares can you make on a globe?
What?
There's 200 million square miles, so just break that down.
A giant square. A giant square would actually end this whole thing if you put a square with an X on it, and on a level surface on Earth, and then you measured all the distances, all the points, even the X's, everywhere. You would know if it's planar or non-planar.
Why do you think? Why do you
On
think
your
the Muslims
quest,
make their homage every year to Mecca?
it's a cube. But yeah, Jeremy, you asked us to do that. We made that for you, and it's confirmed. So I don't know why you're saying if we did that, it would end this, because that's already been done.
It's easier than that.
We did not do that. Where did you do that?
Four GPs, dude. 4 GPs you asked for.
Oh, I don't believe in that 69 miles per degree shit, though. That was
Okay,
for somebody else. That wasn't for me.
All right. That's what
And
I
you
figured
never
that you're
did
gonna
it. What
say
do you mean we
bullshit.
did it? You didn't do anything. As
No,
my
we did do
assistant,
it.
I
We
was
did do it. You got bullshit.
your work was unsatisfactory.
Yeah.
Bacon did something. Yeah, I didn't get nothing from you.
Yeah, I'm the one
You
who
gave me
did
some
it.
half-ass cockamamie fucking list of points that were off. Some of them weren't 90. It was a mess.
Hey, I got
In
4
real world,
GPs that were equidistant from each other, but not equidistant at their. So I did equidistant to the perimeters. So the perimeter
so
was equidistant relationship.
so if 20 planes fly in a straight line, they're half mile apart, and they all just pick a point, fly in a straight line, and especially fast planes, it wouldn't take long at all. They'd all crash into each other, right? If they all picked a straight line and maintained it, they're half mile apart, so you got 10 miles between the first and the last, and they all pick a straight line to fly in, they would crash into each other. In reality, that's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. That's a silly thing that you would say.
That's what would have to happen in your
You
reality,
see
and
that
you're not.
parallel lines
They would have to be
converge on a
traveling the
sphere,
same
right?
speed. Yeah, no, the
You see
lines, the
parallel
paths,
lines.
the paths will intersect. A car traveling in
No,
a path is not at every single point on that path. So you can have cars that have paths that intersect, and the cars will never crash because they're not. It could be at the same point in time. So I don't, or planes or
if
whatever it is.
all the planes are going the same speed and they're all on these parallel lines, they're all going to crash into each other.
Well, so have planes go east, one plane go east and one plane go west on the same latitude line, and eventually, and at the same altitude, and eventually they'll crash into each other.
Bro, if you go east, you fly into the equator, bro. I don't know if you know how east and west works.
Yeah,
But
and
they would
from
crash
the
into each other on the other side of in the other hemisphere of Earth.
if you
Like
take a
wherever you
straight
set those planes, like if you set those planes off and they were like at the same elevation and whatever else the hell you said, they would both, their great circles would both be the same circle, and it would wrap around the Earth on the other hemisphere the same.
if you take a straight line from 30 north and then one from 30 south along the same meridian, and then they both went straight east, they would cross the equator, and let's say they slowed down so they didn't crash into each other, and then they would literally wind up at the other one's 30-degree counterpart. So the one south would wind up at 30 degrees north, 6,200 miles past the intersection point. So if you straighten them points out, you'd have an X over the equator, and it'd be pointing.
Yeah.
It'd be going from north to south. It would be an X over the equator. So you can't straighten your globe, your line out, because it still crosses at the equator. There's no getting around it. I don't know why you said that's a silly
No
question.
one's denying that, man. I just said exactly what you said.
Why'd you say it was a silly question if I took planes and drove them in a straight line? It's silly because you have to say they'd crash in.
No, it's silly if you think that their paths, just because their paths are going to cross. Like, I thought you were talking about putting them parallel and then having them intersect. That's not the same thing as putting them on the same line and having them go like opposite directions. They're both going to intersect. But yeah, if you start them both at like two different meridians, both pointing north at the same speed or whatever, then yeah, they'll intersect at the North Pole. If they're going the same speed, then I guess they would collide.
I wanted just to hear you say that they can't fly parallel. Period.
Can't. Here's the thing. This is the whole thing. You can start lines out. Like if you take the entire equator, you can. This is why there's Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry, because these terms in Euclidean geometry would be defining parallel lines. Because all these lines that you make perpendicular to the equator, if you're talking about Euclidean geometry, those would be parallel lines. So these lines the tangents to all of them are parallel. They start off parallel. But they are immediately, once they start moving, once they leave that equator, they're immediately no longer parallel. And
So you think the NASA? Go ahead.
No, so in non-Euclidean geometry, they'll describe straight lines like these and describe parallel lines like these, or they'll simply tell you there's no such thing as straight lines and there's no such thing as parallel lines. But in
Right.
reality,
So you think the
in
Nazca
reality,
lines,
this is because this is how they behave.
like take a 50-mile Nazca line and look at it from a high altitude aircraft where they're parallel over like 50, even let's just say 200 miles or something. I don't think they're that long, but if they have parallel lines that we're looking at from high altitude footage, you think they curved that line to make it appear parallel, like way back in whenever they did it, like BC or whatever they claim? You think they curved them lines to make them just appear parallel when they did them parallel Nazca lines in the South Americas?
Yo, that's where we go, bro. Nazca. The fucking Nazca lines. How long is their longest parallel lines, Brian?
I'm not sure, but I know they got some pretty damn big ones, man. I'm not. I have to look into
Okay,
it. But I've never.
Okay, hold on, Brian. How long would we need parallel lines to go for before there was a measurable difference between them on your globe math, Kosha? Do you know? As my assistant, I'm gonna need you to crunch these numbers for me, please. Because that's something we could do too. We go to the salt flats or something with a chalk line, right, Brian? We get a chalk line or just a super long piece of string or something, just pull that tight. Probably do both, snap a chalk line and bring one solid, giant 10-mile piece of line or whatever. Go out to the salt flats or something. Those lines converge, huh? How long would we have
That's
to go
a
for,
great
Kosha?
idea. That's a great idea. We could do like 10 lines, and we would have to see the
You
ones
get
on the edge.
5% credit for this. You get
All right, I'll take
10% credit for this.
I'll take it, man. But let's do this. Let's make like 10 parallel, like chalk lines, or even 5 of them. The ones on the outside would have to be converged a little bit more than the one in the middle. And but it's ridiculous, bro. That's like saying we couldn't, like if everybody held hands across like a state and just climbed a few steps up a ladder, like we couldn't keep holding hands. We'd literally spread out. I mean, no, we'll go with your salt flat idea, but I mean, it's just ridiculous when you. It's like saying we climb up a ladder and all of a sudden we spread out. That's fucking ridiculous.
Well, the funny thing
Why
about
I need to know how far. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say the funny thing about your holding hands experiment is that each person is actually a tangent point, and you could actually really easily tell by having people holding hand if they were actually perpendicular to themselves over a long distance. You would actually see that there's curvature by the mere fact that you could create a perpendicular at each point of people holding hands. So make that line 10 miles of people holding hand, and I guarantee you'll be able to see curvature.
You say that.
So what you think if we hold on, Brian, hold on. I mean, I don't know why you acknowledge that one, not the one I said about going to salt flats with chalk lines and strings and doing it that way. That seems more realistic.
Yeah,
Well,
we should tile it. We should just tile the salt flat.
So the question I'll ask, okay, is at what elevation will you set your chalk line at?
Whatever elevation the salt flats are at.
No, like are you gonna lay? But you're trying to. If you want to deny that there's curvature, what you would have to do, right, is lay a plumb line 10 miles or a line 10 miles long, and then hold it tight so that the entire string itself is at the same elevation, and then you would be able to see in that line whether or not there's a curvature to the earth. So if, let's say, at the middle point, so at 5 mile on that line, the earth is a little bit higher than it is at your 2 other points, and you'd actually be able to kind of see it, then you would have proof that there's curvature. So if you wanted to do it that way,
Hold on, Brian, hold on, man. We've been through this line thing up and down, pulling a tight line. It doesn't really work because of the sag. What do you think about just drawing 2 parallel lines on the ground? Right, we'll get we'll do two lines. We'll make them parallel, and then what? They should start diverging or converging or something.
Well, if we use the Euclidean definition of a line is something that extends endlessly in both directions.
So if you were to draw two lines that seemed parallel on the surface of the Earth and you let them extend endlessly around the surface of the planet, they would converge, and you would see that they are not actually parallel, because you need to understand that things are big, and when things are big and we are small, then it's hard to sort of put two and two together that yes, while they do seem straight, they aren't actually straight.
I know, and the question I'm asking is, how far would we need to go with this to see any convergence or divergence?
Well, the circumference of the Earth. I don't know the exact circumference of the Earth, but whatever the circumference of the Earth, that's how far you would have to go, and you would see them converge.
Yeah, but Jeremy, real quick, he brought up elevation.
24,000 miles.
Well, because a
Before
line
we saw
extends.
any
Well, because you have
convergence.
to understand, right? In Euclidean geometry, a line is a line that it extends endlessly in both directions. So in a 2D world, it extends, we'll say, both right and left endlessly. On a sphere, or on the surface of a curved surface, that line would extend endlessly on the surface, and after a certain period of time, depending on the circumference of whatever the line is curving to, or whatever, it will converge. That's
the surface of your sphere is not 2D. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. How long would we have to go before we can measure any kind of divergence or convergence?
It depends
a
on
mile, 10 miles.
it depends on the circumference of whatever it is you're calculating.
Earth, whatever Earth is, 24,000 miles or something.
Okay, well, I would say that over a few miles, if you were up in the air, say you had a helicopter and you drew two endless lines on the surface of the Earth, I would say after a couple miles, you'd start seeing them diverge.
What's with the helicopter? Hold on, man. Holy shit, you lost me on the chopper.
Well,
Get
because
to the chopper.
Well, I mean, like where we live, we still have, we can still apply aspects of reality here. So, if hypothetically speaking, you drew two endless lines on the surface of the Earth, and you took a helicopter to get a higher elevation and see how far those lines go, you would start seeing those two, horizontal lines diverge.
See, that's what you were thinking. I was thinking we just get a tape measure out and measure them. You would do it with a chopper, though. I would use a tape.
Well, because it's because the Earth is very big, you would need a very accurate tape measure to be able to see that on a short distance. But I mean, there's endless amounts of literature on geodesics that would gladly explain all of that for you. There's an entire expertise, an entire like world of professionals that are dedicated to calculating things on the surface of the planet, and they all know this. So the information is there. You just kind of have to go and read it at the end of the day.
Quit making assumptions, bro. You're acting
it's
like
fine. It's fine. I'll have my assistant get it later. It's fine. Thanks.
A bunch of things, though,
Go ahead,
man.
Brian.
And Jeremy, if I hear you talking, you ain't got to say nothing. I'll automatically, if I hear you talking, just so you know. He said that it'd be a bunch of tangents, but that wouldn't matter, even if it was tangents with people holding hands, because just get all the way from one side to the other on your globe. It wouldn't matter if it's a bunch of straight line tangents. When you climbed up the ladder one step, you'd be literally going away from each other, even if it was a bunch of tangents. And go ahead. I just want to point that out.
Well,
also,
again,
the surface of the sphere is 2D also.
Hey, Jeremy, I tagged you with the pictures of the noodle or the spaghetti stick tangent lines that I was telling you about.
Bro, Zanuck was in here earlier saying you can't draw a tangent over a latitude line because it curves in two axes.
Well, that's why you have to use a spaghetti stick.
What? No, he's saying you can't draw a tangent over a latitude line because it curves in two axes. What do you mean that's why you have to use a spaghetti stick? What does that even mean?
Worked good. I tagged you with pictures of it. It worked.
And all the lines are 90.
The two tangent lines are 90.
Yeah, because you transformed it into Euclidean geometry. We were trying to do spherical geometry earlier.
Yep.
There are no tangents in spherical geometry.
Well, until someone could come up with a better word for normal, then that's what I'm going with.
There's no
Spaghetti
tangents.
sticks, bro.
There's no straight lines in spherical geometry though. No tangents, no chords, no diameters,
Point, bro.
no horizontals.
Somebody beat you to spaghetti geometry. Sorry, bro. Been there, done that.
Jeremy just brought up. There's no
it's all on the surface.
The laughs
That's
we
like
had
the
with this
basic.
dude. Oh my god, bro.
I realized we were arguing tangents and shit before, but the whole point was that in spherical geometry, they're not 90. Because that's what we're doing when we're on the surface of your sphere with longitude and latitude lines on its 2D thing, which I mean, I would argue that's not 2D. Anyways, we're doing spherical geometry and we're doing. So.
Well, you could still use a great circle that was tangent to the line, and that would still be normal, right?
No, there's no tangents. There's no tangents. We're doing spherical geometry.
Okay, let me do another picture here. Hold on, it'll take me a few minutes.
Jesse, are you using spaghetti because I inspired you with my tortilla earth?
Oh, this is old stuff, bro. This guy came, but he disappeared. We did a whole thing on this guy, a couple of episodes. We laughed, bro. We were laughing so hard, like we're falling off our chairs.
What happened a few episodes ago? You talking about with Charles?
No, you didn't see the live stream.
Which one?
Check out text one. This is the spaghetti geometry guy. I forgot his name. It's been a while. He disappeared.
Wait,
I can't look. What was the guy's name?
I forgot his name, man.
Where's Wally?
No. Bev has a whole episode on him on his channel. I'll ask Bev tomorrow when I speak to him, and I'll tell you guys his name. I forgot his name.
Betty the
He
Logician?
did a whole thing using spaghetti and a phone.
A cell phone?
So when Jesse said spaghetti,
or a rotary phone?
It was like a Samsung or an iPhone.
Isn't that flat Earth maths?
No, man, no.
Kosho
I
still
forgot his
uses
name. I'm
rotary
sorry,
phones.
guys. I forgot his name.
It takes you 3 minutes to dial a phone number on your rotary phone, Kosho.
In Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry is basically the same. Straight lines, which are diameters or radiuses that meet up with points. So you have great circles and then points on the great circle. So they're trying to integrate.
Euclidean geometry doesn't represent spherical geometry.
Look what I just posted, man. This is actual spherical geometry, Euclidean, with radius, diameters, and points. Which is what y'all try to do is make it you do your best to make the globe two-dimensional to try and match Euclidean as close as possible.
Dude, you're showing the thing you posted is spherical geometry. Like, what are you talking about?
Right.
It's non-Euclidean.
And Euclidean says what? That it's lines. In other words, the straight lines from
Dude,
like
it's
the
making
center.
a distinction. It's making a distinction between what it is and what Euclidean geometry is. Telling you these are two different things. It says in plain Euclidean geometry, this is one thing. In spherical geometry, a different thing. It's this.
And Euclidean geometry, right? Say what Euclidean says.
It says the basic concepts are points, straight lines.
Say in Euclidean geometry.
The basic concepts are points and straight lines.
What?
This is what you posted, dude.
Yeah, but say in Euclidean geometry.
What? Yes, in Euclidean geometry. Yes, in Euclidean geometry. That's what it says for Euclidean geometry. Then it tells you what spherical geometry tells you.
Yeah,
What's your point, dude?
I'm pretty sure spherical geometry is non-Euclidean.
Yeah, exactly. It's non-Euclidean.
Right.
I'm saying
but
it's not encompassed in Euclidean geometry.
real spherical geometry in Euclidean spheres, you have straight lines and points, right? Just points. In other words, you only have great circles and points. You don't have latitude lines and shit like that.
You know, in spherical geometry and non-Euclidean geometry, those are called small circles. There's great circles and small circles.
No, you can't bend the straight line in Euclidean geometry. You can't bend the diameter.
What are you talking about, dude? All lines in spherical geometry are talking about lines that are on the surface of a sphere. Okay.
Right, but in
So some of those
Euclidean,
lines can be great circles, and some of those could be small circles.
right, but in
Do
Euclidean,
you have a diameter in spherical geometry? Do you have a diameter? Are there diameters? Is that a thing in spherical geometry?
It doesn't make sense to me, but
So you would say no diameters in spherical geometry?
no, I
Was
would
I
say
gonna
that
guy?
doesn't make sense. I'd say that doesn't make sense to me.
You wouldn't you wouldn't use the measurement of a diameter on the surface of a sphere, but you would use it to establish the footprint of the surface. So yes, you would use it, and this is why this whole thing is nonsensical. Spherical geometry does not exclude Euclidean geometry; it includes it. You need Euclidean geometry to determine the size of your 3D object, and then you apply spherical geometry to the surface of that 3D object. I don't understand why the two can't coexist.
So once again, you're using Euclidean. Got it.
Spherical geometry. Hold on, because in spherical geometry, it only takes place on the surface of the sphere. There's no above, there's no below. So any straight lines like diameters or chords or tangents is going to be you're not going to be doing that in spherical geometry, right?
But you can employ multiple geometries when you're working on something, dude. Let's say you're working on
Yeah, but
how to
if you're
define the
doing
Earth. You can use both spherical geometry and Euclidean geometry to describe different aspects of the Earth.
Okay, no, but if you're just doing but if you're just doing spherical geometry, then you're definitely not going to have none of that shit, right? No chords, nothing, no diameters.
No chords. It's only on the surface. 2 dimensions wrapped
That's
around.
what I'm saying.
You're correct, Jeremy.
Yeah, why are you only
so now my
restricting yourself to
question is,
using?
we're doing spherical geometry, bro. What do you mean? We're not restricting anything. We're just
Yeah,
doing
you don't
spherical
get
geometry.
to you don't leave the office and say, oh, well, I'm only using spherical geometry today. Like, I'm just using spherical geometry. You use both geometries, dude, to describe different aspects. Like if you're describing the Earth, you can describe the diameter. That'd be Euclidean. You describe the surface of the Earth, how it's mapped. That'd be non-Euclidean. Right. So that those don't contradict
Negative.
each other.
That's a negative.
If we were just okay, if we were just using spherical geometry, there's no diameters.
You broke up there, Jeremy.
How about pi? Do y'all have pi in y'all's reality? Just 3.14.159 or 3.14159. Is there pi?
Pi doesn't have the same relationship.
So
Jeremy
no
was
pi.
pointing this out.
I got you on the
What?
no pi.
No, I didn't say that. If the relationship of the relationship of a circle and a circumference and a radius and all that stuff on the surface of a sphere, if you're going to still call that relationship pi, then that will have a changing value. Pi would have a changing value. However, it doesn't have that relationship.
You're good living in a reality where you can't hold hands with your girlfriend and walk a couple thousand miles or however far. You literally have to turn. You're good with not being able to draw a perfect square on a perfectly flat surface, no squares, okay? And you're okay with having no pi. Like depending on where you draw that circle, that pi changes, bro. I'm
gonna let these other dudes handle this, dude. I don't have the patience tonight, to be honest with you. You guys have fun.
it easy, man. I'm just mucking with you. But yeah, I mean, it is testing to the patients, man. It's trying to the patients because we have those things.
They want to have both, like everything else. They want to have dialetheism. They want to have a world where there's no straight lines, no radiuses, but they want to have straight lines and radiuses and diameters. It's just
And the
you
guy
know,
who's
people are onto their
white
games now. It's not working, guys.
The guy who was White Knight in Percussion, he was making excuse. Jeremy brought up a good point. Like, let's take a spot where we have 60 miles and let's lay out some parallel lines and then, tape measure. He started talking about elevations. The elevations are irrelevant. It shows me that he hadn't thought this through, maybe.
Well,
Or maybe he's doing that now.
No, that's not true, because if you wanted to confirm that something has curvature, you wouldn't necessarily. The easiest way to do it, to be frank, is to use elevation. And if you were to use elevation over actually not that long of a distance, say 3 miles, you could see a noticeable curvature. And that you can do that easily with tons of equipment, such as, theodolites and any of these equipments that we've been using for quite some time, and any of these professions that use this data in order to in order to be employed, they have to know how to interpret that data and use that data. So like all of these things exist, whether or not they're Euclidean or not. At the core of it, mathematics is just a way to describe things, and it has no tangent on reality, and it doesn't change anything in anything at all if spherical geometry exists or doesn't in the terms of reality. It's a tool that we use to try to describe things. That's all it is.
You obviously haven't looked at, because when they do this spherical excess and stuff, they're trying to draw straight lines. You know that you can't depend on the straight lines optically because of refraction and all that, and then because of sag, like pulling physical straight lines. So if you looked into this, or listened in on this channel a little more, you know that with the spherical excess, they're doing these lines and claiming like virtually no refraction left to right. So the elevation is irrelevant. They get up different elevations when they project, and they're looking for left to right curvature, like horizontal deviations, and so the elevations literally don't matter. Because on a sphere with the radius claimed 3959, the over 69 miles straight line in a curve line, it's only like a 10 or 11 foot difference. So you're talking 10 or 11 feet, 69 miles. There'd be no way to check that in reality. They claim to be able to. Right.
Brian, that's not how you check spherical geometry. If you have line of sight, they always will add up to 180. It doesn't matter. So it only is greater than 180 when you actually draw a line on the surface and then connect the dots.
Hey,
Those
Jeremy,
triangles.
I tagged you, Jeremy.
Hold
on, real quick, Zanuck, just to clear it up. I might have been a little confused earlier. Go, bud, go. I'll meet you down there. Can we draw a tangent line over a latitude line from a longitude line?
No.
I tagged you too, Zanuck.
You have to bend the tangent line. He knows it. That's why he won't speak up.
Zanuck, no, because I don't know. Earlier he said no, then he said yeah. I don't know where we
I made
left
it real
off
clear.
at.
I was very clear. You can put a tangent anywhere on the sphere you want. The orientation makes all the difference in the world. What is it with respect to? You want it with respect to the latitude line? You want it with respect to a longitudinal line? You want it with respect to the equator? Where do you want it pointed? Right? I mean, doesn't that make all the difference in the world, Jeremy? If I have a tangent line,
he said you might be breaking up. So the question: can you draw a tangent line to a latitude line?
You mean to a latitude line? What does that mean, Brian?
Not very complicated, bro.
No, well, then what? If it's not that complicated, it should be very easy to explain it to me then.
Okay, there's latitude lines on your globe. Okay.
Okay, they're circled, right?
On your globe. Can I draw a tangent line over one of them?
What do you mean over one of them?
if the latitude line's under my feet, imaginary latitude line is under my feet, okay, in your real world, can
it's
I
going
draw a
east to west.
tangent line along that latitude line? I don't know how you don't understand this, bro.
Well, no, you're not describing. I'm not being pedantic, and I'm not trying to be a jerk, but you're using words and cobbling them together, and it's not making a lot of sense. But I think I know what you mean. If you're standing on a latitude line, let's say you're at 45° north, and there's a latitude line there, and that line is a big circle, and its circumference is probably, I don't know, 18,000 miles or something, or 15,000 miles, whatever, right? Now, you want to put a tangent, you want to lay one down on the tangent line or on the latitude line? You can't do that because it's a straight line versus a curved line.
So no, you could have just saved us all trouble and said, no, you can't draw a tangent line over a latitude line.
Well, I don't know what that means over, but you can actually put a tangent on at your feet, and it will touch that circle at one point. That's why it's a tangent, and it will go off and it will go off into a direction of west, one direction, and go off east in the other direction.
Tell me one other thing. Line
tangent is just a straight line that touches a circle.
No, but you said what it means, like I'm jumbling it up. What else possibly could it have meant drawing a tangent line over top of a latitude line?
It could be hovering above it. It could be floating in any direction. It could be a lot of things, Brian. You got to use your words deliberately.
Still no, Sanic?
Brian, no one would say, can I put a tangent line over a latitude line? That doesn't make any sense to anyone.
The answer still no. Every explanation you just gave, the answer would still be no, right?
No, I could put a tangent line on a latitude line.
Well, to be fair, he said it correctly the first time. He said it correctly, and you said what, and then he started switching the words up to try to help. But he said the first time he said, "Can you draw a tangent to the latitude line?" That's correct terminology.
Pointing toward it?
No, it does. When you draw a tangent to a circle, you're drawing the tangent line that touches the circle at one spot. That's the terminology we use.
Tangent to a circle. Sure.
But he said, "Can you draw a tangent to the latitude line?"
They said direct on a latitude line.
Once
so you put a tangent line to a latitude line, and it will be a straight line going off east or west.
Okay.
Okay, but when we're doing spherical geometry, do we have is there such a thing as perpendicular when we're doing spherical geometry?
Yeah, it'll be perpendicular at that point where it touches. It can be. It doesn't have to be.
Okay, so we don't need to do any tangent lines or anything. We can just do perpendicular using spherical geometry, right?
Yeah, it'll be a tangent at that one point in the direction.
There's no tangents. We're doing spherical geometry. There's no tangents.
Okay, no tangent. Then we're moving on past tangents.
There are tangents in spherical geometry, though.
There are no tangents in spherical geometry. Spherical geometry happens on the surface of a sphere. Hold on, Beach. I'm not done talking. We're not doing that shit show thing where you shut me down last night. All right, I'm still mad about that.
I'm just telling you the tangents in spherical geometry,
bro. Negative. Spherical geometry happens on the surface. Beach. Stop interrupting, bro. This ain't Gems. Are you in the wrong server? This isn't Gems.
Honestly, you're the one interrupting me. But I'm just telling you, in spherical geometry, on the surface of a sphere, there are tangents. They're defined. You can look them up. You use tangents when you're doing spherical geometry. It's a statement of fact. It'd be the easiest thing in the world for you to Google it and see.
Every time we went to talk, you've been interrupted, bro. He didn't interrupt you. Neither did I. Go back and listen.
Hey, Scott, I tagged you in the chat.
Okay. There are no straight lines in spherical geometry. You guys call those great circle routes. Okay, so if you're going to use a straight line like a tangent line, we're definitely not going to be doing spherical geometry at that point.
So what do you think?
You don't have chords.
So just talk about the circle that is at that particular latitude. It's a circle. It's got a little less of a radius.
Xanac, do we have straight? My bad.
Straight?
Do we have straight tangent lines in spherical? Are there straight lines in spherical geometry?
Well, you might have to define straight also, because if I go
tangent lines, not bending in any axis.
The equator is straight. It's the edge of a plane, and it doesn't deviate from on the x-axis on the y-axis, but it deviates from the x-axis. So I mean, it's straight with respect to the y-axis.
Can 2 points be perpendicular to each other?
Can 2 points be no? Two lines. Can be
Okay, so this point shit, where you're describing perpendicularity as points. We can't have perpendicular points, correct?
Brian, if I have a longitudinal line and I make something 90 degrees opposed to that, an orientation out into the distance, both direction, I'm implying that there's something going out in the distance that I'm pointing to. It's a direction. It's just a vector, right? It's
When you
going
say
out
90 degrees,
into a
you mean,
distance, one way
you
out.
mean 2 points,
Now
right?
that is now that would make a tangent because it's only at one point where is it perpendicular to that
So
particular
when
line.
you say 90
It's only
degrees, you don't
perpendicular
mean
at
2
that one
points, right?
point, Brian. Right? You understand that?
No, you just said 90 degrees as in your definition. I want to make sure it's 90
Yes,
degrees.
that line, that orientation. I'm looking one direction, looking the other direction. I have a longitudinal line, and that longitude has a 90 degree
angle.
to it, and that is my orientation in both directions. That is a tangent. That would form a tangent. That direction
I get it.
would be a tangent because it will only go one way and no curves.
Angle then.
What
does it
pardon me?
take to make a 90 degree angle? Because that was in your explanation. So I want to make sure we don't deviate. What does it take to make a 90
that
degree
particular
angle?
line,
Not
Brian,
2 points, right?
Not a point. It's a direction. It's actually a line in the distance. Now, if I want that line to follow the shape of the Earth, it won't follow the latitude line. It'll actually go toward the equator, in both directions. And you say, that's weird. Well, how'd that happen? Because that's how spherical geometry works. So we have a line that's perpendicular to the longitudinal line, but it's not parallel in the x-axis to the latitude line. Because we know it's not, because it's going to end up going toward the equator.
Yep. Zanuck is correct. Zanuck is correct. Yes. I can't believe I'm saying it, but Zanuck is correct.
No, he was
You
right.
told me
He was
that this
right.
morning too. So the second time you said I'm correct.
No, I
It's using 90 degrees to explain that.
fucking wrong.
So what I wanted to do is
I'm wrong about
use
everything
a.
else, but that's okay.
Never mind.
I'll take the bone. Brian, you get that?
No, you don't. You dude. It's like
Let's
you don't
just
not
all
even
go
hear
one
me
at a
talk.
time, please.
Like I don't know
I
if
know.
I'm breaking up or.
No, go ahead, Brian. I think you're just bad timing. Go ahead.
Okay, in every dimension. Okay, every dimension, up, down. So X, Y, Z. Can I have 90 degree angles without using the word point, without using 2 points? Okay, so in 3 dimensions, in reality, I'm not talking about models. In reality, 3 dimensions. Can I have a 90 degree angle as defined as 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex?
That's by definition what it is. So yes, of course you can have that.
Can we now? So you don't need to say points then. You being dishonest or you not
No, you
humbling
just said,
yourself?
can I have
Vertex is a
can I have
point,
90
dude.
degree angle? I said, yeah, you can. You have 2 straight lines,
equator is-
and they could be joined at a vertex, and that vertex would have a 90 degree angle. So
you can use 90 degrees on a globe then, right? Not on your model, not in reality. There's no such thing as 90 degrees
of
without
course it's
using a
reality.
tangent.
You asked me a question. I gave you the answer. Yes, you can have that. Now, will that comport with? Are you going to correlate that with latitude and longitude lines, and then we have a problem?
In 3 dimensions, your equator line's curving, right? Not straight,
In
right?
one
in
in
3
one
dimensions.
dimension, it's curving. Yes.
No, in 3 dimensions, in reality. Let's not talk about 1 or 2 dimensions. In reality, okay, I define that.
It's
and I
curving
said it
in one
again
direction,
over and over.
Brian.
In reality, your equator, it's not a straight line, correct?
It's curving in one direction.
So
One
you can't have
axis
90
is only
degree
curving.
reality, right? We can't have a 90 degree angle in your reality
Of course you can.
Dude,
without a tangent.
dude, it's this simple. Just take an azimuth. Take an azimuth, dude. Azimuth it can be 0 from 360. 0 and 360 would be the same angle. There's 360 degree angles, okay, in an azimuth, okay? The azimuth that represents your 0 is going to be 180 degrees from the one that's represents 180. Obviously, it's going to be directly parallel. The one that's 270 and the one that's 290 are going to be perpendicular to that. The path, the direction of those 2 lines, and the other 2 lines are perpendicular to one another.
Welcome to flat Earth.
That's it. That's not flat Earth, dude. That's on the surface of a sphere using azimuths.
No, he just said that the equator is a line. Okay, so he just admitted
it's a
that
curved line in one dimension.
Tangent.
You said 3 dimensions, and you're wrong.
So you have to use reality or a tangent line in your imagination to have a 90 degree angle.
Why are you affirming the consequent there with your statement? Why can't you just use basic geometry or spherical geometry in this situation? We already said at the equator. Let's make it simple. We're at the equator, and we have a longitude line. We know if we go straight north, we go to the North Pole in our model, and we go east, we know we'll come all around and meet the exact same point again, making a great circle route that is perpendicular at that point to the longitudinal line.
They're
Right?
both
Are you
bending,
with me
right?
so far?
Yeah, but they're both bending. So
Yeah,
don't
but
try
they're
and
still
use your
perpendicular at
equator.
that one point.
That's a straight, non-bending line in reality.
It's still perpendicular no matter how you look at it. Everywhere.
At a point.
That line is
At a point.
perpendicular. Even though it curves, Brian, this is where you're stuck. Even though it curves, it's perpendicular at every single point to the longitudinal line that is to the North Pole.
In 3 dimensions, is it? In reality, is it?
In reality, it is.
Okay, so your equator is not bending downward, and your north-south line is not bending too. So you've got bent lines forming 90-degree angles.
They're both no. One's we're talking about a direction. Remember the orientation pointing upward. The lines themselves will not be parallel or perpendicular at other points. Think about that line from the equator. You're going north to 45 degrees, and then have that segment, that curve, that arc, and see what that looks like with respect. With respect to the equator of an equal degree arc. Are they perpendicular to each other at all points?
We be honest, so I can get to my argument, bro. Your lines are
that's
bent.
really what I'm curious. What is your argument, Brian?
Very simple question, bro. Don't interrupt. Your equator line is curving, and so is your north-south line. They're both curving, right? So I can get to my argument. Can you be honest for 1 fucking second, bro? They're both bending. They're not straight lines.
Brian, that's
right?
an insult to me, and I don't take kindly to that. But what I'll say to you before I let you finish is think about this: the equator is a plane, a circular plane, like a pizza, and the longitudinal line that's going north is also a plane. 2 circles meeting at one point, and they are perpendicular to each other. The whole plane is.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, it's not. Stop saying that. It's like Nathan Oakley all over again. Come on. It's just silly to say something like that.
Answer my questions honestly, bro. I'm literally.
I will. I'm being very. You can hear from my voice, Brian. I'm being very honest. So, what is the question?
When you start talking, you start puking on me, bro. You can't help it, can you? Right when I start responding,
Wow, I'm
you
being
just start
accused of
puking
something I'm
on
not
me,
even
bro.
doing. You have the floor, Brian. I'm all ears.
You didn't. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm just trying to get you to answer a simple question. It's not a gotcha. Everybody knows that the equator line on a globe in 3 dimensions. Okay, in reality, I don't know how many times I got to specify this. In reality, it's bending down and away from us. Okay, and your north-south line is bending too. You could bend it however you want, okay? But I've got a point to make, but I can't make it because you won't even be humble and say, yes, my equator line and my north-south lines are not straight. They're bending.
I've already said they are. They're describing out a circle. Both of them have circulars. They make a plane, and those planes are perpendicular to one another.
So in 3 dimensions, they're not 90 degrees.
Give me the 3 dimensions, Brian. Okay. Don't just name them. What are they? Tell me. Show me.
Hang on. Wait. Brian, what is your point? First.
Oh, fuck, dude, are you kidding me? You want to hear my point instead on its first and saying in 3-dimensional reality, and it's not a 90-degree angle in 3 dimensions.
Why don't you tell me what the 3rd dimension is?
Well, but no, don't ask more questions. Brian, what is your point?
Bro, answer my question. In reality, 3-dimensional reality, okay, in your mind, can I have a 90-degree?
Yes,
okay.
You can.
Well, hang on. Why don't we just, Brian, let's tell you what, regardless of the question you're going to ask, I'm going to agree with everything that you have to say until you conclude with your point based on all of those questions, okay? We agree with you. What is your point?
My point is a question, okay, to get to my point. Because until you can admit or deny that in reality, in 3-dimensional reality, there's no 90 degrees on your ground. If you have a level ground in your reality, there's no such thing as a 90-degree angle.
Okay, there's no such thing as a 90-degree angle. What now?
Will you agree with that, Zanuck?
No, you don't need everybody in the fucking room to agree with you before you get to your point. Okay, what is your point?
White knighting, bro. I want to make sure Zanuck agrees with reality. He just denied it.
He made his point, though. He did make it. He's saying that the 2 spheres, the 2 circles that are formed from the equator and then a longitude line that intersect, he's saying that those can't intersect at a 90-degree angle.
So Scott, or M.
Yet they do. Yet they do.
Okay, wait. So Zanuck, you agree that in reality, in three-dimensional reality, surface of your world, there's no such thing as a 90-degree angle.
That's false.
I wouldn't agree to that at all.
Okay, we'll talk that over with Mr. White Knight, and then we'll.
To what end, Brian? Why do you need
we'll
him
carry it on.
to answer something before you summarize your point? What is your point here?
My point is, y'all are disagreeing with each other on the fundamentals.
Okay, so what? We're allowed to do that, but we're not here to disagree with each other. We're here to talk to you.
Brian, is the equator on one plane? Would it describe out a circle that could be called a plane, a circular plane? Yes or no?
If you want to chop my body in half and call
I'm just saying we have a line that's a circle that would scribe out and form a plane. Would you agree to that?
I would agree that if you say that I'm standing on the equator, if you chop my body in half right along the equator, then I'd have two planes of my body that would be
Why do you have to make it more complicated than it is? I don't know.
Just make
I have no idea what you're even
clear,
saying.
the fundamentals. Thanks for interrupting. The fundamentals. I want to make sure we're crystal clear on the fundamentals, so you don't squirm.
Brian, it was a simple question. If I make
why is he chopping your body in half? It's not necessary for you to be standing
Right.
on the equator when he does this.
Yeah, I'm on the equator. It's a line. I point off to the west. I have a chalk, one of those chalk guns that you line fields with, and I roll it all the way around the earth. I come back, if you could do that, and you end up meeting at the same spot. That makes a circle. You agree there? And I also that would also make a plane. If I just said I'm going to fill in everything in the middle, chop that in half, I'd have a plane. It's a circular plane. It's in. We have a two-dimensional surface, correct?
Him and Moy just disagreed. Whether you can have 90-degree
I find it interesting that every time I ask you a question, you completely divert to something completely unrelated. Just answer the question.
I can't. You interrupt every time I go to speak.
I don't think that's true.
Okay. More importantly, you and Moyoc, or Kool-Aid, whoever, I think it's Moyoc, disagree.
It was Veach or Negator. It was Negator.
Yeah, I'd like to see their answer to this, because so far we've got Moyoc saying no, Zanuck saying yes, because Moyoc
Brian,
agreed. We can't have a
Brian,
90-degree angle.
Why do you need us to agree before you make your point?
It's fundamental shit.
So what? So what, Brian?
No way, dude.
Because it sounds like you're trying to make this. You're trying to show that our reality can't be real, or you're trying to show that our rules don't work. What are you trying to show?
I'm questioning reality, okay? And so in questioning that, I'm questioning whether in reality can we have a 90-degree angle. It's not a trick question, bro. Y'all know the consequences of it. If the equator line is bending and the meridians are bending, okay, so we can't have a true stay on the surface of your reality, on a level surface of your reality. We can't have a 90-degree angle. I need to get past that, bro. I'm not going to have. Can we all agree on your world?
Okay. Let's just say, for the sake for this thought experiment, that we can't. It's not possible to have 90-degree angles on the surface of a sphere. What does that mean about how we go about our daily, about anything in reality right now?
Then trig sucks. Trig sucks. Then there ain't no trig. If there ain't no straight lines, there ain't no trig.
Dan, please shut the fuck up. Let Brian answer.
I'm not even trying to say you can't do celestial navigation.
Brian, here's a final.
I'm trying to get you to acknowledge the freaking tangent. It's
Brian, that without a tangent. If I look at the equator, Brian, can I make one point?
He did interrupt, bro.
Well, I'm not trying
Hold
to.
on. I know. Hold on.
Sorry. No problem.
You're trying to make a point right in the middle of Brian's sentence? Come on, man. You go next. All right? Brian and Zanuck.
I'll make it quick, Zanuck. I want to make sure we agree on fundamentals. My point ain't you can't celestial navigate, you can't have a 90. Okay, I've got a different argument, but I need to make sure we agree on the fundamentals. So if you and Zanuck, I'm not saying hypothetical, I'm saying on a globe with a gravity vector. Okay, that's it. So if y'all can agree or disagree and work it out, then I'll carry on. It's a fun point.
Okay, I'm going to close it with this one statement. I mean, it's not long-winded, but it will be a little little more than one sentence. So just pay attention, okay? If you're looking at the equator at the side, and you're seeing this equator go off in both directions, east and west, and then they'll meet in the back of the globe. All right. If you're looking at it in the x-axis, it is a straight line that goes out 12,000 miles one way and 12,000 miles the other. Okay, roughly the radius. Okay, you agree with me so far? So there's your line. There's a straight line that by looking at it edge to edge. If I was to look vertically to the longitude line that is right in front of me, it meets at a 90-degree angle and also goes north to south, but it curves away from you. So there's a 2-dimension. It's going in the z direction. It's going up y, and it's going to the z. So the 3 dimensions are x, the equatorial plane, and y, the vertical north-south plane, and then z, the depth that goes away from you. You with me so far, Brian?
Yeah. So if I'm
Okay,
standing on
so
the
real
equator,
quick, here's the
plane,
end. Here's the punchline. So in the 2-dimensional plane, or actually on 3-dimensional, we have a meeting of the north and south line, which curves away from us in the z dimension, and the x plane, which also goes away in the z plane because it's curving away. Those will meet at a 90-degree angle at a point.
I will agree.
Okay, Zanuck.
We're going
Yesterday,
around.
hold on, Brian, real quick. Zanuck. Yesterday, you told me that the only latitude line that was perpendicular was the equator. Do you still hold true to that, or do you think the latitude lines are perpendicular?
Well, you could use that same argument for any latitude line.
Okay, so if I'm
no, it's a question. You told yesterday. Yesterday, you told us. Hold on. Yesterday, you said that the latitude lines were not perpendicular; only the equator was.
Well, the lines themselves, if you have a line coming off of a higher latitude line, a tangent, and then laid it down onto the globe, it wouldn't be perpendicular to any other longitude line because it'd be diverting down to the equator.
Are you saying no? They're okay. Are you saying the only latitude line that is perpendicular to any of the longitude lines is the equator, and the rest of them are not perpendicular?
No, but using the logic using the explanation I just gave you, they would all be parallel, all be perpendicular at that point.
Yeah, they're always perpendicular at the point. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're all parallel.
Correct. Still don't really know what Brian's. Keep on talking. Look at that's reality. I got you.
So you changed your mind.
Welcome to the flat Earth. No, I said very clearly yesterday. It was at a point, and that it would make a tangent, and that tangent, if you laid it down onto the sphere, it wouldn't be wouldn't be a parallel to other latitudes. Whereas all latitude lines are parallel, that particular tangent laid down onto the sphere would not be parallel.
Okay, so all the latitude lines are perpendicular to all longitude lines. You're saying?
Yeah, they're all. Each one of their intersections have a 90-degree angle.
Have you ever drawn a 90-degree angle on Google Earth?
I don't need to. I know what a 90-degree angle is.
Have you ever drawn one on Google Earth and seen what it looks like?
No, I can't say that I have.
It doesn't look like a latitude line at all.
What's the point here?
Remember, I said at a point, it's 90 degrees. But in reality, it's curving. It's curving away from that line, right? So that's why the tangent at that point would be 90 degrees. Or the latitude line is considered perpendicular at that point. Because you're gonna go out in direction east or west.
You'd agree if I was standing on the equator. I'm good with everything you said, but if I'm standing on the equator to make the plane you're referencing, you chop me in half, right, from head to feet.
Why? Why? Why do we got to chop your body in half? Why
He's trying to confuse people, bro. He's literally changing the orientation to try and confuse people. And I want to make sure crystal clear that when he speaks of this plane of the equator. He's literally speaking of if I'm standing on the equator, he's chopping me in half from my head down to in between my legs and all the way down through the earth. That's the plane he's speaking of.
Every latitude
All
line
right.
is a circle. It's a plane. Every one of those planes is going to be perpendicular to the longitudinal lines. What, I don't know what the got you. I mean, I'm not trying to confuse you, Brian. I'm confused. You're confusing me as to what you're really asking. To tell you the truth.
Yeah. Okay. Let me make it crystal clear then. Okay. So your equator line is curving. Don't change orientation. Just say that it's curving downwards at whatever rate you want to say. So no 90-degree angles, right? And anywhere on the surface of your sphere, we can't have a 90-degree angle.
How is it curving downward, Brian?
Well, hang on. When you say we can't have a 90-degree angle, what does that mean in practical reality? Does it mean when I pull out my compass? No, Brian, listen. It means, well, tell me this. On the equator, or rather, on the equinox, what direction does the sun rise?
Due east. That's not my point.
Wait. And if I were to pull out a compass, and measure the angle to the sun, what would the compass tell me?
The compass east is not due east, bro.
Okay, what would the compass tell me? If I adjusted for magnetic declination, or I had zero magnetic declination, what angle would the compass tell me?
Once again, compass east is not due east.
Great. If I had an object in the distance to the east that was directly east from me, what number would the compass say?
If you'd asked it, it's a malformed question. If you'd say it's 70 degrees from North Pole, the geometric North Pole, 90 degrees for everybody. It's 90 degrees from North Pole. So I'm trying to get Zanuck to admit that to have a true 90-degree angle, we can use a tangent,
Brian,
but we can't use
Brian
an equator.
Brian, is it possible for something to be 90 degrees from me? Is there a point on my compass that has the number 90 on it? No, listen to me.
I'm not going to disagree with reality, bro.
Okay, so in reality, I can use a compass to show that something is 90 degrees from something else, right?
No.
Okay, so what does the 90 mean on my compass?
In fact, dude, if you want me to post a video, did I break up?
Brian, you're not listening to me.
Bro, take a compass and point it east, okay, and then do a 90-degree measurement from the North Pole and tell me if it lines up, okay, because it doesn't, okay? I've done this in reality about 4 or 5 times. It doesn't line up. They're slightly different, and it's measurably different on a short-term scale. Compass east is not due east.
Excellent. So can something be 90 degrees from the North Star? And can I measure that?
With a tangent?
That's not what I asked. I asked if I could measure it.
Globe, yes, 90-degree angle. Unless you broke a tangent. That's, bro, is it broke a tangent? That's it.
It doesn't matter. Is it possible to measure?
It does matter, bro.
Because, well, you're making these arguments, and we don't know why. Because they don't change how we measure things. We can still measure things to be 90 degrees from the northern celestial pole. We can measure them to be 90 degrees from the northern magnetic pole. If we can measure that,
we can measure them to be 90 degrees from a plumb bob too. Like it's such a nonsensical saying that you can't make a 90 on a sphere. Like, I mean, you can make 90s.
Hey, you can't make a 90 on a sphere. Please don't strawman me. I'm trying to get to the fundamentals with Zanuck, okay, and everybody else. If y'all could agree that there's no 90-degree angles without tangents, okay? I'm not saying that we can't make a tangent in your model. I'm saying there are no true on the surface of your world.
Have you ever
There's no
heard
such
the term? Have you ever heard that we can have 3 90s on a sphere? It's actually possible to have 3 90s on a sphere. Connect the dots, and in spherical geometry, it makes total
even
sense.
more.
What do you think they measure those 3 90s, Brian?
That's too much, man.
No, it's not. I think he needs to
Yes,
have
it is.
a dose of cold water right now.
Get your question, bro. You're really dodging the simplest question that anybody's asked all night. You won't acknowledge that your equator.
I think they genuinely don't understand your question. I think they don't understand it.
I think Scott's right. I think maybe I don't.
But I do understand it. He has made it pretty clear from like a long time ago.
Maybe I missed that first part where it was very clear because it's not very clear now.
I mean, he's simply saying that the edges of two circles cannot form a 90-degree angle with each other. He's saying that if you have the equator line and a longitude line, they intersect. He's saying that can't be a 90-degree angle.
But what does that mean?
It means that because they are not straight. He's wrong about this, of course. Like it can be, but he's saying that because they're not straight, they bend away from each other, or they bend down from your feet if you were standing at the point. He's saying that bending is making it so that they aren't 90 degrees anymore.
But that's I kind of conceded to that, and then that's why I took. Well, hold on, Brian. That's why I broke it down to the planes and say we have a plane that line has created, and the vertical, and we those planes are now perpendicular to one another. So that's he is wrong about that. But there's more of a debate when you get to other latitude lines about because those are going to be curved lines with respect to the latitude, but even in the planes they can still be perpendicular. So I don't know I still don't know really what the true point is, Brian, of your question.
By definition of two straight lines, meeting at a vertex, forming a 90-degree angle, I'm just trying to get the fundamentals down pat. In three-dimensional reality, this ain't the gotcha, bro. I swear to God on my life, this ain't the gotcha. But in three-dimensional reality, you don't have that on the surface of your reality. On a level surface of your world, you don't have two straight lines meeting at a vertex. You don't have 90-degree angles, much less perpendiculars. Okay.
So Brian, does this mean that? Because I'm trying to figure out what you're getting at, and to me, it means one of a few things. One, we can't. It's not possible to measure angles between these lines, or two, it's an angle other than 90. So which is?
I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying you need it. I'm just trying to get the. Y'all think that it's
Brian.
I'm just
if you
answer the question fundamentally.
Okay, is it possible to measure an angle between these meeting circular lines, or is it not possible?
Without a tangent, usable surface. No, it bends.
Okay.
I've got.
So you're disputing whether you're saying we're not allowed to measure the intersection of these lines.
It's like curved adjacent. I think is analogous to the curved adjacent argument. Is that right, Brian? Is this like analogous to the curved adjacent argument of the sextant?
No, dude. Oh my! I just told you.
Don't yell at me. I just thought that might be analogous to what you're saying. But, okay, I could be wrong.
But that's not the point. That's why I said I'm not talking about celestial navigation. I know you can use a tangent. I'm not arguing that. I've made it crystal clear. I'm just talking fundamentally. If we're talking about 90-degree angles, we need to be crystal clear that the equator is bending. Okay? Not saying that we can't use a tangent and measure it. Okay? That's not my claim. I could say that, but that's not my point.
Does this mean that we are not allowed to measure angles between lines of a coordinate system that we slap onto the surface of?
Not allowed.
Okay, but if you're saying, Brian, if you're saying it's okay that we do, we'd like to know how we measure the angle between those lines.
With a tangent. Why are you asking me questions, bro? Agree on the fundamentals.
Brian, if these lines are diverting in their definition of a curved line or a circle is that it has a completely constant change. It never has any straight lines in it. It's always changing angle. So if we measure 2 points on it, we can figure out what the rate of change is. We can get an orientation that starts out 90. It would not be 90 to another point that intersects at the same latitude, but a different longitude. So that's kind of your point, I think, also.
So you agree that you can't have perpendicular lines on a level surface of your world, of your reality.
Well, the interesting thing about that is in spherical geometry, those lines, the next longitude that it meets, those even though they're straight and are meeting at, I'm saying 90 degrees, which is an orientation, east and west, but those particular longitude lines are not parallel either. They're diverting. They're curving to a center point.
But each point where the intersecting lines, like somebody said it earlier, at intersecting lines will be perpendicular, but the lines themselves, the longitude lines themselves, will not be parallel. Like this is like at the core of it here. Like I think what's trying to be said here.
All right, so we all agree. I think y'all are agreeing. Okay, y'all gonna make me forget my damn argument, which I haven't. Okay, but so we all agree that we on the surface of your reality, we can't draw a square, and we can't have parallel lines. Okay, we can't have parallel straight lines in your reality, and we can't have a square, and we can't have perpendicular 90s in reality.
Well, yes, you can. It's a square that's curved. It's a curved triangle. These are still triangles. They're still shapes. They just fit within spherical geometry.
So I can have 100-mile stick and somebody else, and we can walk a straight line in your world, but neither one of us turning. Bro, you need to stay out of it because you don't even understand your own model, bro. You're just
Well, if we
agreeing
had
with
that,
them.
then they would not be following. They would not be parallel to latitude lines. If you did that, just like if you went straight in the distance, you don't follow a upper latitude or a lower latitude line. You actually divert and form a great circle route, which is totally not on that same latitude line. Going straight in a certain direction will not allow you to follow a latitude line, and you know this.
Very good. So you can have parallel great circle routes, right? So you agree that I can't have parallel straight lines in reality. In your reality, if there's a 100-mile pole between me and you, and we both walk straight, one of us will have to turn. We can't both walk straight. Agreed?
Brian,
Well, no, you can both go straight, but I don't know if you said this earlier, but I thought I heard it. Every great circle route, no great circle will ever be parallel with another. They're all not parallel.
You can have two equators then. If I've got 100
Two equators?
between
How do you
us,
have two
and we
equators?
both walk straight, we can both walk straight, and we can both make a great circle on your reality.
No.
You just said yes, dude. This is
No,
ridiculous.
I said
dude.
no great circle route is parallel with another. That's a postulate of a sphere.
Lines, right? So no parallel lines in your reality. We can't. So straighten that one dude up who just came in saying you could, and
No, I didn't
straighten
say
your
that.
person.
I never said that.
Can't have parallel straight lines in your reality.
Equator is parallel with a latitude with all latitude lines.
But the latitude lines are changing angle, right?
They're still parallel. They're concentric
turning.
circles.
Right, but I can't walk a straight line along a latitude line, right? So I'd have to turn.
Why do you?
This is fundamental shit.
Why do you
I'm trying to
qualify
teach
them
you
by
your own
you being
model,
able to
bro.
walk a straight line? Why do you qualify your argument by you being able to walk a straight line? That's your flaw in the logic.
Why are you arguing in your own model? This
I'm
is
just
weird.
argumentative tonight. That's why, I guess. I don't know.
Brian, okay, let's just say you're right. We can't. What does that mean? Does it mean that like we're not allowed to have lines of latitude and longitude anymore? Should we erase them entirely?
Your model, you're saying, let's just say I'm right. This is your model, bro. I'm trying to teach you your own model.
No, you're not. Don't fucking talk to me like that.
I wasn't, but now I see that I have to.
Well, what about it are you teaching me? How does this help me? With this, armed with this knowledge that lines of latitude and longitude cannot be parallel, what does this change about what my understanding? How do I do things differently now?
It doesn't. You're dying to hear the point, bro. But until I can get y'all to agree on the fundamentals, here's the point. Don't interrupt. Okay, in your reality, on a surface of a globe, I can't be 100 miles and have a stick between me and somebody else, and I can't make two great circles. Okay, they are not parallel. So in other words, if we had a stick between 100 miles and we both walked straight, one of us would have to turn, or we'd have to split the difference. In other words, you can't have two parallel lines on the surface of your reality, and I don't know why I'm having to remind you all this. It's weird.
So I'm just gonna put it this way. If you are, let's say, I don't know, in New York City, and you have a friend that is 100 miles to the south, and you both start walking west, your friend to the south will actually walk a greater distance than you would in New York, 100 miles to the north.
You're saying the guy south? No, you'd walk a little distance, and it wouldn't be a straight line. If you walked a straight line, you'd both form great circles.
It's a straight line. It's a straight line.
You can't simultaneously have straight and parallel on a globe. Simple shit.
No, you can have straight and not be parallel. The straight line is a straight line. It has nothing. Two lines will make a parallel, but you can still have a straight line. The parallel has nothing to do with a straight line.
My point is you can't have straight and parallel separate points. You can't have perpendiculars, a period, without turning.
You can have perpendiculars. That's not true. You can have perpendiculars.
And parallels.
Points. You can't have those. You can have
Brian, you can have it all, man. You can have the.
How about this?
World's your oyster.
Since we can't have, or you think we can't, what new word would you like to use to describe the relationship between intersecting lines of longitude and latitude?
Circles.
Sorry? Still didn't hear it.
Great circles.
Okay, so when we're discussing
Euclidean.
when we're discussing the intersection of a latitude line and a longitude line, we should call that intersection a great circle?
When he chops the plane in half, when he uses planes, he's reverting back to Euclidean. When he makes a plane at the center of your sphere, he is literally reverting back to Euclidean, which is straight lines to points.
Okay, that didn't answer my question.
Well, Euclidean is a subset of non-Euclidean, by the way. You can look at a sphere and do what I did earlier with the plane and say that is a straight line in 2 dimensions.
Y'all give me a minute, man. Y'all can trash me for about 2 or 3 minutes. Somebody and the simple shit. We got them arguing the fundamentals here. Somebody back me up. I need a minute.
Brian, you can take a moment. Well, while Brian's taking a moment.
Hey, Zanik, can you see my screen share?
Yeah, I got it.
Hold on real quick. Let me just read something off real quick. In spherical geometry, straight lines are great circles.
In the
Okay,
chat?
so you can't. Zanik, can you hear me talking?
I hear you now, yes.
Oh, okay. In spherical geometry, straight lines are great circles. So you're definitely not going to be having any straight line tangent lines because they're not great circles. You can't have a straight line in spherical geometry. That's why there's no tangents. Another reason why there's no tangents. Hold on. I'm just giving you a whole bunch of reasons why there's no tangents.
Well,
I
did
can't
you
really
see
have
the
a
example I
debate on
showed
it.
that proves it exists?
No, I can't really have a debate on it right now. I'm just giving the examples I have.
I already proved it exists. I
You
just
can
showed
say
you.
yours. I didn't say it. You can say yours after if you want. Just let me say mine now. So another reason is the parallel postulate does not work for spherical geometry. So if you have tangent lines, I can make 2 tangent lines be parallel, and now we would have parallel lines in spherical geometry, and the parallel postulate would hold up. So that's another reason why you can't have it. A third reason is because it strictly deals with the two. I mean, I have a whole bunch of reasons why you can't have tangent
Let me
lines in
give you the
spherical
counterexample
geometry.
that will just end it really quickly. This will end it very quickly. Just imagine this. Draw a circle on the surface of the Earth with a center at the equator, okay? Imagining it? Just draw a circle, centers at the equator. Now a latitude line touches the top of that circle at exactly 1 point. That's a tangent to that circle.
There are no tangents. It's when if you're doing
just
spherical
told you, I
geometry, you
just
need to
proved
stick
there
to the
is.
surface. You have to state it on this 2-dimensional surface.
I did. I stayed on the 2-dimensional surface. You draw the circle on the surface of the Earth around the equator, so that the center's at the equator. Then a latitude line, imagine a latitude line that touches that top of that circle at exactly 1 point. That is a tangent to that circle. And moreover, you can easily check to see this is true by looking at any entry on spherical geometry and seeing how often they will talk about tangents on a sphere.
A tangent has to be a straight line.
Well, not on spherical geometry. It's a line that touches a curve at exactly 1 point.
No.
Is it true that
Tangent is a straight line? Period.
That's not true.
Then on a spherical
It is
geometry, that's
straight.
a
Look it
latitude
up.
line is a straight line.
No, it's not.
There
There's
are
no straight
tangents that
line.
are curved.
Then you tell me why it is that when you look at spherical geometry in a textbook, they talk about getting the tangents of things on the sphere. It's because what I just described is considered a tangent line.
No, straight line off a sphere would be a tangent.
Barry, you can look at it. You should look at it before you go any farther.
I did.
I don't know why you keep saying that.
I did.
So why do you think that they call them tangent lines when they're talking about spherical geometry?
Oh, this
What are you
is
talking
Greenville City Schools.
I'm
Oh,
saying
and
that if
this
you
is
look at any kind of textbook energy of spherical geometry, you're going to see them talking about the tangent line. The thing I just
You're
described,
not
they'll
going to talk
describe as a
about the
tangent line.
latitude line being a tangent.
A tangent to a circle, yeah. You can make that a
No.
tangent to a circle.
No, you're wrong.
Well, then why is it that they
Well,
talk about that when you look at the textbook?
They don't. You just made it up because you forgot
No,
it.
you're doubling down. He's not making it
Or you're
up.
trying to get one
I'll
over on
post it for you if you like. It's really easy to get.
I'll back him up
Go
on
ahead.
that one. Barry, you just haven't looked
Please
into
do.
it. You haven't looked into it. Trust me.
I
There are
just
tangent
looked
lines
it up,
that are-
Zanuck. Jesus Christ.
So you don't think there's tangent?
Okay. You're talking about a curving tangent line then, Veach?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Yep.
I mean, it depends on how you like. A spherical geometry is a latitude line a curving line.
No, it's a straight line.
Exactly. So in spherical geometry, it's not a curving line; it's a straight line.
So stupid.
So you have
It's not stupid, Regent. You just don't understand, brother.
It's extremely stupid.
It's not.
I mean, I'm just telling you the truth, man. It's not like I care that much, but it is the truth.
Y'all just let them keep talking, bro. I'm gonna chop this out. I can't believe they don't understand their own model. This is latitude line.
Yeah.
With a tangent, right, to a latitude line. Wouldn't the equator be a tangent to a latitude line?
Hold on, Veach. You're saying your tangent line is a latitude line?
Yeah, the latitude, like imagine a latitude line touching that circle, the top of that circle at exactly one point. So the latitude line goes around this thing. It touches at one point. That's a tangent to the circle that you drew.
So if I walk
The
that
circle of
latitude
the
line, I
longitude
got a
line?
turn.
Jesus Christ.
No, you just draw
This-
a circle where the center at the equator is what I was saying. So draw a circle on the surface, centers at the equator, make it any size you want, and then draw a latitude line that touches it at exactly one point at the top.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
See, that's a tangent line.
Yeah, but there's no regular tangents where there's straight lines touching the sphere anywhere.
I mean, yeah, you can't go off the sphere surface, otherwise it
Oh, all right, that's what
geometry. But
that's
I'm
what
saying
I
spherical
was
geometry has tangents. That's a tangent in spherical geometry, and they talk about it all the time. It's a tangent.
Okay, there's a confusion there. Yeah, I thought you were talking about a tangent line that touched the sphere or something.
Okay, so if I make a 90-degree, so I can take a ball and draw a great circle, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so don't deviate from this point. And I make a 90-degree turn anywhere on that ball. I've basically made an equator. I can chop your ball in half, right? Anywhere I turn 90 degrees, I have made a great circle or a geodetic or a due east, 90 degrees.
Okay,
Right?
so hold on a second. Hold on, Brian. Jesus Christ. So do you have like the postulates and axioms and stuff for the spherical geometry? Like, is it in a book somewhere? Beach?
Me? Oh no, no, I don't have them.
What's up?
I mean,
I don't have them, no.
a basic high school textbooks has really all of this stuff.
What's the first axiom in spherical geometry?
Oh,
Where's the list?
I don't have a list. What are you saying? Why do you think I have a list?
Is there a list?
I don't know.
How do you learn this stuff if there's no fucking axioms and shit and postulates?
I mean, it probably is, but spherical geometry is just geometry stuck to the surface of the sphere, so you can just reason about it from that.
Oh, I found something here. The 5 axioms for spherical geometry are: 1. Any 2 points can be joined by a straight line. 2. Any straight line segment can be extended indefinitely in a straight line. 3.
Both Euclidean.
Given any straight line segment, a circle can be drawn having the segment as radius and one endpoint as center. 4. All right angles are congruent. 5.
You know what?
There are
Can
no
I stop you
parallel
right there,
lines.
please? Can I stop you right there, please? Hold on. Can you guys hear me talking? I'm gonna just have to stop you right there. You said something about a radius. There are no radiuses in spherical geometry. You gotta stick to the surface, right, Beach?
Sure, yeah. As far as I know.
Well,
so
they
there's
might have
definitely no radius.
Why would a circle not have a radius? It's like a small circle, not a great circle, a small circle.
Because you have to stick to the surface of the sphere. You don't.
No,
have
he's
a
saying
radius.
on the surface. The circle on the surface has a radius too.
So your radius is going to go on over the curve of the ball.
Of course, that's spherical geometry. We're confined to the sphere.
So pi changes. Pi is not constant. You're saying?
The area, the area calculation would fall down, I'm sure.
Not Jeremy.
Yeah. So you're saying pi is not constant.
Well, I don't know if you use that sloped radius to determine the circumference, Jeremy.
You
I don't
can't.
really see latitude lines other than the equator aren't even considered straight lines in spherical geometry.
Exactly, dude. Can you repeat number 4?
I think number 3 actually summed it up, but y'all ignored that. So.
No, I asked him to repeat 4 though. Or is that the one congruent? Or is that 3 or 4?
That was number 4. All right angles are congruent.
Okay, so you would agree that on the globe, and I draw a right angle.
Hold on a second, Brian. You've been going. Hold on, guys. Stop. Everyone, stop for a second. Brian, you've been going for a while. I think SC tried to jump in. Let's give SC like 5 minutes.
I'm not even. I just need one thing. Can Jesse please post those 5 things that he just read out, and where it says non-Euclidean? Can you please post those?
Just good call. Yeah, post that out.
Yeah, they're all Euclidean.
Well, but look at the spherical geometry section. There's a section for spherical geometry.
So just to be clear, those are all Euclidean. What you read out, right, Jesse?
That's all in the spherical geometry section. It says the 5 axioms for spherical geometry are :
Oh, read them out, Jesse.
That
One more time.
is all Euclidean. They are all what he just read out. They're all Euclidean.
Yo, Jesse, read out the 5 axioms real quick.
I'm glad to. I just did, but 1. Any 2 points can be joined by a straight line. 2. A straight line segment can be extended indefinitely in a straight line. 3. Given any straight line segment, a circle can be drawn having the segment as radius and one endpoint as center. 4. All right angles are congruent. 5. There are no parallel lines.
You realize that only
Except
works in
that
a
one.
flat
That
plane.
one they bastardized. All the other ones, they're all Euclidean. Don't believe it. It's a big lie. He knows it. As he's reading it, he's smiling. That's a lie.
Why is that a lie?
SC, I don't understand why it matters that there's portions of spherical geometry that use Euclidean geometry. Spherical geometry.
Just say the truth. Say they're Euclidean, and we changed it. That's all you got to say.
It's not
Just
about changing. We adapted it for real world calculations. They're not even real world calculations. We just adapted it to be able to calculate things on a curved surface. It's really all it is. It's just adapting Euclidean geometry to calculate things on a curved surface. If Euclid had come up with that himself, we'd be calling that Euclidean geometry. So I don't understand why it's such a big deal that parts of spherical geometry are Euclidean and other parts are not. Why does it really matter?
Dude, just be honest. That's all. Be honest.
I'm
still trying to teach him what non-Euclidean geometry
because it
is.
works on a flat plane. It does not work on a sphere. That's the problem you're having.
But those
Why don't you check the chat real quick?
Those 5 axioms do work on a sphere, though.
Yeah.
Can't have a straight line
You
on a
presented
sphere.
them as non-Euclidean. That was dishonest.
Not dishonest.
Spherical
Yes,
geometry is non-Euclidean as a general rule.
Yep.
Hey, I just want to point out those 5 axioms you just quoted about spherical geometry, Jesse. Are we for the flat earthers? Sound like some flat earthers agree and some don't agree, or are we all agreeing?
It seems like some of them are saying it's Euclidean geometry because there's parts of it that are described similarly to Euclidean geometry. I don't really get it.
I'm
But
questioning
the straight
the
line on the
Euclidean
sphere
is
is
all
a straight
flat
circle. plane. There's
Hold
no
on, I'm questioning the radius.
Well, I'm
having an issue. Hold on, man. I'm having an issue with the radius thing because you can't have a straight line, so it has to go on the surface of the sphere. So that's a weird fucking radius right there. You also have pi not being constant.
Okay, so I have a question. What is the purpose of a line? Like, why would you use a line?
Why would you use a line? It's
Yes,
kind of
like
generic.
what's the purpose of a line? It's to join 2 points, is it not?
Yeah.
Right. So the shortest distance between 2 points. So that still holds true on the surface of a sphere. And if you wanted to look at it from a distance standpoint, yes, your line on a sphere would be a little bit longer than your line if it was, we'll call it, straight by your definition. But that's the whole point of spherical geometry, is to calculate the difference in that distance. That's the whole purpose.
Okay, so in spherical geometry, you're saying pi is not constant.
Well,
No,
the formula for circumference might be different, so you can't really say that.
Sorry, what was that, Veach?
There's something that Gator said earlier that I thought was a good point, which is that the formula for circumference is probably not the same use of radius there, so you wouldn't be able to talk about the ratio in the same way.
Because you wouldn't be measuring the same thing.
Exactly.
You'd be fundamentally measuring the area on the surface, which humps out.
You'd have the distance of your line, and then you would come up with a different number for pi. It wouldn't be 3.14 anymore.
We're saying that the formula to get the circumference from that radius, you use the radius to get the circumference, that formula might be different.
Oh, what's the formula for getting pi on a sphere then?
I don't know.
Why would it be any different than the circumference divided by the diameter?
Because now you have a pi, a non-constant pi.
Why is it non-constant?
You would come up with a different number.
Not this.
Well, just go ahead.
More area.
Does pi have to do with the area, or can it be measured? Can it be determined from the diameter?
Is directly calculated using pi.
Can it not be calculated directly from the diameter?
No.
Pi is how many times? Pi is how many times the
The
diameter?
ratio of the circumference to the radius. That's all it is.
Pi is how many times the diameter goes into the circumference. And you would come up with a non-constant pi, depending on how big your circle was on the sphere, if you're getting your radius by going over the sphere.
Well, you can measure the circumference of a sphere directly, can you not?
Yeah, welcome to reality.
No, Bob.
Well, you divide that circumference by the radius or by the diameter, and you have pi.
Yeah,
there you go.
We're talking about only on the surface, though.
Yeah, they're talking about if you drew a circle on the surface of a sphere.
Yeah.
And they're saying that you should use a radius value that's not derived from the shortest point between that circle. Because on a sphere Earth, it would go through Earth. They're saying the diameter would they're not saying you wouldn't use the chord. You would slope across the surface of Earth, and that would be a larger diameter than what would produce the circumference of.
Yeah, you can't use a chord. You can't use a chord in spherical geometry.
Sure you can. Why can't
you
you use
can't.
a chord in spherical geometry?
Veach, can you? Veach, can you use a chord in spherical?
It's just you cannot. It's just definitional. Because spherical geometry is a geometry restricted just to the surface of the sphere.
Talk to him. All right, Bob. You good, Bob?
You can't exit the surface of the sphere, go through the interior of the sphere, and then hit the other end of the surface, because then you would not be in the actual surface of the spherical geometry coordinate system. So you can't do that.
So what is a circle on the surface of a sphere? Is it not a circle?
It's a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle.
Smaller circle.
Bob, you're talking about measuring area, Bob. So you can go all the way around the sphere and take a right turn, and so you can't have nothing lower than 2 and nothing bigger than 3.14159, because you just basically made a right angle. And I can use easily debunk the model, but I was sitting back for 5 minutes, but I can easily use what Jesse just read out to debunk the globe model.
You think you can debunk spherical geometry?
Brian,
hang on.
Do you not think spherical geometry exists? Do you think it's just not fake or it's like misleading or lies?
Well, I can use spherical geometry on a basketball, right? And if I draw a circle with a water glass on a basketball, I can use spherical geometry to define the area of that circle, right?
Dude, it literally, Brian, spherical geometry exists within Euclidean geometry. It's a transform.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to teach them. That if you're measuring area, you can't use a chord line on the surface of a sphere. So if you just sit back and listen, Bob, we'll teach you spherical geometry.
You're not going to teach me anything, Brian.
Yeah, please don't, Brian. Let's not pretend.
Yeah,
like
I mean, don't
fair,
go there.
Bob,
You're having a good conversation. Don't try and let that aggressive arrogance come
To be
in.
fair, Bob, I think you did learn something just now about spherical geometry that you can't have a chord. So
Yeah, Bob fucking thought you could just go into the interior and do whatever you want.
Okay.
What's the radius? What's the diameter of a sphere?
When the fucking coordinate system is two-dimensional. God
Yeah, but
fucking damn it. What is wrong with you? You're fucking
Noah,
a grown man.
stop ruining the
You're a grown
conversation,
fucking
Noah.
man. Stop yelling.
Come on.
Yelling over me when I'm trying to talk.
Yeah,
You're a grown man. Grow some fucking balls, dude.
Bro, go elsewhere.
let's all relax. Let's all relax.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This guy's like probably like older than my dad, and he's acting fucking younger than me. It's weird.
Wait, cubes are three-dimensional. They're not using spherical geometry.
I tell you, hey, I'm just going to say what I wanted to say from those 5 points Jesse read off. The fourth point was all right angles are congruent. And if you guys read that document, it then says, how do we interpret the first 4 axioms of this sphere? So we're about to interpret that fourth axiom. All right angles are congruent. If you look down at that same document, it says angles. Right angles are congruent. Think about the intersection of the equator with any longitude. These two geodesics will meet at a right angle.
Very good.
What else do you
That's
want?
the one I said I'd use. That's the one I said I'd use. Right there. So so you agree that every right angle is going to form an equator and a meridian on the surface of a ball, right?
Brian, why does it say these two geodesics will meet at a right angle?
Because that works in Euclidean on a plane, but it also, what you're trying to say is it works on a sphere. So if it's congruent, that means every right angle would form a equator and a meridian, right? No matter where we drew a right angle on a sphere, if we extended them, it'd be 2 great circles, correct?
Hold on, you said Christ, you said great circle routes meet at 90 degrees.
No, he didn't.
He said geodesics. What?
He said geodesics.
Is that a great circle route?
It's entirely irrelevant. It says 2 things that run the surface of the sphere will meet at right angles.
Yes. Sorry, say it again. Say it again one more time.
Think about, right angles are congruent. Think about the intersection of the equator with any longitude. These 2 geodesics will meet at a right angle.
By geodesics, they mean great circle routes, right?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Well,
the equator and the
longitude.
Right.
Hold on.
It says
it says equator and longitude. If you want to define them as great circle routes, that's fine.
But they're not any great circle routes because you can have any great circle, 2 great circles meeting at any angle on the surface of a sphere.
And they're all going to split the globe in half with an equator, no matter where you draw the right angle. How do y'all not understand this? This is
not at the equator, no.
Only at the equator.
No.
Dipshit.
Watch your language.
Brian, watch your mouth.
Yeah, Brian, chill out for a sec. We're trying to have a fucking good conversation.
No, any 2 points on the surface of a sphere can be joined by a great circle, which divides the sphere in half. Now you can, no, not at the equator, through those 2 points, wherever those 2 points may be. Now you can have 2 more points that are on opposite sides of that segment and draw a great circle around those, and that will intersect the first great circle, but not necessarily at a right angle. It will if it's the great circles are longitudes and the equator. But you can have them come in at other angles as well.
They're always going to cut the ball in half, right, Bob? They're always
Yes.
going to cut the ball
Absolutely.
in the equator.
Absolutely. And if they meet, and they will come together in an angle.
Very good. So a geodesic, no matter where you draw right angle, the ball in half in 4 ways, basically congruent.
I don't know. I thought we solved the problem. It says the 2 geodesics were. being the
How many
equator and
examples
lines of
are there?
longitude, meet at right angles.
That is, yeah,
Yeah,
I
but it's
absolutely agree with.
only the equator though. It's not the
Yes.
other latitudes.
But that's not his
Okay.
position, Regis. His position is they can't for some reason.
Do you think this
I'm pretty
through?
sure that's what he said, but
They
okay.
meet at right angles in Euclidean geometry, but in spherical geometry, they only meet at right angles at the equator.
Okay, well, this is under spherical geometry. It says the intersection of the equator with any longitude. They meet at right angles. His entire argument was they can't meet at right angles.
Right. So you only place on the globe and make congruent right angles is at the equator. So if we draw it anywhere else on the ball, another equator.
This is exactly what Zanuck said yesterday. The only place they're meeting at right angles is at the equator. Everywhere else, it's not right angles anymore because the latitude lines are not the same. That's why I asked you earlier if you were talking about great circles and you said geodesic.
I just said the explanation though, and everyone just ignored it. In Euclidean geometry, they're all right angles. In spherical geometry, it's only right angles at the equator. That's the answer. So, yeah.
So what's the problem? Is
there's a big problem, bro.
No, okay. The intersection of a line of longitude and a line of latitude. If it's not 90 degrees, if it's not a right angle, what's the angle? Is it 91? Is it 89?
90 degrees. It's 90 degrees at any point on the sphere with
That's what I
intersecting
think.
latitude, longitude are 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Using the coordinate systems. That's it.
Yeah, 100%. We agree.
It's a massive point that y'all are missing, bro.
They're all
Sorry,
right
no.
angles. In spherical geometry, it's only right angles at the equator.
But why isn't it right angle at other latitudes? I don't understand that.
That's the whole explanation. There's just two different coordinate systems, and that's what's
Because
determining which
because
right
other
angle.
latitudes aren't straight lines.
Yeah,
The
you
other
need great
latitudes
circle
aren't
routes.
straight lines.
Well, I
But
agree.
You need great circle
In
routes.
lines of longitude,
Yes,
it is
and
a right angle. But you can have right angles between two other great circles that are
Hold on,
not the
guys.
great.
You're both talking at once.
All right. Well, let me finish then, and
Okay,
he can have his turn.
Relax, man. I'm on it. I'm gonna say Bob, go, tripping, and then go.
All right. Who do you want to have go?
I defer my time. I got to do something. So
Bob, and then okay, go
All
ahead.
right, let
Bob.
me be next, Jeremy.
No.
So I agree.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so I agree that lines of longitude and the equator meet at right angles. However, you can also draw great circles that are not. Take one great circle for example that is not the equator, but goes through the equator at 2 points, but is tilted up 45 degrees. You can also draw a great circle perpendicular to that. So,
I mean, if you go to Google Earth right now, and go 90 degrees off a longitude line, it's not going to be a latitude. This shit's going to cross the equator.
I'm saying that you can draw great circles. Not all great circles are the equator or longitude. You can draw great circles between any 2 points on a sphere.
Okay. So what?
Right?
Say what?
Well,
so what?
No, somebody
great
said
circles can
something.
be parallel.
Yeah, I said something. I said, so what? We can connect 2 points with a great circle route. So what?
Yeah, well, we connect two other points and create a great circle, and we can create that in such a way that those two lines meet at a 90-degree angle.
Yeah, like any longitude line in the equator, but not
But
a
it
latitude
doesn't have to be a longitude line or the equator. We can create two great circles that do meet at 90 degrees in two places.
That's your problem,
Yes,
bro.
but
You're
the
just
point
saying
is they
it's
have to be great. Hold on, Brian. The point is they have to be great circles to meet at
But
90 degrees.
why is that, Jeremy? Why can't a latitude
Correct.
line and a longitude line be at 90 degrees?
Okay,
I
so
don't see why that is.
Do you need a straight?
The short answer to this question is that the equator is the equal distance between the two center points of the planet. So, and the only way you can get a 90 is if all of the longitude lines, whichever orientation you want to put it, are at equal lengths. And that's where you create your 90. Otherwise, it cannot be a 90-degree angle.
It's because all longitude
So
lines
this guy
are great
agrees with us.
circles. All longitude lines are great circles, but not all latitude lines are. Only the equator is. The other latitude lines are smaller circles. So in spherical geometry, they're not even considered straight lines.
Okay. Yeah. So then the question becomes, since you guys think they're not right angles where lines of latitude and longitude meet, what is the new angle?
There are two consequences, bro, and y'all
Oh
don't
my God.
mention either one of them. It's baffling me.
Please answer him. Answer the question, bro.
They're curving lines. How do you get an angle?
Okay, so
Yes.
what you're telling me is I can not ever put an
I'm
angle
not
there.
telling
It's
you
just
this.
not possible.
Spherical geometry is telling you this.
Okay.
You can't
So
claim sun rays are parallel if all these
God dang, man.
geodesics.
right.
That's
So if I'm
the number
so
one consequence.
Regis or whoever, if I'm at 100 degrees or I don't know, 45 degrees north latitude, right? Is it not possible for me to use a compass to determine angles to things from here? Because if I determine my angle, it's going to be from the line of longitude that I'm on, right?
Follow your
Yeah,
compass, bro. It won't
you need
direct
straight
circle.
I
lines.
think the point is, Negator, that those small latitude lines are curving, so they
And
don't get angles from them. It's
okay, but
spherical geometry.
in order to use a compass, you have to start with a 0. That 0 is along a line of longitude, correct?
I don't know why you're arguing with me. I got my info from spherical geometry on a website. Just go look it up. I don't know what to tell you.
All
Be-
right,
because
lines of
The answer to your
longitude
you're
and
question.
the
looking at it
equator are both curved. They
you're
both
looking at it
form 90
in
degree
a
angles.
vacuum, Regis. That's
Hold
why.
on. What did you say, Bob? We didn't hear you. A lot of
No,
people
I'm
over talking.
literally
Say it
looking up
again, Bob.
your
Yo,
side.
why are you over talking me?
The equator is a curved line. Longitude are curved lines. Two curved
Not in
lines come
spherical
together at
geometry.
90 degrees. So your argument that you cannot get an angle from curved lines is refuted.
Bob, you don't know spherical geometry if you think that.
I
They
already
are
know
not.
that.
They are geodesics.
No,
They
but
are straight lines and they are circles.
planes.
Spherical
We
geometry.
went over the planes. Remember we made the planes, the plane of the equator, the plane of the longitude. Those are
You just said
perpendicular. We can do this.
longitude
Any
lines are
latitude
curved.
line can do the same
Holy
thing.
shit,
It
guys.
will be
Jesus.
perpendicular.
You just said longitude lines are curved.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh, in the z-axis.
And they
He
form
does not
angles.
understand spherical. He does not understand spherical geometry.
Yes,
Yes,
I do. And everyone
that's
here
Don't
does.
worry
exactly right.
about what I understand, Brian.
Bob, you can't say in reality they're curved. We're talking about
The
spherical
longitude lines are
geometry.
curved,
La,
please.
la, la.
You can have
Can I
angles
point?
between curved lines.
Cool.
Can I point east or
Thanks
west
for your
at any
contribution.
latitude line?
Yeah, that's what I was asking earlier. with the
Can I
compass.
point east or west at any
No, you
latitude
can't.
line?
Yeah, where I did it
Yes, so I
logic
can.
where
So I'll just take that as yes. So
you
that
can't
means if
do
I go
east.
west, that means it's 90 degrees opposing to north. 90
Guys,
degrees.
what are
Now,
you
Will,
doing?
if I hold on, can I
Do
just
that
finish the thought?
logically, bro.
Can I finish,
You're literally
Brian?
arguing
You can't
against your own side.
No, we're
I'm
not.
not.
You just misunderstand it.
No,
Yo,
I don't,
guys,
Negator.
we need to
We're
tighten this
Yes,
up
taking
a
you
your
little
do.
bit.
side.
Guys, we got to tighten this up a little bit. Let's all go one at a time. Everyone relax. All right.
So if we can go left, if we can go east or west off of a longitudinal line, then it's implied that there has to be a 90-degree angle that
Holy
that latitude or longitude line and the direction I'm going to be starting to walk. Now, will I walk in a curved path? No, I'm going to go straight because that's the direction I was with reference to that longitude line. So that's why I end up doing a great circle route, which is much longer than the path I would have taken on any latitude line that is above the zero equator. So just because you're not going to follow the latitude line doesn't mean there's not a 90-degree angle when you start walking away from it. That's why we say it's perpendicular at a point.
Well, I guess that's why I keep asking, like, what is the practical impact of this position? That lines of latitude are not or cannot be right angles to lines of longitude.
Here's the practical, okay? And I'm sorry, if I interrupt, I wasn't trying to. Okay, I just can't believe you haven't figured it out, okay? Now, here's the point. Even locally, due east, meaning great circle or geodesic, even locally does not line up with your compass. I recommend everybody just take a compass and point it toward east and then draw a 90-degree angle between the North Pole, okay? They even locally, over 10 foot, they do not line up. So when you...
All right, forget about, Brian,
geodesic,
forget about the compass. Forget about the compass. We're at the equinox.
That's your other problem.
Brian, were you done with your thing, Brian?
let me say the consequence. I give them a minute, and I'll back off for a few minutes. But okay, so every congruent right angle forms a great circle. Longitudes are great circles, and they intersect. Okay, so the point is that if the sun rays are parallel, they can't follow great circles, meaning straight lines on your model, and converge at the same time. And that's the consequence of spherical geometry.
Hold on, we're gonna let Zanuck go. Hold on, he was trying to get in. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Okay, so no, I'm talking about an orientation. So we're looking at the sunrise and the sunset being west or east, and it's only east or west at any particular time when it comes up at that one point. And as the Earth rotates and the sun goes behind the Earth, then we can't see it anymore, and it's a different position. But everywhere on the Earth, everywhere sees the sunset and sunrise east and west. You would agree. So that means it's going to be exactly 90 degrees opposed to the longitude line. In that one day, in that 1 minute. But you follow that path, you're not going to travel east forever. You're going to start traveling toward the equator. Would you agree, Brian? Hello? You guys desert me?
They're here.
I just posted a picture in LabTeX of compass east and due east. That's two string
I just got
lines.
done taking this throughout the compass, Brian. I said, let's look at just the sunset on the equinox.
Define east.
Where the sun rises.
Yeah, define east. The sun rises. This is why I pulled the string lines, because I wanted to see if the sun rose compass east or due east, because due east is 90-degree angle or a geodesic or a great circle, and it split the fucking string line of 90 degrees of a geodesic or a great circle. Okay, so you can't have everybody looking 90 degrees, because as Jesse just stated, they're congruent. Okay, so you can't have everybody looking great circles and then be congruent. It violates its own rules.
Circles.
What exactly is compass east versus due east? What exactly is compass east versus due east?
Look at, I just posted a picture, okay?
Just use your words and tell me. What is compass east?
Dude, he was just about to tell you.
Yeah, compass east is the direction the compass needle points. So I pulled a string line, okay? Then I pulled a string line directly due north, and I pulled 90 degrees to that. That means congruent or great circle or due east, okay? And it's not, even locally,
no, it
does not line up with compass east. Try it yourself, Zanuck.
Is there a difference between putting the magnetic deviation in and getting a true north off a compass, or a true east off a compass, and measuring due east by whatever other means you're talking about?
The 4 times I've done it, I did not put in magnetic declination.
Okay, so you're not looking at true north then, are you?
Oh, okay. That's a whole nother subject, bro. I'm glad
No,
you
it's
said
not.
that.
Brian, we already stepped in telling you.
Zanuck, shut up.
What?
You just yelled all over him, dude. You're like, no, it's not. And he's right in the middle. He didn't even finish getting out. That's a whole nother subject before you yelled over him.
The reason they have due east is it's a definition, and it is defined as 90 degrees from due north. Okay, so if you want to declinate it, it'd be even worse. But due east is a great circle or a geodesic or congruent.
What's the difference between a compass north with magnetic declination taken into account and true north?
You would have to use magnetic declination, and it'd be off even more.
Why?
But in reality, the closer you get to the North Pole, the more due east is going to be off from.
Why, if you use the magnetic declination, why is true north from your compass not true north?
Are you agreeing, bro? You really should sit back and listen to us hash this out.
Is somebody hot mic in here or what?
No, I'm just curious. I mean, isn't that the entire purpose?
Oh, y'all can hear my blinker?
Yeah,
my bad.
Make that turn, baby. Make that turn.
Isn't that the entire purpose of taking into account magnetic declination to get true north out of a compass and true east out of a compass?
No matter what inclination is, you're still going to get the gap between due east, compass east, because you can declinate north or the compass. They're going to declinate together unless you found a way to just declinate them like separately or something.
Okay, well, if they're declinated together, why wouldn't they be true directions?
What don't you understand? You understand that at the equator, due north, due east, and compass east are going to be the same, right? You do understand that.
Just answer my question. If I take into account magnetic declination, do I not have true cardinal directions?
It's a straw man, dude.
Yeah, honestly, dude.
It's a yes or no answer.
You can hear clearly what Brian's saying. And
It's a straw man. I just answered. It's a straw man.
No. Brian is completely lost in this topic, Platypus.
No, I'm not, bro. Declination.
Yeah.
Funny how you say that, because he's
yeah,
not
he
the
pretty
one.
much is.
He's not the one interrupting himself, like jumping all over him with these little gotcha questions. And when Brian tries to clarify something with you, I literally hear you say, "I'm not going to answer that. You answer my question first." And it's super rainbow. You guys just have a conversation with him. If you want to have a conversation with him.
Well, what if we just use a gyro compass? That gives us true north and true east, doesn't it?
Say your piece, right?
I'm about to hop on my computer and start modding, to be honest.
Dude, I know. No, dude, I had to get off earlier because people were just jumping all over the place and I'm driving and it's like, oh, I'm not going to listen to this. I can't mod right now. And if I yell at you, nobody's going to fucking listen. So the only way is to just start hitting people with the warnings and stuff. So you guys
let me make my...
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Danik. Go ahead.
I've been trying to get it. And let's be real quick. Brian, I immediately started and prefaced my statement with saying, forget about the compass. Just look at the sun setting on the equinox. And we travel that direction. That is going to be a great sook route, but it's not going to be parallel to any latitude line unless you're on the equator.
Fair. Well, you said east, though. You said compass east when you were defining it. You said east.
I didn't say compass anything. I said get rid of the compass and just said the sun rose in the east, sets in the west.
I asked you to define what you meant by east. Do you mean due east or compass east? Because they are different.
No, due east. Again, you can't make it clearer than I'm making it. Forget about the compass for all the reasons that Bob, the science guy, and the negator has already mentioned.
The sun doesn't rise compass east, Zanuck, for nobody. It rises due east. But it doesn't. I literally went to the beach and tested this 4 different times.
That's in stark contrast to everybody else on the planet that has seen the sun rise exactly east for everybody on the earth. Not due east, compass east, due east.
Once again, Zanuck, exactly due east, not compass east. If you look at even up how to do it, they'll tell you how to do it. You measure north.
Brian, nobody said anything about compasses. Leave the compass alone. He said due east.
So due
I
east
said it 4 times, Brian. I said forget about the compass.
Congruent. You know what that
means,
right?
Just a quick moderation announcement starting from right now. If I hear you interrupt, I'm not going to say anything. You're just going to get a warning.
I'll finish real quick. So east is different than compass east. Okay, so I'll quit saying compass east as long as everybody understands that we're talking about 90 degrees. You can literally do this by pulling a string line compass east and then measure a 90-degree angle with a string line. They do not line up even on a local level. So everything Jeremy's been saying about these 90-degree angles, they don't work even on a local level.
What does not work mean? How do they don't work?
Not 90.
Okay, but how does something not work though?
Play dumb, Nag. That helps.
Like what part isn't working? Give me a situation where the way I would normally go about things, knowing that lines of latitude and longitude are right angles. Tell me where I'm going to get lost because something doesn't work.
Parallel sun rays. Okay, if due east, the sunrise is due east for everybody along a meridian, and that is a intersecting point, then the sun's rays aren't parallel.
Where did you get that from, Brian? My God.
Are sun
No.
rays spherical geometry rays?
You can't integrate reality and spherical geometry. It doesn't work.
Are parallel sun rays, do they meet?
They debunk spherical geometry, yes.
All right,
they
just
do.
answer the question, Brian. Do parallel sun rays meet?
Yes, they do meet.
So parallels meet. Okay, I got you.
In reality, if we live on a globe, they do meet. You've got bent parallel
Well, where do
rays.
they meet then?
They meet about 6,000.
They meet about
6,000. Right about 6,000 miles. Go to Google. It's not a secret.
Okay.
Which direction does light come out of? Like what directions does light go? Like from its main source, like in what direction does light go?
I'd say it spreads about 69. I'm about every 60 miles or so. That'd be my guess. But it could be 40 or 50 miles.
But if they're coming out of a center point, right? Something's emanating light in all directions. If that is true, then could you say that any sun rays are parallel?
In reality, they are locally parallel, and but that violates the globe. I don't know, but here's my point: is if with eyes staring back at you, and we put it out over the water, and we all walk along the beach, them eyes are going to stare at us, and so if everybody points at the picture, we're not pointing parallel. We're all pointing at the picture, even though the eyes are looking at every one of us. And you could say they're parallel, but if you get a God view, all of our arms look like they're pointing in different directions, but they're all pointing right at that picture.
Hey, Brian, if I take... I'm sorry. Brian, if I take 3 lasers and put the beams out in parallel, would you agree that those are parallel beams? Parallel light rays?
In reality, yeah.
Can I shine those on a spherical surface?
If you can't have parallel lines.
Yeah, no. If I have those parallel lasers, can I shine those 3 parallel lasers on a spherical surface?
In reality, you could, and you click.
Okay, there you go.
Geometry, they would intersect.
Thanks.
So in
All
reality,
right.
yeah, shine
Are the
lights parallel.
parallel laser beams? Are they under Euclidean geometry or spherical geometry?
Well, welcome. Said there you go. So yeah, there you go.
Are
Welcome
they
to
under
Flat Earth.
spherical or Euclidean geometry?
Reality, Bob. We can shine laser beams parallel in reality.
Okay, so that would be a Euclidean parallel, correct?
I didn't specify. I just said in reality.
I am specifying it as Euclidean. Do you agree?
In reality, you can, but in your world,
Okay,
you
good.
can't shine lasers parallel, bro. It's not possible in your world.
Okay, can I take those 3 Euclidean parallel laser beams and shine them on a spherical surface?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
there you go. Thank you.
Flat Earth, bro. In other words, they will still be parallel on an actual ball. But if you're changing gravity and all that shit, then yeah, you can try and say that you can't have parallel lines. But in reality, we know we can have parallel laser beams. Okay. In fact, I would encourage you to go out and try and show that parallel laser beams are not parallel, because on a globe, you can't have parallel laser beams or anything for that matter.
So are
Well
you
said.
admitting that the Earth is a globe? Is that what you just did?
No, he's explaining to you guys that you guys say that laser beams don't shoot straight. You say that the light's curving, yada yada. He's explaining to you that if you guys want to pretend like it's a globe, then you can't have laser beams shoot straight. He's suggesting that this gentleman goes and actually does the work so that he can see the error in his logic.
So hypothetically speaking, if laser beams, were truly straight and didn't, there's no effect from gravity and light and whatever that would affect a laser. Say, hypothetically speaking, a laser would be perfectly straight, and we'll set up that straight perpendicular to a particular vertical, right? And then you go 10 miles further and you set up another vertical and you draw another horizontal line from there. Those two lines would not, those two lines would intersect. They wouldn't join each other, right? We know this, and this happens in reality.
Well put. Nope, you can't have parallel lines and straight in reality. You can't have both. It can't be
Yeah.
straight and parallel.
And just like slapping a bunch of mathematical terms in front of a word that we all know, like Euclidean lines or Euclidean level or whatever the hell that guy was saying, that doesn't mean anything. We're talking about reproducible results, right? And I'm really excited to see some more laser tests get done. I want to see some of these guys get some more powerful lasers, deal with the displacement, really just get to the bottom of this. Because
hey, you mind if I clear something up real quick?
Be my guest.
Mm-hmm.
I lost Bob.
I don't hear him either.
Well, that's clear as mud.
He's pretty clear.
Just kidding.
He just ran away. He's pretty clear. Let me clear.
No, I think
he might have
lost connection. I don't know way because he was about to make a point.
Yeah, I'm driving, guys. It wasn't me.
Okay, so we'll try it again. Watch, Brian.
There he is.
Lasers. 1, 2, 3. 3 parallel laser beams. You recognize that? That's a sphere. See 3 parallel laser beams hitting the sphere?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No.
Oh, let's go.
That's how celestial
Brian,
navigation works.
Stop.
Glad to help you out there, Brian. Thanks for playing.
Are them laser beams following latitude lines, Bob?
No, nor are they required to.
So not parallel, right, Bob?
No, these are absolutely parallel laser beam lights. That's the way the instrument is designed, right here. Those are parallel light beams.
Very good.
And you can shine them on a sphere.
No, so we're not on a sphere then,
can't
right?
get any clearer than that, Brian.
So we're definitely not on a sphere then, right?
No.
So no such thing as parallel then. Which is it?
Those are parallel. And they're shining on a sphere.
Can they follow parallel latitude lines?
No, of course not. Well, actually, could you? Let's see. So, well, let's see now. There's the equator. 1, 2, 3. Oh boy, those look like they're actually following lines of latitude.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, that's not the way that works. That's a sphere. It's not a flat plane. This is a sphere.
So
these are parallel lines.
So in your reality, we can have parallel lines.
I'm showing it to you, Brian.
Right, but on the surface of a sphere, we can have parallel lines, right?
No, the light beams are parallel.
So can't we trace a line out of them?
It hits lines of latitude.
Which are parallel, right?
Yeah, but they curve at different rates.
So in your...
How about like that? Are those parallel?
Are they parallel?
Still parallel.
Or are they crooked lines? So not crooked lines.
These lines are still parallel because they're parallel beams of light. And they are shining on a spherical surface. And that, my friend, is the basis That is one of the basis of celestial navigation. You have parallel lights and you have a curved surface of the earth. That's how a sextant works.
Very good. Now, pull string lines along them laser beams, okay, and see if they are parallel or not. Because in reality, they're going to be
You can
parallel.
look at them and see.
Hold on, let me finish. Don't interrupt, bro. I'll listen to you. In reality, they will be parallel. On a globe,
on a sphere.
they are converging, bro. And I repeat, on a globe, them straight lines would have to converge. You can't have parallel lines on a globe.
He's just showing you that.
I can't
Brian,
believe
I'm
y'all don't recognize
it's really
demonstrating
not.
it to you right in front of you right now. Now, you either understand what this demonstration shows or you don't.
I don't think
either
you
one
understand.
of them are on you.
I don't know how else to describe this. Are they straight lines?
What do you think?
I think yes, if they're laser beams. And what I'm asking you is that are latitude lines or straight lines, can you have parallel straight lines on the surface of a globe, Bob?
What's it look like right there?
In
Answer the question.
reality, I'm not arguing reality.
And
Once
that's
again,
a globe.
I'm not
That's how it works on a
reality.
globe.
I've showed this 5 different. No, it's not. Not in spherical geometry. It is most
That's a
certainly not.
sphere.
You can't have parallel straight lines.
Look at them. Look at them.
Bro.
Are they not parallel?
Yeah, you're
Oh,
showing
boy.
reality, bro. I've done
Hey,
three
Brian.
videos. I don't get, bro. I've done 3 videos showing this exact same thing, bro.
Well, your videos were wrong. There is a
these
globe.
guys. This
there
is,
are 3 parallel straight lines.
All right, Bob, just hold on one second. Brian, it's just you guys yelling back and forth. I get what you're saying. I think a lot of other people get what you're saying. I don't think he understands how him holding a toy and a laser is, really producing what he's claiming is happening on the actual Earth. But I think you did a great job. I will give you that, Brian. I picked up everything you're putting down. I tracked with you the entire way.
Let me say my closing statements, and I can appreciate that. Okay, my closing statements are this: that straight lines, globe would converge. They're not. In reality, what Bob is showing, which I never thought he was a laser, that's actually genius. I use string lines, and I just pointed out the latitude lines that you can have straight lines in reality. But with spherical geometry, you can't have straight parallel lines. So if what he's showing, he's literally just helped me in my next video to debunk spherical geometry as reality. He's just showing reality. I'm not arguing reality.
And my closing statement is that I have just demonstrated the entire basis of celestial navigation. You have a sphere and you have parallel light rays. That is the entire basis and premise behind celestial navigation. It's how sextants work.
So if you follow them, will all 3 people wind up at the same spot, Bob? Or will they wind up at 3 separate spots? Welcome to reality.
I've made my closing statement.
Honestly, Brian, I'm going to clip that. I'm literally going to go clip that. That was so perfect, to the point.
What does it mean?
Answer the question.
He tried to say that it was he's using parallel light and literally showing that if we followed each one of them lines, we'd all be at different positions. He doesn't understand his own argument, I promise you.
You keep thinking that, Brian.
Okay, so if I'm on that point along that line and follow them, am I going to converge to one spot or at 3 different spots, Bob?
Actually, the way that I shined it with the middle line over the equator and the upper 2 lines over lines of latitude, you'll just follow the equator of those lines of latitude all the way around.
See, it's
back to where you start.
He's retracting, he's backing off. It finally sunk in.
Nope,
Bob.
that's what I did. That's what I showed you.
So not parallel straight lines then, right, Bob?
The lasers are most definitely parallel and straight.
In reality, I agree. See? Dude, you can't have
they
both.
shine,
So if
they shine on a spherical surface, and the spherical trigonometry will tell you exactly how they behave on the spherical surface.
So if the 3 people at the end of each one of them lines follow it, we'll all wind up at 3 different places on them parallel lines, right? We'll be at 3 different positions where they first touch, right?
The 2 parallel lines on the outside touched each touched a separate line of latitude, and the line in the middle of those 3 parallel lines was on the equator.
Now what I want you to do is show me one laser.
Yes.
But that still violates, bro. All you're going to do is show what happens in reality, which violates spherical geometry. It's so easy to debunk spherical
I have
geometry.
a sphere and I have a laser. What do you want me to show you?
Show me from one orientation. Show me the light tracing parallel along a latitude line, along 3 latitude lines.
From one location.
Apart.
That's what you want to see.
Location.
And what will that tell you?
Show me. We'll find out.
No, tell me what that will tell you. Because I've already shown that.
I welcome you to flat Earth. Either way.
Yo, he's scared to show you because he just fucking figured it out probably. But it's good. It's good. It's better you figure it out than just pretend like it's not happening.
It's not reality.
Well, I'm sorry, but you've cut my video privileges. I can't show you.
I didn't cut anything, bro. I haven't touched your
video
your status.
Isn't available for more than 25 users. You're not letting
that
me
must mean
stream.
there's more. That must mean there's more than 25 people in the chat. Also, considering the fact that I've been driving the whole time.
Yeah, nobody can do video.
You,
no one can do video if it's more than like 25 users. So some of us would have to drop out. But you can still
conspiracy.
You can still screen share though.
Jesse, would you agree that if I did 3 congruent lines, 3 congruent angles, at one at the equator, one along the same meridian at, let's say, 30 degrees north, and one at 30 degrees south, you'll agree that them congruent lines, or them congruent angles, will follow the meridian and all converge at the one over the equator, right? Them straight lines, them 90-degree angles will converge over the equator, right, Jesse?
No.
I don't even know what a congruent angle is.
Here, I'll take a picture of this and show you.
What do you mean?
But no, they do not. They will not meet.
You can screen share, Bob.
Okay, not on Google Earth. Go to Google Earth and draw a right angle from 2 different latitudes. One north of the equator, just go 45. Draw them about 6,000 miles. 2 right angles to due east and see what happens. Do you think they'll follow the latitude line around? Or the congruent right angles converge at the equator? Or just try it. You don't have to answer.
Well, I just took a picture of it, and these 3 lines will not meet. I'll go ahead and share the picture again since you missed it.
Right, now try it in Google Earth. Now do it on Google Earth. Just see if it matches reality.
Okay, so here are your 3 lines that I just shared. And one is directly over the equator, and the other 2 are over different lines of latitude. They do not meet. They will not meet. I just demonstrated it.
Very good. Now do that in Google Earth. Now,
no, you do that in Google Earth. You do that in Google Earth. That's your question. You show me in Google Earth, it won't work that way.
Thanks for interrupting, Bo. I've already done it several different videos. But if you could please show me the 3 straight lines. I will. But I encourage you to go to Google Earth and show me them 3 straight lines, please. You can't. Because Google Earth ain't reality. So thank you for doing that.
Which is
with in reality,
good,
though.
As far as I could tell.
That's some serious.
Literally used the latitude lines. I pulled lines, but I never thought to use 3 lasers. He just took the cake, bro. That's, oh my God. You just Thank you so much.
Do you understand what happened there, Brian? What he actually showed?
No, I don't think he does.
Yeah, it doesn't match Google Earth.
I really
Right.
don't, because you keep on claiming victory. You're running around with this victory flag, and all of us are going, "What? Why are you doing that?" Because welcome to Flat Earth. Because he's actually showing you how these parallel lines actually project themselves on a sphere,
Three separate suns,
and exactly
right?
how they should project themselves on the sphere, and they are parallel for all the reasons that we talked about.
So he's got three separate suns, right, Zanuck? That's my whole point.
Oh, okay. You want us to show three. I get it. Bob, did you pick up on that? He wants you to show from one spot.
No, I want you to go to Google
one spot.
You interrupt right when I go to respond. Right when you go to Google Earth, you can't show that because a straight line or a parallel line, you can't draw them in Google Earth because that's not
It'll
how
look
spherical
exactly
geometry
the
works. I
same,
can't
Brian.
believe y'all don't understand this.
Brian, it look exactly the same.
Why
Google
don't
Earth
you
is
do
a
it,
spherical
Bob?
representation of this actual sphere that I have right here.
Then do it. Go to Google Earth.
I don't need to. I've already demonstrated it with a real sphere.
Yeah, Brian, you're really
If you
asking
can show
for something that is
we
not
can
needed
talk,
to be
bro.
shown.
My whole point is you can't show this in your model. You
That's
can't
your whole
show
point?
it. What you're showing me is three
I
separate
literally
lights.
just did, Brian.
No, you didn't. You showed reality. That's why I said welcome to Flat
You
Earth.
can't win, Bob.
Go ahead.
Are you telling me
You know,
that?
I swear to God, where do they get these people from?
I have no
Are you telling me
idea.
that
It's unbelievable.
Bob's laser beams, guys?
You can't make this stuff up, Bob. It's uncanny.
So
I need to
nobody's
start
willing
recording this for videos. Please tell me this is going out on YouTube.
Definitely. Okay. And check this
Outstanding.
out. Since you're scared to do it, I'm going to post it right here. Here's your straight lines on Google Earth, Bob. Mister, I hope this is going out. Oh, you better fucking bet your ass it is. Okay, here you go. There. Go on Google Earth, genius. I hope this is being recorded. But your sweet ass it is.
Oh dear God, you just proved my point. Thanks, man. Those lines are parallel, you idiot.
Chord lines, spherical geometry. I'm an idiot. You're invoking chord lines in spherical geometry. And I'm the idiot.
Hey guys,
What?
just you guys don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You can just do it without doing it.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. It's not good.
Okay, look at the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, and then look at the equator, which is exactly what I just showed you with a laser. Are they not parallel? Do they converge? No. I don't know what your little sun thing is on the other side. I've got no idea what you're trying to show there, but those lines aren't parallel either. They cross.
I speak, Brian. What he's trying to show you that is if you started heading off due west at any of those points, say
Welcome
where
to
the
reality.
latitude meets the longitudinal lines, you would start diverting to the north and then intersect equator. So that's the line he's evoking.
So in real life, we can demonstrate straight lines, right? In reality, we can demonstrate straight parallel lines on a sphere, okay? Once again, nobody's arguing that. I've showed it different ways. Just latitude lines show. We can show your straight lines or whatever you want to call them.
Speak faster if you can.
Parallel in reality, even with laser beams. On Google Earth, you can't do that because every time you move, you change orientation. So you can't have straight parallel lines. This is the basis, I repeat, the basis of spherical trigonometry. And I can't believe Bob doesn't understand this, bro. This is baffling, bro. You can't have parallel straight lines with spherical geometry or in Google Earth.
Hey Brian, tell me something there real quick. On that bottom globe that you have, okay?
Looks like you've got two lines there. You've got some arrows going up towards the right, and then you've got some arrows going down towards the left.
Yeah.
Are those great circles?
According to Google Earth, you can only draw
Okay.
great circles.
Hold on. So they're great circles, and they meet at a point right there, kind of just in front of that middle arrow, right?
Right, and then they keep going, right?
All right.
Don't forget they keep
Where
going.
they come together, what do you call that? What do you call that angle thing there?
What I call that is
the angle thing.
Call that an intersection.
Okay, it's not an angle though, right?
I call where they meet an intersection.
But it doesn't form an angle though, does it?
So it's an X, right? It's
does it form
X.
an angle?
I'm answering your questions, Bob. It forms 4 angles. It's an X,
great.
right?
So, and are those curved lines?
Bob, I just answered all your questions. Can you please answer one of mine? It's an X, right? So where they meet is the intersection, which forms 4 angles, right?
Yep. 4 angles between 2 curved lines, right?
No, 2 straight lines, 2 great circles.
Yeah, but those great circles are actually curved, are they not?
Don't try and switch it around. Don't try and switch it back to Euclidean to get out of it, bud.
He's calling you on your baloney, Brian.
No, I'm just pointing out the fact that you can have angles between curved lines. Just using your example to reaffirm that. But
Once
thanks.
again, I'm not arguing reality, bro. You're going to try and weasel it back to the Euclidean reality. I'm pinning you down and holding your feet to your model at Google Earth, okay? So it's an intersection on Google Earth. If you follow that line on out, it goes another 6,000 miles to the south, and the one from the north, south goes 6,000 more miles to the north. So what you get is an X. It's an intersection.
With 4 angles.
And there's no getting around it.
With 4 angles.
From
on curved lines.
Right.
Or is a great circle a straight line to you?
Any great circle is going to converge.
On what? What do you mean a great circle is going to converge?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Can a single great circle converge on anything?
It can't not converge on anything, except in Euclidean, where you're using reality.
So you can have one great circle and it'll converge on something.
It can't not converge on something when you're talking about lines, Bob. Once again, Euclidean geometry is reality, where you just use straight lines and points on the surface, not lines. There's no lines on the surface of a sphere in reality.
Guys, is my work here done?
I mean, if you're going to keep interrupting people, yeah, it's totally done. Dude.
All right. Thanks for playing, guys.
Yep.
Played what?
The game where the points don't matter.
Ever. It's the biggest waste of my time I've ever listened to.
Yeah, and just a real quick here. Actually, never mind. I'm so sick of repeating myself.
So, Brian, what was that question you asked me about congruent angles?
Yeah, so there you go. I just demonstrated, and I don't want to keep shit, so I'll finalize. So the congruent angles is what you just read, the number 4, what you just read debunks, okay, I can use equinox and reality to debunk spherical geometry in reality. And Bob just did a great job with 3 lasers showing Euclidean reality, not spherical geometry reality.
No, I think you had asked me if all right angles were congruent on the surface of a sphere.
No, you just said that all straight lines are congruent. That's Euclidean, right? That does.
No, I didn't say that. I said all right angles are congruent. That's what I read from the definitions.
Yeah. Right. That doesn't work in spherical geometry with parallel sun rays.
Parallel sun rays isn't a right angle, though. Is it now?
What does that even mean?
I have no idea. He's like.
Well, no. Just take the sentence. Parallel sun rays isn't even the right angle, is it?
what do you mean by that?
Well, a right angle is 90 degrees, right?
I would think congruent angles to a set of angles at 90 degrees would be also 90 degrees.
Right, that's what that number 4 is saying, that all right angles are going to have the same number of degrees.
Yeah, so it's the same as in Euclidean geometry.
Right, that one point is identical.
Yep.
As it should be.
Yeah, the axioms made good sense to me when I heard them. I thought we could spend more time talking about them because they're essentially extremely important to the topic at hand: spherical geometry, latitudes, longitudes, Euclidean geometry, tangents, great circles, lesser circles. If that's the topic we're on, those axioms are the bread and butter, pretty much. See, math of the axioms, you can build all the theorems and proofs with just the axioms and logic. That's how math works.
I was watching somebody. So there's this guy Sneeko, and he did a video 24 hours ago about flat Earth, and he has like a lot of subscribers.
Yo, send me that link.
I will send it to you as soon as I'm done driving. I clipped some of the best parts and I posted it on my Instagram if you want to check those out. I think you can just type Sneeko Flat Earth on YouTube and you'll find it. But an excellent point was brought up by the guy that was kind of like walking him through Flat Earth. And I don't know if this guy Sneeko is like a professional actor or something, because the facial expressions were so hilarious. Just seeing somebody being like, "Oh, like they know they're pretty red pilled about all the lying that's going on, but they're not at flat Earth. They're not at like, oh, they faked the moon landing and stuff." And you can just see the realization just start to creep up on him in his face. The video's probably like an hour long, but anyways.
What platform is it on? Because it's not on YouTube.
Dude, I'm literally 10 minutes from my house. I'll drop it as soon as I get there. Somebody sent this to me today. It could be on Rumble. Yeah, it might be on Rumble.
Yeah, because I just checked YouTube and it's just simply not there. It's like, I fucking hate censorship. Like, God fucking damn it. Like, it's just really unnecessary at this point. Like, it's just not cool. Like, who the fuck supports this dumb shit? Like, can I not see someone express their opinions on a subject? Is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask in America to be able to see someone's fucking like thoughts and opinions on a subject without having to go through fucking different channels? Like, my
No, you
God,
need all of your content. All your content needs to be curated and made sure by an authority that it meets community guideline standards. These Google, when Google buys YouTube, and they're paying billions of dollars, and then their platform starts getting flooded with the truth, which is breaking down the programming that they're also spending billions of dollars to enact. It's really not good, so they got to crack down. The point that I wanted to get to though is the guy was kind of talking it through how like there's all these like weird 666s and all of the heliocentric model, and how like most of the heliocentric model, like all the lies are really just about disproving the God of the Bible. And he goes, it's so awesome. He goes, if the Bible had a passage about how the Earth is spinning and it's a ball, the NASA psyop would be that it's a cube. You know what I mean? I don't know. It kind of hit. I was like, "Whoa, that's pretty deep." Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think this guy is a show. but I
Oh,
just kind of want
Sneeko?
to watch it. I kind of want to watch it anyway. Yeah.
Oh, he's annoying as fuck, dude. I can't stand him. I've never searched him ever until somebody. I didn't even search. Somebody just sent me the link, and I just know he's got 600,000 followers here and there, and that just means Flat Earth is just going to be
Yeah,
hit
but
up
how
by that
many of
many more people.
how much of 600,000 is 600,000 and 600,000 not bots?
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, dude, if it just brings one or two more people to start talking about it, it's okay in my book. Like that doesn't mean I have to listen to what he thinks about politics or religion or anything like that. When it comes down to calling out the NASA bullshit, the harnesses, and the CGI, and the fake moon landings, I can drop a lot of issues I might have with your other beliefs for an overgo. It's funny. Like I think that the New World Order, what they want to do is they want to create this boogeyman in the sky, like aliens or some shit, so that they can unite the world, end all the wars, and enact their new one world order. But I think that in a funny way, like they've become the boogeyman that the world can unite against, which is pretty cool when you think about it. It's like if you're just an average everyday Joe, you're not like creating censorship policies or pushing the envelope in terms of releasing advanced technology that are just like turning the world into a dystopian nightmare. You can start noticing what's going on, and homeless people are playing with road flares on the side of the freeway. I totally lost. Oh yeah, now I remember. Yeah, just the boogeyman that they have created themselves into being, this all censoring, forever war creating and promoting, like all these massive platforms, these giant corporations. See them put on the lipstick and the rainbow flag for June, and just push all this dumb stuff on it. I think it's only a matter of time before people are just in full reject mode, just rejecting it.
Dude, Bob just got put on blast, dude. He'll be coming.
Dude, he's been on blast. He's been on blast. He wouldn't even tell. He wouldn't even tell me what the definition of nothing is. He's saying the universe expands into nothing. I'm trying to ask him what the definition of nothing is for over 48 hours now. Tomorrow's day 3. The beatings will continue until the behavior improves.
Yeah, dude, I don't understand why fucking Glober retards can't understand what nothing is. Like it's pretty simple. It's almost like the most simple thing ever.
I mean, I'll give him the cheat sheet. If you tell me the universe is expanding into nothing, I ask you what nothing is, and you tell me the absence of time, space, and matter, and the preeminent, sort of like the preeminent stuff. Preeminent stuff. You could even say that to me, and I'd be like, "Oh, okay. Let's talk about that. How can we prove scientifically or observe scientifically the absence of time, space, and matter?" And then, I mean, that just solidifies their position, where they're just like, "Oh yeah, I have absolutely no way of verifying anything that I'm basing my entire reality off of, which is expanding universe, heliocentric model, the Big Bang theory, all that bullshit, completely out the window." They can't even get past the first part of the question.
Me and Jeremy put him on blast there. He come in, we're talking about spirit geometry, and he brought up the chord line, bro. It shows, like literally as an example in spherical geometry, which shows a spherical
Yeah, that
geometry.
was
Or he's
pretty
got
bad.
the same idea, but he was wrong, like way wrong, bringing that up to
That was
calculate
pretty
anything.
bad. Dude, Bob the science guy didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, and the other two Globers were just kind of cover for him. It was really ridiculous. It was like scramble the jets. Our main guy doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Well, that's one thing. Every time a globe starts getting like caught in the weeds of their own bullshit, the other globos just jump in and start interrupting and like, it's usually one flat earther, versus one globe earther. And you can always tell who's losing when the other side has to start jumping in. Like,
you know what's
dude,
weird? Every time I call these guys on their bullshit, like every time, like I just get around to it. Like I just get around to it sometimes, like I usually don't. But when I do, I just like start to just logically lay it out and list out the stuff. And I just hear a cacophony of sound coming through my fucking mic. And it's like, oh my fucking goodness. These guys are so emotional that they can't even like hear someone refute their point. And they couldn't even like defend against it. All they have to do is make a cacophony of noise and try to drown me out. And it's like 4 different people at once. It's like, dude, like, holy shit. Like, is this like a coordinated effort? Did they go into
well, you know
another
what?
server? Did they go into another server and like plan this out and then come back over here like en masse? Like, sometimes
Dude,
it makes me wonder.
I think honestly though, we're gonna remember this as like the good old days, because it's gonna get so crazy once flat Earth goes completely mainstream, and I'd argue that it already is mainstream. Like we're just at the beginning of the beginning, or no, we're at the end of the beginning. We're about to hit like the meat of this uh, revolution, I guess you could call it. And I mean, we're gonna enjoy the quiet. We're gonna miss these quiet nights where it's just like Zanuck and Bob, and it's.
You're right. We're gonna
Just enjoy
there's
it
gonna
while it
come a
lasts.
time where it's just gonna be really bad, and we're just gonna be like, "Fuck, I miss arguing with Zanuck." Like, those were the days.
I don't think Zanuck's gonna go anywhere. I mean, these guys, they might even be able to set up their own servers. There'll be so many flat earthers trying to get at a Globo and try to like better understand what it is they think they believe or they think they're being lied to about. And I'm all for it, dude. I'm all for it because the truth stands on its own, and the obfuscation techniques and the logical fallacies that the Globos and use. It's like, oh man, it's just getting old, and
We
people
don't do that
are
though,
catching
none of
on.
us. Like we
Well,
don't. We're very
you
honest.
especially. Every time you're losing an argument, you try to say that I'm not even a real flat earther and go on about all this bullshit. And it's just funny. It's obfuscation at the highest order, and it's slippery and sneaky. And yeah, that's why I don't even really like interacting with you anymore.
No. We're
No.
always very honest up front, flat. And we
Really?
tell things that are truthful. Any of you can do, and
Well, we'll just see. Time will tell. Honestly, bro. Time will tell.
and like I don't know what your angle is with me or with these other guys either.
Well, my angle with you is that I originally started DMing you because I remember that day there was just like some insane libtard shit going on in Jem's room, and you were actually kind of like being the voice of reason, and I was like, oh, this guy's like not retarded. That's cool. It's cool to see not retarded people on this server. That's a change. And I don't remember really where the conversation went. Like I was trying to explain flat Earth to you. Like, no, I'm not a flat Earther, dude. I'm just a regular Earther. Like flat is the description of the side of a shape. It's not the shape itself. And I don't really, like I said, stop going to Gems, and then I've seen you here, and you'll go on these little, I don't know, like these little missions, like trying to like tell people that I'm not a flat earther or whatever. And it's like, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm not, because flat doesn't even describe what I think the Earth is. It describes a side of the shape that I think the Earth is, but other than that, that's it.
Okay.
So
is Earth the globe?
I have questions. Oh, that's about my question. Yeah. What my question is, how would you describe the surface of a lake, a calm lake at rest?
Flat. And is that describing the entire shape of the body of water? The shape that the water has to contour to contort to? to pick up the shape of the lake itself, the the big dimple in the earth. No, flat doesn't describe that. It describes the surface.
Okay, how would you describe the relationship between the surface of one calm, glassy, smooth lake and another calm, glassy, smooth lake some distance away? Parallel?
They're probably going to be at different altitudes, I would assume.
But they could still be parallel and at different altitudes, right?
You mean the surfaces, the horizontal aspect of their surface being parallel if they were at the same altitude? And we're talking about altitude over, like on a plane, not the altitude in regards to the center of a sphere? Yes.
Well, even if they're at different altitudes, if you took one and extended it out as a flat plane, it could be 1,000 feet above the other one, but it would still be parallel. Two planes don't have to be at the same elevation to be parallel, right?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. That makes sense.
So all plums would be parallel then also, right?
Yes. Sorry, I'm stepping through the elevator. I might lose you here.
Oh yeah,
It'll just be a second though. But I think I can hear you though.
Well, we can hear you. So yeah, that's what I mean when I say flat Earth. I don't mean that it's perfectly smooth. There's obviously elevation changes. Nobody in their right mind disputes that. If I can do a little Scotsman fallacy there, I'm part Scottish. I can do this. I can do that. So, what, in your opinion, what would a flat earther think? That the whole surface of the Earth was perfectly smooth in the exact same elevation, as well as flat?
I mean, I think flat is more of just a rejection of curve because we don't find any and we don't measure any. The funny thing is, I don't even think flat earthers gave themselves that name. That's a globy name. That's like the N word. You know, they came up with it. They came up with something derogatory to call us that reject their belief.
What would you call yourself then, if not a flat earther?
Just an earther?
Yeah, I'm an earther too. I'm a true earther, actually. I just happen to think the true shape is generally spherical.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, yeah.
Cool. We're on the same side then. We can have some good conversations.
Oh, I have good conversations no matter what side you're on. We're definitely not on the same side if you believe it's a ball, because, like I said, you have to believe on a ball, which I don't. There's only one thing in the world that I believe in, and it certainly isn't the shape of the Earth.
Oh, because you know that, and so thus you don't have to believe it?
I know what.
Well, you just said that the surface of a lake at rest would be flat, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe that, or do you know that?
I know that.
Ah, okay. Probably with the same confidence that I know that it's spherical, right?
I don't know. You'd have to present your evidence, I guess, that the surfaces of lakes are bending. Can you do that?
Absolutely. I look forward to it. When you're not driving, because obviously I need you to look at stuff.
Oh no, I'm already out. I was in the elevator now.
Oh, cool! You're home.
Oh,
did you
yeah.
want to go over your thing first, or do you want to look at my evidence first? Because you had given me something to look at.
Oh yeah, we were talking about the shadows in the sky. That's right.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Yeah, and then you sent me the picture of the ladder. Do you want me to repost that so other people can look at it, and then we can?
Oh, I got it right here. I posted it a few minutes ago.
Perfect, dude. Yeah. Just explain to me how some of those chemtrails don't have shadows, and explain to me how the ones that do have shadows, if those are shadows, how those shadows make sense if the sun is 94 million miles away.
Well, I'm trying to piece together exactly what I'm looking at in the video because it's kind of small on my screen and I wasn't there. But it looks like there's kind of a vertical contrail that's kind of dispersed a bit, seeded a pretty wide column of smog or fog or whatnot. And it looks like the sun is partly behind that, but a little bit to the right of behind it, right? Let me
Sorry,
check
I'm muted. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and watch it again? Because I was actually watching it while you're describing it right now, and it's like, dude, the sun is behind both of those things that you described. Whether you want to call them a contrail or a chemtrail, that's up to you. I'm going to refer to them as chemtrails just because of the fact that they didn't dissipate immediately, leading me to think that it's more than just water vapor. The sun being behind all of those, that makes absolutely zero sense that would cast a shadow behind what we're looking at. Like that there's going to be a shadow between the object and the sun. Do you understand that? Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm not sure yet, but let's keep working on it. I'll do my best to
Yeah, and then
understand
as you can see, the chemtrail that it has no shadow, it's just about as short as the other one, as it's getting towards what I guess you would say as it's like headed towards the ground. But we know that those are just getting further away from us. But it has zero shadow, and I just that's very weird. This is not a
Well, it makes perfect sense to me.
explain.
So, can you see my screen share and my mouse, or do I need to make this picture bigger?
Hold on. Go for it.
Make it bigger.
I can. I mean, I know what the video is because I posted it. But I'm looking at your screen right now, so I'll know. I can see your mouse. I'll see where it's going.
Okay, so do we agree that the sun is right about there, right on the tip of the little finger on the pointer?
That's where it looks to be in the video. Yeah.
Yeah, because see this lens flare. I mean, let's see. Is that a lens flare? No, that would be a contrail. But anyway, it looks like that is the brightest point right there, and you can kind of see these lens flare rays coming out real faint, like spokes. So that tells us where the sun is. It's just to the right, right on the right edge of this vertical contrail or cloud column, whatever it is. So what it looks like to me, and now this contrail, this skinny one, it goes almost right through the center of the sun, but just a tiny bit to the left of the sun, right?
Right.
It's hard to tell. Maybe to the right a little. It might be to the right a little.
Just before we continue, I presented these dark lines in the sky to you as shadows, and that actually I shouldn't have done that. I should have asked you? Do those look like shadows to you?
Yes, and I've actually seen I've seen these these knife edge shadow stuff before in pictures from contrails.
Because I have another. As soon as you're done explaining what you think is happening in this one, be ready to see another one that's not going to make any more sense than this one does. So.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, so let's say that this contrail column here is a lot farther from the observer than this veil of light cloud, this haze. Okay. Let's say the cloud haze is at 2,000 feet, and the contrail is at 35,000 feet. Okay. Now the sun is slightly to the right of this thick vertical cloud contrail column. It's going to cast a shadow. If the contrail is 30,000 feet farther, and the sun is a little bit to the right of it, where will the shadow be? And I say the shadow would be to the left, slightly, right?
Can you explain to me how light rays from the sun 94 million miles away are hitting the shadows? Are they in parallel lines or diverging lines? Like how is that working?
Well, almost parallel from any given point on the disk of the sun, the rays are almost parallel.
So they're not parallel, or they are?
They would only be perfectly parallel if the sun was infinitely far. Let me calculate the actual angle of the non-parallelness from a point on the sun's disk.
I mean, non-parallel works enough for me. I can understand they're very close to being parallel, is what you're claiming. And okay, cool. We'll just keep that in mind.
Okay, so the unparallelness of the rays by the time they go in your pupil would be 0, and this is degrees, 0.0000000000002 degrees. So you want to call that parallel for all practical purposes? Yes. If someone wants to call me on a technicality, no, it's not exactly parallel, but for all practical purposes, it is.
Okay, go ahead, continue.
Okay, so the sun would cast, because this wide column of cloud, whatever, is slightly to the left of the position of the sun, it's going to cast a shadow even more to the left because the screen that it's casting it on is a lot closer. This other contrail, which is very close to the center of the sun, is obviously going to cast a shadow that's very close to where it appears to be because it's almost directly between you and the sun, right? So the shadow it casts on the cloud veil is going to appear in the same place, right?
Okay, go on.
And this contrail over here, also quite likely being at 35,000 feet and 30,000 feet farther than the cloud layer, is casting a shadow that
not. There is no shadow.
That is way off to the right.
Where?
And not in this picture.
Play the video. Where's the shadow? Show it to me. You can pause it at any time you see the shadow. You just pause it.
No, I don't remember seeing it, but I'm saying that there's two reasons that it might not be visible.
Which reason do you think that is?
Let me just so look how close the sun is to this thick column, okay? It's pretty close. The shadow is several times farther, right? So the shadow is going to be like a lot farther from the sun than that which is casting it. So let's say it's probably like 8 times farther. The shadow for this one clear out here would also be 8 times farther, which would put it way, 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 way off the screen. But let's see if it comes into view. And the other thing is, because this screen is not actually a thin screen, it's a region with a high haze content, a high scatter content. A shadow will be much more visible if you're sighting along or nearly along the shadow, as opposed to looking at it from the side. So the shadow from this one that's way off axis, you will be looking at it from its side, and it's going to be indistinguishable because it's going to appear very wide and faint, and so wide and so faint that you wouldn't notice it. But let me finish the video.
I mean, dude, that shadow's pretty long on the one there, and there's absolutely no shadow on the other one. That does not make sense to me.
Well, the one shadow, that shadow, the one you can see, appears to go through the sun, which means
Dude, the sun's 94 million miles away. It doesn't matter. Right?
Let's see if I can. No, it does matter. I'm trying to think how to illustrate this. Do you have any way you can get access to like an old barn that has like cracks in the wall, and you can like make some dust in there, and you can go in and see the sunbeams?
I mean, yeah, I've seen it a million times. I used to work on a farm.
Okay.
So,
Did you ever notice how much more stunningly clear the sunbeams looked when you were close to the path of the light?
I mean, they just look like crepuscular rays coming through the cracks in the barn, and any shot, everything is consistent with the way a shadow would work. This doesn't make sense. I don't see how a barn situation is going to be equivalent, because you're kind of giving me like the reverse. You're saying like sunlight is getting in, and then you're seeing the sunlight in the dust. And it's like, I understand crepuscular rays. This is shadows these are shadows in the sky.
Yeah,
okay?
Try this. On a sunny day, maybe when it's a slight haze, I don't know, or a little bit of smoke or something, maybe get a campfire going. Stand in the shadow of a telephone pole and see if you can see the shadow a whole lot better when you're standing in or near the shadow. And then get off to the side where you're nowhere near the shadow, and see if you can still see the shadow in the air, in the haze, not on the ground, but in the shadow in the haze in the air, right?
I'll check that out. I sent you another video, because I don't think we're gonna get. I don't think you're gonna come up with a better explanation as for why the shadow isn't there. You can stay on it if you want. I'd be happy to listen, but I would encourage you to look at this other video now and explain to me how the shadow is both in front of and behind the plane when there's a very small chemtrail.
Oh, this is actually the one I saw this one before, because the sun's actually right behind the airplane.
How does it cast a shadow behind it?
Well, because the airplane has been flying and producing a contrail, right?
Look how long the contrail is, and look how long the shadow extends behind it. Watch the whole video.
Look how long the shadow extends behind that car.
Is there a shadow in front of the car that extends as long as that plane?
No, but the car's not traveling the same direction. Well, just hear me out.
Okay.
What if the airplane were flying straight away from the sun, and he had been making a contrail for 1,000 miles?
Play the video and see how long the contrail is, please, before you say that, because I'm just saving you time here.
No, I've seen this one before. So this is
all right. Well, just wait for him to look to the left. Ready? Here it comes. Wow, that contrail is super small. Yet there's a huge shadow going behind it and in front of it. How does that make sense?
Well, the guy didn't pan very far to the left. We really couldn't see, well, if there was a contrail farther to the left. But just hear me out. Let's say he's flying along and he's producing this huge contrail for hundreds of miles, and he's flying straight away from the sun, and so this contrail produces this shadow, and the observer is in that shadow, basically. It's gonna appear lined up just like that.
I screenshotted it for you so that you can see a little bit better, because all you need to do is really just pause and zoom in. There you go. If you open up that picture for everyone to see, and then zoom in, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm saying that this is not his entire contrail.
Okay, zoom in, because I can barely see on your screen. Okay, there we go. Perfect. There you go. Yeah, explain that. How's that a shadow?
I'm saying this is not his entire contrail.
Oh, where is it?
The cameraman didn't pan enough to the left to see it.
Oh, you're saying that the contrail is extending further past the screen right now, but it just there's a big gap. Like, did they just shut it off and then turn it back on, or how did that work?
Now, as they fly through drier or cooler or warmer air, the relative humidity is different in different areas, and so when they're flying through an area that's near 100% relative humidity, the exhaust seeds this huge condensation trail where the moisture in the air begins condensing to form a very visible contrail. But then when he goes through drier or warmer air, then his condensation evaporates pretty quickly, and no cloud is formed. And so what I'm saying is, way behind him that you can't see on the camera is either his contrail or the contrail of other jets, because obviously he's flying the same route that hundreds of jets probably fly through there every day. Anyway, the contrail way back behind that we can't see because the cameraman didn't pan that far is simply casting a shadow that is hitting the observer. And so the observer is...
So let me get this straight. You're just claiming that there's a chemtrail there that we can't see that's causing that shadow. Because, okay, look, yeah, all these examples that you're giving me, there's a very clear and defined chemtrail and a shadow that goes with it. The video before, there was a clear and defined chemtrail with a shadow. There was a clear and defined chemtrail without a shadow. This one, there's almost no chemtrail, very, very short, and there's a shadow that extends in front of and behind it.
Here, look at this.
Yep. Cameraman didn't pan back enough. Can't see behind it. It's
but let's say the cameraman had only gone like that. He had only gone up about that far. It's like, wow, look at this shadow. You can see it all the way down and it hits the ground. You're like, well, what's causing it? Well, yeah, a contrail is causing it, and you can tell that the sun's rays are coming on the same axis as the direction of this contrail.
Right, but is there going to be a shadow preceding that contrail where no contrail exists? A shadow in between the contrail and the sun?
Not if none exists, but...
Well, see, that's my point. And you're in the other video, we see no contrail or chemtrail, whatever you want to call it, but you just say that there is one, even though there isn't.
Well, we don't know that there isn't.
We do. We're looking at it right now. There is none. You can't see it. There's nothing there.
Well, but what if it's just off the screen? Do you have more? Do you have more of a 360 view of this?
No, but I got other videos that just make this even worse. Let's go with this one at night. Here's one at night. One chemtrail has a shadow. The other chemtrail doesn't have a shadow. It's just, I mean, there's plenty of examples where this just doesn't make any friggin' sense.
What's the conclusion we're supposed to draw?
The sun's definitely not 94 million miles away is one conclusion you could draw.
Why?
That's just that's not how these shadows would work if that were the case. And then it's like I asked him, are the light rays coming in parallel or not? And he's like, oh well, it's such a small, it's off by like 0.12 zeros degrees or whatever. So I mean that's just a common theme when you're talking to somebody who believes in the heliocentric model is they'll tell you it's really, really, really big, so you can't tell the difference, or it's really, 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 really small, so it wouldn't make a difference anyways. And it's just, I don't know.
I don't think I understand just yet what your argument is regarding the shadows being off.
Question on the chemtrail.
Hey, Godric, do you mind if I get an answer to my question first?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think I made it pretty clear. You've got some chemtrails with shadows and some chemtrails without shadows. You've got some where it's a plane with a very tiny chemtrail and a shadow extending in front of it and behind it. And I'm saying that's not consistent with the way we understand shadows work, how shadows work.
So you're saying that the shadow in the sky that's left and right of that plane and its contrail is being caused by that plane?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
What
where
are
is
you-
that shadow coming from?
That's a great question.
On
That's what I want
flatters,
to know.
what does cause that?
Well, hang on. I got an image to post for you, Platypus. It's a screenshot from your video. And all it does is trace out the paths of shadows on the buildings. And you can see they're pretty close, the path of shadow in that sky, indicating a light source is to the left, and the shadow in that sky must require an object to the left.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. What's the object that we can't see that's causing the shadow in between the plane and the sun?
You don't.
Yeah.
You
What if
don't.
it's just a cloud?
What cloud?
I
Where?
don't know.
Oh,
And there's,
I don't know. Yeah,
and there's-
exactly, dude. That's what I'm saying. You guys are just claiming that there's shit off to the left that the cameraman didn't get that must be causing that shadow when it lines up perfectly with the shadow that you're claiming is being caused by the plane in front of it. That doesn't make sense to me.
Does
Oh,
okay?
so
Did you take
hold
this?
on. So the plane.
Wait! No! Did you take this video?
Which one?
The video we're looking at. Did you take this video?
No, I did not take. That was sent to me by a follower.
Okay. Did that follower tell you that the entire sky was empty completely?
No, they just people send me stuff that looks weird, and I kind of decide whether or not I think it's postable. And this one definitely fit the bill with being okay. That doesn't make sense. What's going on here?
Okay. But the problem, though, is your entire premise involves a 100% clear sky, and you don't have evidence of a 100% clear sky.
What do you mean?
Well, he doesn't take video. He doesn't take video of the whole sky, does he?
I mean, look, you could, yeah, dude, you're right. He didn't do a 360 pan. He didn't like provide the weather data for that day. You're right, 100%. But I think it's pretty safe to say that there was no object that just happens to be like directly lined up with that plane that would cause a shadow, leading most of the comments in that video to be having people telling me it's a shadow from the plane. It's a shadow. When you're telling me what, it's not a shadow or it's a shadow from not the plane. If it's not the plane, you're just claiming there's some magical cloud off to the side that we don't see. Like, what's your explanation?
It's the same as Jesse's.
I still think it's quite logical to say that we know. I mean, have you ever watched jets flying along and seeing that it's part of the sky their contrail will form big blooming white streams, and in other parts it just vanishes? Have you ever seen that?
Talking about the chemtrails versus contrails?
No, I'm just saying, I'm not talking about what it is, I'm just talking about what you see. Have you ever seen a case where a jet flies across the sky and he leaves big white trails in part of the sky and nothing in another part of the sky?
Like he just like turned off the chemtrails, like they just flipped the switch and they stopped spraying, so that's why.
You could say it was that. Let's say, for the sake of discussion,
here's the thing. There is a difference. There is a difference between chemtrails and contrails. Contrails will be periodic, but the thing is they dissipate within 10 to 15 minutes. They don't create these massive clouds that linger for days, and then for days after that, you don't see the sun because now it's like cloudy and shit. Like I'm talking about all of the only video I would say that it might not be a chemtrail and it's actually it's a contrail was the one where the shadow goes in front of and behind of it. Behind it. The first video and this third video that I sent you, I would say those look like chemtrails just because of how long they are and how long it takes for them to dissipate in the video. And like these are videos that I've trimmed down. Like they're usually like 5-minute videos, and I gotta like trim them down to make them postable.
May I, please, pretty please? So yeah, let's not get derailed on what causes that white plume behind jets sometimes. My question is, have you ever seen a case where a jet flies over and leaves white plumy trail on part of his flight over, but not all of it?
No, I've never seen that.
Okay. Well, I do believe I have. So let's say do you deny that can happen?
I've seen like skywriting, so no, I don't deny that could happen. People can.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's say for the sake of discussion that can happen. Is it not quite plausible that he was billowing out large white trail that he left behind earlier in his flight, and then he quit, and his plume was still casting a shadow on him because he was flying in the same, because we know he's flying in the same direction that the sun's rays are, because we can compare it to the shadows on the buildings, right?
Look, this whole thing only makes sense for you guys. Is the only way this makes sense to you is what I'm hearing from you is if there's something off camera that's explaining what's happening, and that's the only way that this makes sense to you. I've got so many videos like this. Yeah, that's fine. I've got so many videos like this. I mean, we'll just go through all of them because I think you guys are getting hung up on that one because it's like kind of a gotcha. And so you have to say, well, there's something that we're not seeing there. And it's like, well, I disagree with you.
There's obviously something that we're not seeing there. Something.
Well, obviously
is
he didn't
casting
pan
a
he didn't pan 360. So there's a lot of things that you're not seeing. There's probably about 190 degrees that you're not seeing because it wasn't a full 180.
But we agree that something is casting a shadow, right?
No, I don't agree with that. I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on. I've got my own theories that would make sense. I think on an Earth or on a globe model and a flat Earth model. But I'm letting you guys call these shadows because it's kind of funny.
So do we agree that
funny. Like, come on, man.
Do we agree that the sun's rays as they hit the buildings are pretty much parallel to that black line in the sky?
I don't know what pretty much parallel means. I can't agree to that.
Yeah, you do. Come on, bro.
Too much of a general. No, I mean they're either parallel or they're not.
Well,
okay,
I mean,
parallel.
Again, it's like we're trying to count pixels. Is it within 1,000th of a degree, or is it perfect? But it's pretty close, right? Within plus or minus 10 degrees.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, and we agree that the sun is to the left of the
Dude, I
photographer's.
understand what you're saying. I understand that you believe there's something off screen that is making this sense that is making sense to you, but I'm telling you, there's nothing off screen, and
but you have no evidence of that, Platypus. Why do you keep repeating that?
Well, you have no evidence that there's something off screen. That's the funny thing, and it's like, oh, okay. I mean, the evidence I've posted. I'm not going to dig through my videos right now and find like the full 3-minute clip.
Platypus.
Yeah, I did. This is my Instagram that we're all looking at.
And in that video, he doesn't pan to the left, does he?
He pans to the left enough for you to see a shadow in between the plane and the sun, which again doesn't make sense. The first video you've got. Yeah, he does. I took a screenshot and I posted it in the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll up. I'm looking.
Yeah, go for it.
He does not show the sun in that screenshot, but
I didn't say he shows the sun. I said he shows a shadow going between the plane and the sun. We can deduce that the sun is to the left. We all agree the sun's to the left, right? Right?
Yes. And that was actually my question is we do agree that the sun is to the left, right? And off screen, right?
Yeah, it's obviously off screen. We never saw the sun in the video, but we all know it's to the left.
So what do you think? How could a sun at any other distance than 93 million miles create that black line with nothing casting a shadow?
Dude, I'm only using the word shadow because you guys are calling it a shadow. I don't actually think it's a shadow in the way that you guys think it's a shadow. I think it's something else.
Okay, well, what do you think it is, and how do you think that the sun being at a different distance than 93 miles would cause it?
Well, the sun being at not 94 million miles away was really my main argument for the first one as to why those shadows don't make sense. And then once we got to the chemtrail that doesn't have a shadow and you started trying to explain to me why it wouldn't have a shadow, that's why I showed you this second one. Because I'm like, dude, if you're saying these are shadows, well, you're going to have to explain this. And now the only way that you can explain that is by claiming that there is something in the sky that the video doesn't show that lines up perfectly with the plane, causing a shadow that would lead people to think that the shadow is being caused either from the plane or its chemtrail.
Well, the shadow is bigger than the plane, so it can't be being caused by the plane, right? And if the sun
objects cast shadows that are larger than themselves all the time. That's how shadows work.
So, but if the sun is off screen to the left, how could the plane cast a shadow towards the left, right?
That's a great question. That is exactly why this video is so ridiculous, and why the answer to what it is being a shadow doesn't make sense.
Okay, so what do you think has caused that black line in the picture?
I'm actually not going to answer that question, just because it's really easy to figure out. I don't want to hold anybody's hand on this. This is, yeah. Sorry, I don't want to answer that question.
Do you know how many times I've heard that about other things when
That's
they
fine,
didn't
dude.
want to answer?
You can be incredulous all you want. I'm not going to say what I think it is, because I don't want to.
Okay, fair enough.
It's gonna drag us out into the weeds about a topic that we're not on right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So,
but if you guys are saying it's a shadow, that's fine. I'll argue with you guys about how shadows work all day. I think we should move on. I think we should move on to the next video, because you claiming that there's something off screen and me saying that there's not something off screen isn't going to get us anywhere.
right. So anyway, so that's my explanation, and it works perfectly on a globe. If the airplane is flying straight away from the sun and it went through a high humidity region and left big billowing contrails, or whatever you want to call them, big white trails, a wake, whatever, and then went into drier air and quit making them, or he switched off his chemtrail bottle, whatever you want to think, but still maintained that line away from the sun. His contrails from earlier would cast a shadow on him, and if it's lined up with the observer, it's going to cast a shadow on the observer, and the observer is going to see it, and it's called a knife edge shadow, and that's my explanation on that. As to this one,
That's the moon, by the way.
Yeah, I would. My first inclination, just looking at this blurry little picture, is that the vertical, or the more vertical one is farther away and is on the other side of the haze layer, so it casts a shadow on the haze layer. But the more horizontal one is near side, on the near side of the haze layer, so obviously it can't cast a shadow on the haze layer. Does that make sense?
Shadows. Yep, got it.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying, can you press play on that, just so I can see what it is that's happening? So you've got this plane that's flying at like a 45 to the top left. We're zooming in on that. We're seeing the chemtrail has a nice shadow with it, while the chemtrail going almost horizontal, obviously not perfectly horizontal, has no shadow. And you're saying that the one that has a shadow is further away or closer away? Or further away or closer?
The one with the shadow is farther away. It's on the other side of the haze layer.
The haze layer. Okay. So the shadow's being cast on the haze layer?
Yes. Yeah, there's like a... Have you ever seen those pictures where there's like this kind of thin, hazy layer of smog or fog or smoke or something?
I
At a
mean,
certain
yeah.
elevation?
I don't know if I've seen a picture, but I think I've seen it in real life. But yeah, go on.
What's interesting is the more vertical trail actually casts a shadow on the horizontal one. So they're obviously not at the same distance.
Right, I never claimed they were.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm saying that the more horizontal one is near side, is on the observer's side of the haze layer, so there's nothing for it to cast a shadow on.
But what is stopping the light causing that shadow? Is it the plane or the contrail?
the contrail, I would say, definitely.
And why is there no shadow extending in front of or behind it like the other one? Just the angle? The angle's different?
Because the sun is not.
That's the moon, but yeah.
Or the moon is not far off the screen. And it may not have even made it may not have made a contrail beyond that. It's hard to say.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate you going through these, man. I know I probably got a little frustrated here and there, but just my nature. I'm a very patient person, so thank you for your patience.
Certainly. And it's my bedtime here, but I would love to go over some of my evidence with you. Get your take on it. But another day.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock. I got work in the morning, so I got to wrap it up here.
Yeah, I gotta get to the airport in like 6 hours. I'm just gonna sleep. Sleep on a plane. I'm gonna go make my own chemtrails, boys.
Yeah, light up them skies for me.
I'm just gonna take a big dump on the airplane, and then when they release it into the sky, you guys didn't know that they did that, huh? They just released the shit into the sky.
I know they used to, I think, but I don't know. Do they still?
So when was the last time you were waiting for your airplane and you saw them like pumping the shit out of the airplane while you waited to board? Never.
Are you sure? Because they run and they hook up a bunch of different tubes, and they are putting fuel on, and they're
That's
supposed
usually
to.
just fuel and water. They're not pumping. Find somebody at the airport that's taking the shit out of the planes, please.
Well,
I want to talk to them.
I've got one anecdotal story. I can't give you his name because obviously I can't dox a customer, but he's a retired 777 pilot, and he told me about the time he broke his tailbone. He said it was freezing. The runway was freezing over, and the guys that were trying to unload the tank busted something, and all the blue, that blue fluid that they put in porta potties to keep stuff from stinking. Well, that's the same stuff, I guess, that he said that they used in the septic tanks or the sewer tanks on the jet, and that all ran out on the runway and then froze, and he was walking across that to try to get to his jet or get off of it. I don't remember which, and he slipped and fell and broke his tailbone. So that's my one anecdotal story, but that was told to me to a guy who was the pilot himself. So
yeah.
Hey, can you see my screen?
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, this isn't a great picture, but it shows how these jets go along, and sometimes when they go through one region, they put out more, whatever you want to call it, white fluff.
Oh, dude, those are chemtrails, bro. That's sodium oxide and aluminum oxide and all kinds of stuff for weather manipulation. Those are not
fair enough.
contrails,
Whatever.
yeah.
Fair enough. But look here, it kind of petered out for this little section right here. But
the wind just gusted through there.
But look, they all turned it on pretty good up here. In some areas, they really and look down here, they just let it rip.
It's like Beyblades, dude. Yeah.
So you agree that there are chemtrails, Jesse?
No, but I'm trying to discuss another topic, and the only way for the discussion to move forward is to couch them as chemtrails.
Yeah, I mean, like Platypus said, though, I mean, the contrails, they don't linger and make huge, disgusting, messy, spiderwebby sludge of weird tinted. Sometimes it has like a tint to it. I mean, I don't know where they're at where you're at, but like, I mean, sometimes like the whole sky is like tinted, different color. I mean, it's like the aluminum oxides and all the metals and stuff. It's clear that they're not regular contrails. Plus, we didn't have those back in the 80s and 90s. We would have little contrails that would be a little spurt in the sky, but we didn't have these insane tic-tac-toe like a lot of the ones you're showing. Just these absurd, that just stretch out and linger in the sky. I mean, whatever you think they are, I'm not saying that they're just trying to poison and kill us, although I think it's probably part of it is toxins, but I think they're definitely trying to modify the weather and, climate change, quote unquote. Yeah, they're messing with the climate. That's the climate change. Climate change is them messing with the climate and then trying to blame it on us.
Yeah, and when you block out the sun for weeks on end, you're messing with people's brain chemistry. You're keeping them from getting vitamin D. I mean, they even have something called seasonal affectedness disorder, which is where in the wintertime people get depressed because they get less sunlight. So I would say this is absolutely about making people. It's a soft kill. It's not a hard kill. It's not like dropping a bomb or poisoning a bunch of people are using, mustard gas. But it is a soft kill. It's like the microplastics, the fluoride, the pharmaceuticals, the drugs that they allow to be distributed. It's no good.
Hey, you know what? Well, so let's see. Can you see this picture here on the right of my screen? Maybe I can make it bigger. Nope.
Yeah, they turned it off for a second. Exactly.
Right. They turned it off.
They turned it off.
Do you see
They
that?
reset the tanks right there. Yeah, exactly. They stopped squirting that and then reset it. Yeah.
Here, let me. Can I actually just, Jesse? Why don't you look at this one because this is a better picture of what you're trying to show, and it's actually a video, which is so cool because you get to see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm adding you right now here.
Like, yeah, are you talking about one where like they're clearly dumping stuff into the air and then they stop and
Dude, this one,
doing it. And then
you see the exact moment they turn it off. There's no way they're flying through like a pressure gradient or a colder piece of. Just look, boom, stopped dead.
Oh, are you sure this wasn't some sort of test flight? What's the background? Because they do put smokers on jets for different test stuff.
No, these are chemtrails. Let me get the original because I had to zoom in so that people could see it better. Let me get the original video. Hold on.
Oh, well, that one's a complete. I mean, I hear what Jesse's saying. There could be other ones that are military test things or that they're something. But look at that. That's. I mean, that's just. How could you believe that's a contrail? It's just not. It's just a fact. It's not. Contrails are caused by the actual process at the engine, so it's consistent. They don't just turn off, the sprayers.
Yeah, and on this one you can actually see the left engine quit first. It looks like.
Go ahead and look at the video that I just posted. It's the full version that I clipped this from, and you'll see exactly what's going on in the sky. Hella chemtrails. My guy's getting hella chemtrailed. You can see all those crisscross patterns. And then he decides to zoom in, and that's when, boom, decides to stop. Hella chemtrail. Look at that. Look at that. Those are not normal clouds, dude. Those are chemtrails. Those are not contrails. That's not dew. It's not wetness in the sky. It's not moist up there. I mean, it is, but that's not what we're looking at.
Okay, so let's say your guy here was had been running his chemtrail machine back a bit, and then he's like, okay, I run out, or my contract said to just quit here or whatever, and he switches it off or whatever. But
they're all automated, by the way. I don't think there's any humans up there flying them. They're all
they're drones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say that
they're all drones that are dispatched from different areas. I mean, I'm just saying they don't have like crews of pilots that are going to work every day. Like, I'm going to go spray the skies with chemtrails. They're drone devices that are doing it automatically.
Okay, I stand corrected. It wasn't the pilot who flipped it off on his own cognition. It was a drone. He was it was pre-programmed by someone on the ground to shut off at a certain point. Okay, doesn't change what I was saying, but are we good now?
Well, yeah, because they're designed to blanket certain areas and certain regions within certain time periods. They seem to have different cycles going at different times, different areas. So yeah, they're programmed to, turn on, turn off the sprays. Yeah, at different areas.
Okay, so let's say that he was flying along, letting the chemtrail stuff rip, and it was programmed to shut off at a certain point, and it shut off, but he kept flying along that same path. He's obviously descending, and he's descending at the same angle of the sun's rays. So that chemtrail, as you call it, would literally cast a shadow in the same direction that he's flying. So it actually does make perfect sense to me on a globe at 93 million miles from the sun.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember me saying, but out of all the videos that I sent you this evening, this is the one where I would say that actually might just be a contrail. Just because of how clear the sky is. Usually chemtrails, they come in waves. There'll be like 3 or 4 planes doing it at once as they fly over. They might not be all going in the same direction because it looks a little too obvious. But this one, you don't see any other planes in the sky, and that I would call it a contrail, is extremely short and seems to be dissipating rather quickly. But like I said, the video is really short. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's usually the giveaway that is a contrail, because that's what it was back like in the 80s and 90s. You know, we would all little kids, we would look up at the sky and there's a plane, and you see that little trail behind it that doesn't last very long. It dissipates quickly. Yeah, that's a contrail. And sometimes they last a little longer, like depending on the conditions. You might see one that's a little. But that's nothing like these chemtrails, like I said before, that are these long, thick things that just stretch out in the air, and then they end up covering the whole sky, and then the sun's blocked and stuff. Yeah, that's different. That didn't happen back in the 80s and 90s at all.
Right. I agree that what we see in the video would likely be contrail. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't earlier making a huge pluming chemtrail, right?
I'm sorry, I realized you were speaking by the time you were already done, and I was totally thinking about something else. Can you just repeat that?
Oh yeah. But so we agree that what we see in the video looks like a contrail. But that doesn't mean that earlier in his flight, way behind him where we can't see, that he wasn't pouring on the chemtrail plume, right? So he may have created a huge chemtrail plume off camera, right?
Yes. No. Yeah. We've been over this.
Okay.
I understand. You think that he was spraying chemtrails before, and that is what is causing that shadow. I asked him specifically, was there a chemtrail behind it, and he said no. So I'm going to take his word for it. You don't have to. That's fine. It's all good.
Yeah. There's just too many coincidences. The plane is descending at the same angle as the sun's rays. The sun has not set yet. It's not sunset yet. But the plane's path matches the direction of the sun.
I'm ready to tell you what these are. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think it's. I'm ready to open the black bag here.
Okay.
So there are 2 types of chemtrails that are sprayed in our skies, and we are not aware of both of them. One of them is invisible, which causes shadows. One of them is not invisible, which can cause shadows, but it depends on the angle of the sun. So what you're seeing in this video, this is chemicals getting caught in the ice up there and staying in the same place because planes are flying that pattern over and over and over again. So this is actually an amalgamation of, I would call pollutants coming from planes flying the same path over and over and over again. That's what that is. And it's just causing a localized shadow.
Almost like a lingering soot trail or something?
Exactly. Which could cause a shadow on the ground and seem to look like a shadow in the sky. Now that doesn't clear up why some chemtrails have shadows and why some chemtrails don't. This is just a theory. I have nothing to back this up. This is just what I think it is. I didn't want to say that when we were looking at the other videos because we were going to get way too lost in the weeds with like a second, I've never heard somebody claim that there's a second type of chemtrailing that's going on that's done in a much more subtle way. So I just didn't want to. I didn't want to go too far into conspiracy land.
And it's just coincidence that the angle of this black trail happens to match the sun's angle.
No, it's not a coincidence. That's a shadow. It is a shadow, but not from the plane and not from the contrail that is visible in the video. It's from the many, many planes that have flown that exact route that are all spraying something, which I believe is just a byproduct of burning jet fuel that gets stuck in our sky and is adding to the poisonous nature.
So that would be there every day then.
You'd think it would. You'd think it would. Because I see planes all the time in the sky, which are at very similar angles to this that aren't casting any shadows. So it's mysterious to me. It is. I don't exactly know what it is we're looking at and how a sun 94 million miles away explains it, or how a lack of an existence of chemtrails or a non-existence of chemtrails explains any of this. Somebody way smarter than me is going to have to figure this one out. My brain hurts.
So, in closing, tell us how this proves flat Earth or disproves globe Earth or something. What's the whole point here? What's the argument that builds on this data?
The first video I showed you, I would say, puts weight in on the side of the sun is local and not 94 million miles away. The rest of the videos are just kind of like, it's like brain candy clickbait that gets people arguing over whether or not chemtrails are real and just brings awareness to the fact that there are chemtrails, regardless of whether people believe it or not. Like, that was kind of the whole point of my videos. The first one that I posted got 9 million views, and most of it in the comment section is just like people arguing about whether or not chemtrails exist, sharing links, talking about, it's not chemtrails, it's geoengineering, and I'm pretty sure that because I yelled at the sky, there's now a bunch of people that are waking up and saying, the government's spraying stuff in the skies. That's not cool. What else are they doing? What else are they hiding from us? And that was really just the point of it.
Okay, so this one that I have on my screen share now, this is the one that you think makes a case for a local sun?
Yeah.
So, with a local sun, why would that one trail not have a shadow?
I'm actually thinking that there could be a shadow. He just didn't point the camera all the way up,
That's what I said.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. We'll just never know.
So if
Actually, no, there can't be a shadow. There can't be a shadow. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. The thing is, regardless of whether or not this is evidence towards it being a localized sun, it's definitely not evidence for a sun being 94 million miles away.
Yeah, I don't see how it argues either way or supports either way.
I don't know, dude. Chemtrails, how do they work? It's crazy.
Oh, there's one other interesting thing I just wanted to point out on the one that had where he was just putting out a short little contrail, but there was this big black line in the sky. He was landing, because you know how they fly at 35,000 feet or whatever for cruising, and then to save fuel, rather than flying right up to the airport and slamming their brakes on and plummeting, they throttle back and they begin their descent hundreds of miles before the airport, right?
I understand. I don't think that there's definitive evidence in that video to state that he was descending or above, at, or below 3,500 feet cruising altitude. But maybe somebody could do some math or something. I don't know. Be able to say one way or the other, but I don't think you could tell that from just.
But I mean, the angle of his little white contrail pretty much matched the angle of the sun as it hit the houses. That part's indisputable.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and we do know that, let's see, what does Google say here? If you're cruising 10,000 feet above field elevation, start descending 20 minutes before your planned arrival. So yeah, they start, and that's only for 10,000 feet. So they start descending hundreds of miles before the airport, so that they're down at a lower elevation when they need to land, obviously. So if he was coming in for a landing and he was during part of that descent, he would have naturally, not only could that have lined him up with the sun, which hadn't set yet, it would have also caused him to leave higher elevations and come down through lower elevations where it was likely much warmer and wouldn't create such contrails. So it actually makes sense that if he's landing and he's going out of that really high altitude, cold, nearly saturated air, coming down into warmer, denser air where it can absorb his condensation more, it makes sense that he would quit making a contrail as he began to land. Does that make sense? As he began his descent.
Yeah, no, all of that checks out. The only thing is, the only way that this makes sense, the only way that you're making any sense of this is by claiming that there's something that is not verifiable in the actual footage. So we're kind of at an impasse there. You know what I mean?
Ask him if he has a longer version of that, where he actually did pan all the way back.
Yeah,
see what he
I
says.
can do that. Yeah,
But
he
it's
lives.
just like,
He lives in my city too.
oh, cool.
It's a little late right now. Actually,
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
yeah,
Not
no, I can
yeah.
do that. I can do that.
We can talk about it another time. It's just from my perspective, everything makes perfect sense. I mean, we know that whatever the cause is, jets can produce large pluming trails and then quit producing large. Whatever the cause is, it happens.
Oh, it happens.
So all the pieces are there, and we simply don't know what was to the left, except the sun. We know the sun was to the left, and frankly, a lot of people don't just go look at some do, but a lot of people just don't look right at the sun and see. He might have had to put the camera right at the sun to see the contrail, and it might have just been too glary. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, read through some of the comments because there's some people that claim to be pilots up in there. There's all kinds of people arguing about this and that. Maybe there'll be a better explanation there that you can build off of. But
did the original poster comment there?
He might have commented in there. I'm not sure. I think there was over like 600 comments on that one. That one got seen kind of a lot. This one that you have open right here is my new account because I got shadow banned for breaking the conditioning. When the Associated Press has to write fact check articles about your memes, it's not good for them. And that did happen, which it's kind of crazy.
Alrighty, well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. I am gonna head off to bed here.
Thank you for being polite and fun to talk to, Jesse.
My pleasure.
Enjoy.
Alrighty, cheers.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, interesting.
Matthew, do you think chem bombs are a thing? You think they're bombing us with chemis up there?
No, I think that chemtrails are not a thing. That 100% of them are contrails, except like if they're intentionally seeding the cloud for rain, which is pretty rare. But like jet airliners don't do that. So like commercial airline flights are 100% contrails.
Yeah, I'm not saying that those are commercial airline flights. Those are obviously not commercial airlines. They're drones that are not. They're not. It's not like American Airlines that they're dumping chemicals. But let me ask you this then. So in like the 80s and 90s, probably when you were growing up, or if you were, however your age is, 70s, 80s, 90s, we only saw those shorter contrails. You know, you see the little bit behind the plane and it dissipates. Nowadays, we see these long, stretched out, you know, toxic, cloudy, thick things that linger for hours and hours, sometimes days, and end up blocking out the sun, etc. So what is your explanation why now, if you think they're all quote unquote contrails, why those are spreading out and very goopy and just you know, very messy and just filling the skies, and they linger for hours, days, weeks, whereas the ones in the 80s and 90s were more like what contrails are? They're very short and they dissipate. What is your explanation for that, if you've come to that conclusion?
Increased air travel. Air travel is much more common now, so there's a lot more planes up there. I mean, it'd be like fish in a lake saying, "Wait, what are all these wakes doing up there? All these boats going by?" You know, I was like, "Well, yeah."
No, that doesn't answer that they dissipate quickly. You could have 400 planes up there, and if they're all contrails, they'll dissipate. They all dissipate quickly. It doesn't matter if there's 3 planes in the sky, 8 planes, 12 planes. They dissipate quickly. That doesn't explain why they linger and make huge, thick clouds that last for days. That still doesn't.
Humidity and weather conditions.
So humidity has changed that dramatically from the 80s and 90s to today?
No, I don't think that they're any different than the 80s and 90s, except for the volume of how many planes are flying. There might be a slight difference if there's some difference in the type of jet fuel they use, but I think it's been pretty consistent. And also, planes are more efficient now than they were back then. So there are differences in air travel, mainly in efficiency, maybe the fuel they use, the chemical additives that might be in the fuel, and the frequency of flights. But I don't think any of them are intentionally, like, none of the commercial airline flights are intentionally making chemtrails, I guess.
What's up, guys?
What up? I'm just making some coffee right now.
Nice. I'm making a cigarette right now.
Oh, that comes next. That comes next. I got an order of operations. I ran out of the coffee pods for my espresso machine, so we're doing it old fashioned style right here with the kettle.
Order of operations.
Well, the thing is, if I roll a cigarette first, and then I make the coffee, and I'm sitting there with the cigarette, and then the coffee's done, it's going to be really hot. So I want to wait a little bit
No,
while I make the coffee.
It just left me wondering about your career choice. The kind of man who would say order of operations casually.
Oh,
Huh?
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I said I heard what you said about wondering what my career choice was.
Oh, you heard me?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to tell me that, or is it just left to the imagination? Ooh la la.
Sorry, my hands were wet. I couldn't unmute myself. The longest job that I ever had was just in Hollywood for almost 10 years. I worked behind the scenes on set, doing set design, and I've also done video technician work, but it all had to do with continuity. So, like, making sure that things in one scene were making sure that the continuity wasn't broken from one scene to another. So, if a woman had something in her left hand, and then the next scene she comes in with her right hand, I gotta like get on the walkie-talkie and be like, "Yo, cut! You got it in her wrong hand. You got to start over."
Yeah, I
You know,
think
like,
about that kind of thing a lot. Like, I was just watching Black Sails, and like John Silver had like just gotten like he was trying to keep himself on the boat, so he was like reading off a list of like gossip, and every time that someone like that he listed in gossip, that guy would come up and hit him until the gossip was too extreme, and he succeeded. But then it distracts you with another scene. But then when you come back in, the next thing you see is a hanky on his lip,
yeah, absolutely. Like a lot of times in Hollywood, just to avoid this completely, they have like a kind of special spray that they'll spray on all clocks. So, like, if there's a scene with a clock in the room, like an older video film, you can see clocks very clearly. But in a lot of the newer, it'll almost look like the clock is like CGI there or something. But it's really just I forgot like the term that they used. I think we just called it dusting it, but it's like you're actually spraying a film onto the clock so that it doesn't. You can't really. It's blurred out basically, camera, and they don't have to worry about any of that stuff.
I thought you were basically going to say that they like basically green screened them, put a spray on them so they could put whatever time they wanted.
Oh no, but I've never really worked closely with any green screen productions. I've done a little bit, but like yeah, the editing process you can do whatever you want. I mean, you almost don't even need to actually film anything. You could do most of it just from the computer and like modeling some people's faces from pictures you've got from them. AI, I haven't worked in Hollywood in over 5 years now, so I can't even imagine what they're doing with the AI now.
You worked in Hollywood before?
Yep. This was before Flat Earth, before God. I was just trying to make money and bang chicks.
That's a good place to do it, probably.
Yeah. I mean, I think I just got lucky though. I had just the right amount of bad experiences with just the right amount of bad people to just push me towards being a better person.
Yeah. Well, God has a plan.
Amen.
A big thing in Islam, in the Quran, is that God guides whomever He chooses. I'm sure you know a lot of people who didn't choose.
I mean, at one point, it just was like people were just too crazy for me. Like, I was also working with a bunch of people that like went to college and like did all the things that they were told to do, whereas I like heavily experimented with drugs while I was in high school. By the time I was done with school, I had already like gotten sober and like quit smoking and stuff like that. And I was just my early 20s. I didn't actually go to a bar in America after turning 21 for like 3 or 4 years because I started in Hollywood when I was like 19. And it was, I mean, yeah, there's just a lot of partying going on, a lot of drugs. I was just kind of already over it. I was like, oh, you guys are like in your mid 20s, like early 30s, and you guys are snorting blow. Like that was something I stopped doing when I was like 17. It seemed weird to me. So I think, I don't know, just right place, right time, I guess.
I was too good a kid to do that kind of stuff in high school, but I got over it pretty quick as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been sober from anything except marijuana for almost 16 years now.
Nice. I just quit drinking on Christmas.
Yeah, that's good. It's important to conquer your addictions or whatever.
Well, and it was holding back my weight loss. Since Christmas, I've lost 39 pounds.
Oh, congratulations! That's awesome. It's crazy how like there's always a happier person underneath all the weight. Like I've seen some amazing transformations to where like you don't even recognize the person. You're like, I had no idea that's what you actually looked like. You know?
Well, I was basically like a little heavier than this in high school, and I lost 60 pounds. And I was like a model. I was a hair model, actually. I did a little modeling side, but then I had 4 pregnancies, and now I'm having to lose weight again. But good thing is I know how to do it.
Yeah, I actually bulked up on purpose. I got to about 180 pounds 2 years ago, and it's just like I was just like a muscle man. I didn't, and I don't know. It was kind of hard to maintain. Like if you're not working out every day, that muscle kind of just turns to like chub. And so I was like, okay, I'm done being a muscle man. I don't want to do it. And I lost 40 pounds, but I lost it over the course of a year and a half. Just diet and exercise. Stopped doing the heavy lifting. Stopped putting like a quarter cup of butter in my coffee every morning.
Yeah, I can't really rely on exercise because I have 2 small children, so I can't really like go out and run or anything, you know. But I found that you either have to exercise or eat less or both. So, you know, just eating less will get it done. And I found that there's two things to losing weight. Eating less, that's the hardest part. And the second hardest part is continuing to eat less. But those are the only 2 things, so it's not actually that bad.
Oh yeah, like if you're fasting for prayer, that makes it super easy. Like I would just fast all day, and then like 10 o'clock at night, just drink like half a gallon of raw milk, and I did that for like a couple months.
Wow.
Worked
You're
pretty well.
Christian?
Yeah.
Wow, I don't know if I've ever heard of a Christian who fasts.
Oh, there's so many of us. All of Eastern Orthodoxy and Russian Orthodoxy, they all fast. They fast way more than I do. I'm not even down with that fasting that much, because I found a lot of people who fast or who abstain from certain foods for whatever religious reason end up just going and eating a bunch of like processed GMO, like seed oil garbage, and I think it's not doing good stuff for their bodies.
Do you eat
But
pork?
I eat everything.
Mm.
I've raised pigs and butchered them and made sausage. I ate some really good home raised pork last night that I helped butcher.
Since quitting pork, I found that if I want something to taste like pork, all I have to do is season it the same way. Like season beef the same way. It pretty much just works.
What do you think about like? I mean, there's so many different components to the pork discussion, like the actual genetics of the animal, the spiritual, components. But what do you guys think about like wild boar? Because there's a lot of this. There's a lot of wild boar available now. Because there's apparently a lot of wild boars in like Texas and Florida, and so they're like legal to hunt, and so it's pretty readily available, like that meat, and these like wild boars. So how do you think those compare to like the modern day like pigs, as it were?
You just got to get them tested.
They're way more likely to be parasitic. They're so parasitic. It's like a huge problem, and they're very dangerous to hunt.
Yeah, pretty much. They're full of parasites. There's a, you know what though? Even as these words are coming out of my mouth, this sounds like a psyop. There's like a huge population of an invasive species that could feed a massive part of the population. The government's telling us that it's like, oh, we can't eat it because of parasites, when there's parasites in all the other food they sell in the grocery store. Yeah, I'm going to flip-flop on this.
No, dude. I just moved back from the country where those hogs are actually living. and my neighbor would go and hunt them regularly. He's a big hunter, and he was telling us about how likely you are to die if you just eat one.
From what
Like
though? Because there's
from the parasites. Like
okay,
he had horror
which
stories
kind of
of
parasites?
people.
So there's multiple parasites that you need to look out for when
He
consuming
was not
pork.
that kind of guy. He was a real country guy. Let me tell you, he was not the kind of guy you get caught up in details. But he could tell me from experience it wasn't like a government psyop. Like that's for real, like handed down knowledge.
Yeah, but there's plenty of parasites in our food that you buy at the grocery store that the way we handle that is we cook the food.
Well, if you want
And
to risk it, go ahead.
well, I've eaten plenty of stuff that I've hunted and that's been raised in the wild and then harvested, on like somebody's land, and I've never had a problem. I've actually never met anybody that's encountered botulism or trichinosis. The only thing I would be super concerned about would be prions disease, but you can get your meat tested for that. It's really not that difficult.
Yeah, I would definitely suggest you get it tested. That's nasty, man. I don't know if you guys know either, but the Quran says that God turned people into pigs. So I don't know if that's the origin of pigs, but either way, you could be eating people.
Yeah, I've heard that. It doesn't look. This is all I'll say about pork. I've eaten pork every single day for months on end. Pork that never ever saw the inside of a grocery store. It was born on the farm, raised on the farm, killed on the farm, eaten on the farm. I watched its entire life cycle. I ate its parents, and I ate it. The only thing I can say is that if you've ever heard the old adage, you are what you eat, after eating pork day in, day out, I began to feel like a pig. And I don't really know how else to explain it other than just feeling a
Oh
little
my God.
slothy, kind of just a little lazy, a little greedy. And I had to stop. And I talked to the other people on the farm about it. I was like, yo, I've been eating the sausage like every day for months and I kind of feel a little weird. And they're like, yeah, we kind of ran into that too. We try to only eat pork like once or twice a week and like spread it out with different types of meat. So
Oh
that's
my
all I'd
God.
say about that.
I can't believe that. I thought that was just like maybe people getting too excited, but my Quran alone friends were showing me or telling me about how there's all these comparisons that show that people look more like pigs if they eat a lot of pork, like over time.
Okay, I will tell you from going to many, many different farms where each farm specializes in their own type of livestock. There are definitely pig people, there's definitely cow people, there's definitely horse people, and they all fucking look like those animals. It's super weird. It's super bizarre. Yeah. I would say this pigs are actually really smart. And the whole you are what you eat thing, I would say it applies more to an animal that's raised in conditions that it would never encounter in nature. So if you're eating a cow, like if you're drinking cow milk from a cow that's never seen sunlight, so they have to take sheep's oil and add it to your homogenized pasteurized milk, and then they say it's whole milk with vitamin D. That's where the vitamin D comes from, the sheep's oil, because the cow's never seen the light of day, so it doesn't have significant sources of vitamin D in its milk.
I drink organic milk. Is that better?
Honestly, raw milk is the way to go. It's
How can you get raw milk in the city though?
So if you've ever heard of the Weston A. Price Foundation, my very close friend runs the Los Angeles and Ventura chapter, and his residence here in Los Angeles is the raw milk pickup point for everybody in LA. So I'm at that house every day, assisting people. Well, Texas has got plenty of people doing raw dairy. I guarantee you there's a farmer within an hour of you that is selling raw milk. And the cool thing about that is if they're legit, you should be able to go there and inspect the farm. You probably won't get to stand there and watch him milk the cow or her milk the cow, just because cows are really kind of skittish animals, and the whole milking process it's a ritual, it's a dance, and when you just throw somebody new into the mix, it kind of messes with the cows. Like I had a lot of people asking to come watch me milk the cows because they're like, I want to know where my milk comes from. And we had to set it up so that I only did that like once every 2 weeks, where somebody, like, if you want to come and watch, okay, there'll be a day for that. It'll be a day when we are not trying to get like as much milk as we can out of these mamas when they have not been acting up all week or something like that. Because, you know, you're just a human trying to let a 1,200-pound animal, for me, it was 7 1,200-pound animals, let me fondle their tits for about, 5 or 6 minutes at a time and just stand there. Don't kick me. Don't crap on me. Don't start peeing. Just stand there and let me get the milk. You get your pellets and then I'll leave, And that is really hard work. It is when it's easy, it'll bring tears to your eyes, but most days it's kind of tough.
Whenever I think about raising my children with an easy life, I think about how hard it has always been for children living on a farm and how well they grow up. I'm like, yeah, my kids can use a little hard work.
The children growing up on the farm that I was living on, there was a 5-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy.
Yeah.
They were more intelligent than most adults as children. Certainly from growing up on the farm, they had built a level of confidence that you don't see in other kids. They are just bright and tall and strong and healthy because they've been drinking raw milk their entire lives every day. It's really cool to see.
Sometimes I wonder if there's no way to live a right life without having a farm.
Well, where does technology come from in the Quran? Was that brought down by the fallen angels as well?
No, it doesn't mention it as such. Like, it doesn't talk about technology a whole lot. It says that societies way more established than us have been destroyed. So if you want to take that as evidence of prior technology, but no, it doesn't really say that. It pretty much says that everything we have is from God. It says that armor is from God. It says that the vestments we wear for adornment and the vestments we wear to protect, that He gave us vestments to protect us from our own. Huh?
Sorry, I think you were picking up the TV in the background. I was pouring coffee.
Oh, okay. You know that we actually do have fallen angels in the Quran. They're not exactly the same as Christians think of them as, but it's essentially the same concept. So basically, there's a race called the Jinn. The Jinn existed before mankind. And this is the race that the angels were and the race that Satan was. And then after Satan and his kin, there's kids and kin, decided, to go against God. God cast them out of the garden and turned them into jinn. So jinn are made of fire, whereas we're made of clay. And they can see us and we can't see them.
That's interesting. What I was going to say, the reason I asked if there's a story in the Quran about how technology came to humans, because it's not. I don't think it's in Genesis. I think all it says is that the angels, the fallen angels, came down and had sex with women and made giants, and that's really all it says. But in the book of Enoch, it explains how the fallen angels came down and they brought with them technology. And they taught humans how to make swords and armor and do alchemy and do divination through reading the stars, all kinds of stuff, astral projection, meditation, secret knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And I'm kind of torn on that because I like technology. I like my phone. I like my car. I like being able to get on a plane and go somewhere. Those are all cool things.
Those are earthly pleasures.
They are earthly pleasures. And I don't think that any of those things I think all of those things can make your life easier or harder, but they will never bring you closer to God. God will always make your life better. You know what I mean? So the technology thing, this is just in response to you saying, I feel like the only way to live a good life is to like have a farm. It's like, I kind of agree with that sentiment. I don't think we need to go back to the Stone Age, so to speak, and just completely reject technology. But yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, the Quran says like the 4 things were forbidden from, which is carrion, blood, the flesh of swine, and that which is sacrificed other than God. But then in other places it mentions like people, like, I guess, eating food that wasn't, dedicated to God, other than what was dedicated to God. So it's kind of like, okay, so are we supposed to dedicate it to God? Is it, like, we're clearly still forbidden because it's not in the list of what is forbidden. But I don't know, it just seems like it'd be better if you could slaughter your own animals, make sure to do it the right way.
Yeah, it is it's a much better experience to eat an animal that you personally slaughtered. Last month I slaughtered a sheep by going out into the field with a crook, the little hook thing on the end of a stick.
Mm-hmm.
You grab you chase it down, you hook its legs, you grab it, you pick it up, you bring it onto the trailer, we drive out to a spot where you've got your butchery equipment set up, and then you lay the sheep down on its back with its legs up in the air. You put your hand under its chin and hold its neck back, and then you slice its throat. And I never.
Do you let it see the blade?
I don't know. I don't think it saw the blade. I had the blade in a sheath on my hip, and I was pretty quick. I just got the sheep's neck back, had a little mishap, and then just pulled the knife out and went for it.
The Quran was specific that the animal is not to see it coming. You just slit across their throat. They can't see the blade, and the other animals can't watch it die.
That's correct. I tried to do it in the most respectful manner possible. There was no fooling around. There was no, here, take a picture of me doing this.
Yeah.
I think the way I interpret that line that you just recited of showing the blade is like, you pay the animal the respect that it deserves. You don't taunt it. You don't torture it. You treat it with respect. And I did that to the best of my ability. I slit its throat. I got both arteries in one cut. And then I prayed and I thanked God for the food. And then it's a lot of work. That's the easiest part is making it dead. The hardest part is just not ruining the carcass, not ruining the pelt, or the hide. Yeah. Doing a quick job so it doesn't spoil the meat.
Man, you'd have to learn so many skills living out on a farm.
Yeah, I've learned more in the time that I was on a farm than the time that I wasn't, about life and about
You would be
stuff
so
like
much smarter just for having that much more that you were learning and becoming skilled at.
I think everybody should go volunteer on a farm. Obviously, do your own research. I'm not talking about like a monocrop or anything like that, but there's plenty of farmers out there that need help, and they don't necessarily have the money to pay people to do it. But there's an experience to be had. There's knowledge to be gained on the part of the participant, of the volunteer, and I think 3 months is a really good. 3 to 4 months is a great amount of time. 4 months, I think, is actually the sweet spot. It's the same amount of time that they make people go to basic training to like reprogram them for the military.
Right.
You should go reprogram yourself on a farm. Go do some backbreaking work. Work with animals. Sit down with the family. Yeah, but not every experience is going to be like mine. I think I had one of the better ones.
Well, I think, you can always ask God.
that's exactly what I did. And I ended up living on this farm twice. Second time, I ended up managing their farm. And I mean, I managed it so well, they did enough money to decide to sell it. You know, you can't sell a farm that's not making money. You can't sell a business if it's not profitable.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not pleased that they sold it. And I had the opportunity to continue managing it, the business, just working for some other people, but the other people didn't. They were like posers. I didn't like what they were doing.
Dude, remember when we were talking about feeding like chickens like cannabis leaves and then having eggs from the cannabis leaf fed chicken? That was awesome.
Dude, yeah,
It's such a good idea.
Did it work?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. The chickens ate it up. I mean, they picked the stems clean. I didn't let the plant flower. I just I did a like kind of like a sea of green where I would it's called topping, where you make the plant just grow as much like foliage as possible. And they were like, I think they were, some of them were males and some of them were females, where I just didn't like the genetics, where like other females from the same seed were like doing better. So I just ended up feeding them to my chickens. But I did the math on it, and like with like a drip feed irrigation, or even just growing a crop outdoors, you could cut a plant down a day if you grew enough of them, right? And just have a completely sustainable food source for your animals. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
So it's not for weed eggs?
Well, I don't think the science is really there to back up whether or not you could receive beneficial properties out of
Like,
their
you didn't
eggs.
try it?
What's that?
You didn't try it?
I mean, I was eating their eggs the whole time. I didn't notice anything different. I only fed like eight plants to them. Like, it wasn't like a continuous diet for months where I'm just throwing weed plants out. I didn't have like unlimited space at the time.
Yeah. My parents-in-law actually own a bit of land, and they're like slowly turning it into a farm. I mean, they're like got a little bit of vegetables growing, and they got a few animals, you know. They got eggs. So they're doing good. Goats and a pig, or some pigs. Ducks.
You think it'd be possible to, are you talking the hemp plant or cannabis? You think it'd be possible to have the cannabis plants growing and to fully be able to feed the animals just from the plants?
Yes. They grow so fast.
Wow, dude, that would be amazing.
Dude,
one of the big things that I think I've talked to you about this, but one of the big things, you know, so like virtually every egg out there in every store, even at your best Whole Foods, even at farms, is usually fed, you know, chickens and ducks are usually fed corn, wheat. It's like corn and or wheat and or soybean and other grains. And everybody definitely has different like reactions to grains in different ways in terms of inflammation, arthritis, you know, a lot of issues that grains cause people. And then, of course, it's different if you eat the grains directly, like you're just eating bread or whatever, versus, you know, when the animal eats the grains. But there's no question that grains, or when an animal eats soybean, for example, like it has been scientifically shown that the soy protein does show up in the eggs. Like a chicken that's eating soybean, there will be soy protein in the egg. And people definitely get reactions like arthritic reactions and things like that, you know, to eggs that are fed grains and other issues as well. So it's just, and I know it's challenging to what to feed chickens. It's a whole topic. It's tough because I realize that, like, I mean, I'll probably be too long-winded if I go on too long about it, because it's such a deep topic. But like, I know that like they can't just eat grass. Basically, like geese can eat grass. Yeah, go ahead.
Are they supposed to eat bugs? What do they eat in the wild?
Well, yeah, I think chickens in the wild, like they're roaming over a lot of acreage. You know, they're not just stuck on like a half acre of, you know, fenced in. So yeah, bugs. And they, you know, they do eat little seeds and things that are in the ground. Yeah, they dig up seeds. I mean, chickens will even eat like mice and stuff. Like they'll chase down mice. Like they'll eat, you know, they're omnivorous. So they'll definitely eat. But yeah, they definitely eat a lot of bugs.
Dude, I was running chickens on an extremely low budget. And this is what I would do. So I would put them in an enclosed area and then plot out a rotational grazing pattern around my property that would take them 1 month to do an entire circuit. And in each new paddock, I would bury dead stuff like roadkill. I'd bury logs, and I'd throw my gray water on it, water from my sink, water from my bathroom. I'm not using any harsh chemicals. I'm using all biodegradable, all clean products. And by doing that, it would cause critters in the ground to come and swarm the dead carcass or to go to the log. You'd have all these ants living in there and stuff. Not to mention, chickens, they scratch the earth and they uncover a small layer and they eat things that we can't even see. And so what I do is when I let them into the new pasture, I would just take the shovel and either just open up one little bare spot over the carcass, or like the logs, which would be pretty big size. And I wouldn't bury them completely. I would just pull them out of the ground, just exposing the underside with all the bugs and stuff. And then I would open them up into that new zone. I'd be throwing roadkill in there. I'd go to the farmer's market where they sell a lot of vegetables and fruits. And when they're all packing up, all the stuff that they don't sell, they usually put in giant plastic bags and throw away. And so I would just get these giant plastic bags of organic fruits and vegetables that were like the throwaways of the farmer's market that nobody was going to eat, not even good enough to donate to humans. And I would just dump that in the paddock. Pretty much free food, dude. There's a ton of ways to do it.
That's so industrious. I'm so impressed. Like, it's rare that I meet someone like this, but if I were with you, you would either drag me up a level or you would not be able to put up with me. I have never been able to be so productive.
It's like catching up to a train and jumping on it as it's moving. It's really hard to like run fast, and then once you're like in line with the train, it's kind of scary to make that leap, but once you're on it, and the train is going, and it's just like you just keep going. Like that's why I said like 4 months is like a really good amount of time to kind of reset and just like reprogram yourself, because at the end of that 4 months, all the stuff that was hard is no longer hard. And it's more about, like I said earlier, order of operations. Just how do I stack the activities that I'm doing in one day so that they all function towards another activity tomorrow.
Yeah. Wow. That's so hard for me because I feel like I always need so much like me time to like sit and think and like, I don't know, like express ideas or like think of stuff. I don't know. I just like, it's hard for me to think of giving up all of my time. But, you know, to be honest, I waste a shit ton of time in the day.
If you're interested, there's 2 books that changed my life. One of them is called Getting Things Done. The habits of like highly effective people or something like that. Or no. That's the 7 habits of highly effective people. That book's okay. But no, I'm talking about here. Actually, let me just look at it.
I'm glad you said that, because if you said that was your book, I was going to be like, okay, whatever.
No. Getting Things Done is a book by David Allen, and he has this method called the GTD method. And there's like a diagram. Let me see if I can find it. Getting Things Done diagram. Yeah, here it is. It's basically just like a life hack. I'll post the picture in the chat. But the book is really, really interesting. And then the second book would be by a man called Alan Savory, and it's called Holistic Management. And the entire book is actually about how to look at the entire picture of what you're trying to do in terms of rotational grazing of livestock, and how to assess the land that you're on. But you can apply the principles used in that book to get the results that you want in terms of holistic management. You can apply those principles to all aspects of your life. And if you combine that with the GTD, you're pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah, I feel like when I really focus, I can get some of these things done, but to have it in front of you is really valuable.
Yeah. The GTD allows you, through like a list process, like a list system, it allows you to like take all the things that you want to do right now and in the future, and put them in an order of operations that you choose. Now, it does take a little bit of, it's kind of like a video game. Like, you got to set up your character first. You got to set up the life that you want to live through this process. And it's like, I don't know if you're looking at the picture right now, but you have an inbox that stuff goes into, and stuff can be considered anything that you write down on a napkin, or like a business card, or an appointment for like a doctor's appointment that you have like a slip to, that goes into the inbox. You decide right then and there what it is, whether or not it's like activity that you want to do, or an appointment that you need to make, or a book that you're going to write, whatever it is. And then you decide, is it actionable now? If it's not actionable right this second, you can put it into your references or your someday, like maybe folder. This is all pretty self-explanatory. I'm just nerding out right now. I'm getting more into it. I don't want to do this, but
Yeah, ticker file hold for review. Yeah, when you go back to the things that you always wanted. The household projects, for instance.
Well, the cool thing is, when I look back at some of my files where I'm taking notes every day on a notepad, and I'm organizing my day, where I've accounted for every single minute of my waking life that day and what I was doing. And I look back and I see how much I was cramming into one day, and I see how much I was sleeping, and like I can read like a journal entry from that day and be like, damn, I was a happy guy. I got so much done. Like,
I know it feels so great, and yet like we always get called back to the dark side.
Well, that's the thing. If you do slip, if you start backsliding, you stop using the system, you can look back and see like, damn, stuff was way better. You have this juxtaposition that you can see, and it is motivating.
I feel like in my past, I was really prone to epiphanies, and I would use these epiphanies to launch myself upward, and I would become a better person and a greater person. But eventually I slipped so hard, so far, that I realized I needed to do it slowly. Like, I'm not just going to start sprinting for the train anymore. I'm going to get my body fit and start like running regularly so that I'm always running that pace, like that's my challenge now. I've been working on it. I've gotten a lot better at it. I used to be like the laziest person on earth, like seriously, when I was young. And again, when I crashed, and like, I don't know, I've gotten a lot better at it since I'm a parent now, but it's still hard for me. I'm like trying to figure in how I do all my like household things. Like, running a household is hard.
Yeah, it is. And I used to work when I was working on that farm. One of the owners was a woman who was a project manager, a mother of two, and also was a co-owner of the farm and the farm business. And one of the ways that we really got along was through my ability to project organize and plan using this system. She had never read this book, but she had, of course, gone to college to be a project manager and this and that. Very, very successful woman. And she did it all. It was crazy. She took care of the kids. She'd work all day. She'd come outside and get dirty and help us, do what we needed to do if we needed another person there. And that was cool.
Yeah. Because I feel like now that I'm 30, there's things I want to do with my life. I need to pick up the pace if I'm going to be who I want to be.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to feel that same fire. I kind of like who I am. I'm not saying that you don't like who you are. That's not what I mean. I mean, I've heard my own friends say very similar things, like, "Oh yeah, I'm over 30 now. I feel the fire," and I'm like, "Really?" But I think that's just a personal thing with me. Like, I'm just not there yet.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're doing all right. The fire is when you realize that you need to be somewhere in your life and you have the power to do so, and you've got to figure out how it's done.
Yeah, like I
So
do have a 10-year plan. Well, I guess
that's
now
good.
it's like an 8-year plan. It's been 2 years since I decided it, but I'm on track.
How old are you?
I'm gonna be 33 this year.
My husband is 36. We just bought this house last year, a
Oh,
year ago.
congratulations! Yeah, that's
Thank you.
awesome.
It's our first house. We got in right when we needed to. I'm a mortgage broker, so I knew when that we needed to right away.
Nice. Yeah, my plan is I want to have kids by the time I'm 40. I'm not in a rush. I got 8 years to figure that out, and that can all happen pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But I don't want my kids to have social security numbers. I want them to be born on the land, not in a hospital. And I don't want them to be in the system. And I want to raise them in a way that if they want, when they turn 18, they can get off the farm and they can go get their social security numbers. They can go get all their documentation and they can be part of the world if they want. But if they don't want, they can make bank and live on the farm and be a part of the community that I want to help create and be a part of. And I think it'll. I think they'll make the right decision, whatever it is that they choose.
Yeah.
Like I was raised in the city, and my parents let me choose what I thought was better. Unfortunately, I didn't get to experience life outside of the city until a little bit later. But I think I
Yeah.
can. I think I can do it like the reverse way, where like we can take trips into the city, like day trips and stuff. But like
Yeah.
they're not going to public schools. They're not going to be. I mean, I'm just going to keep a close eye.
Yeah.
And I've lived in communities where the children don't have social security numbers, and they run around barefoot all
Really?
day and work their butts off. They're up at the crack of dawn doing stuff, but they're still having fun. They're still kids, and like the
Right.
2 to 4 hours that they do of homeschooling each day is seemingly way more effective than like the 5 day a week, 8 hours a day that the
Right.
other kids are doing. So
They're just like deadening your mind, forcing you to be, complacent for long periods of time.
yeah, they just teach you how to read the font or read the bold underlined stuff in the book and raise your hand to use the bathroom and stuff. They don't really teach you anything useful at school.
Yeah. My daughter had a really hard time with that too. She got in a lot of trouble. It's taken a long time for her to fall in line just to be like an averagely good kid or near in class in behavior. She's always getting up out of her seat and, like just not doing class rules.
Yeah, I moved. I went to a lot of different schools, getting kicked out and in trouble. A lot of trips. I
Really?
spent a lot of time in the principal's office. Yeah, I mean, it pretty much started around first grade. I got I was like obsessed with Germany in World War II in the first grade, and they were like really concerned about that. And then in second grade, they would no longer let me do book reports on World War II or World War One, and I got in trouble for flipping off the camera in our school photo, which made it into the yearbook, printed a couple hundred times over. Then later that year, what was that shooting? What was the one that happened in like the 90s? I can't remember right now. It's the two dudes bowling for Columbine.
That's another
Yeah.
Columbus Knights of Columbus thing there, but yeah, Columbine.
Yeah, Columbine happened, and I used to bring like my toy guns to school. I'm in second grade, and I just got reamed by like multiple teachers who told me in graphic detail what they had heard on the media about children like being slaughtered in a school, and like try to make me feel bad for bringing my toys to school, and like getting mad at my parents. So I don't know. And then I ended up leaving that school because in the third grade, We were writing these book reports on what we wanted to be when we grew up, and I said I wanted to be a sniper that does like political assassinations because I was playing Metal Gear Solid on PlayStation 1. And they were just like, yeah, like this is a Christian school, like he's got to go.
Oh my gosh. Wow. People taking themselves too seriously.
Well, oddly enough, that school had a massive pedo problem. Turns out.
boy.
Yeah, after I left that school, that came out.
Thank God you left.
Oh yeah, just in time.
My son is 4 and he is obsessed with guns. He's playing video games. He's playing Far Cry. He's playing, like real grown up, shooter games. And he just loves guns. He got a bunch for his 4th birthday, but we will not let him take a gun out the front door. We've heard of like kids getting shot by cops because their cop thought that their gun was like real. So we're not gonna let it. And it was
I'm not a parent, but I have thought about it, and I am going to let my kids decide. They're going to have to choose. You can have video games, or you can own guns, but you cannot own both. There will not be both in my home. Like if you want to sit in front of the screen, that's fine, but you're not allowed outside. You're not allowed to go shooting with me. You're not allowed to do any of that cool stuff. We're going to be blowing stuff up. I'm going to make being outside be so much more appealing than being inside that it's not even going to be a question. Video games,
Yeah.
there's some science. I know I'm not asking you to trust the science. I'm asking you to look it up, or at least trust that I've looked it up. Video games are really bad for your brain. They're really bad for your brain.
I don't know, because I've gamed my whole life. My husband has gamed his whole life, and we still game.
Okay, but
yeah,
surely,
I mean, certainly some games are probably worse than others, but I found some games to actually be very beneficial.
Stimulating, I played
Okay.
Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VII was, what a magnificent game that was. So mentally stimulating to a 5th grader. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I should have been more clear. So there are actually some forms of video games that can make you smarter, in my opinion. They improve your hand-eye coordination and your motor reflexes. But
And puzzle games
And your
can
reading skills.
Okay.
Yeah,
Totally. Yep, they can immerse you in a historical narrative that allows you to learn about history while playing the game. Totally. There are some benefits to games. I gamed hard. I got to a point when I was a kid where I was playing 16 hours a day of World of Warcraft and just had my parents did not give a fuck. They let me do whatever the fuck I wanted. I've never been grounded in my life. I've never been punished for anything. Oh yeah. Yeah. No,
We didn't
I've
get
been
punched, but
no. I've been whipped with a belt and I've been spanked a bunch of times, but that was it. And I could. By the time I was old enough, I wasn't even flinching when I got hit with the belt. I was like, "Are we done yet? I'm gonna leave now. I'm gonna go fucking." Yeah.
My parents wouldn't let you go until you cried out in some manner.
Oh yeah, no, I was.
You're like, oh, are you done? I'm gonna go tell CPS what you're doing here. So just wrap it
Yeah,
up.
I got no. They warned us that if we talked to CPS, we might not really get to see them again, which is true. So,
Even though CPS would probably just be like, oh yeah, you're hitting your kids, no problem, it's fine.
no, they have a strict no hitting policy if you're involved in their system.
Well, I'm saying spanking is allowed, you can do a lot, even with CPS being considered, in this country, I don't know which country you're in, but the United States, it's actually kind of sick how much people can get away with if it's under that kind of spanking range,
Well, you know how CPS is they attack people they shouldn't, and they don't attack people they should.
Probably, yeah.
I always knew that I was doing the wrong thing. My real acting out started when I was 13. My cousin lived next door to me, and my uncle, his dad, was a super drug addict. We would just, started drinking at 13, started smoking at 14, and the first drug I ever did, if you don't count alcohol or nicotine, was cocaine, or what I was told was cocaine by another 8th grader. And I knew what I was doing was wrong. I was just, I don't know, I was acting out, I guess.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty hardcore. I didn't do coke until I was like 19, I think.
Yeah, by the time I was 19, I was like, I'm never doing coke again. I was just like, fuck this. Yeah.
I didn't smoke marijuana until I was 17 either.
Well, I mean, the kids that I was hanging out with, they were getting high when they were like 11 and 12. I was like, oh, dude, I'm a fucking weak sauce. Like, I need to catch up. I need to go find some fucking heroin so I can just like one up these people. Like, it was weird. It was weird.
Were your parents religious at all?
I got kicked out of Sunday school at 12. I kept making my Sunday school teachers cry, and they were just like, he's got to stop coming here. I get kicked out of a lot of places. This is probably one of the only places, this server is one of the only places I've never been kicked out of. I got kicked out of 24/7. Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
A lot of people got kicked out of 24/7.
Yeah, but I've also been like fired from jobs for just being like, no, you're just being weird. I've been kicked off some Hollywood sets for you guys know Mad Men?
Mm-hmm.
You guys know the main guy in Mad Men? I can't think of his name right now.
Yeah. John Hamm something.
Something, I don't know. I was on a set where the set dresser was the same set dresser for Mad Men, and they wanted me to use all these little they call them tchotchkes. They're like little knickknacks that were on the Mad Men character's desk in the show, and they wanted me to like set this scene, and I didn't know that the set had been mic'd up. Usually it's the actors that are mic'd up, but I wasn't paying attention. And so the cameras are on. I knew the cameras were on. I knew that I was on camera, but I didn't think anybody was going to be like reading my lips. But no. My audio was just going right to some other cameras, and I said something along the lines of, "I don't know why they want us to put all this Mad Men stuff here. That show's fucking gay." I got asked to leave real quick. Can't say anything bad about gays. Well, you can't even say that word in a negative connotation in Hollywood. You are
Oh, you got
gone.
in trouble for saying gay.
Just for saying gay. Yeah. I could have said I don't like Mad Men. I could have said Mad Men is lame, but nope. And then I used to work for MTV. Well, technically, I used to work for Viacom, but that's the parent company of MTV. I don't know if they still own them. And I would do like, have you seen Teen Moms?
What?
Teen Moms. It was an MTV show called Teen Moms.
I didn't watch that because it's obviously degradation of society.
Oh yeah. So this was before I found God. This was before I was paying attention, and I hated working for them. I didn't exactly know why I hated it so much, but I hated it. That was the worst. But I got fired from that one too because one of the teen moms threw up in a car that I was driving and continued to throw up. And they were like, I pull back up to set because I'm like, yeah, she can't go on. She's fucked up. Like, you guys flew this teen mom out to LA and she's vomiting all over the place. She's got to be on set in like 15 minutes. And they're like, okay, we'll go get one of the other moms from the fucking hotel that's on the other side of the city, but go take this car to like get cleaned first. I was just like, I just parked the car, got out, handed the keys to the fucking project manager, and dipped. I just left. And they didn't want me back, obviously. Yeah, I got all kinds of stories from Hollyweird. That place is so whack.
Yeah. People talk about wanting to go there, but I don't know if I'm the only American who didn't buy into idols, but I just don't care.
That's another thing. Over the span of 10 years, I got to see people, pack their Subarus, leave their little mountain town in Idaho or Minnesota or Montana, just like these flyover states, drive all themselves and all their belongings over to Los Angeles, squeeze into a freaking, shared apartment, and try for years. I watched this one guy who I actually became pretty good friends with for 5 years try to work his way into Hollywood, and I'll never forget when he told me he was going home to like go work at a freaking like hardware store in his hometown, giving up. And he was just like, "This place is evil." He's like, "I'm not even religious, and this place is pure evil." I was like, "Yeah, I know." And he was one of the nicest guys you'd ever meet. He'd get treated like crap by people too. It was really sad.
I just feel like if you're not Jewish, why even try?
Well, you can be gay and black as well. There's some very powerful gay cartels and black cartels, as well as the Jewish cartel, the Chinese cartel.
Cartels running it.
It's all various cartels in Hollywood. Trying to think who else. No, it's pretty much the three main ones. And they just kind of use like the white liberals as their pawns, because a white liberal is never ever going to question a black person, a gay person, or a Jewish person. They believe that they have white guilt and that they owe these people something and that they're not equal, that they're like lesser or whatever. So you're never going to have that. I mean, I was on a KFC shoot once, and the director, who fit into one of those three categories, I'm not going to say which one, but you can figure it out. Actually, I think he probably fit into two of those categories, honestly. He literally says out loud, do you remember that KFC commercial where they were doing stuff with like the bucket of chicken on their heads? Like you couldn't see their faces. They had an upside down KFC bucket on their heads, and they were like doing different things.
Not really. Maybe vaguely.
I don't know. Yeah, this commercial was like 10 years old. Anyways, they were doing the commercial, and the director stops. He's like, wait, cut. We're on Sony Studios. He's like, are we shooting a fried chicken commercial without any black people? And like the whole set was just quiet. Like people were like, wait, am I supposed to be laughing? What's going on? And this director, who doesn't give a fuck, he's paying for the whole commercial out of his own pocket, like getting paid directly from KFC, like probably making bank on that. He makes well, he just rounded up all the security guards on the Sony Studios lot that were black and just did like a quick 20-minute what do you call, like tryouts or audition rather, where he just put a bucket of fried chicken over their heads, or an empty fried chicken bucket over their heads, and was like, okay, yeah, that one. And nobody said anything. If anybody who wasn't in those cartels had said that, there would have been a big stink on set. There would have been people walking off. I'm not working for a racist. Blah 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 blah. Like,
really?
It's just crazy.
Because
a lot of double standards.
It honestly makes a lot of sense, because I can imagine a lot of black people being like, "What the fuck? They didn't even put any black people in this."
Yeah, the people who trip out on like what color of people are on their TV shows and in their commercials.
Well, the fried chicken thing is kind of granted though, because you got to know your audience.
Yeah, but then you'd have all these people being like, "Oh, like they're just solidifying stereotypes and blah blah blah, and black people are more than just fried chicken and watermelon." And
but
you can't win with these people.
Yeah,
What was your take on that? Like, what kind of person do you think he was?
He's a person who wants to make money. That's all.
Yeah, but like, be more. Other than that, like, was he kind of? I don't know. People want to make money, but like, was he an asshole? Was he, too jovial? I don't know. Like, what was your take?
Let's see here. Dude, he was just kind of greedy, in my opinion. Like, and he would be an asshole regardless. I'll tell you the 3 jobs that I worked with him. on it. I don't care if somebody wants to Google this to find out who I'm talking about. It doesn't matter to me. I did a Britney Spears music video / perfume commercial with him, where Britney didn't want to do a scene anymore. She had been laying on this bare mattress with broken glass shards outlining herself and another. She was probably 40 at the time, or like late 30s at the time, at least. And she's laying on this bare mattress with this 19-year-old Swedish model. And they're like making out for 45 minutes trying to get this shot. And she gets up and she's like, I'm done. You should have the shot by now. I don't want to do this anymore. She seemed very lucid. She seemed very insistent. And she said, I'll be in my trailer when you're ready to set up the next scene. And I'm not using euphemisms. I'm factually telling you who these people are. Her Israeli handlers come on set and they say to this director that I'm working for, and at this time I'm a video technician, so I stay on set for everything. Like, if they tell everybody to get off set, they're not talking about me. They want me to stay on set because I operate the monitors and I do playback for them. It's not their equipment. They don't know what buttons to push. Anyways, the Israeli handlers come on set and they're like, oh, don't worry. We're going to get her to do it. We're going to get her to do it. Give me 15 minutes and she'll come back and she'll do it for as long as you want. I heard them say this. And 15 minutes later, Britney Spears comes back on set and does another 45 minutes on the mattress. But she looks totally dazed and confused. It looks like they hit her with some sort of drug cocktail. And I stand by this. Anybody that's willing to get the shot in that way, any director that's willing to allow that to happen on his set, he's the captain of that ship. If he walks off, it's done. He releases everybody from their duties, right? Unless they want to release themselves. But if he's done, the production's done, and he went with it. We actually went an entire day over, and I think $100,000 over budget on that shot, on that set, or on that shoot rather. And I don't have any respect for somebody that's willing to sit there and profit off of another human being that doesn't want to do that's being forced to do something they don't want to do.
Right. And would you say like he was a person who had like a sliver of compassion for this, or was he just like all good, like down with it?
The only type of concern that I saw from him at the time was whether or not they were going to get Britney to come back out and do it. Because here's the thing, you can break it down where if you have let me get my calculator out here. Let's say we have a 12-hour shoot day, which is almost unheard of. You're almost always going to go over 12 hours. But let's say if it's a 12-hour day, right? And let's say it costs $75,000 a day to keep the production up. So you got $75,000 divided by 12 hours. That's $6,250 an hour. Divide that by 60 minutes. Every minute you waste is $104.16. Every minute you waste. And as soon as you go over 12 hours in California, you're usually paying time and a half. So for us to even be sitting there and say that we're gonna take 15 minutes for her to get figured out, that's $1,562.50 that it's going to cost just to spend the time to let Britney decide what she wants to do, or have them decide for her. And I used very conservative numbers. $75,000 a day for a photo for a music video is very cheap.
I have another question. What were these Israeli handlers like? Why do you say Israeli specifically?
Because the entire security guard detail that was on us on location were all ex-IDF. Her specific handler, which was the guy that we get all of our information from, as far as her, they call them not runners. Oh, actually, I think they do call them runners. Riders. No, her rider. So a rider is like when a celebrity is going to come on set, they tell the project manager a list of things that they want. Like, I want the room to be at 72 degrees. I want to have all the M&Ms with all the green ones taken out. Like, whatever their retarded, weird requests of how they want their experience on set to be, they give that to their handler, is what I call them. Sometimes people will call them publicists. Sometimes they'll be called personal trainers. They go by many names, but they
Oh,
for
I know.
all
I know
intents
what
and
a hand
purposes are.
is.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
well aware of what you
yeah.
mean by that. But
Well,
so I
this
just
guy
wanted
was
a little.
short. He spoke Hebrew, and he was wearing a Jewish star around his neck. I mean, he doesn't get much
Okay.
more Jewish than.
Okay, gotcha. But when you say like Israeli, did he have an accent, or is he born and raised in
Yeah,
America?
yeah. He had an Israeli accent.
Wow. Okay, interesting.
Well, we got the mobs basically. So you've got a lot more people who were from the homeland.
Well, we were shooting at a location out in the desert, and it's kind of a famous location. It's called Four Aces. You can look it up. And it was a nighttime shoot, and her security detail set up a perimeter to where, like, if I wanted to walk off set and go smoke a cigarette somewhere, and I left the perimeter, as I'm coming back in, they're like shining flashlights in my eyes, and they're like, "Okay, just making sure it's you." Like because it's so dark out in the desert, like it's completely pitch black out there. You can't see. There's no street lights or anything. This is just in the middle of nowhere. This is like it's an old hotel / diner out in the middle of nowhere. Look it up, Four Aces. It's in Southern California.
That's wild, man. That's a wild story, and thank you for sharing it, man.
Oh yeah, no problem. I got plenty of wild stories. And that's how I started talking about that.
I jumped into the middle of the conversation, but yeah, man, I've got a few crazy stories myself. I have a couple friends that are in Hollywood and whatnot, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a wild industry, and it's got connections to the global elite, or sorry, the world elite. It's got connections to how do I put this? Well, obviously politics, obviously religion.
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah, no, it's a very crazy industry. I'd say the gnarliest that story, the Britney Spears stories, is one of the gnarliest ones that I have to tell. I worked with Samuel L. Jackson early on in my Hollywood career. You guys remember that movie King Kong with
Yeah.
Samuel?
I didn't see it. I didn't know Samuel was in it, but
Yeah, I didn't see it either, but I worked on it, and for 2 weeks, I was the guy that would stand outside of Samuel L. Jackson's personal room. There's there's obviously a door that I'm standing outside of, and any requests that he has go through me. And any time that we need him, I'm radioed and I knock on the door and I say, "All right, we're ready for you, Sam." Samuel L. Jackson plays a tough guy on screen in every single movie. He is the most flamboyant homosexual I have ever met.
Wait, who?
Samuel L. Jackson. He talks like this. He's like, he's got the most effeminate voice in real life. He did like the whole "say what again, motherfucker." That is all an act. He doesn't sound like that in real life at all. Now, unless he was pranking me for a week straight, which is totally possible, just to like throw off the world, because he's like, who wouldn't tell this story, you know? And I didn't tell this story for a really long time because I kept thinking in the back of my head, like, oh, this could ruin my career. You know, if you spread false information and it gets fed back to you. But I'm never working in Hollywood again. I give no fucks. No, this dude, the first day I met him, he's wearing a full purple velour tracksuit, and he's got all this jewelry on, and he's talking with this super gay lisp. And I'm like, the first half of the day, I'm just like, okay, he's fucking with me. But by the end of 2 weeks, I mean, I was just couldn't believe it, because I grew up watching, Pulp Fiction, and that was Mace Windu. That's Mace Windu, and he's just like, hey, it was fucking nuts, dude.
That's so funny that you actually like were considering that he's pranking you for 2 weeks, like just for the hell of it. Holy shit, man. No, I would have never expected that. I've never heard a story like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard like okay. I'm telling you stories that are firsthand accounts for me. I can get into some of the secondhand accounts where like I was told by a woman who was a publicist for a very famous person and was invited to a party at a very famous person's house. And she said that she saw Will Smith and Tom Cruise getting it on right out in the open in front of a bunch of people. Full blown getting it on. Swears up and down that it happened. I've spoken to other people. I've spoken to other people in the industry, and they're like, "Oh yeah, Jada Pinkett and Will Smith are huge swingers, and Tom Cruise is super rainbow." That checks out. Like they're like, "Yeah, we weren't there, we didn't see it, but from what we've heard, that checks out." And this woman had no reason to lie to me.
I've also been told that Tom Cruise is gay by various people that throw events and things like that in Hollywood, but also John Travolta, obviously. But
Yep. Okay, I have a very, very good story about John Travolta. A very close family friend of mine came to live with us, moved from Brazil, lived on my couch for 4 months, and while he was getting on his feet, he became a bodyguard, and he was John Travolta's bodyguard for about 36 hours.
Oh.
The first day that he worked for John Travolta, everything's normal. He shows up in the car, the armored car. He picks John Travolta up. They introduce themselves. They're driving him around, and it's just him and John Travolta in the car. And he says, "So what do?" Because my family friends from Brazil. John Travolta says, "So what do Brazilians think about gay people? How are gay people perceived in Brazil?" And my this friend of mine, his English wasn't the best, and the exact words that he told me he said was, "Oh, we kill them all. In my village, if you're gay, we just kill you." Straight up, okay? The car ride was completely silent for the rest of the day. Drops him off. He's scheduled to come back to John Travolta's house the next day. He shows up the next day, and John Travolta's standing outside with his lawyer. They serve him some NDA papers, which obviously he broke because he told me the story. They have him sign like a release contract or a contract release for the job that he was doing. And after he signs, he hands the pen back to John Travolta. John Travolta hands it to his lawyer, and then they kiss each other on the mouth in front of my my family friend. And they're like, "Yeah, you're done." And he just goes home.
Jesus Christ. Wow.
Yeah, and that one.
That's a story.
That one, you can take that to the bank. This guy has absolutely no reason to lie. I saw him the other day. Like, he's still a close family friend. Very never worked in Hollywood again.
It's surprising, but once you hear enough of these stories, it just like and once you understand a little bit of like that, you really don't know anything that goes on like in this scene from the outside. It's almost difficult to believe that it's a total farce, right? Like the image that they're presenting is just totally like grotesquely not reality. But that seems to be the trend.
That's so hard to believe. It's Hollywood. Of course, it's not reality.
No. It's not so hard to believe, but it's like it's shocking. You know what I mean?
It should be shocking.
Normal person. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not. To me,
it's not what People Magazine portrays at all.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm shocked by it anymore, but even hearing a fresh story like this, something that a detailed account, it's like it's laughable. It's like, this is incredible. That people put on an image and do the exact opposite, like even out in the open. In their years of
you guys know Charlize Theron?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, there was a list, a fake list propagated recently about the Epstein Island, about the people who supposedly went there. It's just a fake list, someone came up with it. It had a huge list of celebrities on it. And there's only one guy who stood up and said, "Hey, I didn't do that." That man was Jim Carrey.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, because I look at Jim Carrey and I don't really see I see like the crazy in him. I don't really see like an honest person, to be honest.
No, if he's got crazy in him, it's because he's been living among their craziness. Like he's trying to escape from that from my perspective.
Maybe.
Yeah, Jim Carrey is a weird one. Just because I have a theory about like the grip that Hollywood had on actors and how that grip strengthened and the scope of their influence, like this dark element of Hollywood, how the scope of their influence kind of overtook all areas of Hollywood, whereas back in the day they didn't have. When I say back in the day, I'm like talking like 70s, 80s, and even into the 90s. Their grip wasn't complete. There were still movies being made where like there wasn't this shadowy agenda, and you can go watch them.
Right.
What I did want to, just before I forget, because sometimes these stories I don't think about them until I start telling other stories. So you guys know Charlize Theron?
Mm-hmm.
So years ago, I was doing a movie that she was in. I can't even remember the name of it. I want to say it wasn't Eon Flux. I think Queen Latifah was in it too. I don't shoot. Anyways, regardless, she brought her kids to set. We were on. It was either the Warner Bros. Or Universal. They're in the Valley. I don't remember what. They're like across the street from each other, so I get them confused a bunch. I think it was Warner Bros. Yeah, I'm almost positive it was Warner Bros. Now. But no, actually, it could have been Universal. I don't know. Either way, I don't know if you guys have seen what her kids look like today, but when they were very, very, very young, we saw them, and meaning me and other members of the set, other people working on the set, and I was saying to a couple people, and I have a tendency to have a big mouth, but I was just speaking my mind, and I was like, guys, what is up with those kids? First of all, they're all like adopted from Africa, which is kind of weird. But like she's got them dressed up as like not the gender that they are. And everyone was like, no, she's not doing anything weird. She's not trying to push any weird agenda. There's no and the tranny stuff, there was no huge trans agenda. That trans flag, the one that we all know now as like the light pink, the light blue.
Are her kids? Yeah, her kids are
all her kids are trans. All of them are friggin' trans now.
She's married to that dude. I forget his name. Kind of. There's like a bunch of creepy photos with him and the kids. Also.
Yeah, dude. My alarm bells were ringing so hard on that set, and I was trying to like bring it up to people, and everybody was just calling me crazy or just saying that I'm seeing things that aren't there. And sure enough, years later, this is probably like 6-7 years later now. Boom! Exactly what I said. And they're not even hiding it. It's crazy.
Dude, they do weird things with celebrities' kids. Like,
Hold on. What were your alarm bells on that set?
There were little boys with dresses on, like toddlers,
right,
wearing like tutus and stuff. It's just weird.
Weird shit. Holy shit.
Yeah. And I mean, there's gonna be, the person that's like, well, maybe the toddler decided he wanted to wear that day or whatever. Blah 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 blah. But I wasn't buying it then, and I'm not buying it now.
See, like I've seen the pictures, right, and I've seen like what these kids are doing. It's in their spare time, like I don't know, paparazzi photos, and like a lot of it's very sexual and it's disturbing, right? So like, then to look at someone like Charlize Theron and consider, that this person would also be fine with this, right? It's shocking, because they present this image to the public, and it's like, how could somebody be so deceitful? I don't really understand it. I mean, like my first take would be like, okay, it's got to be the guy, right? The father in the house, like he's controlling the woman and like manipulating her along with his children or something. But like, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Like it seems like they're both in on it together in some weird ass way.
There's a lot of power couples and stuff. If you want to, if you're having trouble seeing why these people are so fucked up, look at all.
I've looked deeply into it, and I have my own like answers to that. But what I have come to the conclusion of long ago, back in like 2013, 2014, it's essentially like Well, to say it in like the harshest way possible, it's generational ritualistic abuse at a very early age. But to say it in like a simplified way, it's just dissociative identity disorder, right? And that is like when you cause trauma to somebody, like put them through extreme stress scenarios at an early age, you fragment off, you split part of their psyche, and that split personality, because it has been trained, right, because it has been abused and told, if you do this, right, like you will, be hurt more. It will retain all the information in there and keep it. It won't ever let it out. So that's one of the ways that I view things through in the world, is that people have these split personalities, having gone through trauma, and they are essentially able to be programmed. It's like a blank slate when you create a fragmentation. And
yeah, trauma-based mind control.
Yeah, exactly. And there are different terms for it, right? But I'm well aware of that. I have friends that are, deeply good friends of mine before I was aware of this, that I also, consider that they have been through this abuse or trauma. But regardless, like, I hold it as like just a theory, right? It's my own, understanding of things, and I don't let that like get in the way of my interactions with people, even my friends or something, right? But and I don't try to convince anybody else that this is like taking place.
Yeah, you don't really need to convince anybody of anything. You just kind of point out the facts. I mean, if you're wondering what kind of people would be using trauma-based mind control on actors and Hollywood employees, people that are just like doing the behind the scenes work, look towards the Hollywood actors that have had meteoric rises and either died really early or got kicked out of Hollywood for being like politically incorrect, and just look at what they're into. They're usually all Christian, or they get kicked out of Hollywood and they become Christian. Jim Caviezel, or however to say his name, the guy that played Passion of the Christ, he's literally out there right now. He's talking about the United States government is sponsoring human sex trafficking. Nobody's hearing about that because he's completely banned. Look at Mel Gibson, right? He talked about the Jews, and he talked about world wars, and he got
Yeah, I don't put Mel Gibson in that category. I think he's more of like the 80s, 90s outsider type of person.
Well, he got totally kicked out of Hollywood. They tried to make him apologize for saying that Jews started all the world wars.
Yeah, but if they can control you, then you're fine. They don't kick you out. They don't mess with you too much as far as like they already have. But this is like it's generational. So really, this has been going on longer than Hollywood has existed, and I look at it as like a parasite on the world. And you could even say that it's been going on since the BC era. People found out about this like capability.
So it's like the Tower of Babylon.
Sure, I believe that, and I might be wrong about all of this. Okay, so like, I take it with a grain of salt, because I don't want it to affect my interaction or relationship or understanding of another person, right? If I had that in the front of my mind while I'm interacting or conversing with somebody, then I think that's totally, doing everything in disservice. But regardless, like, I do believe personally that there is a truth to it, and that it is overwhelming. Like, more people are under this type of sad coercion than you would even imagine. And the number,
a lot of it's blackmail.
Yeah,
it can be blackmail, right? And like, there are different forms of control, right? And I'm talking about, this is like the hardest form of control. And I think Britney Spears and people like that have been through this from an early age. But other people, right, like Kanye West, his form of control is basically just coercion in a sense where it's like reward and punishment. Like, they'll drug the crap out of him, right, and dye his hair pink and take pictures of him and humiliate him while he's on drugs, and then essentially like a part of his brain remembers that, and he's able to be easily threatened by somebody who has the capability of doing that to him again.
Dude, Kanye is not even the Kanye that you see today. That's not Kanye West, and that comes on pretty good authority. So right when he tweeted out, no, it's not necessarily a clone. It's probably somebody in a really realistic mask, though. You'd be surprised what they can do with masks now. And as soon as Kanye tweeted out that he was going to go DEFCON 7 on the Jews or whatever, but he had to take a nap first. I don't remember exactly the order of the tweet. But as soon as he said he was going to, start ripping on the Hebrews, he got canceled in a way that you don't come back from, like Chase canceling his accounts, and then him just going dark for a period of time. So I can tell you all the facts. There is 100% video footage of Kanye West in the very recent past saying, if I ever disappear for a while and come back, it's not me. And, you could say, oh, he's just an artist, he's being crazy or whatever. But I asked, do I think he's what?
Do you think he's dead?
I have no idea where Kanye is and whether or not he's alive. What I can say is I talked to somebody who's worked with him, because I used to do music videos and I've done a lot of them. That was primarily what I did. I did a couple movies, I've done a couple photo shoots, but it was mainly music videos. Oh, and commercials too. But I'll just say somebody that's worked with him told me, can I say this? Will this fuck me over? Okay, I'll tell you this. This is what I can say. I can say that somebody who's worked with him many times told me that that's not the real Kanye. And I'll add, do you guys know who will.i.am is?
Kinda.
He was in the, what was that group called? The Fugees? No. What the fuck was that?
I don't buy it, dude. I don't buy it. Like when you say he's not the real Kanye, I don't go down that route. Like if you say like he's wearing a really sophisticated mask, I'm sorry, he's not.
That's what I paid.
No, I believe it because I've seen it predictively programmed, that kind of thing, where they steal celebrities away and they clone them or whatever, and then they like have a fake one out there. Like, seen it a couple times portrayed, and I've seen the realistic masks, and I've seen what they can look like. So it is not surprising to me.
Here, I'll say this.
To me, yeah, I don't believe that. But go on.
That's fine. So will.i.am, he owns a couple of studios in Los Angeles. And in one of his studios, when 3D printing first came out, he purchased a bunch of 3D printers and housed them in his studio. And him and his homies were just doing stuff with it, right? And so I got hired to do this music video that I can't remember if will.i.am was in it or what his part was, but he was there. It was kind of a big deal. And I'm really bad with like keeping track of celebrities that I haven't actually had interactions with. So, and I'm bad with music and stuff. So that's why I don't remember whether or not he was in the music video. But anyways, we got to drive out to the 7th Street Bridge from like West Hollywood, which is a little bit of a drive. And will.i.am stayed in the van the whole time. I'm driving the van. And all of his friends are in the van, right? They're the only people that are not friends with will.i.am that are in this car are me and periodically a camera guy who was like hitching a ride with us because he was kind of a big guy. He didn't fit in the other van. Anyways, will.i.am is going on this crazy rant about the Jays in Hollywood and talking about how 3D printing technology is going to change the way we see people. And you know what he was 3D printing in those studios? A bunch of fucking masks.
Wow.
So from what I've seen, from what I've experienced, and this was years ago. Where like 3D printing had just come out. That first ghost gun they called like the Patriot or whatever. Like, and so that's another thing too. The 3D printers that he had, he was using materials that I didn't even know they could 3D print with at the time. Today, it's pretty obvious that they can. But I don't know where he got that. Those were no like Amazon 3D printers. These were like huge 3D printers that like had these massive glass cases and stuff. It was crazy.
Well, this has been fascinating, but y'all have already put me up over an hour past when I said I was going to go to bed. So good night.
Yep. Good night.
Hey, good night. Yo, what did you say that he was 3D printing? I didn't catch that.
Oh, masks.
Oh, okay, masks.
Masks. All kinds of crazy masks. Like masks that looked realistic, masks that were like these weird Venetian ones that would kind of like melt in with your flesh. So like they were bizarre, dude. It was really, really bizarre. And his whole rant on the Jays and how they like that was kind of the first real world confirmation that I had that not only do they run Hollywood, but like there is a very specific cartel, like the Jayish cartel. Those are his words, not mine.
Yeah, I can't see. I've followed Kanye through his debacle, through his like whatever he was going through, and I saw him on podcasts, and he was very much himself, dude. You can't fake that. You can't have a person in a mask that's like, intimately Kanye West.
I mean, I disagree, but you're welcome to that opinion.
Why would you disagree? Like, did you actually follow him? Did you actually listen to the person and consider like this person isn't wearing a mask, or is he not wearing a mask? I mean, to me, it's like having done that, having actually like seen emotion from this person, right, from their face, to ask that question seems absolutely ridiculous. But that's for me, right? For you, I don't know what you do.
Yeah, no worries. I'm looking right now for these Kanye West photos, so we can just do like some before and after comparisons.
No, but it's not about like picking at photos. I'm talking like in person, right? Interviews, being asked questions, right? Having like on the Lex Friedman show, on Tim Pool's show, right? Did you see him there? I mean, it's not an actor, right? You can't act Kanye West.
I would argue that you can.
I don't think it's an argument, man. Like we can watch those videos, and for you to actually say that that's a different person would be incredible. It's an incredible statement.
I'm not sure which Tim Pool podcast you're referring to, and like where that is placed on his timeline as far as when he tweeted out.
First, in Tim Pool's podcast, right? He like, I mean, you just have to go look at the whole thing, man. Like when somebody gets insulted, right? When Kanye West gets insulted, for example, it's not an actor getting insulted. It's literally Kanye West trying to say something, right? Trying to expose something at the best that he can, right? But it's him as a person. It's not like as much of a farce that it would be like for him to be somebody else wearing a mask, man. And when you go down those routes, like even the lady in here, she was saying like, I can believe that, right? I think when you take those steps into those directions and you don't actually see things clearly for what they are, you're doing yourself a disservice, and the other people that are the handlers and the controllers in this situation that know the simplicity of like how easy it is to manipulate somebody, they're laughing at that as well. Anyways,
I hear what you're saying. I'm not
your opinion. Good,
yeah,
good. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not worried about people.
I respect your opinion, but those are my 2 cents.
All right. Well, here's the thing. Kanye West tweeted out the text messages that Harley Pasternak, his handler, the handler of many other celebrities who have also wound up dead.
Absolutely.
He basically.
Wait, Harley Pasternak is dead?
No. There are other celebrities and artists that were tied to Harvey Pasternak that died, and Harvey Pasternak usually had contact with those people within 24 hours of their death. That guy is shady as fuck. The tweets that he sent to Kanye West saying basically, if you're not a well-behaved, manageable celebrity, we're going to put you on antipsychotics and you'll never fucking see your family again.
Right. He said
if that doesn't work, if that doesn't work, you straight up replace that person. If you can't replace them, then you kill them, and all the royalties or whatever that they leave behind, their empire that is left behind gets who do you think that gets left to?
That's not the case. That's not the case. What is the case is that it's shown clearly that Kanye, right, is one of the individuals, right, that has not been programmed in the refined way that like the Dark Lords program their children. Okay, but Kanye was sort of an outsider who had been programmed through drugs along the way, right? Essentially, like, just abuse after he was the age of like 15. Okay, and that type of control, that type of abuse is done through like, just manipulation tactics. Okay, and also like, like you said, blackmail, right, in some sense. But those are all like watered down forms of what is actually possible. And Kanye being a person who's not actually like on the inside, he's not actually somebody who they have a trigger for, like a personality that was created like when he was 5 years old. Okay, like where they can easily bring this person back into check from the trauma that they did to them. He's not one of those, so they were trying to wrangle him in. But and I'm sure that they did, in one way or another. But it took a period of like a month or two.
Yeah, I just think that all the evidence is there to show that they were pretty much at their limits as far as coercion, where they're explicitly telling him, if you don't behave how we want, we're going to put you on drugs. And Kanye didn't seem like he was going to be playing ball. And so if I'm going to put myself in the shoes of an evil person that wants to control these celebrities' lives so that I can continue to make as much money and at the same time push my agenda out through their artwork, through their creativity, and co-opt their creativity, use it towards dark means, and they're being so unmanageable that I can't do that anymore no matter how much I threaten them, I'm replacing their ass with a fucking body double. I own Hollywood. I can get the best people, the best animatronics.
No, I'm
sorry,
man. I'm sorry.
Yes.
It does not go there. Maybe for Hillary Clinton for like 1 week, but like it's not that situation for Kanye West. Okay, like you can't cover that shit up. I mean, why would they close down his bank accounts after like a month after the fact? I mean, they're not,
because he wasn't dead yet. He wasn't dead. I'm not saying he's dead, but he wasn't out of the matrix yet. So when they start shutting down your bank accounts and affecting your ability to travel and to move yourself, your family, and your personal belongings to another location to get away, they are essentially trying to trap you in the matrix, right? Like, what does Kanye just have like duffel bags of cash laying around? And even if he does, how's he going to go buy land? Like, how's he going to go get away? How's he going to just like show up to the airport with a duffel bag of cash? Like they're shutting.
Tell you how they control somebody that they have controlled before, right? That they understand the psychology of, they know how to manipulate them. Okay, it's much easier than like growing a body from scratch. And
I didn't say no. I never said that. That's
whatever,
dude. You're talking about cloning. You know how easy? Like, do I need to
wearing a mask and pretending to be Kanye while you keep him in some cell somewhere, some dungeon? This is just not realistic. All they have to do is understand the psychological profile of this person. Okay, implant somebody into his life which fits exactly what he's looking for, right? All of his delusions, and they control that person. That's it. It's very simple, dude.
Can I ask a question? What are they? What's the negative impact of Kanye acting out? Like, what would they be worried about?
I'm sorry, I had my microphone muted, and I thought, jeez Louise, I've been answering your questions. I have a video I just want to show you before you tell me that they're growing bodies or whatever. I'm just talking about a simple mask. Do you want me to share my screen, or do you want me to post a link?
Share your screen, man. I'm not going to be convinced, but show me what you're showing me. Yeah, let's see. Let's hear it.
Oops. All right, you guys see my screen?
I do. Yes.
Ready?
No volume though. Yeah.
Yeah, there. You don't need any volume. We're just watching.
Oh, wow. Yeah, man. Okay, play that again. Play it again.
Okay.
God.
Now, what
disgusting.
if I told you that that's not even that person underneath isn't even the person that was in the mask? Look carefully at her hair and the back of her head, and you'll see that this entire image is CGI.
Right. I would imagine, because there is a blip in the middle of it. I mean, I'm seeing this for the second time. You're controlling the pause and play, but yeah. So analyze it for me.
I'm just saying the ability to wear a simple mask and then layer on like edit layers into the video is there. There's a lot of different ways to make one person look like another person. You don't have to grow a clone in a lab in Area 51 or anything like that. You can just the technology is out there, dude. That's all.
Yeah, but you're showing me a CGI doctored video and saying that and using that for reality.
How do you know that like the TMZ videos and the paparazzi videos aren't doctored?
You haven't showed me anything that's evidence, really, right?
I'm just.
With
You
enough
seem to you
go
seem
look
to
at that video.
object. You seem to object to the idea that Kanye could have been replaced by somebody wearing a mask. And I was just saying, I was trying to show you how it could be done.
Okay, man, but you showed me a video that is not even an example of how it could be done.
Fair enough. I'll post another video, or I'll just share my screen again. So there's filters that people can use when they're wearing masks.
Do you understand how messy this is?
For who? For me or for you?
How much time and effort it would take for somebody to try to do this, right? To try to,
okay, let's go into that.
Wait, you think it's not worth taking the time to craft a lie? What's wrong with you?
Well, let's just talk about how expensive it would be. How much do you think it would cost?
Unless it's going to be the truth, okay? Crafting a lie is simple, but you're going to get caught.
Maybe not.
And you can't hold this up. I mean, really, like it's absurdly ridiculous to actually believe that you live in a reality where like this is taking place when the same exact thing that you're actually witnessing can happen with way less energy.
Here, I'm going to show you another mask video. 1 second. Let's get to this. Woo. Yeah, this is weird. This one's super weird.
Really, do you know how much time actors spend practicing lying to give you a good TV show?
And it's all fake. It's all fake for money. Yep, all that Hollywood stuff at the end of the day. Entertaining, but still just not real. And yeah, they're faking it all day. In a way, they're lying, because it's not really who they are. Even though it's not really a lie, I guess, acting. But it's kind of a bizarre thing when you think about it. Like trying to be someone different than who you are. I mean, it's definitely artistic and cool and like beautiful in one way, but it also seems a little like out of harmony with nature.
It's crazy. Until I came to South Africa, I didn't know that what's her name, Charlize Theron, right, was South African. I thought she was an American.
Is anyone watching?
Sorry.
Yeah, I am watching it, man.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to keep it zoomed in on her face so you can see that's not that's a mask.
I see, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a mask,
I see.
big dog.
Well, hold up.
That's a real person. This is a person in a mask. No facial expression changes. Looks like a freaking plastic doll. Okay, look at that.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what I'm
Who is
talking
that?
about with Kanye West, is not that. Okay,
How is it different?
it's very different, dude. I could show you interviews that he did afterwards. Where you say that he's not Kanye anymore. Okay, and it's clearly not that example. You showed a good example of the mask, and I'm glad that you did. Okay, because it's an interesting topic. But
were those supposed to be masks?
That's only used. That's only used in very like particular situations that are confined that nobody's going to care about, right? And the people themselves, they're like they still exist. They're going to come back, even though somebody had a mask of them. Okay, like it's not to say like they're going to keep up this mask, this facialless, expressionless mask for the rest of their entire life.
Well, that video is from 5 years ago. I imagine the technology is only getting better as the years go on.
I mean, were those supposed to be masks? Because yeah, it looked like they had helmets on. Like you could see the one dude is like clearly that was like a helmet. So was that supposed to be like whatever that thing was with the Queen? Like were those supposed to be real people, or was it supposed to be some kind of masquerade, silliness, like whatever stuff they do, like little Freemasonic, weird little rituals or whatever? Like
all I can tell you.
I guess what I'm saying. I guess what I'm just saying is
they all look like they're wearing
hold on,
masks,
man.
don't they?
Hold on. I'm just saying. At the end of the day, was the kind of mainstream story that yes, those were some kind of actors as part of the show or whatever?
No, those were.
Play it again.
Oh, actually.
Play it again.
Okay,
those absolutely look like masks. Yeah, it had it was like a helmet thing. You could see like his hairline. Like it wasn't a real hairline. Like that was pretty obvious. Like that it was some kind of a mask helmet thing. So I'm just saying, were those like supposed to be actors in some kind of little skit they were doing or whatever?
Yeah, I think those were supposed to be masks. Like those people were supposed to know those were masks, but that's just like a lot of people have seen that video and like didn't notice it. And the point that I was just trying to illustrate is that there are body doubles that can be created without having to like clone somebody or something, which is kind of what he said I was saying, and I just wanted to make sure that.
Now you know that the original Paul McCartney is dead, right?
Well, he's definitely not the same guy. Do we know if he was killed or not? Like the Paul is dead. Do we know that he's dead? That part, you know what I mean? But it definitely is not the same guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and they got people fooled still to this day. I mean,
but yeah, most people haven't looked into it. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
That's a very interesting story and situation for sure.
I think there's more body double stuff going on than we think. I think Kanye is just like the tip of the iceberg. See, the thing is, Kanye's not this Kanye. The whole idea that Kanye, the Kanye we see now is not the Kanye from before this whole debacle. This is much different than, say, like, oh, this look, this is a picture of Biden where it's clearly a body double. Where, like, yeah, the president of the United States should have body double. The royal, like, that checks out. The royal family should have body doubles. The thing with Kanye is there is a mountain of evidence that would lead any critical thinker to this conclusion, where he was not being well managed, or he was not being easily managed. He was saying things that go against the mainstream narrative. He was getting canceled financially, and he had his personal trainer, Harvey Pasternak, texting him, I mean, dude, we're going to put you on psychotic meds.
He carried on with the whole thing. It wasn't a different person. I mean, he was trying to expose whatever he was trying to expose the whole time for months.
And then he disappeared.
I don't know if you followed it.
And then he disappeared, and he came back,
then
and he
what
married
happened
this.
Was that he got married, and that's exactly what I'm saying, right?
Mhm.
All you need to
That
do
was-
to control somebody is understand their psychological profile, introduce somebody into their life that fits all the pieces, all the puzzle pieces, and that's it. You control that person. You don't have to control Kanye.
Okay, so I think at the end of the day, we both agree that Kanye is being coerced or influenced in a way to do and say things that are not of his own volition. Whether you think that it is the Kanye from before, but it's like he's wearing like a persona mask where he's acting differently, he's acting against his own free will, or whether it's what I think, where it's not Kanye, it's somebody dressed up as Kanye who's now playing ball and being well manageable. The result is the same. That these celebrities, these people of influence, have other people trying to control them.
You completely twisted our viewpoints, honestly.
It's probably a homeless dude that they now give like soda and bread to, and he's happy to play along.
Yeah, honestly, probably. Look at some of the politicians they got up there. Those people don't even know where they are. They don't even know who they are. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's probably what it is, right? They probably go out and they get a homeless dude and they say, "Look, we're gonna give you a place to live, right? All you gotta do is stand here and you gotta act fucking stupid. You gotta wear this costume and make a fool of yourself." Go ahead.
And if they've been on the streets long enough, ain't nobody missing them. They're completely disposable.
No, it's like, who the fuck is that?
Exactly.
Oh, the next president.
Yep.
Man, didn't I see that guy down by the fucking toilets? Is that no?
Well, they look at Michelle Obama and they're like, isn't that dude that used to be on the basketball courts in Detroit 20 years ago? And
Yeah, give him blowjobs in the toilets.
Dude, when Barack Obama became president, I had people telling me that Michelle was a dude, and I did not believe them. I was like, "You're racist."
Dude, Bill Gates is a woman, man. It's fucking weird. I've seen like a photo where you put like woman hair on it and instantly, and the Melinda Gates, that's a dude.
Yeah, they do the inversion, dude. As above, so below. They love that shit. That's their bread and butter.
Well, as above, so below is a very ancient concept related to the concept of the stars, like the way they move relates to Earth, like on that level. But you were using it in a different context?
I read a book a long time ago about like satanic law and the occult, and the as above, so below is the way that the book explained it to me is like a perversion of. Hold on, I don't want to say it wrong. It is our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So they changed the on earth as it is in heaven to the as above, so below. It's like a distortion where like they're trying to bring. So at a particular point in time, there was a war in heaven, and the angels were fighting each other. The demons were like fighting the angels, and this is supposed to be about bringing that war in heaven here on earth. That's like how they mean it. But there are plenty of other cultures that talk about the
as above, so below, and they don't mean it in that way. Like when I say, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, I'm not trying to do like a black magic thing or anything like that. This is a very dark book that I had, by the way. I threw it out a long time ago. Like, this was back before I was a Christian, and it's full of spells and just like how to like get people to bend to your will, how to use dark magic to like fuck people over. It was a very, very gross book. It actually smelled bad. It was crazy. The book actually smelled like shit. It was a disgusting book.
But yeah, Bill Gates does seem quite feminine, and then Melinda does seem quite masculine. So,
Gio,
what's
do
up
you
with
think
that?
Bill Gates is a woman and Melinda Gates is a man? I'm just straight up, like not like, melding the conversation. Do you think that?
I think there's definitely some indications that point that way, although I can't say that I've come to my full conclusion on it. Obviously, I have no way to test and validate. I can only go off remotely. It does seem like, at the very minimum, like they do seem be swayed on those sides. So I wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. But I have
I
not
don't know
like
what
come to a
information
full
you've been
conclusion.
looking at.
Bill Gates sits like a woman. His body language is definitely feminine.
Okay. When you say he sits like a woman, now I kind of get what you're saying. But really, though, like,
Yeah,
it's
like
incredibly...
the way, like, men cross their legs for sure, like that is a thing. But the way he does it is very feminine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like, if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it walks like a duck. I mean, it's got to be a turtle, right?
Oh,
I can think
Arian,
of. Go ahead.
You'll probably believe anything that anybody tells you. From like, I don't know you, but from what I've heard, like, you're willing to just like accept a ton of ridiculous stuff. I mean, based off of images, based off of anything. There's no evidence for it. It's just like someone shows it to you, and you're like, yeah, definitely.
Let's not get into the personal attacks here. I mean, Arian, if you want to respond to that, that's fine. I did have something I wanted to bring up though.
Oh wait, he was talking to me.
That's all right. No, he wasn't. He was talking to me. It's all good.
I was talking to you, man. I was talking to you, and I was talking to Flatopus too. And Gio, I'm talking to you. You're mediating this thing, but really, like.
Well, so here's the question. So, what do you think you know about reality?
Well, I mean, is that really the question, man?
Yeah, that's the question.
Reality,
But before we go down this, can I just say one thing really quick about before we change topics? Okay.
Yeah.
I kind of had a brain blast. I thought of something that would absolutely change the entire world as we know it, and it would be like the simplest thing to do. And you don't have to hurt anybody. You might get hurt. I don't think you'll get killed, but you'll probably get the shit beat out of you. But basically, just find out where Michelle Obama is going to be publicly. Have multiple people recording the event at a distance with like really nice Zoom cameras, because they're going to confiscate everybody's phone in the immediate vicinity, and just fucking run up and pants that dude. Just fucking pants him, rip that shit right off his body, and just expose the nakedness. And everyone gets to see the wiener. That video will go so fast, dude. Oh my god. If somebody pantsed Michelle Obama and a big old wang was just fucking tied up in there, woo! Oh my goodness, you guys. That would collapse the natural order, I think.
That would be incredible, man. Yeah, I don't know what that would cause, but I mean,
it would cause societal collapse. Think about it. If the average everyday person is like, whoa, for 8 years, there was a tranny as the president's wife. Okay.
No, it would be the new Roswell, right? It's like, did government black suits would come in. Did you see this? Come like interrogate you. Everything would be, closed off. And the
that's why you gotta shoot it.
They would say, they would just blame it on AI and shit like that.
Dude, they'd shut the internet off. They'd probably shut the internet off, honestly. Like you'd have to film it from like 3 different angles and then watermark all those videos so that algorithms couldn't just like like you have to do it so that it could disguise it from an algorithm that's just going to like not allow you to upload that image. And then you'd have to make a bunch of hard copies and distribute those. Like I would be live feeding the footage as it happened to like I don't know, like a fucking warehouse or something. That's just like people are just downloading it onto thousands of fucking USB drives, and then I would just drive all of those to like FedEx, UPS, DHL, post office boxes, and just be shipping them to other people around the world that will then take them, make more hard copies, and like disseminate them in any way, shape, or form. Just like it would be really hard to say something like that or to expose something like that loud enough and fast enough. But I think if you planned it out, it could be done. And of course, I disavow anyone doing this.
Well, yeah, of course. Have you guys seen that video, that picture of Obama in the boat with like the Asian like little girl who apparently is like giving him a blowjob?
Yeah, I think I've seen that picture.
I've seen it thrown around the internet, and like I wonder the veracity, the validity of that picture, because who the hell took it, and like where did it come from? Nobody knows.
Well, dude, I mean, Obama, he's Kenyan born. His real name is Barry Santoro. I don't know if people know that. Real name's Barry Santoro. He's raised in Indonesia. And yeah, I mean, he is not who we think he is.
Yeah, I mean, I know his name is Barry Santoro or whatever it is, but no, man, you can see the tricks, that they're playing. Like I can see right through it. I don't need to know like the depths of it specifically. It's like if somebody were to expose it, nobody would believe it anyways.
Yeah, they would. Yeah. Dude, that a video of Michelle Obama getting pantsed, exposing that that's a dude, would be probably more popular than like 9/11, Trump's inauguration, the moon landing, right. And Michael Jackson's death combined.
True.
Like
true,
I think
true.
it would be.
That's why it would never be accepted.
Never say never.
It's too shocking.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Hey,
a guy can dream.
Like, if she is a male, right, or whatever, if that's the truth, and this were to take place, and this was like a national treasure, right? Then I hope it does happen.
Jewels.
I hope we find those jewels.
Yeah, dude, that would be great. That'd be funny if it was like Nicolas Cage that did it. Somebody that they couldn't easily disappear. Like, oh, dude, like if it just Joe Biden just fucking fell and just like tried to grab onto her for like support and just caught only garments and it just all came down. Oh my gosh, dude, that would be so crazy. It was like a Mrs. Doubtfire moment. You know what I mean? Where like fucking Robin Williams is trying to like get that dude to stop choking, and then by the time all the violent stuff is over,
yeah,
he's just exposed. Like it'd be great if like nobody innocent, if it's just all like a crazy like accident is like, oh Joe.
Exactly. If only the universe were so kind. We can only hope. Who knows, man? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I just think we're probably heading into a time where like there's going to be a lot of things that are going to be exposed in the near future. With the Hunter Biden laptop thing being confirmed by the FBI as like non-tampered with and legitimate, and that was confirmed while the whole submarine thing was going on. A lot of people didn't hear about that, but there was an insider IRS whistleblower that confirmed that the FBI validated the Hunter Biden laptop in 2021.
Right. Okay.
We're gonna, that's not CGI. That's not AI generated. That is the president of the United States' son smoking crack, weighing crack rocks out, arguing with a hooker or a whore, whatever you want to call him, about how much is actually there. weird pictures with him and children. I mean, it's just the tip of the iceberg, folks. There's going to be a lot more coming. I'm not I'm not a QAnon guy. I don't think that, the white hats are in control or anything. I just think it's the nature of truth. It wants to be seen.
I'm a little bit more pessimistic in the sense that I think that this information's out there, right? And the evil people, quote unquote, understand that, so they have to do something about it. They can't just like throw it under the rug for decades. So what they're doing is strategic, and they don't need Biden in power. Everybody, he has low approval ratings anyways. And they could have thrown him under the bus years ago, but now they're just specifically trying to do that today, right? And it gives them brownie points, right? It's like, okay, you've been harassing and throwing lawsuits at Donald Trump, at every corner that he walks around, but now the FBI is also targeting a Democrat, so it looks good for like the general mind of the public. That's the way that I see it,
What? Let me ask you. Let's do a little thought experiment, because I don't want you to be so pessimistic. I want to help you come out of that mindset. What do you think happens to a nation?
I'm not pessimistic. I'm realistic, but I could be taking like the shadow side versus like the light side on this issue, right? Like a lot of people say like, oh, this is great, and I'm just saying like, nah, look again. But yeah, go on.
Well, let's look at it realistically then. What do you think happens to a nation when the trust levels for the government by the public are near record lows?
The trust levels of what?
The public's trust in the government, they are near record lows. And I'll go ahead and I'll bring up the Pew Research that talks about this.
I accept that. I accept that, but like, I don't need numbers or anything. That's exactly what I was trying to explain, right? It's like, the people that are fighting for them, right? The division in the country, the people that are fighting for the government right now is the left, okay? And they're just giving them a little bit of ammunition, right? That's all.
Well,
but
I would argue
that full investigation into the Bidens.
So here's what I'd argue: the higher the public trust is for the government, the more they can get away with. The more the room they have to tell a lie, because their track record is pretty good with the people they're controlling. So they can push out a lot of lies. If you look at the graph that I posted in the chat, it's a Pew Research graph. Public trust in the government remains near historic lows. The question, I guess, that they asked the people was something along the lines of, do you trust the federal government to do what is right just about always / most of the time? And right. As you can see, you have the 08 or like 09 to 2012. You have the lowest that it's ever been. That was during Obama's presidency. Then you can see that it went up during Trump's presidency. And then you can see Biden's. Oh, no, you can't actually on that. It just goes to 2017. So you can see where it went up to a little bit right there in 2016 when Trump became president. And then you can see, yeah. So what I'd say is when a country has its trust levels at a near low, the government doesn't have as much wiggle room to tell stories, to straight up lie. And I don't think the government, I think the people that are running this are so out of touch with reality, and they have the ability to see these things, but it's just, I don't know if it's just like their pride or they're blinded by their power or something, but they're still pumping out fake shit every day. And it's causing the public to trust them less and less. Right. So when I say that the truth has a way of coming out, I think this is kind of the process in which that happens, in which you have the people just buy the bullshit less and less. And then you have whistleblowers that are, who are people more likely to trust when public trust is at an all-time low? The state-run media, the state-sponsored media, or that have been pushing the same narrative that the government wants everybody to listen to, or the whistleblower that posts something on Rumble or a BitChute. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. Take it all with a grain of salt. Look, at the baseline of it all, like, you should have seen this. You should be able to see this clearer, faster, and earlier before a whistleblower comes out or whatever. Okay, like, you can see a person's nature. You don't need to know like all the corruption that they're delving into. You can see them in a glance and understand, exactly what they're going to do for the good of your country, right? Or the corruption, that they're going to uphold. Okay, and getting caught up in all the propaganda, it's unnecessary for a basic human being, for just a regular human being. And that's where the power is, actually, is just regular people seeing clearly without anybody telling them what they need to see. They create the lie. They create the field on which manipulation takes place.
So where do you think you live?
Sorry, what was that, Arian?
Where do you think you live?
What do you mean? What question? What kind of question is that?
It's a question.
I don't understand.
You're sitting here describing people and the way they view reality, and I'm asking you where you think you live.
Again, that question doesn't make any sense.
I think what he's trying to say is that the question doesn't really pertain to like the topic, as from his point of view. Like I get what you're saying. I understand when you hear somebody questioning reality, you want to ask them where they think they are. But I think he was just trying to like finish his point.
Mm.
Well, okay. I guess I can lend to that a little bit, right? If we're talking about reality, I can extend that to what I was saying, which is like the reality that most people live in is a distortion on reality. Okay, like they're looking at all these public figures' faces, these politicians' faces, and they've been told so many things, right? They've been dragged along, led along the way, holding the hand of the media, holding the hand of like all the stories that they've been told, and they're just looking for something good. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is that's the reality that most people live in, right? And that reality is very easy to manipulate once you're dragged far enough in that direction. Okay, because you're willing to accept almost anything. I mean, just like a couple sentences from somebody, when you can actually take a few steps back, large steps back, and look at this person, right? Look at them with all of the understanding that you have of yourself, right? And all of the understanding of the predicament that you're in. And you can see clearly these people are not going to help you. They're not going to actually do what you want, right? Like they're your representatives, but they're not representing you. And you're essentially giving them that credit. Like you're allowing them not to represent you by falling for by being led along these in these various directions. Okay. And all that direction leads to is more and more corruption. Now, if there's a breakthrough at any point, right, and there will be, like there will be a person that comes along, like RFK Jr., for example. I think that he's like a beautiful example of this that has only come up in the last 2 or 3 weeks for me. But I'm so surprised by somebody who is almost a normal person. Okay, like they've looked into vaccine science. They've looked into environmental, health, right? The pollution of our environments. That they actually care about what's going on in the world. And not only that, but they're willing to, convey things in a certain way that is not divisive. And I think that it makes us seem like crazy to see somebody like that, because it's like we've been fighting over these stupid candidates that we've been given, when really in common sense reality, right? In just common sense reality, like not assuming all this ridiculous nature of how the world works and all the problems that you don't understand that they do, and you're going to have to let them, understand it, but you won't. You know, and working through that, you know, implication, it's just all on the wrong footing, and it's not actually reality. It's just a reality that is able to be easily, you know, slighted. And when you bring it back to like basic common sense, you know, you look at these people, and I think that that's where the strength is. That's where good questions come from. That's where, you know, the energy of the populace asking, telling to their government what they want is and what they demand, right? Regardless, and that changes the framework of the whole problem. They have to now explain why, right? A different reasoning, why they're the best, you know, why the person is, you know, misunderstanding, why they're the best example of somebody who should lead. And you know, that's the first step in the right direction. Everything else that we've been doing has just been accepting, you know, what the secrets of our nation is to control and to like give us money and benefit our country is. But really, we've just been fighting war after war after war, policing the nation, turning into like a globalist state. I mean, we're not an example for good, and that doesn't lend well to such a, you know, hardworking and creative nation.
I'm gonna be honest. You went on for a little bit long there, and I stopped. I can't remember where we were. I don't think it's your fault.
He's been talking about like the fake stuff, you know, the government.
Have you guys looked into have you seen like RFK and his little rise here in the last like a couple months?
I've been following it. I listened to him. The most recent thing I've heard or seen from him is probably just like the debate stuff. Where how much is the pot right now? I remember the last time it was like 1.5 million or something like that. Before that, I watched his entire thing on Joe Rogan, and let's try to be really careful when we talk about this as well. Let's not drop any of those words that we're not supposed to say because this directly is about that.
Sure.
I'm a little. I want to believe that he's a force for good. I want to believe that that somehow this debate will happen or won't happen, and that because of that, there's going to be a certain amount of publicity that brings, you know, that spotlights the issues with the V's.
That's right. Yeah, well,
I hope that happens. I really hope that
happens.
happens.
It's not all about that, but yeah.
Well, it's not all about that, but it's pretty related. And do you think that okay, let's talk about this for a second. So you got people that they run a multi-billion-dollar industry that is going to be now tied up in a scandal that involves compensating millions of Americans for hurting them when they were supposed to be helping them, destroying families, destroying the lives of young children so that they'll never have like a normal life. Do you really think that information is going to be allowed to get out there? Do you really think that someone is going to platform this guy and he's going to, you know, still be breathing by the time he's supposed to say what he's supposed to say? I don't know. What do you think?
I think that he has a unique pass, right? And this is one of the things that you see like when somebody comes into the spotlight. I mean, he's been living for what, 55, 60 years. I don't know how old he is, but he's been, you know, putting his energy into life and trying to do the best, you know, according to like his family values, and he's part of a very large political family and all that kind of stuff. But regardless, like when it comes down to it, it's like, you know, his father was assassinated, okay, and had a very botched trial. And the details of it essentially lead to the conclusion that he was assassinated based on by our own government for political means, okay, to prevent him from running for office. That's his father. Now his uncle was JFK, who clearly, everyone in the world understands, this person was there. It is like the heart of all conspiracy theories, okay? Like, and it is like the pinnacle of how our nation actually changed. You had Eisenhower talking about the military-industrial complex and the problems to giving that farewell speech right after World War II, and then you have JFK taking office, doing a similar job at describing, how he would like the nation to change, and he got killed, right? So I don't think that they can make the same example of RFK. So I think he gets a pass on that. Now, he's dragging along with him a lot of baggage, right? Which is he has intimately dealt with vaccines and their efficacy for decades, before COVID. So this is a person who's like capable of debating, the top scientists on the issue, the top PhDs on.
I'm just going to cut you off
Yeah.
for a second. Just try your best just to use different words. I'm not.
Sorry.
To be like that. Just do your best, please.
No, my bad. No worries. Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, I will admit that I didn't see it that way.
I just think he's dragging those issues along, and I don't think that's his main contention. I think he's trying to. He sees.
I think he's trying to run for office.
He's a clear-minded person.
Okay, I'll tell you what I think he's doing. I think he's springboarding off of this issue to run for office. I didn't consider the idea that because of his family history that he sort of gets a pass as far as for getting like smashinated or whatever. I still just don't see him being allowed to spread his message. I mean, I know he's already been on Joe Rogan. I know hundreds of thousands of people have already seen it. It's been clipped 1 million times over. There's a lot of media on it right now. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, the interviews that got taken down, which is one with him and Mike Tyson on Mike Tyson's podcast, he didn't talk about vaccine or the V word at all. Okay, like he instead, like the reason why it got taken down because he gave a detailed account of how his father got assassinated.
Yeah, and that's another story that they don't want to get out there. Dude. Like, right. Why would they let him say that stuff? Why would they let him do that? Like, how is this guy even still alive? Let's talk about this dude being replaced by somebody in a mask. No, I'm just kidding.
Easy out. That's an easy out for you. But no, really, like they can't do too much about it, right? Other than slander him, right? But even their slander, right? There's a whole populace of people that are listening to what he's saying, and that listening doesn't just go away. You have to have like a hard form of control in order to suppress that kind of transverse thought. And the more harsh that you go on somebody, just like on Donald Trump, the more harsh that you go on somebody, the more apparent it is to particular people, right? It instills within them, a version of the truth that they may at some point be okay with instilling within people by taking such a harsh action, but that's bad news for anybody else, because then they understand that, and what they do next has to be adequately severe.
Well, I'll tell you what, there are from where I'm standing, there are so many things that are just kind of like bursting at the seams. And what I mean by things are scandals. Whether it's this guy getting his story out about his dad or about the V's, whether it's a whistleblower about to talk about the Clintons or the Biden laptop or any number of scandals. They're all bursting. Let me finish. No. I want to finish my sentence. Yeah. They're all bursting at the seams. And the only way for them to keep people from paying attention that this is going to get out is to cause a mass distraction, which I think that's what the last, the pandemic was. That was a mass distraction from a lot of different things that were going on in the world. And the next distraction is going to be more involved and more distracting. There are going to be more compliance rituals. It's not just going to be about putting something over your face and sticking something in your arm. It's going to be more. There's going to be you're going to have more hoops to jump through. There's probably going to be a uniform. There might be hand signals. It's going to be weird. It's going to be very weird.
I don't think that will take place in the way that you're describing it. The general essence of what you're saying, like being more severe, I agree. But uniforms and hand signals, not in America. No chance, man. You have to understand the psychology of the people you're dealing with. And
what do you think the things that people were putting over their faces were? You don't think those were uniforms?
Okay, I wouldn't call that a uniform.
Gotcha.
Today, if you drive down the street today and you look over in your car and you see somebody sitting in their car with something over their face and they're by themselves in their car, that is a uniform. That identifies them as a person with a very particular set of beliefs. It is
Not
us and okay, well I disagree.
No, it's not a particular set of beliefs. I mean, it depends on how large that set is, right? Because a lot of people that wore masks were doing it out of courtesy, right? They're doing it out of kindness. They disagreed, right? But they were doing it because, they're socially.
I'm talking about
right?
today, though.
Okay, but
today it's still a uniform for the diehard. For the true believers, it's still a uniform. For all the people that were worried about other people or grandma or didn't believe and were just doing it to not cause problems, they're not wearing them anymore. The people that are still wearing them are the true believers left over from that movement, and they are still very hardcore. I see them every day, double masked. It's a uniform, dude. Double mask is like a general. You're like a 4-star general in that army.
Right. I agree with you. And you made your point. You made your point about uniforms. But honestly, taking that to a further extreme, right, causes an equal amount of, just the face mask was enough to cause an extreme amount of division within the country. Okay. Doing that again, I don't think that it works. It's just like saying,
well, they do it differently. They're gonna. No, it's not gonna. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but differently in the same in the same context, right?
Let me give you an example in history.
Sure.
I'll give you an example of both.
Because I think my example will be trumped by your example. So let me just give my example, right? Like when we went into Iraq and we said there were weapons of mass destruction, everyone was appalled, and we went in. Then when Obama tried to do the same thing to Syria, right, and they showed videos of people being, writhing on the floor from chemical attacks, right, and they used the same terminology, right? They said, weapons of mass destruction, and they're dumb. I mean, they do this stuff, but 90% of the American populace did not want to go to war with Syria, so we didn't go in. We just went in secretly and funded ISIS or whatever, right? And then, the story is it goes on, and ISIS is no more after Donald Trump, 2 months in office. But go on.
There's different types of PSYOP events that happen at different speeds that produce what I'm talking about. Uniforms, hand signals, party slogans. A perfect example of one that happened in the past that didn't happen overnight is in the 60s, the anti-war movement. The hippie, the summer of love stuff. The uniforms were clear. Okay? Nobody's going to argue people started dressing differently to espouse their ideas, to express themselves and what they thought. There were hand signals. The peace sign became very popular. There were gang signs, there were tags. People would put tags on the backs of their car in the form of bumper stickers, paintings, all kinds of stuff. This was a cultural PSYOP movement, and you can see that many of the leaders in the anti-war movement, what's his name, Jim Morrison, whose father helped orchestrate the Gulf of Tonkin false flag, who produced a bunch of songs to psyop people. Like this is very well documented. Today,
Okay, good.
Every time there's a new happening, there's the current thing. You got people changing their profile pictures, changing their very online image to reflect a certain event. You got people with the Ukrainian flag on their bumper stickers. You got it's all over the place, dude.
I agree with you completely. There's nothing that I disagree with about that. But your wording of it, your labeling of it as uniforms and hand signals, right? It doesn't convey what you were actually saying, right? Clearly.
I know.
Now I understand.
Thank you. I appreciate you knowing that or understanding that. Like, I gave you the very end of my complete thought, and I didn't.
And
give
that's
you
fine.
the,
That's
the
fine.
beginning.
I do it all the time too, but it's for shock value, and I agree.
Well, So now that you understand that, the next happening, the next big one, is going to involve uniforms. It's going to involve hand signals. It's going to involve. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be.
Okay, but why do you say the next big one when that has already been taking place, right? So there's nothing, like you said, it's been taking place since the 60s. So what's big about it?
I think it's going to be hard and fast. I think it's going to be almost overnight, an event that shakes the world. And because if you look at like 9/11,
yeah, easy.
9/11 happened overnight. That was very quick, very fast. Policies changed, the attitudes changed, and life has never been the same in a lot of ways. COVID, the pandemic, that happened over a long period of time. Like the 60s happened over a long period of time. The LGBT agenda, that's been happening. That's been like drip fed. The next big consciousness shift that they're going to try and engineer, I think they need a big one. They need a big shock.
Aren't they running out of avenues?
Yes, they are. And I'm so happy that you said that, because that really narrows it down to a couple of things, doesn't it? It's going to be something either very, very destructive. A lot of people are going to die. It's going to be something that's going to challenge religion. And not just one, all of them. And it's going to be something that I think the problem, reaction, solution pattern that they like to follow, the Hegelian dialectic, the solution that they're going to have everybody begging for is probably going to be some sort of one world government. Similar to how people were begging for lockdowns, and begging for the people who, people were attacking each other over, like, they don't want to wear the mask, so they should be arrested. People who don't want to get the V should be charged with like the same thing as like drunk driving. This is a pandemic of the unV'd. That's what our president said. It's a pandemic, right. And there's going to be, none of that ended up being true. But at the time, people when it was being said, a lot of people ate that up and they were attacking each other over it. So you can just see how all they have to do is stage an event that is truly paradigm shifting, and not everyone's going to believe it, but as long as enough people do, so what? They just run with it.
I think, man, it's a funny thing, like this psychology, this psychological, network of the world, and how it's transitioning. Because, like you said, creating a global government. Okay, a lot of people, even globalists, even like I don't know, soft water globalists like Hassan Abi. Right? You know who Hassan is? I don't know if you do, but like people, in their primary nature, right? They're just human beings, right? They exist in relationship with the people around them. They're not like these power mongers, right? At least most of them aren't. Even though like they take a political stance and they show power over other people, at the very heart of it, like in general, that the power that they show to other people, it's connected to them having good relationships, right, or understanding each other. So likewise, like any event that took place that led people in a direction to some type of globalist government would have to include that, right? Because
See, it's got to
those are
be
the majority.
aliens.
I mean, aliens, man. I don't
Yeah,
know,
because
man.
that's the
Like,
only. Because if you think about it, right, it's becoming more difficult to convince people that countries are at war with each other, right? So they have to bring in the outside threat, which they've been planning for a long time, right? UFOs have been around since when? So how they're going to do it, what they're going to do, who knows? But aliens has got to be the only thing.
no,
Because it's the only thing
is
that
like,
people would unite over. Something that looks different from us.
yeah, the funny thing, right? The funny thing and the beautiful thing is how they're going to do it, right? And all these steps that they've taken along the way show to the world, to anybody who's actually like paying a little bit of attention, even if they don't want to pay attention, even if they're focused on other issues, like this topic has been brought into their into the limelight a little bit, and they have to sort of reference it. But regardless, like that's how they have been doing. That's how things have been operating. And to imagine in the future that something is so shocking, abrupt or whatever, or different, to where like people, even people that agree with it, will forego the relationship that they have with other people, or their rationality, right, with their understanding of concepts in the world. I mean, it's very, very difficult to do, and it's becoming more and more difficult by the day.
You should check out the live stream chat. I just sent an article to you from 2020. So this is real Israeli. What's his name? What is this? He's a former Israeli space security chief. I think he had his job for about 30 years. He says that extraterrestrials exist, and Trump knows about it. You can read through the article if you want.
I don't
But
want to
I
get on the
was
topic of UFOs, but like I have
well,
witnessed.
we're already there.
I've seen a UFO. I've witnessed a UFO up close in person with a friend. It was an orb of light, like 15, 25 feet in diameter or something. After we were done spearfishing, walking up a cliff, and we both sat there and watched it for 30 minutes. And this was in 2009.
Yeah.
So like,
That's
I saw this thing
badass.
just accelerate straight upwards into the air and arc off into the atmosphere. Okay, but like, I just deem that as a special experience until I googled types of UFOs on the internet, and the number one type of UFO, orbs of light. Okay, now look, man, I've gone deep into this topic, and from what I understand is that the government, they know these things exist, whatever they are, and I don't really assume anything about it. I've gone down the whole alien rabbit hole. I don't do that anymore. I just say, like, whatever this is, right? The government wants to control it, which means like the only way they can have any type of power over it is by convincing people of a wrong idea about it.
So
and that's it. So
there's a let me just, before you say something else, there's an FBI security chief who worked on many cases and has been like an authority on some of these cases, like in a court of law, like very qualified. And he can be quoted as saying, if there's anything that the United States government either cannot control or believes that they cannot control, they will not acknowledge it. And so the fact that they did not acknowledge the existence of UFOs, UAPs, USOs, whatever you want to call them, for years,
sure,
and only now have started to declassify documents and release footage of UFOs that we've caught on camera from our military.
Sure.
leads me to believe that whatever they are, for a long time, the United States government could not control them, but now that there is they have some sort of influence or deal with whatever these things are. And I don't think they're all the same. I don't think they all come from the same origin. Like, I'm very familiar with the orbs of light. I would like to ask you about that experience if you're willing to talk about it.
Yeah, I've talked about it. I've talked about it enough, to be honest. But honestly, like, that experience, right, led me down, because I went to college. I studied physics, and 2 years into that study, I typed this in on Google, and I saw all these videos across the whole world of these orbs of light doing the exact same thing that I saw, right? And I was like, these exist. I know they do. To try to like tell somebody about those things and what they are, it's impossible, almost impossible. But they are watching our world. They're here. I've had other, not so close experiences with these objects, and they can be explained away in those circumstances. This one that I'm talking about was close and with a friend, and it could not be explained away. But my understanding of them has gone into the basically like other aspects of understanding about life, right? And in those journeys about understanding about life, I've also drawn them back to these things. It's a little bit difficult to explain, but the current like model that we're taught or that we're shown, like, okay, these are aliens that came from this planet, and traveled here and all that kind of stuff. I don't really believe. I would say, like, in a simplified manner, to try to explain it, I would say that these things are outside of time, and being outside of time, human beings have also been outside of time. Okay, that there is like time-like things like measurement and the future and imagining the future, and then there's clairvoyance, right? There are states of matter, states of mind, which the Hindus used to call cities or
Can I
powers.
just ask you a couple questions
Yeah.
before you go off on this?
Yeah.
How,
I'm not going to go off on it. I'm just talking, but yeah, go on.
right. How close were you to it when you saw the orb?
I was like 500 meters to like 700 meters away. So this is a cove. My friend lives, his house is right there on the cove. It's in Southern California, beautiful area. And we spearfished that cove like every weekend, like 2 or 3 times a week. And we lobster hunt at night. We go out at midnight. We know everything, that all the lobster boats, everything that comes in and out of that cove. Okay. So when we were done with the spearfishing session, we got back at like 6 p.m. The sun was going down in the sky, and we were hiking back up the cliff to his house, which is right there. And I looked back over the cove and I saw this solid sphere of amber light, just a solid, perfect sphere, and no structure around it. And it was so perplexing. It was so like just otherworldly odd that I was like, what is that, right? And obviously, and we both looked at it, and we were trying to figure out like whether it's a light on a lobster boat that's pointed directly in our direction so that we can't see any structure around it, or whether it was because it was the same color as the sun, whether it was a reflection of the sunset or of some sense on a boat. And I was like, dude, we're gonna sit down here. We were in our wetsuits still, half off, and like I was like, we're gonna sit down here until the sun goes down, and I'm not taking my eyes off this thing until that happens, because it was the same color. I wanted the sun to go down completely to see if it changed, and that was like the only thing that I really could do. So we sat there and just watched it for 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes or more. And I would not take my eyes off this thing. Like I was just directly staring at it. And my friend was kind of just, at certain points during the whole experience, he would kind of get bored and kind of look away. And I was like, not doing that. I was like, what the hell are you even thinking about looking away? Like that was like the seriousness of what I was seeing and how perplexing it was. And
were you
I
both
did
like
not
confirming that you were seeing the same thing?
absolutely. And he's my best friend. I've been friends with him since 4th grade. I go over to his house, every weekend. We talk about this all the time. But I waited till the sun went down completely, and this thing did not change color, did not change shape, did not change anything. There was no structure around it. In fact, like it looked like it was bobbing up and down on the surface of the ocean, and I felt that I could see a shadow underneath it, meaning like it's possible that was an artifact of my vision because I was directly looking at this thing, but I remember pointing out to him, like, look, like it's disconnecting from its shadow. Like there was a sphere of shadow underneath it. Go on.
Did it ever change color?
Never changed color whatsoever until, the sun went down completely. I'm staring at this thing, and I swear to God, this thing starts accelerating straight upwards. Okay. And by acceleration, I mean like it started off like slowly and accelerated, right? Like faster.
Yeah.
Right? Straight upwards. No. But like, oh man, it was like the most alleviating acceleration, right? Just like, I wish I could show it to you to describe it, but it just like, it went up and just started moving faster and faster and faster. And then it arced off into the universe in an arc. And as fast as I could say the word, like, foom, right? Like once it picked up in that acceleration, it just foomed, like into the atmosphere. And I saw it with my own eyes disappear like a little black dot. Okay. And while it was rising and while it was in that arc acceleration, it looked like it was dimming down to like what looked like a hot ball of metal, and then cooling off what looked like a black dot, just disappearing and literally like blinking out into the atmosphere of the world. Okay. And my first thought was I blinked and I turned my head to the side towards the direction of Los Angeles. And my first thought was, holy shit, aliens are attacking LA. I need to call my mom. Okay.
Can I just ask some like rapid fire questions about you and your friend real quick?
Yeah.
So you say it was about 500 to 700 meters out.
Yeah, not too far away. It was in the cove.
These might be like weird sounding questions. Have either of you ever because you said you've known him for a long time, have either of you ever been really sick in your lives and had to be like hospitalized?
No.
Okay. Have either of you, I don't know how old you guys are now, are either of you married and have children?
Well, we're not married. He lives in Japan right now. He works for like a financial company, and he's got I think he has a fiance, but I don't.
Okay. Have either of you ever gone missing or ever had family members that went missing?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen pretty much exactly what you've seen with multiple people. I have been super interested into the orbs for a long time. There's a guy named David Paulides who does research on missing people. Have you ever heard of him?
No, but I'm not. I've looked into this like for years. This was back in 2009, and when I got up from that experience, I just said, okay, this is a special experience, right? And I was going to an Ivy League university to study physics, and I was very happy at the time, and so I put it away, right? I was just like, that's a special experience, right? I have my whole life ahead of me, but the whole alien stuff, like it didn't even, I wasn't interested, right? Even though I saw this, and it took a little while for me to for the memory to like digest and like consider what was real and you know, rethinking about it and sitting there in a wetsuit, like feeling it fade away. But really, it's like, you know, I was moving on from it. Like it did not affect me at that time until I realized that this was what all other people saw. I didn't even know.
Well, have you ever considered that other people might have had a very different experience with the same thing that you saw, same phenomenon?
Like I said, like after I looked into it and after I understood that this was, you know, prevalent in terms of like what people call UFOs, I looked deeply into it and I've read all types of different stories for years about that kind of stuff. And I'm not interested in it anymore, to be honest. But like, if you're going to tell me that it's one way or the other, I'm telling you that I've gone down a journey in my own life to understand that not even about this, but what I've understood in life has given credence to my understanding of this.
Yeah, no, I was just going to share with you some of the things that I've read, like some of the experiences that other people have had. Because some people had very, very different experiences. Some people ended up never being seen again.
Sure. And I question all of those. And honestly, like if it's just
Can you
somebody,
name one story that you
no,
can you name one account specifically that you or that involved like somebody experiencing the same phenomenon as you but having a very, very different outcome?
No, I can't because it's been about 7 years since I actually cared to entertain those arguments, or look into that information. And when I did, like, you know, I looked into all of it, day in and day out type of shit. Okay. But really, you know, when somebody is going to give me their a description of their own, you know, understanding, it's like I said with the politicians. You know, I look at their face, right? I look at them as a person. I look at who's telling the story, and you know, I don't want to say that, like, you know, too obtusely, but I feel like I can see, right, where this person is and whether or not, like, I'm willing to listen to them or not. And to be honest, like, most of these people, to me, they're not worth listening to. So look, it's the same thing with Sasquatch, right? Have you ever looked into Sasquatch at all? The
Yeah,
phenomena
I've had my own experience.
Beautiful.
They're real.
Beautiful. Very good. Very good. And so I also have gone out, right, and gone off the trail, so to speak, and inquired into that phenomena as well, personally. You know, day in and day out for a week, you know, 2 weeks, whatever. But you know, after doing a lot of research and all that kind of stuff. So again, like, digging down deep into the whole Sasquatch realm of things, right? Like, it's something also unknowable, right? You can't there's the class of people that say this is just a biological being, right? That's hiding in the forest based on like the outline of their fur breaking up the the background, so they're very camouflaged and things like that. But there are also people, when you actually dig into it, like not the mainstream Sasquatch researchers, because this is very hard for people to digest, like mentally, even understand. Which is like when people find Bigfoot footprints, okay, they don't lead anywhere. Even in fresh snow, with a 6-foot gait, right? They start from a singular location in fresh snow, and they end in fresh snow, meaning their footprint is a line segment. And there are examples of this, but it's not sellable to people, okay? But researchers of this field that have gone really deep into it are inevitably confronted with examples of this, and they will explain it away in whatever way that they're capable of doing, okay? But the fact is that essentially no one can falsify footprints in fresh snow with the 6-foot gait that start from nowhere and lead nowhere. It's impossible. And the implications of that are immense, okay? Too mind-boggling to understand, okay? But there's also more information out there, which is what, universe we live in, okay? The nature of it, the impossibility of things that we deem, whatever we deem impossible, right? It's not. There are things that are called siddhis, right? In Sanskrit, the word siddhi means powers. And people have played around with these powers. And some of them are, absolutely ridiculous. Just, whether it be like
I'm sorry, dude.
understanding what's going to...
You lost me. I'm sorry, you lost me.
Okay, sure. Where did I lose you?
You asked me if I believed in Sasquatch, and now you're talking about cities, and I'm not. You went from like having a big gate, and like people who you said you researched it, and that it's crazy that there's footprints in the snow that don't lead anywhere, and then I'm just kind of confused as to what you're talking about.
So let me finish, because I'll try to make it concise. Essentially, human beings, not Sasquatch, right? Human beings have played with these things that are called cities, right? Which are in our history. They've been detailed out in books. There are Harvard scientists, Harvard physicists, Harvard psychologists that have gone to India, talked to people that are practicing these cities, and they've written papers on them. And it requires a whole bunch of research, okay? But the paranormal, what the occult, or you could say what is hidden, hidden powers, whatever it is, like good or bad, they exist. And what science deals with like as like a physical thing is not the full nature of the truth. Okay, so it depends on like what mind you're using to try to interpret these things. Okay, I'll just end it there simply, right? And you have to ask yourself that question as well. What mind are you using to interpret the phenomena that you can't, that your knowledge is not enough to encompass?
Yeah, I mean, I look to other people that have had similar experiences to me, and I mean, the more detailed the account and the way that it's presented it to me, the way that it is presented to me, like if it's in person, or if it's somebody recording themselves on a video, or if it's you know, a letter being read to somebody. You know, you have to take it all with a grain of salt. But
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, so I mean, I've seen both the orbs. I've seen different types of UFOs. I've had my own encounter with what I believe was a Sasquatch, and I've spoken to some indigenous people and had some confirmation that that's what that was. Um, so yeah, yeah, we there
That's
even that
that's
guy
fucking wild, dude. That's
that
fucking crazy. That's good.
yeah, even that FBI guy that I quoted earlier who said what the government can't control or thinks it can't control, it'll never acknowledge. He also said that like while working for the FBI, he worked on cases where the conclusion was that there,
Right.
the cause of what they were investigating was not explainable within the physical realm.
Right.
That's what ended up on paper on the report, like as a government document. It's just can't
Right.
explain it with reality.
Exactly, man. And like, I know these things exist. The way that I look at Sasquatch in a sense is like, you know, the forest is not just dust and deer. There is an order to the forest, and you can't just go out and cut. Humans can't just go out and cut all the trees down. Like there's actually something that is there. You know, whether it be a spirit or a physical thing or a biological entity or both. You know, and I think that it is both. I think that it is biological. It does have babies, but it also possesses these powers, which are not seclusive to that being. Meaning that like human beings also have played with these powers as well. There's a girl named Deepa Ma in the 1950s, 1957, I think. Her husband died. She left her child to somebody else and joined a monastery, and basically was like, I don't know, like quickly able to access some other capabilities of like a human being. And she, along with the leader of that monastery, played with these what they call cities. And Harvard got involved as well. And you can read all about this if you want. They actually did and these cities are totally mind-boggling things, like being able to appear in two places at once, or being able to walk through walls. It totally negates like our understanding of what matter actually is, what we ourselves are, and that type of energy that may be within us, right, is not expressed because we're in control of who we think we are, and you know, that's a whole different story. But it's not to say that it's exclusive to like another form of being other than ourselves. It is human, and this like the difference between time and a timeless state is what I attribute to Sasquatch, and what I attribute to any human being that has like endeavored into the understanding of this, rather than like just living through memory and time and projections of the future and all that kind of stuff, and having that, you know, take all of your energy, and also these orbs of light. I think that they are also outside of time in a sense. So if you say that like something that has the wisdom and clairvoyance of seeing the future, which is not so ridiculous of a thing for even a human being to be capable of. I don't know whether you're privy to that or whether you agree with that type of sentiment, but regardless, That's my opinion. And something that has that capability, I do not think that it is violent, meaning that it operates with undue force. And that's my understanding of these things in general. If it did operate with undue force, I think that, or violence, I think that that would be much clearer than it is currently in the state of things.
Yeah, dude, I've heard a bunch of stories about people getting too close to those orbs, or like they'll be.
Tell
I heard
me about them. What have you heard? What happened?
Yeah, I heard this one about this trucker who was driving down the road, and the last thing that he remembers is there was one of those glowing orbs. It was blue on right in the middle of the road, and he thought it was like an oncoming headlight until it actually collided with the front of the truck, but it just went right through the windshield without breaking it and went right through him, and that's the last thing that he remembers. And he
Right.
is found with his truck. So what ends up happening after that, and he doesn't remember doing this, is he pulls his truck over on the side of the road. He gets out and he starts walking down the middle of the road, kind of just aimlessly. And maybe 5 minutes, he gets 5 minutes down the road before a car pulls over, and it just so happens to be somebody that knows him. And they pull over and they're like, "What the hell are you doing in the street?" And this guy's in a total state of shock. He doesn't remember any of this. They call an ambulance, they have him checked out. He seems fine from the ambulance checkup, and he recounts the last thing that he remembers. And I think it's like 6 or 8 months later, he's diagnosed with cancer and then ends up dying. Like very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And
whatever
did
like when he came into
how did you get this?
so that guy I was telling you about, David
Like,
Polite, who researches missing people, he gets people who write him letters, who follow him, and he reads them every day in front of a camera. And this was one of the written to him from like that guy's family member.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I think that all of that, having had an experience of a similar, not similar in nature, but of the same nature, um, I've listened to a lot of stories, and I've listened to a lot of people make, tell me right what it is that I saw, and having done that and having believed these people for a long period of time, and then realizing like how, you know, easy I am to manipulate, or how stupid I am for like just believing, right? Just any story out there, when I know this is like a reality, but it's so easily manipulated, you know? So I'm just telling you, like, I listened to that story that you said, and you know, I don't judge it. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but all that I'm saying is that it does not affect, right, like my understanding of what I saw. You know, it's like somebody tells you, you know, they're bad, right? These are bad. It's like, why? In my heart of hearts, I do not feel that it's necessary to believe that. And really, along the lines, like what I'm inclined to see is that people are bad. People have an invested interest to control and corrupt this, like the information about this.
Well, what do you? Okay, so that's actually a really interesting statement. So if you were like living on an island and you've never seen a car or you've never seen technology, and you saw an F-16 fly over your island, and you thought it was really beautiful, but it was like literally on its way to go bomb some people. Like I find it interesting that you've made
I
some
don't
comments
think I
like,
would find it beautiful.
dude, don't hire me. I think it's interesting that you've made comments tonight along the lines of, oh, that would never affect the way I think about my experience, or those people have no credibility. You kind of just hand waved a lot of things that I've said, but you, by your own admission, you only saw one aspect of this phenomenon. You've made up your mind about it, and no, you're not going to listen to what anybody else has to say. I think that's just a little. It's interesting for somebody who's had an experience such as you. I don't really come across.
No. It's to say that it's very easy to distort somebody's uh, mind, right? And given their experience, and I'm not interested in distorting. Like, look, if an F-16 flew over, right, I would see the nature of the F-16. I would see the planes. I would be in awe of it.
There's no
but
different whether or not that was a weapon or.
No, there is difference. There is
You
a
have
difference.
you have no idea what you saw, dude. You've never seen that kind of technology before. All you saw was a light in the sky, and it just zoop, accelerated.
Correct.
You have no idea what its capabilities
I'm not.
are.
The thing is that I'm not saying. I've learned, right, by looking into this for a long time. I've learned to not make any assumptions about it. That's all.
Well, you have. You just
No, I
said you have.
haven't. No,
You said
no. I'm deferring your assumptions, and I'm not making those assumptions that you're asking me.
I haven't made any assumptions either. I've only just
Well,
recounted what I've read.
Right, and recount accepting other people's experiences, right?
Even
And
say
their interpretations of them, their interpretations of them, right? I'm not accepting those.
Yeah, I wasn't really presenting them to be accepted or not accepted. I was just presenting them as other accounts of people that have encountered the same phenomenon that I have.
Right, and like you said, a letter being sent into somebody.
Yep.
And that's not good enough for me.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just meant you made up your mind when you basically said like nothing's going to change my mind on the experience that I had, and so that's why I brought up the F-16 for the person that's never seen technology, because it's like, well,
No,
somebody
but
can have. Dude,
you're assuming that I have that I'm in reverence of this object. I'm not.
oh man, I gotta say, it's really hard to talk to somebody, especially you, who no offense, but you're pretty long-winded, and then after you talk for like 5 minutes straight, I'll be like trying to answer your question or like maybe pose a question of my own, and you just interrupt me, and it's really frustrating.
My bad, man. Sorry. I apologize.
No, it's cool. I'm being real with you.
I am long-winded, but I'm trying to defend myself, quickly, because it's simple for me. Like, you're trying to paint a picture where I don't feel that I am a part of that picture.
I'm just pointing out that you, by your own admission, only saw one aspect of a technology that you don't understand. Technology might not even be the right word for it. We don't even know whether it was organic or not. And that it's possible that other people's experiences could shed more light on the nature of what you saw, being that you only saw one aspect of it and have come away from that experience for some reason not wanting to really listen to what other people have to say about it.
No, let me say then that I completely agree with you. Okay, because when I look back at what I saw, I don't know anything about it. I've made assumptions about it, and I do not anymore. I really don't know. Okay, but other people, I understand the position that they're in, right? And when they claim whatever they're claiming, and through whatever, not to be long-winded, but whatever they're claiming, I also see that they don't know also. So I don't accept it, man. I'm sticking with the position that I don't know. And that's it. So if you're going to try to convince me of anything, it's not going to work. I've already convinced myself of so many things that are useless. They're never the full picture. They're never the
Honestly, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I was just trying to have a conversation.
Okay. Good. I personally, like, it could be military, right? It could be extraterrestrials. It could be.
Why would you think it would be the military, though? Because if you've done any research into this topic, which you say you have, you would know that these things have been seen for hundreds of years that predate the United States military. Like, these things have been seen since, they've been seen for a long time.
I agree.
No, it's not the military.
In recent times, right, there have been stories of crashes and stories of, like, the military reverse engineering these craft and using them for their own benefit, right? That's what I mean by it. But honestly, like, like I said, like, my general understanding of it, which can be changed. I'm not, like, solid in it. I'm not, like, sticking to it as if it's the inevitable truth, but somehow, without even trying, this is what my understanding has led to. And that's where I'm at right now, which is essentially that it's what we understand about the universe, what we understand about life, what we understand about space. We're wrong, and these things exist in some capacity outside of the dimension of time. And like I said, like, I think that human beings have that capacity. I think there are examples of them in our religions and all of it. Even people that are not spoken of. I think that there's integrity to, like, all action that takes place in time, and that integrity is withheld, like, outside of it. And even though we're playing within it, right, we're playing, like, a simple game that
Dude, you lost me. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just late.
Yeah,
you're long-winded or something, but I'm not following what you're saying.
Are you guys talking about Bigfoot?
We were a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. And I'm not trying to be a dick, dude. I'm just being real. Like, I'm not gonna let you go on when I've, like, have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, good. No worries.
There have been like 3,000 accounts of Bigfoot over the years. I think they're having people having, like, a spiritual experience.
I think it is
feels
very spiritual.
It feels very real because it's happening, but there's no eggs. I mean, there's no Bigfoot left over. It's just something that you're gonna experience, and they never kill you. They never physically hurt you. Just like a spiritual experience, I think, is what's happening.
Well, there's been accounts of people that were attacked by Bigfoot. I wouldn't say that they're all friendly. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but did someone lose an arm? Did somebody,
Children have gone missing and then been found and claimed that a big hairy thing got them and took them to some place. And these kids, they were they had their stool samples examined after they were found, and they were missing for days, and they were completely nourished, and they found deer meat in their stool samples. So these were like toddlers. There's no way that they like took down a deer and consumed deer meat.
So the
There's
Bigfoot